Chapter 1. Heaven above, I will never share a life with gambling and drugs. The harem includes classmates' mothers, school beauties, aloof COs, noble widows, rebellious heiresses, evil Hillary crossed out, etc. I have always loved dancing on the edge of knife, a representative of the player who jumps back and forth in the small black room. Even Liu Bei would respectfully call me Uncle Emperor. For readers who enjoy this, please don't hesitate to urge for updates. The more you urge, the more updates you'll get. In the early morning in a clean room, a handsome man suddenly opened his eyes. My name is Chu Liufeng. Since I can remember, I've set a standard for myself to be a good person, so I secretly vowed. Heaven above, I will never share a life with gambling and drugs. Thus, with my good character and persistent efforts, I successfully enrolled in the University of Summer Country and became a freshman. University life is great. Although it's only been a month since school started, I've already fallen in love with being a college student. The only regret is that my mom is afraid I might go wild in college and make her a grandmother too early, so she entrusted me to her very, very, very good friend, Aunt Xing Yishan. Aunt Xing is very beautiful, has a great personality, and is incredibly kind to me. However, she occasionally treats me like a child, which would be a bit unbearable. I am 1.85 meters tall, and because I've played basketball for years and often trained with athletes, I am quite strong, resembling a male model with 2 chest muscles, 8 abdominal muscles, and 20 meters. All natural, with no hint of technology, and my head isn't pointed. I am in the prime of my youth, with my entire muscular outline maintained in optimal condition. My energy is exceptionally vigorous, meaning I am full of vibrant life force. You understand what it means to be a descendant of the University of Summer Country. Strategic lean back. But in Aunt Xing's eyes, I'm still very young. But am I really that young? Little Feng, are you up yet? Aunt Xing's sexy voice came from outside the door. Get up, it's time for milk. Aunt Xing's voice was gentle and knowledgeable, sounding almost like she was whining, making one feel a bit itchy at heart. Aunt Xing, I'm not small anymore, I'm all grown up. I opened the door with an indignant expression that a beautiful young woman, exuding a fragrant sweat, was standing outside, smiling brightly. Aunt Xing looked very young, at most in her early 30s, with a fair and delicate face showing no signs of aging. Her tearful eyes were full of charm, captivating and enchanting. Aunt Xing has a morning exercise habit, so her smooth face was flushed. She looked incredibly stunning. With 2 long, straight legs, round and firm, her fitted yoga outfit showcased her voluptuous figure, perfectly displaying the allure of a mature woman. Every smile and frown was filled with charm. Looking at this woman who was half a head shorter than me, Chu Liufeng couldn't help but swallow. She has already given birth, yet her figure is still so incredible. You're all grown up, right, little rascal? Seeing me get up, Aunt Xing turned around with a smile and headed towards the dining room. Watching her graceful back, those enviable long legs and slender waist, Chu Liufeng was also drawn in. Yoga is great. One must practice yoga. Aunt Xing's waist-to-hip ratio is simply out of this world, too perfect. Even though there are many stunning beauties at the University of Summer Country, such an exquisite figure still stands out above the rest. To put it in less elegant terms, this is simply perfection. Chu Liufeng took a deep breath. After a few breaths, he slowly sat down at the dining table. At this moment, Aunt Xing came over with 2 cups of snow-white milk and a few slices of bread, placing them in front of Chu Liufeng, smilingly saying, "Drink your milk quickly, and have it with the bread, it's good for you." After Aunt Xing finished her indulgent words, she tilted her head back, revealing her swan-like white neck, gracefully finishing a cup of milk. Then she gently wiped her mouth with a tissue, a satisfied expression on her face, softly saying, "Burp, that feels good." After exercising and doing yoga, Aunt Xing felt completely refreshed. Then she rested her chin on her hands on the dining table, her big sparkling eyes fixed on Chu Liufeng. "Little Feng, hurry and drink up, your mom gave me a strict order. If I let you lose weight, your mom won't let me off the hook. You know, your mom is quite scary." Aunt Xing playfully made a silly face, pretending to strangle her neck and roll her eyes as if she would really be tormented by her good friend. This left Chu Liufeng amused and speechless. Although Aunt Xing is in her 30s, her personality is still like that of a playful young girl, full of mischief. This should be related to her achieving financial freedom early on and being a full-time housewife. It is said that Aunt Xing made a lot of money over a decade ago and later married her husband, who is also an elite businessman, making for a powerful combination. After Aunt Xing's husband got a sum of money, he sensed a business opportunity and left his young wife to invest abroad, which indeed made a lot of money. It is said he could easily achieve several small goals in a year. Later, Aunt Xing simply became lazy about managing finances. As long as she didn't start a business, she had more money than she could spend. Thus, she handed over all financial authority to her husband. She only required him to send a few thousand every year, allowing her to comfortably live as a wealthy lady. Therefore, Aunt Xing has a very youthful mindset. Once a person is in a good mood and doesn't have to worry about food and clothing, they live very happily. Even though her age is now at the Bentley level, her physique is still at the pinnacle of the Maybach. This actually gives her a more mature femininity. Very wonderful. Something that young little fairies cannot compare with at all. There is a saying, women are like a fine aged wine. The longer they age, the more mellow and elegant they become. Liufeng couldn't help but be fascinated at this moment. Aunt Xing suddenly leaned close to Liufeng's ear with a mischievous smile. Little Feng, tell Aunt honestly, have you been flirting with girls at school? Liufeng's heart stirred, and he spread his hands. How could I dare? Aunt Xing raised her lips, her eyebrows lifting, as if indignantly saying, I must say, your mom really isn't fair. My little Feng is so handsome and has such a good figure. If I were 10 years younger, I'd probably be unable to resist falling for him. Yet she doesn't allow you to date. Liufeng smiled bitterly. Aunt Xing, please don't tease me. How could I dare? If my mom finds out, won't she come flying over to kill me? What are you afraid of? I'm here, right? Aunt Xing hugged Liufeng's arm, shaking it playfully, and said with a wink, Little Feng, if you really want a girlfriend, I could consider helping you hide it from your mom. After all, your mom hasn't put any surveillance on you. I say whatever, she can only believe whatever I say. So you understand, right? If a young person doesn't date, are they still considered young? Aunt Xing had a mischievous smile. It seemed like she was plotting something unwholesome. Liufeng felt a bit unsettled as she shook him. Okay. Just then, Aunt Xing received a phone call. She frowned, feeling a bit uncomfortable being interrupted, then answered the phone with a bad tone. Hello, what's going on? A few seconds later, Aunt Xing's little face instantly turned pale as she spoke on the phone. What? Wang Lei, you are such a bastard. Tears streamed down Aunt Xing's face uncontrollably. How could I be blind enough to fall for such a beast? Woo woo woo. Then Aunt Xing angrily threw her phone, collapsing onto the dining table, sobbing and crying. Her tears were like rain on a pear blossom, making one feel heartbroken. Chapter 2. Do good deeds daily. Aunt Xing, I'm sorry. Liufeng was baffled by Aunt Xing's sudden breakdown. It took him a few seconds to react, and he hurriedly approached her, gently patting her back. Aunt Xing, what happened? But Xing Yishan remained silent, just sobbing on the dining table. Liufeng anxiously embraced Aunt Xing. Aunt Xing's tender body felt fragile in his arms, usually playful and charming, but now she seemed as delicate as a fragile porcelain doll. Woo woo woo. Xing Yishan was like a water peach. Her whole body was wet, and soon Liufeng's chest was soaked with her tears. Liufeng lovingly stroked Aunt Xing's smooth hair. Aunt Xing, please don't be anxious. What exactly happened? Take your time to tell me. He reached out to touch her smooth back, which felt softer than the finest silk. While gently patting her, he softly said, Aunt Xing, tell me what happened. Liufeng had no idea what was going on and could only offer pale comfort. After a long while, Aunt Xing finally calmed down, slowly sitting up, but her eyes were still red, and her face remained pale with anger. That bastard, he won't come back from abroad, and he took all the money from the house. Not only that, he borrowed hundreds of millions in foreign debt in my name, then ran off to Eagle Sauce to spend the rest of his life with a group of foreign girls. I must have been blind. How could I trust such a beast? Aunt Xing trembled with anger. Her yoga outfit was somewhat distorted from crying, revealing large patches of smooth skin, and her long hair had fallen down, creating a sense of shattered beauty at that moment. From Aunt Xing's description, Liufeng quickly understood the whole story. Aunt Xing's husband had been investing in a small country in Africa for the past few years. This year, for some unknown reason, perhaps bad luck, that country fell into war, and his factory was naturally bought out for $0. He went bankrupt a month ago. He also owed a mountain of debt. But instead of thinking about how to solve it, he decided to give up completely. During this month, he lied and cheated, swindling a large amount of money domestically, even borrowing over 50 million in Xing Yishan's name, and secretly mortgaging everything that could be mortgaged at home. Using the method of borrowing to pay off debts and then mortgaging again, he easily swindled several hundred million before escaping to Eagle Sauce with a few black girls he had been keeping there. Once he safely arrived in Eagle Sauce, he revealed everything and stopped pretending. He cut off all contact. It was as if he had vanished without a trace. After the bank and some loan institutions couldn't reach him, they found Xing Yishan. That phone call earlier was a collection call from the bank, along with a long list of debt statements. Liufeng looked at the cracked phone screen. That list of debts and dozens of property mortgage contracts left him speechless. Roughly estimating, Xing Yishan was burdened with about 50 million in debt, which was half of a small target. And the villa they lived in had also been mortgaged to the bank. There was also a final notice from the bank on the phone. If they didn't pay the overdue 10 million debt, they would come to seal the villa tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. This is ridiculous. It was like the rising sun. Couples are like birds of a feather, but when disaster strikes, they fly separately, right? The key point is that flying separately is one thing. But he left all the blame on Aunt Xing. You bastard, don't let me find you. I'll report you. I'm going to report you right now. Aunt Xing suddenly seemed to remember something and reached for her phone. In her haste, she fell into Liufeng's arms, her fingertips brushing against his smooth skin, leaving a few red marks. Aunt Xing, calm down, calm down. Liufeng shook his head and quickly held her close. I looked at this bill, and the earliest ones are even from half a year ago. This means that bastard has been planning this for quite some time, and he must have had backup plans. Besides, he's already escaped to Eagle Sauce, so reporting him is useless. And the bank doesn't care about that they'll come to seal the house tomorrow. Right now, the urgent matter is that we need to figure out which debts are due. Liufeng tried hard to make his voice sound firm and strong. When Xing Yishan heard this, she recognized that what Liufeng said made sense. But it only made her feel more desperate, her little face filled with a sense of despair. She hadn't managed finances for many years. To put it bluntly, she didn't even know how much money she had in her account. Liufeng first helped Aunt Xing sit on the sofa. He poured her a cup of hot water to help her calm down. After all, the situation had already occurred, and whether angry or sad, it wouldn't solve any substantive problems. The urgent matter now was to understand Aunt Xing's financial situation and the status of those debts. Half an hour later, Liufeng took Aunt Xing and sorted through the household assets, checking what could be liquidated to pay off part of the debts. It was shocking to discover the only remaining 1 million in her account had just been withdrawn, and all other savings were gone. They were left with only a few thousand in cash. Moreover, the house title and car title could not be found. It seemed they had long been mortgaged. Among the dozens of bank cards, there was not a single cent left, and they currently had just a few thousand in cash. Yet Aunt Xing's personal debt reached over 57 million. Among them, 20 million was due in 7 days. Upon knowing this result, both of them fell into a dry silence. Aunt Xing's face turned ashen, heartbroken and utterly helpless, slumping on the sofa, her sense of shattered womanhood reaching its peak. Heaven and hell were just a moment apart. Seeing this, Liufeng hurriedly took out one of his bank cards from his room and handed it to Aunt Xing. Aunt Xing, this is over 200,000 in prize money I won from basketball tournaments these past few years. You can use it for now, and we'll figure out the rest. For an ordinary college student, this amount was quite a lot. But given Aunt Xing's current situation, it was just a drop in the bucket. It was helpful, but not much. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. A sudden, ethereal voice rang in Liufeng's mind. Ding! Detected host's act of kindness at the level of losing everything. Daily good deed system is binding. What the hell system? Why the sudden notification? I thought it was a daily competition. Liufeng complained in his mind. That daily competition was not something to be taken lightly. That IT made people dizzy. His younger brother often got nauseous watching it. As if hearing Liufeng's thoughts, the system changed its name. Ding! Daily good deed system binding successful. 1 good deed a day. Every time the host completes a good deed, they will receive unexpected rewards. Host, please do more good deeds. Wow, 1 good deed a day system. Based on my long-term experience replying to comments at the system merchant in the tomato novel comment section, I realize that I've gained a cheat system. Liufeng knows that the moment to change his fate has come. However, this system's name feels a bit strange. One good deed a day. Aunt Xing Yishan. I'm sorry. Liufeng suddenly revealed a strange smile. Chapter 3. Wow. Butterfly. Xiaofeng. Looking at that bank card and Liufeng's handsome and gentle face, Xing Yishan couldn't hold back anymore. The tears she had barely suppressed burst forth again, filling her eyes with warmth. The front of her yoga outfit was soaked with tears, revealing the color of her purple underwear. It's all my fault. I've implicated my little phone. Her eyes turned red, and she suddenly hugged him tightly. Liufeng was still immersed in the immense surprise of successfully binding the system. In an instant, a faint, elegant body fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. Soon after, a soft sensation spread across his chest. Coming back to his senses, he saw Xing Yishan nestled in his embrace, her delicate body trembling slightly. Liufeng. Aunt Xing, do you know you're testing my self-control? He quickly took a deep breath. Military training was still somewhat useful. He reached out and gently patted her smooth back to comfort her, saying, Aunt Xing, don't say it's a burden or anything. You're my mom's good friend. Your matters are naturally my matters. Besides, it's just a few tens of millions. We can definitely pay it back. If we can't pay it back in a day, then in a month. If a month doesn't work, then 10 years, 20 years, even if it takes a lifetime, we will pay it back together. And anyway, Aunt Xing, you're still so young. Just like an 18-year-old girl, we could take our time. Liufeng was very confident. He said this to comfort Xing Yishan. After all, with the system, would they still lack money? Just a few tens of millions. Hearing this, Xing Yishan's shoulders trembled slightly. She raised her head and made eye contact with Liufeng. The distance between them was so close that they could feel each other's breath. Uft. Xing Yishan chuckled through her tears. Still 18? And is old now. She felt encouraged by Liufeng. Xing Yishan was not someone who easily accepted fate. She quickly adjusted her mindset. After all, paying back the money was secondary. The main issue was that it was infuriating to inexplicably bear this unjust blame. She wouldn't be able to rest easy until that bastard was taught a good lesson. Xing Yishan's eyes sparkled as she stood on her tiptoes, her soft red lips brushing against Liufeng's ear. Okay, let's take our time to pay it back. For now, Aunt will sell a few bags and jewelry. Over the past decade, she had bought quite a few expensive luxury items. Even though selling them secondhand would devalue them, they could still fetch a few million. While this wouldn't solve the urgent problem completely, at least it would relieve some pressure. I'll take this money for now, and later I will return $1 million to my little phone. Under the pressure of the situation, it wasn't the time to be coy. So, Xing Yishan decisively accepted Liufeng's bank card. Then, stepping on her delicate little feet, she ran upstairs, rummaging through the closet to search for jewelry and bags. Just then, a golden light suddenly flashed in Liufeng's pupils. The golden eyes shone brightly in the rising sunlight, dazzling and brilliant. Ding! Detected a host's kind gift. Reward, X-ray vision. X-ray? What is that? Liufeng felt a blur before his eyes, and the scene changed in an instant. It was as if all barriers in the world had been removed in an instant. He could see through all illusions, even through the floor. He could see the scenes in the basement, including the wine cellar in the basement. He could see everything clearly. Strangely compelled, Liufeng looked up, and he happened to be in Xing Yishan's bedroom. As he looked up, the scene became extraordinarily peculiar. The arrangement of furniture and items in the room was displayed as if it had been disassembled, but there was no sign of Xing Yishan. Only a few pieces of intimate clothing were casually draped over the edge of the bed and on the floor. Strange. Liufeng muta guieli. Shaking his head, he curiously searched around. Soon wow, he instinctively exclaimed, and his pupils shrank. The scene before him startled him. It was a deep red. What came into view was a dense network of blood vessels. The entire scene presented an eerie red color. Liufeng hurriedly blinked. He wasn't quite used to it. This kind of X-ray vision was like watching a horror movie. After taking a few deep breaths, Liufeng gradually adjusted. Looking up again. Much better. This time, the image was not the network of blood vessels, but muscles and white bones. Damn. Liufeng guse inwali. What a useless opportunity. However, the good thing was that Xing Yishan had a lot of jewelry, and she was still slowly searching. Chu Liufeng's X-ray vision became more and more proficient with use. The yoga outfit transformed into a transparent flow of light, revealing her fair, tender skin. Butterfly. Wow! Chu Liufeng's eyes widened. He saw a butterfly birthmark at the small of Xing Yishan's back. It looked like it was about to take flight, stunningly beautiful. Still looking? Hurry up and hide. At this moment, as Xing Yishan bent down to search for jewelry boxes in the jewelry cabinet, her yoga pants outlined a perfect peach curve. She suddenly felt a sense of being watched, and her beautiful brows furrowed slightly. Why does it feel strange? Is Xiaofeng here? However, this is her own closet, and there shouldn't be anyone else here. Xing Yishan shook her head and continued to dig for her precious jewelry. Seeing this, Chu Liufeng hurriedly withdrew his gaze. Can't look. Can't look. If I keep looking, I'm going to burst. However, after using the X-ray vision for a while, Chu Liufeng became more and more skilled. This X-ray ability was also a little tricky. It actually required blinking each eye twice and a half to activate or deactivate. Moreover, the golden eyes could also change based on his thoughts. If he wanted to show off, it could shine with golden light. If he wanted to be low-key, it would be no different from usual, just that his gaze would be brighter and more spirited. Accidentally gaining a new ability, Chu Liufeng was having a blast. He looked at the ceiling for a while, then at the floor, as if he had discovered a new world. In this continuous scanning, the entire villa was thoroughly inspected by him, to prevent someone from installing hidden cameras in the bedroom and to ensure Aunt Xing's privacy. Chu Liufeng also carefully checked her bedroom for any hidden cameras, just as he was meticulously examining the room. Chu Liufeng's eyes moved slightly, suddenly noticing something strange. It was an expensive painting on the wall, but Chu Liufeng wasn't concerned about its value. Rather, he found something odd about the wall behind it. Oh, a pleasant surprise. Chu Liufeng's lips curled into a slight smile. He approached the painting, took it down, and carefully examined the wall behind it. On the surface, there seemed to be no abnormalities. But, bang! Chu Liufeng clenched his fist and punched hard, directly smashing a hole in the wall. It was hollow. Inside the wall's cavity was a small wooden box. He took it out easily, opened it, and saw 12 gold bars neatly arranged inside. Under the light, they emitted an enticing golden glow. Well hidden. If it weren't for Chu Liufeng gaining X-ray vision, these gold bars might never have seen the light of day. Chapter 4. You see, Aunt, what color is she wearing today? Every gold bar glimmers with an enticing luster. This is 1 kilogram each. Chu Liufeng took out his phone to check today's gold recycling price. 1 gram is 666 yuan, so these 12 gold bars are worth almost 8 million. A windfall indeed. Although he didn't know how much they were originally bought for, with the current gold price, as long as they were purchased, it was just a matter of how much profit was made. This is a study room, and the desk is a bit dusty. Clearly, even Xing Yishan didn't know about these 12 gold bars, which were secretly hidden by that rising dongxi. Since he could hide gold bars, he could naturally hide other things as well. Chu Liufeng activated his X-ray vision again, continuously scanning everything in the room. Unfortunately, there was nothing else. The study had only this one hidden compartment, and there were few safes. But the safes were empty. The items inside had long been taken away. Of course, bringing so many gold bars through customs would attract attention. It's probably not that they didn't want to take them, but they didn't dare to. This actually benefited Chu Liufeng. After thinking for a moment, Chu Liufeng was about to tell Aunt Xing. The moment he looked up, his pupils automatically focused. Aunt Xing was tiptoeing to reach the jewelry box on the top shelf of the wardrobe. The tight yoga pants highlighted her perfect figure, creating a breathtaking curve. Chu Liufeng took a deep breath, picked up the small gold box, adjusted his emotions, and quickly walked upstairs. Entering the dressing room, he saw Xing Yishan sitting among a pile of jewelry and bags, the floor covered with various designer bags and dazzling jewelry, shining under the light. Aunt Xing's gaze was filled with reluctance. She wasn't someone who liked to spend money. Everything she bought was something she genuinely liked. Just like that gold bracelet that matched her aesthetic perfectly. It cost tens of thousands when she bought it, but it had accompanied her for over 10 years. But now, no matter how reluctant she was, there was no better way. She frowned, seemingly estimating the price. Aunt Xing, look, I found this. Chu Liufeng squatted down, handing the box containing the gold bars to Xing Yishan. Xing Yishan took the box with confusion, and the moment she opened it, her eyes widened. and her hands began to tremble involuntarily. So many gold bars. Where did this come from? Liufeng, did you rob a bank? No. I found it in the hidden compartment in the study wall. It was hidden quite deep. Study? Hidden compartment? How come I didn't know? Suddenly, Xing Yishan seemed to think of something. A trace of suspicion appeared in her peach blossom eyes as she looked Chu Liufeng up and down. Suddenly, she pinched Chu Liufeng's ear, smiling with a hint of menace. You little brat. How did you know there was something in the wall? Did that bastard tell you? Are you hiding something from me with that bastard? Chu Liufeng winced in pain and quickly waved his hand. Ouch, my dear Aunt Xing. I swear I absolutely have no contact with that bastard. I just happened to discover this. Do you believe I can see through things? Xing Yishan narrowed her eyes, revealing a creepy smile. Liufeng, you've grown up. Now you can tease your aunt. You can see through things. So does that mean your aunt is being watched by you every day? Come on, tell me, what color is Aunt wearing today? If you can't guess right, don't blame Aunt for misunderstanding you. Saying this, Xing Yishan spread her hands and knelt in front of Chu Liufeng. Her eyes held a hint of cunning and mockery. Look, why don't you look? Aren't you supposed to be able to see through things? Or is Aunt's figure no longer attractive to you? Chu Liufeng, help us. The world is going downhill. People's hearts are not what they used to be. In this day and age, to be honest, no one would believe it. He actually had a way to prove it. After all, Aunt Xing's butterfly, birthmark, but he was just joking. After all, he bore the secret of the system, and even with close relatives, he would not reveal it. Anyway, looking is free, while Chu Liufeng brazenly gazed. He casually made up a reason. What are you talking about, Aunt? How could there be no attraction? You don't know I think about you every night when I sleep. I just thought there must be something left in the study. So I looked around and unexpectedly found this. Just this angle. This. To be honest, Chu Liufeng felt that this was simply not enough to look at. Xing Yishan looked like a ripe peach, exuding an alluring fragrance. It made one unable to resist want to take a bite. Under Chu Liufeng's gaze, Xing Yishan felt a bit unnatural. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she cleared her throat to hide her panic. Is it that simple? Yes, it's that simple. Upon hearing this, Xing Yishan's eyes curved as she hugged Chu Liufeng's head, her delicate hands gently rubbing his ears. That's good. Did Aunt pinch little Feng too hard? Come, let Aunt blow on it for you. Hoo little Feng. Don't learn from that bastard. My little Feng is the best. You can't go bad. Also, what do you mean by thinking about Aunt every night? Xing Yishan asked suspiciously. I heard that young people seem to have a popular method to fall asleep quickly. Is it related to your thoughts about Aunt? Chu Liufeng. After a while, Chu Liufeng was hugged to the point of gasping for air, and he murmured, Aunt, can't breathe. Xing Yishan. Only then did she react. Her face turned red, and she awkwardly let go. Then, to divert attention, she picked up a gold bar with her delicate white fingers and smashed it against the wall, angrily saying, buying all kinds of things for those little third parties and fourth parties and hiding things from me, you bastard. Don't let me find you. Otherwise, I won't kill you. Xing Yishan, didn't grow up eating vegetarian food. Watching the agitated Aunt Xing, who was too angry and her delicate body shaking. Chu Liufeng quickly averted his gaze. He couldn't bear to look, feeling a bit dizzy. After a while, Xing Yishan's emotions gradually calmed down. The two began to carefully examine the value of the jewelry and gold bars scattered all over the floor. There were probably around 10 million. Although it still couldn't fill the huge debt gap, at least it could give them a temporary sigh of relief. After being busy for a while and roughly estimating how much money could be obtained from selling these items, Xing Yishan rubbed her temples, feeling sweaty and sticky. After brushing her hair behind her ear, she teasingly said to Chu Liufeng, Little Feng, after all this fuss, Aunt is all sweaty and sticky, feeling uncomfortable. I need to take a bath. You can play by yourself for now. There are stockings in Aunt's cabinet, all used ones, so be sure not to mess with them. Also, there are high heels. Aunt still needs to wear them out later, so you must not use them for bad things, even if you clean them up afterwards. It's not okay. Chapter 5 No. Can you eat anything? You must be really hungry. Liufeng, be good and listen. Don't secretly reward yourself when your aunt is not around. Saying this, she stood up and swayed her way to the bathroom. Xing Yishan's delicate little feet stepped over gold bars as she walked to the bathroom, muttering to herself, This is only over 10 million. It's just too little. I have to find a few rich beauties later to borrow some money to get by. If it doesn't work, maybe let Xiao Feng sell a little. After all, my Xiao Feng is so handsome, a tall and charming guy at 185 meters. Charging them 100,000 ISNT too much, right? Those few loose women have been craving for someone like Xiao Feng for a long time. No dating allowed? Just selling body, not selling heart. That doesn't count as dating, right? I can also pass off as decent. It could be worth a try. Chu Liufeng. It was as if she was deliberately saying this for Chu Liufeng to hear. She even turned back 3 times, winking. She was just amusing herself, her red lips unable to close from laughing. If it weren't for Aunt Xing's age being apparent, just looking at her appearance and what she said, who would believe this is an old A8? This is clearly the latest Bentley. Thinking about how his mom was worried that he might mess around at school and make her a grandmother too soon, which is why she chose his good friend to supervise him. Chu Liufeng couldn't help but smile. His mom couldn't tell who was the little white rabbit and who was the big bad wolf. After all, in this short month of spending time together, he was as pure as a blank sheet of paper in front of Xing Yishan. After getting rid of his worries, Xing Yishan seemed to return to her quirky, optimistic, and active attitude. Even while soaking in the bath, she started humming a little tune. Chu Liufeng also enjoyed admiring the modern version of a beauty coming out of the bath. But at that moment, the system's ethereal voice rang out. Ding! Detected host's kind gift of gold bars. Reward: physical enhancement. This works too. As the system's voice faded, Chu Liufeng clearly felt his body becoming stronger, the muscle lines all over becoming more defined. What made Chu Liufeng most delighted was that it seemed he had also gained an increase. His muscles had directly grown a circle larger. Standing in the dressing room, he took off all his clothes and started admiring himself. Chu Liufeng was also captivated by himself. Under the dim light, he seemed like a sculpture from ancient Greece, his whole body filled with the beauty of sculpting and endless charm. His body was already perfect enough to score 90 points. Now, it directly broke through 100 points. He was simply the walking god of hormones. At this moment, the bathroom door suddenly opened a crack. Xing Yishan, wrapped in a towel, with her wet hair casually draped over her shoulder, her fair skin showing a faint pink glow, exuding a fragrant scent after bathing. She forgot to bring her change of clothes inside. Cautiously peeking out her little head, she wanted to see if Chu Liufeng had left. Suddenly, she saw the scene in the dressing room. The lines of his back muscles were smooth and powerful. As Chu Liufeng kept posing, his muscles tensed and bulged like they were sculpted by a divine hand, exuding a sense of strength and beauty. His temperament also underwent a further change, radiating a strong paternal vibe. Xing Yishan's gaze seemed to be frozen. Her eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Her slightly parted cherry-red lips were now even more surprised. Unable to close, a strand of crystalline saliva dripping from the corner of her mouth, unable to help but stare in fascination. A hint of panic flashed in Xing Yishan's eyes, and her face quickly flushed red, spreading from her ears to her cheeks. Almost instinctively, she subconsciously opened her mouth. Cough, Xiao Feng, what are you? But her voice seemed to be choked by something, becoming soft and trembling. Chu Liufeng turned around at the sound. Aunt, are you done washing? Xing Yishan. Her pupils instantly shook. My goodness, is this still a person? And not yet. After quickly throwing down a sentence, Xing Yishan abruptly closed the bathroom door. Thump, 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 she pressed her whole body against the glass door. Gasping for breath, her heart began to race uncontrollably. The pounding sound seemed to echo in the quiet bathroom, and as soon as she closed her eyes, the incredibly perfect figure of Chu Liufeng appeared. Her cheeks instantly turned hot, and she even felt a little unsteady. Xiao Feng really has grown up. He should be called a Feng now. In this moment, Xing Yishan was no longer like a mature aunt. She was clearly a shy girl. No. Leaning against the glass door, Xing Yishan closed her eyes and shook her head frantically. Xing Yishan, what are you thinking? This is your best friend's biological son. Moreover, you are still his aunt, even if they're no blood relation. But you're also Xiao Feng's elder. If you eat him, your good friend will definitely kill me. And if I really, how would I face my good friend then? Should we just call each other by names? You call me good sister, and I'll call you grandma. No way. Absolutely not. Absolutely cannot. And that thing also needs extra money. 100,000 is too little. At least 500,000. Seeing Xing Yishan's unusual behavior, Chu Liufeng instinctively glanced over. He had an impulse to go in and wash together. But after hesitating, he gave up. After all, the timing wasn't mature enough yet. Although everything was in place, Xing Yishan was currently in an irrational state. If she regained her senses, the relationship between the two would definitely drop to freezing point, and that would be a loss. What Chu Liufeng wanted was Aunt Xing's heart, not just her body. After all, as long as he had her heart, wouldn't he have everything else? No need to rush for now. After all, this thing is like a spring. The harder you press, the stronger the rebound. Originally, a half-hour wash would be enough. Xing Yishan took a full hour and a half. The last hour was spent on psychological construction. However, she found that it didn't seem to help much. The more she wanted to forget that scene, the more she couldn't. In the end, she even managed to convince herself. A hint of regret and embarrassment appeared on her face. Xing Yishan, what did you just do? Xing Yishan's face was flushed, her fair skin tinged with a rosy hue. Feeling both embarrassed and shy, but inexplicably, she felt a sense of guilt. Glub glub. Xing Yishan buried herself under the water, blowing bubbles, trying to calm down. But in the warm, hot water, it was impossible to cool down. She felt like she was about to lose control. After all, Wang Lei had been abroad for over a decade, and they were originally apart for long periods. Plus, ever since she found out 5 years ago that Wang Lei had started playing with black pearls abroad, she had always found him disgusting and refused to engage in deeper communication with him. Although they had the name of husband and wife, there was no reality of it. This was probably why Wang Lei could be so ruthless in transferring assets. The reason for her to bear huge debts. But it's not her fault, right? Everyone is living apart, enduring loneliness and keeping themselves clean. Why can you play with mistresses and others? I mean, can you really swallow everything? Are you really that hungry? You have lost all shame. Disgusting. Truly disgusting. Can't you at least spend some money to find a white pearl? Chapter 6. You don't seem to have much respect for mom's friend. Finally, Xing Yishan took a deep breath and sat up in the bathtub. She felt that she had soaked for too long, and it was somewhat exhausting, her whole body feeling soft. What is meant to come will still come. Avoiding it all the time, TA solution. Let be. She dried off the water droplets on her body, wrapped herself in a bathrobe, and walked out of the bathroom. After changing into a well-tailored knitted bodycon dress, her voluptuous figure was perfectly displayed, exuding an intellectual charm. She then put on a pair of black stockings and stepped into some sexy red-soled high heels before heading downstairs. Chu Liufeng was bored in the living room, scrolling through his phone. He watched as Xing Yishan, with a flushed face, came down. Chu Liufeng knowingly asked, "Aunt Xing, why is your face so red? Do you have a fever?" Xing Yishan slightly lowered her head, her eyes flustered, not daring to meet Chu Liufeng's gaze. The bathroom. The ventilation system in the bathroom is broken. Yes, broken. It's so hot. Chu Liufeng didn't expose Xing Yishan's little secret. After all, every move she made was under his watchful eyes. This was also the first time he saw such a shy and adorable side of Aunt Xing. It felt like a breath of fresh air. In Aunt Xing's eyes, he was finally no longer just a little phone. By the way, little phone, do you have class today? Aunt has something to do and wants you to come with me. Xing Yishan's voice was slightly soft and trembling. No class, Aunt Xing. You've rewarded me, so I will definitely follow your orders. Just tell me, what's the matter? Reward? What reward? Xing Yishan was taken aback. Then she noticed Chu Liufeng's gaze on her high heels. Suddenly remembering she had just told him not to rummage through her wardrobe, she couldn't help but gasp, her pretty face flushed with embarrassment. Hey, little rascal, have you learned bad things? Aren't you ashamed? What's there to be ashamed of? There's the nice scent from Aunt Xing on them. They smell great. Little phone, you've grown up. Cough, cough. Aunt, of course, knows you're not a child anymore. It's normal to be curious about some things. Xing Yishan's eyes were flustered, her pretty face turning even redder, making her look even more alluring. But that's very dirty. I was just teasing you. Why did you take it seriously? And at your age, I understand. I've gone through the same. Just find a girlfriend. Suddenly, she thought of something. Her expression stiffened. No. Your mom wouldn't allow you to find a girlfriend. But not finding a girlfriend. Your mom has really become confused. This is a big problem. I must have a good talk with her another day. How can you not find a girlfriend? One tea that drives someone crazy? No. Your mom must be going through early menopause to be so confused. It was as if she was caught in a brainstorming session. Xing Yishan kept talking to herself, asking and answering her own questions. She shook her head and frowned from time to time. Liufeng was dumbfounded. Is this what a woman with a fever looks like? It felt like her CPU short-circuited and her brain was about to burn out. After a few flirtatious exchanges, Xing Yishan gradually relaxed. She regained her usual dominant position. Anyway, absolutely not in the future. Too dirty. If you really need it, tell Aunt, and we'll think of a way. Xing Yishan took a deep breath, and after a long mental struggle, she finally shyly offered a solution in a low voice. Liufeng was taken aback. There is still a way to think of it? It seems Aunt Xing's mindset has undergone a subtle change. Cough, what do you mean? Anyway, it's like this. No more talking. Now Aunt is going to meet a beautiful lady, also a little rich woman, to borrow some money. How about it? Can you accompany me to make a scene? Just to make a scene? Liufeng raised an eyebrow. Aunt Xing, didn't you say something about me selling my charms for 100,000 a night? You dare? Xing Yishan instantly widened her eyes, a delicate finger pointing up. If you dare to do it behind my back, I will definitely tell your mom to come deal with you. Yes. Liufeng nodded with a mischievous smile. I understand. As long as I don't do it behind Aunt Xing's back, it's fine. No problem. Aunt can come along too. I'm still young. I can handle it. Xing Yishan tilted her head, her little fist already clenched. She slowly stood up and walked in front of Liufeng, looking down at him. Then she kicked off her high heels, lifted her foot, and stepped on Liufeng. Liufeng, you become bold, daring to tease your aunt. Do you believe I'll tell your mom right now that her biological son is somewhat disrespectful to his mom's friend? Liufeng looked at the delicate foot on his chest. After taking a deep breath, he slowly raised both hands. Raising his hands wasn't T for apology. But for Aunt Xing, you still need to practice more. This step doesn't hurt at all. Who is afraid of that? Half an hour later, a pink Bentley drove out of the villa. It headed straight for a high-end restaurant with a beautiful environment and a quiet atmosphere. There was already a rich lady waiting there. After arriving at a highly private and tranquil private room, Liufeng met the rich lady in person. She was not the kind of plump, heavily made-up, old and ugly woman he imagined. Instead, this petite rich lady had a delicate figure, her face adorned with a rosy glow, looking very beautiful, although she was only about 1.62 meters tall and not as stunning as Xing Yishan. She exuded a mature charm. Most importantly, she was indeed well endowed, quite astonishing, with a standard beautiful mature woman's face, although different from Aunt Xing's. The beauty of this mature woman made Liufeng's heart tremble. However, she seemed a bit drunk, with several empty bottles in front of her, and her face was slightly flushed. Xiaofeng, let me introduce you. This lady is Liufeng. She has more than a dozen houses, specifically for renting out. More than a dozen, not just one, each with 7 floors. You have a few buildings near Xiada that belong to her. Liufeng Bolin get more than a dozen houses waiting to collect rent. Wow, this is a genuine rich lady. TSK. Indeed, the circle of rich ladies is all about rich ladies. Hello, Aunt Li, I'm Liufeng. You could just call me Xiaofeng. Liufeng held a wine glass. Her slightly drunken eyes lit up upon seeing Liufeng for the first time, as if she had discovered a rare treasure. Liufeng instantly stood up, swaying as she walked around Liufeng, her high heels clicking on the floor with a crisp sound, each step full of rhythm. As she walked, she looked him up and down, back and forth, her gaze filled with appreciation, as if admiring a fine piece of art. Xiaofeng, you're so handsome. TSK. Those muscles, that figure, so good. Liufeng said, her eyes filled with surprise. She put down her wine glass, grabbed Xing Yishan's jade-like hand, and said mischievously, my dear baby, I didn't expect you to be eating so well recently. This little handsome guy is simply too charming. His muscles are fantastic. He looks like he knows how to enjoy a meal. Are you feeding Xiaofeng every night now? Can you handle it? If you can't, I can help you. Chapter 7. Rich Women. Want to struggle for 20 fewer years? Want to reach the peak of life? Even if Xing Yishan has such thoughts, saying it so straightforwardly makes her a bit embarrassed at this moment. However, she understands her wealthy friends. After achieving financial freedom early on, they often encounter many young people who do not want to work hard. Plus, having had a bit to drink, they tend to be quite open about this. But they're not the kind of people who are casual about it. On the contrary, their standards are very high. If they meet ordinary young people who do not want to work hard, their words can be quite sharp, often leaving others in tears. Things like if you're ugly. That's one thing, but to think so highly of yourself, only trash wouldn't want to work hard. If you're this ugly and still don't want to try, then just go die, you waste. Come out easily, and few can meet their standards. After all, in this era, people are still very much influenced by appearances. But now, this high-standard Li Mengxi has eyes that seem to be dripping with water, and she is unusually proactive. Handsome, right? Jealous, huh? Oof. Even if you want it, you can't have it. This suddenly makes a sense of inexplicable pride and satisfaction rise in Xing Yishan's heart. Hey, what are you talking about? This is my good friend's biological son. Before she could finish her sentence, Li Mengxi's eyes widened as if she had just recognized someone. My friend's son? No way. Darling, you usually don't show it. I thought you didn't have that kind of preference. I didn't expect you to be so adventurous. No, I want to play too. Come on, we're good friends, right? As she spoke, she suddenly felt dizzy and leaned towards Liufeng. Hey, handsome, I suddenly feel a bit dizzy. Could you please help me to the restroom? Xing Yishan. Liufeng. Calm down, we usually talk nonsense. But he is still a college student, just living with me. A college student? Li Mengxi's eyes brightened even more. College life is great. I miss my days as a college student. Xing Yishan quickly pulled her down to sit. Stop talking nonsense. Xiaofeng and I are not in the relationship you think we are. I really have something serious to discuss with you. But Li Mengxi picked up her glass and sat down next to Liufeng. Leaning against him, she smiled dreamily. No problem. That's even better. Then I have no psychological pressure at all. I was still feeling a bit guilty about stealing your love. Liufeng felt that Li Mengxi was completely drunk. This was a bit too forward. As Li Mengxi leaned in, she took off her jacket. However, this wealthy woman really knows how to take care of herself. She still smells great, and every move she makes has a unique fragrance that is particularly pleasant. Hey, handsome, what's wrong? Living with such a beautiful girl. How can you keep your cool? You're not just a pretty face, are you? That would be a real shame. Liufeng. I'm not. Just a pretty face. He laughed in anger. He really wanted to let this Li Mengxi experience his prowess right now, so she would understand why certain things are so appealing. Li Meng, see, if you keep teasing my Xiaofeng, do you believe I will tear your mouth apart? Seeing Xing Yishan's fierce expression as she seemed ready to charge over, Li Mengxi stuck out her tongue and tried to regain her composure. Which mouth do you want to tear apart? Tearing apart sounds so rude. I think you could just kiss my mouth. Come on, my darling Yi. Saying that, she pouted and leaned in. Xing Yishan really felt an impulse to slap this thirsty drunkard. However, she also knew that Li Mengxi was just joking. She didn't really have any bad intentions. Seeing Xing Yishan's helpless expression, Li Mengxi suddenly felt like a victorious general, raising her bottle and cheering. Oof. You have nothing to say now. It's all about your Xiaofeng, right? You still say you're not together? Trying to trick me? Not a chance. But it's not your fault. I understand you. Your husband is abroad, and you've encountered such a handsome guy. Who wouldn't he be tempted? It's only natural. Don't worry. I'll definitely keep it a secret. No matter which mouth it is, I'll keep it shut. Li Mengxi suddenly kicked off her red-bottomed high heels, curling her slender legs up on the soft seat, turning sideways to look at Liufeng. Only then did Liufeng notice that this woman's body proportions were simply unbelievable. Although she was only 162 centimeters tall, her legs were long and slender, and her skin was very fair. With every smile and frown, she exuded charm. She leaned closer to Liufeng, her delicate fingers lifting his chin, drunkenly saying, "Right, handsome? Tell me, is my darling crazy? I've known her for several years, and this is the first time I've seen her bring a man over. I always thought was cold. Ah, Li Meng, see, Xing Yishan could no longer hold back and rushed over, and the two women quickly got tangled up. MMM. The ancestor once said he loved watching women fight. This scene was indeed quite captivating. After a round of playful fighting, Li Mengxi quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. Okay. Darling, I was wrong. Please spare me. Wiping the sweat off her forehead, Li Mengxi suddenly became serious. You two, really aren't together? Panting, Xing Yishan, due to the tussle, had a fine sheen of sweat on her face. No, not at all. Huh, since you're not keeping this handsome guy, don't blame me for stealing your love. Handsome, do you want to take a shortcut? Want to struggle for 20 fewer years? Want to reach the peak of life? Do you think my legs look good? Oh no, my black stockings are snagged. It's all Darling's fault. She tore them apart. But I have a new pair in my bag. Could you help me change them, handsome? The young people nowadays really love black stockings and beautiful legs. Come on, touch them, don't be shy. Be bold. Auntie is letting you have your way. Don't like it? I also have shiny ones, gradient ones, thick tights, and fishnets. Which one do you like? Auntie can wear them for you. Liufeng leaned against the wall, raising both hands in a gesture of surrender. He looked at Xing Yishan with innocent eyes like a white rabbit. Although he felt an uncontrollable thrill inside, this wealthy woman was indeed too open with her words. However, he also knew that as long as he showed even the slightest hint of interest, Aunt Xing would probably be very disappointed in him. A wealthy woman may be beautiful, but Aunt Xing is even more enticing. For a better tomorrow, he would endure. Seeing Li Mengxi approaching like an octopus, Xing Yishan coldly said, "Get your smelly feet away. They're almost in Xiao Feng's mouth. You're going to make him faint from the smell." Oomph. Smelly? Who said it's smelly? I take good care of myself. Look how fair and tender I am. I don't know how many people want to have a taste. Li Mengxi laughed boldly, pulling down one leg of her stockings to reveal a pair of smooth, white thighs. Just this, some people can eat 3 bowls of rice. You. Xing Yishan rubbed her forehead. Originally, bringing Liufeng here was to give her some confidence. But now it feels like bringing him was completely the wrong decision. It feels like a sheep entering a tiger's den. Her circle of rich women is just too starved. Chapter 8. The rich woman's heart raced. It feels like being held by daddy. No, put me down quickly. Xing Yishan helplessly adjusted Li Mengxi to sit up straight. After smoothing out her already flipped-up short skirt, she sat down with a resigned expression. This drunkard is burning up again. Li Mengxi suddenly smiled foolishly and said, "Look at your eyes, saying it's fine. I don't believe it. All right, I won't tease your little boyfriend anymore. Handsome guy. Pour a glass of wine for Annie." Liufeng picked up the bottle and filled a glass for Li Mengxi. She took a sip, gently bit her red lips, and threw a flirtatious glance at Liufeng. The wine the handsome guy pours is really good. Burp. No wonder she's a mature beauty. Every frown and smile looks incredibly charming. She is simply a natural seductress. Li Mengxi leaned on the table, her head drooping, a bit dizzy, and her words were somewhat slurred. "Speak, my dear. What is the sudden matter for calling me today? Need to borrow money?" Huh? Li Mengxi's eyes widened instantly. You actually need money? All right. How much do you need? Just name a number. Li Ruoxi was very confident and was already ready to take out her phone to transfer the money. Xing Yishan hesitated, wanting to say something, but stopping short. 1 billion. What? 1 billion. Li Mengxi immediately shrank her head, nudging her delicate shoulder against Liufeng. Then you might as well borrow from your little boyfriend. He has several hundred million. Xing Yishan rolled her eyes instantly, but she had already stopped rejecting the title of little boyfriend and was too lazy to correct it. After all, it's better to have a misunderstanding. Otherwise, this starved woman in front of her might want to swallow Xiaofeng whole right now. How much can you lend me now? I urgently need some cash. Aunt Xing's tone carried a hint of urgency and helplessness. Li Mengxi shook her head, her drunken eyes hazy, her unclear voice making it hard to understand. If you'd said 1 billion earlier, I would have had it, but now I definitely don't have that much. However, if you only need a few million, I can transfer it to you right now. People's nature always prefers compromise. For example, if you say this room is too dark and must open a window, everyone would definitely disagree. But if you propose to tear off the roof, they would come to a compromise and would prefer to open a window instead. Xing Yishan naturally understood this principle. Although she didn't want to do it this way, there was no other choice. She was too short on money. If she asked to borrow 10 million right off the bat, she definitely wouldn't get that much. Asking for 1 billion at least gives room for negotiation. Just like now. 10 million? Is that possible? I'll pay you back in 3 years. And you can set the interest. Xing Yishan gritted her teeth and stated her target amount. Liufeng looked puzzled and curiously asked, "What do you want this money for? What is wrong? Are you bored being a wealthy lady at home and want to find something to do?" Xing Yishan sighed, but she just shook her head and said nothing. Such matters at home were definitely not something she could talk about. If she did, she might not be able to borrow a single cent. After all the houses and cars she could mortgage had already been mortgaged, and she couldn't squeeze out a penny. Seeing this, Liufeng just shook her head and didn't pursue the matter further. She was about to fall drunk into Chu Liufeng's embrace. My dear, I'm not making excuses. It's just that I'm also very tight on cash lately. I'm negotiating a big project that requires a lot of money. Hearing this, Xing Yishan's heart tightened. Then you still have money. It's just 10 million. You must have it. But my dearie, how about letting me borrow your handsome little boyfriend for a couple of days? I really like him. Sleeping in his arms feels so warm, like being held by daddy. It's so comforting. I've never felt this way before. I promise. I promise not to break him. Hearing this, Xing Yishan's expression instantly turned cold. If you say that, Mengxi, then we can't even be sisters anymore. She needed money, but she and T reached the point of having a junior sell himself to pay off her debts. After all, no matter how you put it, this was her business. And Chu Liufeng was innocent. Liufeng leaned against Chu Liufeng's chest, looked at Xing Yishan's cold expression, was momentarily stunned, and then burst into laughter. She waved her hand as if to dispel the unpleasant atmosphere. All right, I was just joking. Look at how tense you are. I was just kidding. How could I really borrow your little boyfriend? As Liufeng spoke, she sat up straighter, her eyes cleared a bit. She no longer appeared as drunk as before. My dear, after so many years of friendship, I can't just ignore you when you're in trouble. Liufeng's tone became serious. 10 million it is. I'll prepare it and transfer the money to you in a couple of days. You don't want to say, and I want to ask what you need the money for. Just take your time. If you're really in a bind, come find me. I may not have much, but I have plenty of houses. You can stay wherever you want. Hearing this, Xing Yishan felt that her earlier attitude was too cold. She nodded, touched. However, the emotion didn't last 3 seconds before her expression stiffened. Because Liufeng suddenly returned to her drunken, infatuated expression, smiling foolishly while nestling against Chu Liufeng. But I'll take a bit of interest first. You can't say anything about it, okay? Handsome guy, do you think Annie is pretty? Are Annie's legs slim? Do you want to touch them? Your body is really great. Chu Liufeng innocently spread his hands. Anti-I, indicating that he hadn't done anything at all. He was just being passive. Seeing this scene, a wave of guilt suddenly surged in Xing Yishan's heart. Sigh. Liufeng, I'm sorry for you. Annie will make it up to you later. Just bear with it for now. After all, Liufeng is currently drunk and has helped me with such a big favor. It's hard for me to say anything. However, watching this unfold, Annie suddenly felt a bit of jealousy and discomfort. Just a little teasing is enough, you silly girl. She turned her head away, unwillingly pouting. She hadn't done such teasing herself. In the upcoming Rich Women's gathering, Chu Liufeng absolutely couldn't go along. Otherwise, she really feared he might be devoured by that group of loose women. Hey, how could there ever be enough? The scent of the handsome guy is so nice. Liufeng's eyes curved, excitedly nestling around like a child. Chu Liufeng was already helpless. Before long, a faint snoring sound began. The alcohol took effect, and she had already fallen asleep against Chu Liufeng's neck. It was as if she was having a beautiful dream, with a faint smile on her lips. Suddenly, Dad, I miss you so much. Liufeng murmured indistinctly in her sleep. Chu Liufeng wanted to hold her down, but instead, she wrapped her arms around his neck. She clung to him tightly like a koala. Her delicate white legs were also tightly wrapped around his waist. No, Dad, don't leave me. Aunt Xing, what is this? Chu Liufeng asked softly, feeling that Liufeng curled up in his arms gave him the feeling of holding a daughter. Moreover, the tonic, it really is called that. If it weren't for Xing Yishan being there, Chu Liufeng really wouldn't want to hold back for a moment. Damn, these mature and beautiful rich women. Every day they are simply irresistible. Sigh, this foolish woman. Xing Yishan frowned slightly and, after hesitating for a moment, explained, when Mengxi was very young, her mother left, and her father then remarried several times. Plus, since she is a girl, didn't he take much care of her? She was often bullied when she was little and longed for the protection of a father's love, but their relationship was very tense until the day her father left. I'm not too clear on the specifics, but Mengxi, how should I put it? She lacks a sense of security, can't sleep every night, and can only rely on alcohol to fall asleep. But usually, she is fine. It's just that once she drinks, she acts a bit out of character. She calls out all sorts of names, daddy, master, anyway, she is quite crazy. Oh, don't mind what she calls you. It's all fake anyway. Just take it as a joke and hold her for now. Xing Yishan didn't know how else to say it. The more someone lacks something, the more they crave it. For someone who has never felt a father's love, what she longs for is actually quite simple. But this knot, it's a heart knot, and it's hard to untie. At least that is what she thinks. After all, it's impossible to let her father jump out of the coffin, or really let Liufeng be her daddy, to let her feel the protection of a father's love. It's impossible. Chapter 9. The shy little rich woman and Aunt Xing's wonderful imagination. You hold her. We'll take her home. What kind of talk is it to sleep here? Xing Yishan helplessly shook her head, picked up the red-soled high heels and torn black stockings from the ground, and walked out of the private room. Liufeng followed closely behind, holding the petite Li Mengxi. After enhancing his physique, he could now hold Li Mengxi's slim waist with one hand. Their body types were not even on the same level, which gave Liufeng the feeling of really holding a little daughter. However, this rich woman really knows how to take care of herself. Even though she was drunk, she didn't smell bad at all, still emanating a refreshing fragrance that made Liufeng quite enchanted. It greatly stirred his hormones. Aunt Xing, does Aunt Li usually act this crazy? Suddenly, Liufeng spoke up unexpectedly. Xing Yishan, walking in front, didn't grasp the meaning behind his words and casually replied, not really. Mengxi often drinks, but she wouldn't get so drunk like today. Maybe she has something on her mind today. If there were outsiders, she wouldn't be this wild. I told you, she lacks a sense of security. Usually, she only gets drunk at home and behaves a bit out of line. I remember one time when we were drinking at her place, she got drunk and cried while hugging me, constantly calling me mommy. I couldn't stand it. Xing Yishan had already opened the door of the Bentley. After frowning and thinking for a moment, she decided it wouldn't be appropriate to just throw Li Mengxi in the back seat, so she made Liufeng work a bit harder. They both sat in the back seat, holding her all the way. Then Xing Yishan drove out of the parking lot, heading straight for Li Mengxi's home. But she usually doesn't have any contact with strangers. You two just met today, and she's this close to you. It's my first time seeing that too. Maybe she's treating you like a little buddy, teasing you. Just don't take her words to heart. Xiaofeng, your Aunt Li is asleep now, so be careful. If she feels like throwing up, she can throw up anywhere in the car. Just don't let her throw up on you. It stinks. Looking at Li Mengxi, who had buried her head in his chest and was motionless, Liufeng thought, treating me like a little buddy. Are you sure it's not something else? And is she really asleep? He slightly moved his fingers, nodding with an unusual expression. Yeah, I know, Aunt Xing, you drive. Along the way, Li Mengxi wasn't sleeping very peacefully. She was pressed against Liufeng, moving back and forth with the motion of the vehicle. But her petite figure was perfectly proportioned, and she fit snugly in Liufeng's embrace. Plus, her skin was very delicate and felt great to the touch, allowing Liufeng to indulge in the sensation. Half an hour later, the Bentley stopped in front of a detached villa. Another villa? Aunt Xing, is your rich woman's circle now all about big villas? Xing Yishan replied casually while leading the way. Hey, did you forget what Mengxi does? She's a landlord. Isn't it normal to have a villa? Your Aunt Li's family used to be in real estate, with properties all over the world. But then her father passed away, and a dozen kids from several concubines fought over the inheritance, causing chaos. Your Aunt Li was too lazy to fight with them. Moreover, with so many properties, she couldn't manage them all, so she just took a dozen apartments in the country and became a landlord. Otherwise, if she fought, she could have gotten a dozen villas. But even with this little property, your Aunt Li often complains that the day she collects rent is too painful, having to work from morning till night, exhausting herself to death. Is this even human talk? It's simply extravagant. Even now that the real estate market has dropped significantly, it doesn't affect Li Mengxi much. After all, she doesn't sell houses, just rent them out, so she's still making money. Quick, unlock it, drunken little girl. He pinched Li Mengxi's rosy little face. She finally groggily lifted her head and unlocked the door with her face. This villa is about the same size as Aunt Xing's, but it's decorated quite coldly. To put it simply, it lacks a sense of liveliness. It's like a show home with a luxurious layout, but it gives a very lonely and desolate feeling. It doesn't feel like a home at all. It seems like it would be very oppressive to live here for a long time. It completely lacks the warm, married woman vibe that Aunt Xing has. Is Aunt Li not married? No. Xing Yishan walked ahead as if she were very familiar with the place, heading towards the bedroom on the second floor. She was afraid of encountering someone emotionally detached like her father, leaving a lifelong shadow on the child, just like her. So she simply chose not to get married and decided to be alone. No wonder what? Liufeng shook his head. It's nothing. Xing Yishan turned around and, together with Liufeng, gently placed Li Mengxi on the soft big bed. Drunken girl, we're leaving now. Call me if you need anything, okay? Xing Yishan patted her smooth, flushed face. Then she left the villa with Liufeng. After that pink Bentley sped away, Li Ruoxi, who had been sleeping in the villa's bedroom, didn't know when she had already woken up. She leaned against the window, gazing longingly at the trace of the Bentley until it gradually disappeared from her sight. Once it was gone, she seemed to come back to her senses. All her strength seemed to be drained away at once. She slowly pulled the curtains shut, leaning weakly against the wall as she slid down it, curling her legs and sitting on the floor. She tightly hugged her pale knees, as if only this way could give her a bit of security. She buried her head deeply, curling up into a ball. Why is this happening? Li Mengxi's cheeks were burning, as if they were being scorched by fire, filled with both shyness and disbelief. Because just now, under Liufeng's comfort, she truly felt an unprecedented sense of security. She even fell into a deep sleep and had a brief yet fantastical dream. In the dream, it was as if she had returned to her childhood, feeling the warm embrace of adults. It was a sense of security she had never experienced before, a sense of peace she had longed for decades but never found. But what surprised her was that she had never dreamed of her father. After all, the relationship between them had always been tense, like strangers. How could it be now? Moreover, what made it even harder for her to speak of was that at the end of the dream, her father's face, which had long been blurred in her memory, gradually changed and morphed into the unfamiliar man she had met on the first day. It startled her awake. Then she realized she was still being held by Liufeng, and her inexplicably anxious heart suddenly calmed down. That embrace was so warm and strong that she couldn't help but lean into it, even in the car. In the following time, the villa was very quiet, even a kind of loneliness, appearing lifeless. Only in the dim bedroom did a rustling sound break the silence. Liufeng. Li Mengxi murmured this name, her eyes slowly closing, her long, curled eyelashes trembling slightly. In the tranquil environment, she thought about the bumps along the way, her red lips slightly parting. Feng, such a beautiful name. A soft, almost mosquito-like murmur echoed. In the Bentley, Xing Yishan was focused on driving when suddenly she caught a glimpse of Liufeng's profile, and her brows furrowed instantly. Aunt Xing, what's wrong? Liufeng keenly noticed the change, but Xing Yishan merely frowned slightly and said nothing. After driving to the lakeside, they both got out of the car. A gentle, cool breeze greeted them. Xing Yishan looked at Liufeng's neck, which was covered in lipstick marks, completely stained red. Even his chin wasn't spared. This was not just kissing. This was practically biting. No need to say more. These lipstick marks were definitely left by the drunk Li Mengxi. The tofu was completely devoured by this infatuated woman. As she stared, Xing Yishan's eyes slowly turned red. Two streams of tears, like pearls that had come loose from their string, rolled down her cheeks. Her voice was tinged with sobs, full of helplessness and vulnerability. Xiaofeng, it's all Annie's fault. I'm sorry for you, making you suffer. I've never really asked anyone for anything in my life. Just thinking about facing all this terrifies me, but for some reason, as long as I think of you by my side, I feel supported and I gain confidence. She trembled slightly, raised her hand to wipe her tears haphazardly. Filled with self-blame, it's all Annie's fault. It's Annie who is useless, pulling you into this and making you suffer these grievances. You shouldn't have to bear this. It's all Annie's fault. If it weren't for my debts, I wouldn't have to beg for help, and you wouldn't have to. You must be feeling bad too, being bullied by an older woman just for Annie's sake. You've been strong and endured without complaining, right? Liufeng. Wait, stop. He recognized all those words, but why did they become somewhat incomprehensible when strung together? What does it mean that he was bullied? Suffering grievances? Wasn't he just enjoying the tofu? What grievances was he suffering? Chapter 10. The little secret between Aunt Xing and me, but Xing Yishan clearly didn't think so. She remained immersed in her guilt and self-blame. Xiaofeng, Annie knows that you have always been a very understanding and good child. It's all for Andy. So you endured being bullied by that drunken Mengshi without saying a word. You must feel uncomfortable inside, right? No, I don't. I'm not. I feel great. Please, Aunt Xing, stop overthinking it, okay? Besides, who is bullying whom? Liufeng subtly rubbed the tips of his thumb and middle finger together. He was having a blast in the car just now. It was quite stimulating. But Xing Yishan continued to speak to herself. If you feel uncomfortable, just say it. Auntie is afraid you might keep it bottled up inside. That's not good for your health. Liufeng scratched his head. He really didn't know what to say. After all, Li Mengshi wasn't ugly. In fact, she could be described as stunning and fit his taste perfectly. He wasn't losing out all. But looking at Xing Yishan's expression, it seemed that if he didn't vent a little today, she would definitely feel uneasy. But he really had nothing to say. Aunt Xing, don't think too much. I'm really fine. Liufeng held Xing Yishan's fragrant shoulder and looked at her seriously. We are family. Why say such things? It feels too distant. I'm really okay. Aunt Xing, don't overthink it. Xing Yishan looked at Liufeng intently, knowing he was trying to comfort her. After all, who would like a woman in her 30s or 40s? Wouldn't those young and beautiful 18-year-old girls be more appealing? Like blooming flowers, radiating youthful vitality and charm. An irresistible temptation for any man, let alone someone as young as Liufeng. Thinking of this, Xing Yishan's throat seemed to be choked by something. Xiaofeng, if it weren't for you today, I really wouldn't know how to face all of this. Who would like a woman in her 30s or 40s? Please, I actually like them right, okay? Liufeng shook his head and said gently, Aunt Xing, don't say that. I said I would always be with you, now and in the future. Xing Yishan was moved to tears, in a struggle of thoughts. She seemed to finally make up her mind, her wavering pupils flashing with determination. She gathered her courage, raised her head, looked at Liufeng's gentle yet strong face. Her voice trembling slightly. Xiaofeng, this matter, you mustn't tell your mom, and absolutely no one else can know. Liufeng, not that. Don't worry. I won't let mom know. Otherwise, she will definitely say something to me. He thought Aunt Xing was worried about him being teased and then both of them getting a stern lecture. But clearly, he spoke too early. Xing Yishan bit her red lips tightly, each word seeming to bounce out from between her teeth. It's a little secret just between us. Hearing this, Liufeng slowly raised a question mark. Wait, something seems off? It seems he misunderstood something. A little secret? Xing Yishan took a deep breath, pressed her lips together, lowered her head, and didn't dare to look into Liufeng's eyes. But her glistening ears turned red, clearly revealing her nervous heart. Annie knows that you are still young, full of vitality. I like reading health guides and know that. What? Prolonged situations aren't good for the body. Aunt Xing, actually I'm not. Come to my room tonight. I can help you. But you must keep this secret. If anyone finds out, especially your mom, I wouldn't be able to face anyone anymore. Liufeng. No, Aunt Xing, you are overthinking. This is too great. He almost blurted out the second half of his sentence. Actually, I'm perfectly fine, but luckily he is naturally suspicious and speaks slowly. Otherwise, he would have missed something he didn't dare to imagine. Who knew it would unfold like this? Who knew Aunt Xing's little mind was thinking of such things? Xing Yishan's face was so red it seemed like it could drip water. She felt both embarrassed and shy, but there was also a strange sense of forbidden thrill. Her heart felt like it was about to leap out. She turned her head, pretending to look at the lake's surface, not daring to look into Chu Liufeng's eyes. Casually asking, what actually? After taking a deep breath, Chu Liufeng said seriously, actually, it's really not good for the body to hold it in for a long time. I feel very uncomfortable right now. Huh? Xing Yishan suddenly lowered her head. She knew it. After all, she had received a good education and had almost worn out the health guides. Blocking it is not as good as guiding it. Simply blocking it will lead to big problems sooner or later. At this age, young people are full of vitality, strong and healthy. Moreover, she still had confidence in her own figure and attractiveness. Plus, Chu Liufeng's physique was different from ordinary people, which she had seen with her own eyes. But his mom was going through menopause and had mistakenly given him a command not to date. Isn't that forcing Chu Liufeng into a dead end? What if he acted impulsively and did something illegal? Wouldn't that ruin his life? Even worse, what if he held it in for too long and changed his orientation? Falling for someone with glasses and a round face? That would be a huge sin. So to prevent such things from happening, even if it was wrong, she needed to help him relieve some pressure. Ensure that Xiao Feng's orientation stays on the right track. As she indulged in her thoughts, her actions seemed to become reasonable. Xing Yishan's eyes gradually became firm. What I'm doing is not wrong. Absolutely not wrong. Is it difficult right now? But there are so many people here. Xing Yishan turned her head to take a look. The weather was nice today, so there were many people by the lake. Even if she wanted to, there was nothing she could do. Seeing Aunt Xing's nervous and flustered, adorable appearance, Chu Liufeng suddenly smiled. Just kidding, Aunt Xing. I can hold on. We'll talk about it tonight. Besides, don't we still need to visit others? Li Ai's 1 million isn't enough to pay off the debt. Xiaofeng, let's not rush the borrowing money thing. She glanced around anxiously, her expression quite worried. How about I go see if there's a restroom nearby? Xing Yishan suddenly mentioned a word that surprised Chu Liufeng. She was just that kind of person. If you treated her well, she would do anything to repay your kindness. Right now, all she was thinking about was how to help Chu Liufeng express the grievances he had bottled up inside and how to make him happy. Completely different from the current type of fairy, after being brainwashed and poisoned by various feminist ideologies. She has developed an attitude where she expects kindness from you as a matter of course. Of course, there's also a third type of person. Even if you're very nice to her, she will still want to hit you. The bathroom? Chu Liufeng's eyes lit up, and his heart suddenly burned with excitement. Can this really be done? To be fair, he was genuinely moved. Moreover, he never expected Aunt Xing to be so bold. This is in broad daylight, but seeing Aunt Xing's nervous and worried expression, he still held onto Xing Yishan's little hand, which was cold, like touching a piece of finely textured white jade, feeling very nice. Aunt Xing, let us not look for a bathroom. The public restrooms outside are very dirty. There's no rush. I can still hold on. We can take our time tonight. But, no buts, it's settled. The night is still long. We can take it slow. Chu Liufeng firmly rejected this. What a joke. If they went now, what excuse would he have to go to Aunt Xing's lovely room later? A sesame seed and a watermelon. It's clear which is more important. Chapter 11. Feeling seriously mentally polluted. It's fine if it's in the evening, but I'm worried you might feel uncomfortable right now. Seeing Chu Liufeng so determined, Xing Yishan suddenly came back to her senses, and the originally charming gaze flashed with a hint of unnaturalness. Her face was so red it was about to drip water. What'd I just say? The bathroom? I actually said I wanted to go to the bathroom. It's all because of those wealthy women who play around so much. When playing with them, I often hear them animatedly telling risky stories. Something about trying on clothes in the fitting room, going to the bathroom while shopping, during a movie, in a deserted classroom with the college student wolf dog they raise. Although she had never experienced these, those bold ideas had unknowingly taken root in her heart through this ear and eye influence. So she unconsciously blurted it out just now. Her face was full of shyness, red as a peach, very alluring. However, at that moment, Aunt Xing seemed to suddenly think of something. Her fingers involuntarily tugged at the hem of her clothes, her fingertips slightly turning white from the force, and her whole hand was trembling lightly. She was filled with fear and unease. Would saying this leave a bad impression on Xiaofeng? What if he thinks that I'm not as dignified and noble as I appear on the outside? That deep down, I'm actually very spicy The sky is falling. After hesitating for a while, she cautiously lifted her head, looking timidly at Chu Liufeng. Fortunately, Chu Liufeng's expression was normal. However, his gaze was unfocused, as if he was thinking about something. Seeing the scene, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaofeng, I could just go meet a few friends by myself later. You don't have to come. Xing Yishan's cheeks were flushed, her voice trembling slightly, filled with an unnatural panic. You can play outside by yourself for a while, and wait for me to come back at home in the evening, okay? Okay, then it's settled. I'll go first. Her face was flushed, and she didn't wait for Chu Liufeng to respond. She almost ran back to the Bentley, stepping on the gas and disappearing in a puff of smoke. As for the reason for not bringing Chu Liufeng, it was still because she was afraid of encountering drunkards like Li Mengxi. She already felt very guilty, although borrowing money made her feel awkward and anxious. There was no other way. After all, this was her own issue. There was no need to drag the innocent Chu Liufeng into it and make him do things he didn't want to do. Aunt Xing. Just as Chu Liufeng returned to his senses, he heard Aunt Xing chattering away, and then she disappeared without a trace. This left him both amused and helpless. Looking in the direction where Xing Yishan had left, he shook his head in resignation. They were all well-maintained, ripe, glamorous, wealthy women. How could anyone not want to? Sigh. Only Aunt Xing thinks I wouldn't want to. But since she was already gone, Chu Liufeng could only shrug and stroll down the street. Since he didn't need to help Aunt Xing anymore, he was thinking about how to make money through his system. After all, he had X-ray vision. Whether it was buying scratch-offs, going to the poker table, or betting on stones, he could make a huge profit, no matter what he chose. Making tens of millions was as easy as pouring water. But he couldn't tell Xing Yishan about this. Let her borrow some money from her wealthy circle first. When the situation becomes unbearable later, he could step in to solve it, and it would also increase Aunt Xing's favorability towards him. No matter how he did it, it would be a gain. Moreover, his system was a good deed system. As long as he did good deeds, he could reap many benefits, even gaining superpowers. He could already see through things now. He couldn't even imagine what he would be capable of in the future. Speaking of X-ray vision, just as he was walking down the street, he subconsciously activated it for a while. Upon seeing, Chu Liufeng was left in awe. He almost wanted to dig out his own eyeballs. Damn it, after just a little while of looking, he felt he had been severely mentally polluted. He was hit with a double blow to his mind and body. He saw a well-dressed elite man in a suit. His neat crew cut looked very sharp, and his features were very masculine. He was quite handsome, holding a briefcase, wearing an expensive watch, standing tall, and walking with a strong, vigorous stride, weaving through the crowd. He looked like a successful person, standing out in the crowd, drawing many gazes. Of course, that was the appearance. If it weren't for Chu Liufeng seeing him actually locking himself up, he couldn't even imagine. He actually locked himself up? What the hell? Not long after, he walked into a hotel. Unbeknownst to him, something happened, and he directly got into a conflict with another equally well-dressed man who had been waiting inside for a long time. The two were emotionally charged, refusing to back down. They were arguing heatedly, pushing each other in the process. In the end, the well-dressed man lost control during the intense argument, trembling as he knelt down on the ground. No, dude, what the hell? My eyes. Where the hell am I? Did I end up in a place full of guys with glasses, beards, and round faces? Feeling nauseated, Chu Liufeng turned his head, intending to look at some beautiful women to soothe his eyes. Dressed in exquisite full makeup, wearing a nice JK skirt, little leather shoes, half-length stockings with snow-white thighs, every move exuding cuteness. Pouting, crossing her legs, she was taking selfies left and right. Oh my, so adorable. Her every gesture radiating youthful vitality, overflowing with a girlish aura. No matter how you look at it, she was a big-eyed cute girl. When passers-by wanted to add her WeChat, she would even blush shyly, lowering her head and stammering. Simply adorable. If it weren't for Chu Liufeng having X-ray vision, this beauty would have soothed his wounded little heart. But there were no ifs. Damn it. You soft girl, you actually have a pet, and it's a freaking eagle. This is a bit too much. Chu Liufeng's expression of admiration instantly turned numb. This was actually a little southern girl. Damn it. He suddenly felt an urge to dig out his eyeballs. Sorry, I was being presumptuous. Chu Liufeng silently closed his eyes, suppressing the urge to vomit blood. The world has gone downhill, and people's hearts are no longer what they used to be. Thanos, I wronged you. Come back. This time I'll help you fight Iron Man. After continuously suffering serious mental pollution, Chu Liufeng no longer dared to casually use his X-ray vision. He was afraid he would see something unbelievable again. He suddenly felt that his understanding of this world was still too little, far too unfamiliar. How could people be like this? At least they shouldn't. He felt a shiver run down his spine. Just as Chu Liufeng was digesting the mental pollution he had suffered, suddenly, Chu Liufeng, I can't believe to see you here. A lively, crisp, and pleasant voice suddenly rang out. Chu Liufeng turned around numbly, instinctively lowering his head to look. What sexy long legs. Sister, step cough cough. What came into view was a pair of curvy, long legs, clad in gray high-elastic shark pants that highlighted the full muscle contours, paired with white sports shoes and pure cotton long white socks. The upper body was dressed in a form-fitting sports tank top, with a gray sports jacket on top, a simple outfit that perfectly outlined her tight and sexy explosive figure. Her tan skin shimmered with a healthy glow under the sunlight, and she wore a simple chestnut-high ponytail, with a few strands of hair sticking to her smooth forehead. Top of the sun hat, her brows and eyes reflected an innate heroism, especially those bright and shining eyes, exuding vitality. She was very beautiful, with an oval face and delicate features, standing at a height of 173 centimeters, with those long legs accounting for nearly 2/3 of her height. A beauty. Wow. Finally, I see a real beauty. No longer some bizarre cross-dresser. And it's Teacher Bao. Long time no see, what a coincidence. Chu Liufeng's eyes lit up. The lively, capable, and energetic beauty before him was none other than his college physical education teacher, Su Jinyan. Chapter 12, Can I Touch Your Pectoral Muscles? Teacher Bao. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyan was momentarily taken aback. She looked down for a moment, then widened her eyes and pretended to be angry, stomping her foot as she said, Chu Liufeng, are you getting cheeky again? Her cute little nose wrinkled adorably, and though she was smiling, her delicate hands were already familiar with resting on Chu Liufeng's waist. Then she twisted it hard, saying, That'll teach you to shout nonsense. Remember this. Initially, she hoped to see Chu Liufeng grimace in pain and beg for mercy. However, the sensation that came from her fingertips surprised Su Jinyan. This kid's physique was excellent, but his body fat percentage shouldn't be this low. He used to have a bit of flesh around his waist and abdomen. Yet now, it felt like there was hardly any flesh to twist. Her beautiful eyes rolled around, like a curious child, as she looked Chu Liufeng up and down. Wow! Only then did she realize that in just a few days, Chu Liufeng had undergone a significant transformation. Both his demeanor and physique were better than before. The muscle lines all over his body were more defined, looking handsome and charming. What's wrong? What's wrong? Chu Liufeng pretended to look innocent, the corners of his mouth curving into a slight smile. Teacher Bao, I know I'm very handsome, but if you keep staring at me like that, I might get embarrassed. Su Jinyan made a tch sound, her eyes squinting into crescent shapes, her laughter as crisp as silver bells. Not bad, young man. Your physique is quite tempting now. Tell me, where did you get the supplements? The effect is amazing. Su Jinyan was very tall, just half a head shorter than Chu Liufeng, and her figure was perfect and impeccable. Her flat and smooth abdomen had clearly defined abs, radiating a sense of vigorous vitality. Most importantly, her personality was straightforward and unpretentious, and her carefree demeanor made her likable to anyone. Moreover, she had just retired not long ago, and was only a few years apart from Chu Liufeng in age. Plus, she was Chu Liufeng's university physical education teacher, so their relationship was quite close, often joking with each other. They had a matching vibe of a talented man and a beautiful woman. Chu Liufeng puffed out his chest. What supplements? Teacher Su, I'm all natural. Don't believe me? Touch me. Oh ho ho. Then I won't be polite. Come on, let me touch those pectoral muscles. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyan's eyes instantly lit up like two little stars. Without any hesitation, she mischievously smiled and reached her small hand towards Chu Liufeng's chest. TSK, not bad. Very good, keep it up. You're the most handsome young man in the world. After a while, Su Jinyun reluctantly withdrew her hand, her face still showing a hint of longing. After all, they were on the street, and she had to be mindful of the image. Liufeng smiled, glancing around before saying with a mischievous grin, "Teacher, your pectoral muscles are also quite good. Can I touch them too?" Su Jinyun raised her eyebrows, her eyes darting around. She deliberately elongated her voice. Come on, come on. But listen here, little brat, touching you isn't illegal, but if you dare to touch your teacher on the street, be careful of the iron bars. She said this while pretending to be fierce, shaking her small fist. When that time comes, even if you beg me, I won't be able to save you. She really couldn't distinguish between the current version and the past. Also, it wasn't class time, so there was no need to address her by title. Just call me Sister Jinyun. I'm not much older than you. It's fine. I think calling you teacher is more stimulating. It gives a sense of forbidden thrill. Su Jinyun was momentarily speechless, her face slightly flushed, and she pouted. Wow, you. But if you don't like it, I can call you Sister Jinyun. Both sound nice anyway, since you're beautiful. Forget it. Call me whatever you like. Su Jinyun tilted her head, her expression suddenly turning serious. All right, enough chit-chat. Are you alone now? Do you have time? What's wrong? If Sister Jinyun wants to invite me, I'm definitely free. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyun felt like she had found a lifeline. She tightly grabbed Chu Liufeng's arm and shook it vigorously. That's great. I was worried about not finding someone. How about it, classmate Liufeng? The teacher needs your help right now. Can you help me with something? Help the teacher move houses. This surprised Chu Liufeng, and he blinked in confusion. Move houses? You live here? This place is quite far from Xiada, isn't it? Su Jinyun's face immediately fell. Yeah, it's far. I'm so frustrated. It's only been a month since school started, and I've been late 7 times. 7 times. I can't take it anymore. If it continues like this, my salary will be deducted completely. Then why don't you live in the teacher's dorm? Chu Liufeng scratched his head, looking puzzled. I came to Xiada late, and the dorms were all gone. The school leaders said they would figure something out for me and let me rent outside for a few months. Who knows how long that will take? As she spoke, Su Jinyun rolled her eyes cutely, her expression full of helplessness. Then why don't you rent a place near Xiada? Chu Liufeng thought of Li Mengxi, that rich lady with the A8. She seemed to have several buildings for rent near Xiada. Several buildings. Su Jinyun glared at him, both hands spread out, directly giving up. Dude, I'm broke. I'm really poor. Those rental places near Xiada cost at least 5,000 or 6,000 a month, almost equivalent to my entire salary. Really? But you're a physical education teacher at Xiada. Is money really that tight? Tight to the point of desperation, little brat. Do you think physical education teachers earn a lot? Su Jinyun sighed, her face full of complaints. Besides, I'm still an intern teacher. How could I have money? After a year of work, I can't even afford a toilet here. I don't have any friends in this city. Otherwise, why do you think I want to move by myself? It's painful. It's really too painful. She hugged her head like a complaining wife. Suddenly, Su Jinyun's eyes lit up, and she raised her head to wrap her arms around Chu Liufeng's shoulders. So, how about it? The teacher really needs your help now. Just say yes or no. Chu Liufeng looked down and smiled. Of course, no problem. Very good. Classmate Liufeng, very understanding. I approve that you don't have to come to physical education class this semester. Su Jinyun mischievously winked. That won't do. If I can't attend physical education class, I won't get to see such a beautiful teacher, Su, like you. I'll miss you so much that I won't be able to eat. Ha 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 ha. Not bad. No wonder you're the teacher's favorite student. You're handsome and sweet-tongued. Su Hingjun smiled contentedly. Come on, I'll take you to the teacher's room. This is the first time I've invited someone to my place. Don't look around randomly later. If you get a sty, the teacher won't take responsibility. Su Jinyun casually wrapped her arms around Chu Liufeng and headed to her place, showing no concern for their relationship. It was like they were just good buddies who had played together since childhood. Chapter 13. A Gentleman's Affection for Bamboo. Love with Principles. The two chatted and laughed all the way, quickly arriving at the place where Su Jinyun lived. Chu Liufeng knew that Su Jinyun's living conditions wouldn't be too good, but he didn't expect it to be an old-style stair apartment. Overall, it was clean, but the architectural style looked like it was from the last century. Some walls were cracked and stained yellow, covered in climbing ivy. In certain corners, there were large spiderwebs. Many residents in the community were elderly, basking in the sun, exuding tranquility and a sense of time's passage. Jinian, you live here? Chu Liufeng asked. What's wrong? Does the young master look down on it? Su Jinian, leading the way with her high ponytail swaying in the wind, replied without turning her head. Not at all. I just didn't expect you to live so far away. This community seems a bit old, doesn't it? There's no choice. It's cheap. After all, as a teacher, I only make over 7,000 a month, and I've been late several times this month. Ugh. Just thinking about it gives me a headache, Su Jinian said, pouting and lightly tapping her head with her small fist. Is that enough? Chu Liufeng asked. It's enough for personal use. I don't like buying expensive things, but my body has some old injuries from training, and I often need to go to the hospital. Chu Liufeng understood this. Generally, athletes have some residual effects from high-intensity training after retirement, especially track athletes like Su Jinian, whose knees and ankles often suffer serious injuries that are hard to heal and take a long time to recover. Su Jinian spent all her savings on medical expenses, so her life was quite tight. That's tough, Jinian. You should at least get a pomade, a luxury brand, to match your elegant rich girl vibe. After all, you're a national second-level athlete and a university teacher. A pomade is a must. Bro, have you read too many novels? What rich girl vibe? What pomade? Su Jinian said helplessly, holding her forehead. If I were really that standard, then please forgive me. I'm the one holding them back. Right now, I just pray not to get sick, otherwise I really can't take it. Come on, let's go upstairs. We have to climb 5 floors, Su Jinian said, grabbing Chu Liufeng's arm and pulling him into the hallway. As soon as they stepped into the hallway, a cold draft rushed in. Even though it was sunny outside, the interior felt gloomy and chilly. Moreover, Chu Liufeng's sharp eyes spotted something small. It was a cockroach crawling on the ground. Jinian, there's a cockroach. Chu Liufeng kindly reminded her. Oh, Su Jinian replied, unfazed, not even furrowing her brow. She lifted her long, shapely leg and stomped down. Smack! Juice splattered. The cockroach hadn't even had a chance to escape before it was squashed. Su Liufeng, Su Jinian's eyes curved into a smile as she turned her head and said cheerfully, what's wrong with cockroaches? Nothing, just that it got squashed by the teacher's beautiful foot. I think it must have felt a bit pleased to die like that. Su Jinian's beautiful brows furrowed at once, looking at Chu Liufeng with disdain. What kind of perverted preference is that? A gentleman's preference, perhaps? Su Jinian was both amused and exasperated, muttering under her breath, big pervert. Teacher, I can't blame you for not understanding, but you are indeed a bit fierce. Most little girls would have screamed at the sight of a cockroach. Su Jinian lifted her chin proudly and said, what's the big deal? I'm not one of those delicate little girls. I can even catch snakes, let alone cockroaches. Suddenly, she turned her eyes playfully, her smile bright with a mischievous glint. Oh, classmate Liufeng, you seem quite disappointed. Are you regretting that I didn't scream and jump into your arms? With a playful flip of her ponytail, she tilted her head to reveal her graceful neck and laughed. But if you want, teacher can fulfill your wish. Come, let's do it again. As if she were acting, Su Jinian's expression suddenly turned pitiful, covering her eyes with her hands and squeaking, Ah, there's a cockroach. Classmate Liufeng, I'm so scared. Come help the teacher. Chu Liufeng. Teacher, this is a bit over the top. It's making me feel nauseous. I have goosebumps. Smack! How dare you call me nauseous? Su Jinian glared fiercely, shaking her small fist. How unromantic. Let us go upstairs, she said, leading the way up the stairs. Walking in front, her waist swayed like a water snake, her curves undulating with vitality and dynamism. This was the first time Chu Liufeng saw her from such a close angle, and he was instantly captivated. It must be said that Su Jinian's waist-to-hip ratio was astonishing. Long-term athletes possess a unique beauty that isn't the delicate charm of someone like Aunt Xing, but rather a wild, flamboyant, and sexy beauty. It was surprising to see someone with such an incredible figure living in such tight circumstances. If she were to make videos, she could easily become a social media influencer with millions of followers. After all, many women in society, far inferior to Su Jinian, could take shortcuts and earn 10,000 a month. But this also highlighted some of Su Jinian's precious qualities. Teacher, the way you're twisting. It's making my heart race. Chu Liufeng felt like his nose was almost touching hers, and he could even smell a unique fragrance mixed with her sweat. Huh? Su Jinyin turned her head, looking down at Chu Liufeng from above, her cheeks slightly flushed. But she quickly returned to her quirky demeanor, mischievously saying, "All good, buddy. Just letting you take advantage of me. So what do you think? Is it good? I think it's okay. Nice to the touch. Want to try giving a pat?" With a wicked smile, Su Jinyun exaggerated her movements as she climbed the stairs even more. "Is that really okay?" Su Jinyun shot him a glance. "What do you think? If you ask about it, you'll only get one answer. No. You're so dumb." Before she could finish her sentence, a gust of wind rushed in. Su Jinyun's eyes widened in surprise. Her fair cheeks instantly flushed with 2 patches of red, making her look stunning and captivating. "What the? Chu Liufeng, you actually came?" Chu Liufeng shrugged, wearing an innocent expression. "Of course, I'm very obedient. Whatever the teacher says, I believe." Saying this, he deliberately shook his hand and grinned mischievously. "You, so disgusting, so cringe." Without exception, Su Jinyun's face was filled with disdain again. "I'm telling you, only I, the teacher, see you as honest and handsome. If it were anyone else, I would have kicked them away at the first sign of such disgusting behavior." "Honest?" Chu Liufeng rubbed his nose, feeling a mix of amusement and disbelief. He never thought the word would be used to describe him one day. Su Jinyun's eyes were flustered, her pretty face flushed. She playfully scolded. All right, look at how comfortable you are. Are you satisfied? The feel is pretty good, right?" "Indeed, it feels great, but it wasn't quite enough. I want a few more slaps." "That's enough." Su Jinyun hurriedly turned around, pressing her hands tightly against her ample chest, and said in a huff, "Just now, that was to return what I owe you. I don't like being in debt to others. You let me touch your chest muscles. I took advantage of you. So consider it as returning your favor. But if you want to come back for a few more slaps, that's in the capacity of a boyfriend. So, do you want to be the boyfriend of a teacher?" Chapter 14. Just be a dad once. Let old A8 feel the love of a father as she spoke. Su Jinyun frowned, her fingers gently stroking her chin as if appraising Chu Liufeng. "Not bad-looking, good muscles, and a temperament that suits my taste. He fits the type that teachers like. If you want to pursue me, I might consider it." She deliberately elongated her tone, revealing a hint of a mysterious smile. Her eyes curved up, filled with playfulness and anticipation. "So what do you think? Want to give it a try? Although the teacher has high standards, if it's you, it's actually quite easy to pursue. If you manage to win her over, you might get to do some outrageous things with her." Chu Liufeng's eyes shifted slightly, but he shrugged and teased. "I don't mind. It's just a teacher. Aren't you still in your internship? Aren't you afraid of losing your job?" At this point, Su Jinyun suddenly froze. Her small face fell, and her head drooped. Indeed, there are clear regulations at Xia University prohibiting romantic relationships between teachers and students. "Actually, it doesn't matter if it's gone. Su teacher, I can support you." "Oh, all right, enough already, it's so annoying." Su Jinyun waved her hand impatiently, but a hint of a blush flashed across her face. "Who wants you to support me?" As if Chu Liufeng found it amusing to tease her. After all, from what he understood, Su Jinyun had never been in a relationship since childhood. It wasn't that she lacked charm. On the contrary, many people liked her from Xia University to Hua University. But her standards were high, and she looked down on most suitors, which led to her remaining single all this time. Chu Liufeng was the closest she had been with anyone of the opposite sex. They were both very straightforward with each other and not overly delicate, which made their temperaments compatible. Su Jinyun hated hypocritical pretenders, especially some male teachers at Xia University. They seemed refined and easygoing on the surface, but were actually disgusting behind the scenes. They often invited her out for drinks under the pretense of promoting camaraderie among colleagues. But those scoundrels were only thinking of something shady. Su Jinyun was well aware of this and didn't give them a good look. She had always been a lone wolf at school, seen as the outcast by others, although there was no evidence. She suspected that her lack of a spot in the teacher's dormitory was also due to her being an outsider. To put it harshly, in this unfamiliar city, Chu Liufeng was the only one she could connect with. Shaking her head, Su Jinyun lost interest in thinking further and said fiercely, "Hurry up and help me move things upstairs. Also, no more of those ridiculous actions." Su Jinyun revealed her small tiger teeth and waved her little fist angrily. Seriously, such a handsome guy. How could he think of doing perverted things? Just as they were fooling around in the hallway, a shabby door on the second floor suddenly swung open. A few scar-faced men with sinister expressions saw this scene and immediately revealed strange looks, whispering among themselves. Soon, the two easily climbed to the fifth floor. Liufeng was not out of breath, and aside from a slight rise and fall in her chest, Xing Yishan showed no signs of fatigue. However, her expression was somewhat pained. Her old injuries were flaring up, and her ankles and knees ached faintly. By the way, Jinyan, where are you planning to move to? Liubei. Liubei? Isn't that quite remote? It's still far from Xia University. Isn't it necessary to move? The distance from Liubei to Xia University is about the same as from here. And it's also an urban-rural fringe area. It's not dilapidated. The environment is definitely better than here, but the living conditions are similar. There is really no need to go through the trouble of moving. Xing Yishan took out her key and opened the old-fashioned lock. Upon hearing the question, a look of disgust appeared on her face. This wasn't the kind of feigned disgust used to joke with Liufeng, but genuine aversion. Wasn't it raining the day before yesterday? I got back a bit late to avoid the rain, and someone was sneakily following me, trying to take advantage of the teacher. Huh, doesn't he know who the teacher is? I kicked him so hard that he was left in pieces, completely defeated. Doesn't he know I've trained? As she spoke, she waved her fist and kicked the air a few times at her thigh. Looking at her round and full thigh, strong and powerful, it indeed exuded a sense of strength. Anyone who took a kick from her would definitely end up kneeling. But, your teacher is still a delicate little girl. Although Liubei is a bit far, it doesn't have these issues, so it's better to move. I don't want to come back from class and find disgusting things on the clothes I've hung out to dry. Upon hearing this, Liufeng's eyes narrowed instantly, revealing a sharp glint. Is that really happening? So teacher, you shouldn't go to Liubei anymore. I have a friend who can arrange a rental for you near Xia University. His tone was firm and carried an undeniable momentum. Although Aunt Xing owed some money, he could still afford to rent a place for tens of thousands of yuan. If that didn't work, he could ask Li Mengxi, that drunkard. Given her relationship with Aunt Xing, getting a decent place to live would only take a word. If she refused, he could reluctantly sell his own face. Oh well, just be a dad once. Let Li Mengxi feel the love of a father. Hearing this, a warm current flowed through Xing Yishan's heart. She had been searching for a house lately and was already at her wit's end. The good locations were expensive, and the cheap ones had poor conditions. After looking at many places, she finally chose Liubei. It was indeed very inconvenient there. If possible, she would also prefer to find a place near Xia University. But Liufeng didn't have any special relationship with her, and he was also a student. She couldn't comfortably accept his kindness. So, Xing Yishan shook her head and smiled. What's wrong? Want to be my boyfriend and support me? The teacher is very touched, but all the houses near Xia University are rented out, so don't think about it. Liubei is fine. I'll just get up earlier to catch the subway. As she spoke, she opened the door and pushed it in. Looking at her perfect figure, Liufeng had already made up his mind. As Xing Yishan kicked off her little white shoes in the heat, she bent down to take off her cotton white socks. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, a sly smile appeared on her face. Liufeng, this pair of white socks is quite good quality. I like them a lot. If you're interested, I can send you a link later so you can buy a pair. She playfully waved her cotton white socks. Her fair, delicate feet touched the floor, the soles tender and pale, looking perfect except for a slight bruise around her ankle. Liufeng, unfazed, said, "So teacher, who do you think I am?" So now it's not perverted anymore? Looks like I'm misunderstood. I meant one pair isn't enough. Sure enough, still a big pervert. Xing Yishan gritted her teeth in frustration. How could this person be so thick-skinned? He never blushes even when teased. P.S. Just a little boy who has never been in a relationship. Why could she be so at ease with being perverted? She originally wanted to have some fun teasing Liufeng, but who knew that she ended up getting angry every time? Ha ha! Liufeng smiled, turned his head, and began to examine the room. Chapter 15. Teacher Su's boudoir. The room is not large, a space specially partitioned off in an old-style residence. However, it is kept very clean, contrasting sharply with the cold and messy corridor outside. The small room is filled with a sense of liveliness. A few flowers are arranged on the table, and posters of Su Jinyun's past competitions adorn the slightly yellowed walls, showcasing her vigor and vitality. On the wall opposite the bed, there is a shelf displaying a collection of trophies and medals, a wall full of the honors she has achieved. To the left of the entrance is a bathroom. Although it has a wooden door, the interior is not shabby. The space is large. The tiled floor is polished to a shine, and there is a clean bathtub alongside several green plants. The entire room is arranged warmly, and the air carries a pleasant fragrance, which is the unique scent of Su Jinyun. Su Jinyun doesn't have many clothes, mostly sportswear, but they are all neatly folded and clean. It is evident that she is someone who loves life. "So, how is it, young master? Is my place all right?" Su Jinyun asked proudly. She is quite satisfied with her arrangement. If it weren't for the long distance from Xiada and the encounter with some unpleasant people, she would actually be reluctant to move. After surveying the room, Chu Liufeng nodded and sincerely complimented. "It's very nice, but it's missing something." "Missing what?" "Missing a man. A very charming man." Su Jinyun was taken aback, then rolled her beautiful eyes. "You mean you, right?" "I didn't say that. But it seems I have a good impression in teacher's heart." "Huh? Just mention charm, and you think of me." "Cut it out, you shameless." Su Jinyun pretended to be angry, but her lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. "All you do is talk back. Help me pack the trophies." "Okay." Chu Liufeng quickly started packing the trophies from largest to smallest. Su Jinyun, meanwhile, began to pack her toiletries. Just as they were packing, the system's ethereal voice suddenly sounded. "Ding. Detected that the host is helping Su Jinyun move. A good deed. Reward, killing techniques." Killing techniques, integrating the essence of various martial arts in the world, combining special forces combat skills, kung fu, muay thai, judo, and other deadly techniques. Creating various cruel killing techniques to enable the host to easily kill the final target in combat. As the voice fell, a massive amount of knowledge about killing techniques flooded into Chu Liufeng's mind. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming, causing him to involuntarily close his eyes and lean against a packed laundry basket, deeply absorbing it all. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if he had mastered dozens of methods to eliminate imaginary targets, all particularly brutal killing techniques. The ultimate goal of all was to easily kill the target. Gouging eyes, kicking groins, strangling throats, breaking necks, striking heads, chopping necks, and every means imaginable. He was also well-versed in shattering legs, heavy punches to the chest, and elbow strikes to the abdomen, as if he had practiced them countless times. Coupled with his enhanced physical attributes, his reaction speed, strength, and fighting skills reached a terrifying level in an instant. If we disregard firearms, he could now claim to be the #1 in ground combat. If it were over 100 years ago, the title of the best in Tianjin would have been his, not anyone else's. Seeing Chu Liufeng suddenly go still, Su Jinyun, who had just emerged from the bathroom, curiously asked, "What's wrong, little guy? Are you feeling unwell? Then you should rest." Su Jinyun's voice abruptly stopped, her lively eyes widening in shock. She stared, mouth agape, at Chu Liufeng, who was sitting cross-legged on the floor, tightly hugging the laundry basket, his head tilted inside. It looked as if he was playing a game of extreme lung capacity. But the basket was filled with her personal clothes, and the topmost item was even a pink triangle. Chu Liufeng. "You pervert." A blush instantly spread across Su Jinyun's cheeks. "You think you can sneakily play like this when I'm not paying attention? You scoundrel." Her expression turned angry, and her small, fair fist clenched tightly. She had to teach this rogue a lesson. Barefoot, she hurried over. Although she didn't mind Chu Liufeng joking around with her, or even playfully touching her, there was a limit. To do this in front of her now? And what was he doing this? What kind of behavior is this? Embarrassed and furious, Su Jinyun stomped her foot. Her delicate face flushed bright red, the color creeping from her cheeks to her ears. She reached out, ready to grab Chu Liufeng's ear and give him a proper lesson. However, when she got closer, she noticed that Chu Liufeng's tightly shut eyes were trembling slightly, and his expression was somewhat unnatural. Su Jinyun's heart skipped a beat, and her hand froze in midair. It seemed like he wasn't doing it on purpose. It looked like he might have fainted. In an instant, Su Jinyun's anger was doused with a bucket of cold water, her previously flushed face quickly losing color, turning pale, and her eyes filled with deep concern. Chu Liufeng. What is wrong? Don't scare teacher. She shook Chu Liufeng, but there was still no response. Instead, a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Chu Liufeng. Su Jinyan was instantly frightened. She quickly stood up, preparing to call for emergency help. Her hands trembled uncontrollably with anxiety, and several times she struggled to hold her phone steady. Chu Liufeng's eyes narrowed slightly. Seeing her panicked figure, he thought, damn, I've messed up. He had just received a large amount of killing techniques, so he did feel a bit dizzy. He instinctively leaned against something without paying attention to what it was. However, he had already recovered. Seeing Su Jinyan, he thought to tease her. Su, teacher. Chu Liufeng weakly lifted his head. I'm fine, just suddenly blacked out for a moment. But I'm much better now. Hearing the commotion, Su Jinyan turned around sharply, squatting down, and looked at Chu Liufeng with concern. What happened? Why did you suddenly faint? Su Jinyan frowned, her eyes filled with anxiety and worry, gently cupping Chu Liufeng's face, examining him as if trying to find answers from his expression. Looking at her exquisitely beautiful face, so close, he could even feel her warm breath on his face. Chu Liufeng chuckled softly. Teacher Su is so concerned about me. Does she not want to lose her future boyfriend? Su Jinyan's eyes turned red with worry, concern, and panic intermingling in her gaze. You still have the mood to joke around? Quickly tell me what's wrong with you. Chu Liufeng's smile faded, and his expression grew serious. He took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, and slowly said, Teacher Su, actually, I have a rare disease that I have had since I was very young. The doctor said it is difficult to cure, and I don't know when it will suddenly. It could be the next second, or it could be years from now. I really don't know. His voice was low and hoarse, each word seeming to be squeezed from the depths of his heart. Just now I had an episode, and I thought I was going to die. The world before me was pitch black, but at that moment, I heard a call. Teacher Su, you saved me. Teacher Su, before I die, I have a request. I want to hear you promise me. Su Jinyan instinctively felt that something was off. However, Chu Liufeng didn't seem to be pretending. If it were fake, then this would have to be an award-winning performance. Her hands instinctively tightened around Chu Liufeng's. Her anxious, watery eyes were misty. Okay, I know what you want to say. Promise. The teacher will promise. Don't speak for now. I'll take you to the hospital. She didn't even bother to put on her shoes. Turning around, she knelt on the floor, ready to carry Chu Liufeng. The pressure on her bruised ankle brought a flash of pain to Su Jinyan's face, but she bit her red lip tightly, enduring the pain as she tried to summon her strength. Just then, a rapid knocking sound suddenly echoed. Chapter 16. 5 against 2. The advantage is mine. How could this possibly lose? Bang, bang, bang. Who is it? Su Jinyan frowned, wondering who would come knocking at this time. But there was no time to think too much. She was just about to get up with Chu Liufeng on her back when in the next moment, she was suddenly lifted off the ground by a pair of strong hands, rushing towards the bathroom. Bang! Just as Chu Liufeng had just picked up Su Jinyan and rushed in the bathroom, closing the door. A loud crash echoed from outside as several burly thugs with fierce expressions smashed through the door. They scanned the room with hawk-like eyes. Shuh! Chu Liufeng made a gesture to the wide-eyed, panic-stricken Su Jinyan, quickly whispering, Teacher Su, stay put and don't come out. He instinctively activated his X-ray vision, catching sight of 5 scar-faced thugs outside. Knowing that the intruders meant harm, he quickly carried Su Jinyan into the bathroom. Now, with a faint golden glow in his eyes, he watched everything outside the bathroom with a predatory gaze. What a coincidence! He had just acquired a killing technique and now encountered home invaders. This was somewhat too coincidental, but it was also perfect letting these thugs test his skills. Through his X-ray vision, he saw one thug guarding the door, paying attention to the movements outside. The other 4 were masked and cautiously making their way towards the bathroom. It seemed they had realized something. After all, there was hardly any place to hide in this tiny room. When a menacing thug approached the bathroom door, he nodded to the 3 others beside him, turned his body, and braced himself, clearly preparing to kick the door in. But just as he kicked the door, Chu Liufeng moved. He yanked the wooden door hard. The burly thug kicked nothing but air, losing his balance and tumbling forward. At that moment, Chu Liufeng clenched his fist, the knuckle of his middle finger protruding. and swiftly punched towards the thug's throat. Crack! The sound of a crushed windpipe echoed, and the burly thug's eyes bulged as his scream abruptly ceased. This group of thugs was indeed battle-hardened, experienced, and incredibly quick to react. Just as the burly thug hit the ground, the thug on the right had already plunged his 30-centimeter-long dagger into the bathroom. If it were anyone else, that stab would have been fatal. Unfortunately for him, Liufeng saw his every move clearly through his X-ray vision. He twisted his body to the side, dodging the dagger, and sprang out like a beast released from its cage. In the stunned gaze of the thug, he formed a fist and delivered a lightning-fast punch right to the center of the thug's face. With a loud bang, the thug's nasal bone was crushed. Blood gushed from his eyes, and from the side, one could even see his face caving in, his head twisting at an unnatural angle, likely breaking his neck. His body went limp and fell backward. At the same time, Liufeng delivered a powerful kick to the groin of another thug behind him. This kick was far more ruthless than Xing Yishan's. The thug didn't even realize what had happened before Liufeng's kick struck his groin. His features twisted in an instant. His eyes bulged. He was in so much pain that he couldn't even scream. The force of Liufeng's kick sent him flying, crashing into another thug behind him, knocking them both down, their heads hitting the wall and instantly knocking them unconscious. In the blink of an eye, Liufeng had ruthlessly dealt with 4 thugs. 2 dead, 2 severely injured. It was too fast. In a flash like flowing water, he crushed and swept away what should have been an overwhelmingly one-sided fight. Even the lookout thug outside was still unaware of what was happening, only hearing a commotion inside followed by silence. He thought his brothers had already subdued the targets and excitedly whispered, "Damn it, keep it down. First smash their teeth. Then tie their mouths shut so they can't scream. If they dare resist, break their tendons first. Be careful, don't kill them all at once." The thug was obviously the leader of this group. His gaze was lewd as he began to fantasize about how to enjoy that exquisite woman. Yes, this group was the same thugs who had noticed Liufeng and Xing Yishan fooling around downstairs just a while ago. They were a gang of thugs who had been on a crime spree and had taken refuge in this old apartment that had been abandoned for years. They had been hiding here for months, looking for targets to rob. Xing Yishan was their long-coveted target. However, in this old-style apartment, there were often residents, making it difficult to act. Xing Yishan had a very regular schedule. She was either going to work or on her way to work, always surrounded by people on the subway. The rainy night had presented a good opportunity, and the Scarface thug had already prepared some knockout drugs to incapacitate her. But who would have thought that the woman would be so alert? She kicked him before he even had a chance to act. And when the other brothers rushed over to help, the noise was so loud that several households opened their doors to see what was going on. To avoid being discovered, they had to give up. But today was a good day. The weather outside was warm, and the residents of this old building had all gone out to bask in the sun. Coincidentally, they saw Xing Yishan returning at this time, although she had brought along a rather muscular man. But that young man looked like a bodybuilder with no real strength. Their group was ruthless, having taken down many like him before. It was just 2 young people to deal with. 5 against 2, the advantage was mine. How could this possibly lose? They had just planned this action. It seemed to be going perfectly. They had subdued the targets without making much noise at all. The Scarface thug even wore a lewd smile. Hey, that woman is still a virgin, her big, but is shaking so enticingly. Let me go first. You guys search for money. He excitedly closed the door. Just as he turned around with a face full of excitement, he was instantly scared stiff. His hair stood on end. He saw a 30-centimeter-long dagger already stabbed into his skull. And that muscular young man was staring at him with eyes that emitted a faint golden glow, as if he were fixating on prey, with an uncontrollable excitement and thrill on his face. In that instant, he understood what had happened. A glance to the right made him tremble uncontrollably, as he saw his brothers already lying on the ground, blood pooling everywhere, especially the brother at the bathroom door, whose eyes bulged, unable to close. The noise had been the sound of his brothers meeting their end. What the hell? It had only been a few seconds, and his brothers were all dead? Moreover, who the hell was this person? Why were his eyes glowing? At that moment, the Scarface thug felt an overwhelming sense of dread and fear. Chapter 17. Only seeing a desperate captain, are you going first? Chu Liufeng's mouth curled into a strange smile. Bro, please spare me. The words were not even finished when Chu Liufeng retracted his knife, turned his hand, and grabbed the other person's neck. He leaned back, and with a sudden force from his arm, the Scarface thug was lifted up like a chick, then slammed down onto the ground with a shoulder throw. Poof! The force was so great that the thug felt his organs shift, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, darkness closing in on him. Am I dead? I don't want to die. But the next moment, he would regret not having died. With a loud bang, he felt a sharp pain shooting straight to his head. Uncontrollably, a chilling scream of agony escaped his throat. It was Chu Liufeng's fist clenched tightly, that struck hard between the drug dealer's legs. The force was so intense that the thug's bloodshot eyes bulged out, his body curling up like a shrimp, trembling and convulsing on the ground in pain. He wanted to let out another painful scream, but Chu Liufeng's palm transformed into a knife, striking his throat. With the combination of his enhanced killing technique and physical abilities, Chu Liufeng could precisely control every ounce of strength within him, delivering just the right amount of force to break the soft cartilage of the thug's throat, rendering him voiceless but not fatal. The Scarface thug opened his mouth in agony, but no sound came out. Then, using the power of both fists, Chu Liufeng continuously struck down, soon turning the thug into a pile of mush. Amidst the excruciating pain that penetrated into his skull, the Scarface drug dealer had already lost consciousness, his eyes bulging and blood oozing from all orifices, dead from the pain. That dog deserved a quick death. Chu Liufeng spat on the ground and washed the grime off his hands 4 or 5 times at the sink before cleaning them thoroughly. After doing all this, he slowly walked to the bathroom. Su Jinyan's face was pale as she hid behind the wooden door, feeling even more anxious when she heard someone come in. But behind her, she had unknowingly grabbed a pair of scissors. She had also heard the filthy words from the Scarface thug and knew that there were many people outside. If she were to confront them directly, although she was stronger than most ordinary girls, in front of such ruthless thugs, she definitely wouldn't have any chance. If she rushed out recklessly, there was a high possibility she would be taken hostage, becoming a weakness for Chu Liufeng. So she could only hide here. If it ended like that, she would have to see if this sudden ambush could change the outcome. If it couldn't, then she would take her own life. She absolutely could not be humiliated. That was her plan. She also prepared to make some noise to distract the thugs, giving Chu Liufeng a chance. But she never expected Chu Liufeng to resolve the situation with those 5 thugs so quickly and easily. This was simply too fast. Looking at the panicked and startled Su Jinyan, their eyes met. For a moment, the bathroom was silent except for their hurried breathing. Su Jinyan's eyes reddened slightly as she looked at Chu Liufeng. Xiaofeng. Saying this, she threw the scissors away and rushed into Chu Liufeng's arms, holding him tightly. Chu Liufeng was slightly taken aback, then slowly extended his arms to gently embrace Su Jinyan. He could feel her body trembling violently. She was terrified. His heart ached for her, and he felt a wave of relief. Thank goodness he encountered Su Jinyan today. Thank goodness he came to help her move. Thank goodness he had awakened his killing technique. Every step was so perfectly timed, yet crucial. Without any of these steps, he didn't know what would have happened. But the beautiful teacher, Su, would definitely have suffered humiliation. This was something he absolutely did not want to see. Fortunately, everything was developing in a positive direction because of him. Xiaofeng, I'm so scared. It's okay, it's all over now. Chu Liufeng gently comforted, softly patting Su Jinyan's back. But it was clear that this was the first time Su Jinyan had experienced such a scene. She wanted to calm down, but her body was uncontrollably shaking. Although it was Chu Liufeng's first time killing someone, he felt no discomfort. In fact, he felt a rush of excitement. There was a feeling of euphoria. He even thought these people died too easily. He hadn't even put in much effort. Teacher Su, let me tell you a joke. After you hear it, you won't be too nervous or scared anymore. Su Jinyan nodded in Chu Liufeng's embrace. Feeling his warm and strong hold, her fear gradually dissipated. Okay, do you know why pilots can't have scars? Why can't they have scars? Su Jinyan thought for a moment and replied, maybe because the pressure changes during high-altitude flight, and the skin bears excessive pressure, making it easy to tear? No. Because pilots fly planes. They don't have scars. They have civility. Su Jinyan burst into laughter. Ha ha. She trembled all over with laughter, and her nervousness and fear eased significantly. The exquisite figure made Liufeng feel a rush of heat. Lowering his head, he whispered in Su Jinyun's ear, "Teacher Su, do you want to hear a secret?" "What is it?" "I have a scar." Suddenly, Su Jinyun abruptly raised her head, her eyes wide with terror as she looked at Liufeng. "What do you call this?" "A scar." She had just escaped the shadow of death. Adrenaline surged, and her heart raced. Su Jinyun's cheeks turned crimson, even the tips of her ears glowing, her eyes filled with unreserved emotions. Fear, relief, gratitude, admiration, and various complex feelings swirled in her mind. Having walked through the gates of hell, many things became clearer to her. It also changed some of her life perspectives. She no longer wanted to think too much. Plus, she was a straightforward person by nature. Her eyes sparkled, and her heart raced as if it would leap out. "You little rogue, you're so strong. Just now, were you kidding when you said you had a rare disease?" Liufeng smiled, neither confirming nor denying. Looking into her deep, gentle eyes, Su Jinyun could no longer hold back. She reached out her small hand, grabbed Liufeng's collar, stood on her tiptoes, and gently pressed her full lips against his. It was like the calm before the storm, followed by a torrential downpour. Her kiss grew more passionate, more unrestrained in emotion. This kiss carried her hurried breath and sincere feelings from deep within her heart, along with a sense of relief and madness from having survived. At that moment, it felt like they had forgotten everything around them. The entire world seemed to consist only of each other. Chapter 18. Policewoman Xing Yan. After a long and passionate kiss, Su Jinyun's delicate body trembled slightly as she slowly released Liufeng. Her cheeks were still flushed, and her eyes carried a hint of daze. However, more prominently was a trace of pain. Once the adrenaline faded, she noticed that the bruise on her ankle had expanded. She had accidentally twisted it while trying to evade earlier. The pain surged, making it difficult for her to stand. After limping out of the bathroom, she looked at the bodies scattered across the floor, some dead, some gravely injured and unconscious. Especially the two corpses with their twisted features and hideous expressions terrified Su Jinyun, causing her face to pale and her scalp to tingle. She felt a strong urge to vomit. This was the first time she had seen someone die so tragically. Seeing this, Liufeng quickly embraced Su Jinyun's head and gently comforted her. "Don't look. I'm here. It's okay." Saying this, he gently pressed her head against his chest, then picked her up to avoid her seeing the bloody scene again. Carefully avoiding the blood on the floor, he sat down on the sofa beside the bed. He began to examine her injuries gently. Su Jinyun's tender, pale feet were still perfect, but her ankle was already swollen high. The bruise spread, making it painful to look at. Through his perspective, he could see that the bone wasn't injured, just soft tissue contusion. A period of rest would suffice. He only gently rubbed it, alleviating Su Jinyun's pain. After a while, Su Jinyun managed to regain her composure and glanced at the messy room and the bodies of the thugs lying around. Blood spread across the floor, intertwined with overturned furniture and scattered items. The entire room was filled with a pungent smell of blood and the aura of death. This scene made her shiver involuntarily, and her voice trembled as she said, "Liufeng, what should we do now?" Although she was Liufeng's university teacher and usually appeared confident and composed in front of students, in the face of such a bloody and chaotic scene, she felt her mind go blank, completely at a loss, appearing disoriented. Strangely, this also made her feel a sense of reliance on Liufeng. Luckily he was there, otherwise, she wouldn't know what to do. Liufeng pondered for a moment and calmly said, "Let's call the police first. After all, such a big incident has happened here. Although it was self-defense, we did kill 3 thugs. It's better to let the police handle it and close the case. Otherwise, we might be accused of excessive defense and bear the weight of lives lost. After all, there's still powerful factions in Xiagu that are against the death penalty. Even pure beasts that deserve to be punished could have their lives spared." At this moment, the Qin City Police Department was in a state of chaos. In a conference room, the atmosphere was so tense it was suffocating. Why are there still no clues? It's been months. The thugs must still be lurking. If we don't catch them soon, another tragedy might occur. What are you all doing? get an inspection done, and submit it to the provincial department immediately. Listening to the roar of their superior's recorded voice, the dozen or so police officers seated looked exhausted and anxious. It had already been half a year since the last robbery and murder case, yet there was still no news. The robbers seemed to have evaporated into thin air. The pressure on the police department was immense. If another violent incident occurred in the jurisdiction, even the chief would be held accountable. There was no choice. The crimes committed by that gang had a severely negative impact. 8 months ago, this gang of thugs broke into a suburban residence where a loving newlywed couple lived. But they were brutally attacked by these beasts. All the valuables in the house were cleaned out, and the bloody scenes and the couple's tragic fate filled the investigating officers with righteous indignation. 7 months ago, the gang broke into the home of a young fitness instructor. Despite the instructor's strong physique, he was easily overwhelmed under the influence of drugs. The gang took all the valuables and left the instructor permanently disabled. The next day, a woman who got off work late was followed by these thugs on a small path. She was later found covered in bruises, her clothes disheveled, discarded in a sewer. Until half a year ago, in a sparsely populated village, the gang robbed an elderly man of his meager savings, beating him to death with an iron rod. When the elderly man's son and daughter-in-law heard the commotion and rushed over, they were brutally attacked, with their arms severed and subjected to various humiliations. After that, there was no further news. But after a series of crimes, this gang had already taken nearly 10 lives. Due to their heinous acts, they easily destroyed the beautiful lives that others had worked hard for decades to build. Just like Xing Yishan, if it weren't for Liufeng being right beside her, this national second athlete and university teacher, whose life had just begun, would have been lost to them. After working hard for decades, she hadn't even begun to truly enjoy her life before it was taken away by these beasts. This was a tragic matter. However, the police deployed significant manpower, checked countless leads, and visited numerous witnesses, yet they still couldn't find any trace of the robbers. Surveillance footage was repeatedly reviewed, and every possible hiding place was turned upside down. But the robbers seemed to have evaporated, leaving no trace behind. For half a year, they appeared to have vanished from the world. Superiors frequently inquire about progress, and the public continuously criticize the police department's incompetence online, putting immense pressure on them. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Ordinary people might think everything was fine, but for this group of experienced detectives who had seen all kinds of violent cases, this was precisely the calm before the storm. There was a high probability that another violent murder case would occur. As police officers, not being able to apprehend the thugs before they committed their crimes cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. Just then, the action team leader pushed open the door and hurried in, his face showing a mix of excitement and anticipation. Behind him was a cold-faced, sharp-eyed policewoman. "Everyone," the action team leader raised his voice, breaking the stifling atmosphere in the conference room. "Let me introduce you all. This is Captain Xing Yishan from the Provincial Criminal Investigation Team and the Anti-Drug Team. She has come with special instructions from the Provincial Party Committee. Let's give her a warm welcome." Everyone raised their heads, casting curious glances. Captain Xing Yishan was dressed in a crisp police uniform, her posture straight, exuding a powerful aura. Her facial features were well-defined, her skin snow-white, as delicate as cold jade. Her neat short hair accentuated her competence. Particularly striking were her sharp eyes, as if they could see through people's hearts. Just one glance made everyone present feel an invisible sense of pressure. Not only did she have a strong aura, but one should not be deceived by her appearance. Her skills had won her first place in internal combat competitions, and her marksmanship was incredibly precise. Despite being a woman, no one present could match her in combat. "Nice to meet you all." Xing Yishan nodded slightly, her sharp gaze sweeping across the room. Her voice was cool yet authoritative as she took out a red-headed document. "The situation is urgent, so I'll be brief. The 412 serial murder case that you are responsible for will be fully handed over to me. I will take charge of solving it, but for now, we will set aside. Next, I need everyone to fully assist me in handling a drug smuggling case." As soon as these words were spoken, a faint murmur arose in the conference room. Some people looked puzzled, while others understood Xing Yishan's directive. After all, drug smuggling poses a significant threat. Once it spreads, it will bring immeasurable losses to society. Moreover, This murder case has been without leads for half a year, so it is normal to set it aside for now. Furthermore, Xing Yin is a well-known figure in the police force, with numerous admirable accolades. She holds records in various skill assessments, including shooting, fighting, and criminal investigation reasoning, with no one able to match her achievements over the years. She is the pioneer of the blood spatter analysis method. She has solved many major national cases and has even dismantled several large drug trafficking organizations in the field of drug enforcement. Most impressively, she once tracked a drug lord from the Golden Triangle across borders, engaged in a gunfight, killed the drug lord, and seized 2 tons of drugs. In a recent multinational joint operation briefing, her team set a record by intercepting 8 tons of methamphetamine in 72 hours, which still hangs on the honor wall of the Interpol training camp. Faced with the arrival of this legendary female officer and such an urgent task, even prioritizing the serial murder case behind, it is clear how severe the drug smuggling case must be. Instantly, the members of the action team felt immense pressure. Chapter 19. After practicing 16 sets of military boxing, I was stabbed 32 times. In a conference room, everyone's attention was still focused on the drug smuggling case clues brought by Xing Yin, and the atmosphere was tense and serious. But at that moment, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open with a bang. A young police officer rushed in, panting, with an expression full of anxiety and excitement on his face. "Captain Chun," the young officer shouted, his voice trembling with excitement. "We have news about the gang behind the 412 serial murders." "What?" This sudden news shocked everyone present. Captain Chun, the leader of the action team, stood up abruptly, his eyes wide open as he eagerly asked, "Quick, tell me, is there another new violent case?" Everyone's hearts tightened, with the criminals still at large. Receiving new information was worrisome. The young officer took a deep breath, trying to calm his breath, and excitedly said, "Yes and no." They attempted to rob 2 teachers and students from Xiada, but they were subdued. 3 of the gangsters are dead, 2 seriously injured, and the 2 teachers and students were not harmed, just had sprained ankles. The ambulance is on the way. Upon hearing this, the conference room fell into an eerie silence. Huh? What the hell? Is this some kind of novel plot? The gangsters failed to kill and ended up being killed, and without injuries. Oh no, just sprains. Wait, are you sure these are Xiada students and teachers? They can't be that scared. Could it be that the long-standing 412 serial murder case is finally about to be solved? At this point, the conference room erupted in noise, everyone wide-eyed and incredulous. Even Xing Yin, who had been serious, suddenly showed a deep interest on her face. She slightly squinted her eyes, quickly analyzing various possibilities in her mind. 3 dead and 2 seriously injured. The ability to beat such a vicious gang of criminals to this extent, and without being injured themselves, showed impressive combat power. How could 2 teachers and students manage to overpower 5 desperate gangsters? Regardless, let's ensure the scene is secured. We'll head over immediately. Captain Chin suppressed his shock and turned to Xing Yin excitedly. "Qin, shall we go take a look?" Xing Yin narrowed her eyes, revealing a hint of an enigmatic smile. "Of course we should go. I'm very curious about these 2 who managed to subdue the gangsters." Saying this, she strode towards the door. Everyone quickly followed, and the conference room instantly became empty. In the old apartment, Su Jinyan was still leaning against Chu Liufeng, immersed in this rare, subtly ambiguous atmosphere. Suddenly, police sirens blared outside. The sharp sound shattered the tranquility of the moment, pulling them back from their sweet world. Su Jinyan shivered slightly, slowly rising from Chu Liufeng's embrace, her cheeks still flushed, her eyes carrying a hint of shyness. Soon, more than a dozen police officers entered. Upon seeing the scene's horrors, they all gasped in shock, despite having been informed of the 3 dead and 2 seriously injured outcome. Witnessing it firsthand still sent chills down their spines. The face of a vicious gangster was caved in from being beaten, his head twisted at a strange angle, likely with a broken neck. Another gangster had his throat crushed by a punch, dying a tragic death. It was easy to imagine the intense brutality of what had occurred here. In an instant, the officers looked at Chu Liufeng and Su Jinyan with different eyes. Xing Yan's keen gaze swept across the room. The blood remaining on the floor and the signs of struggle were clear. She missed no detail. Gradually, she approached the bathroom door. Looking at the fallen gangsters' bodies on the ground, she squatted down and examined their injuries carefully, particularly their throats. She slightly closed her eyes, as if replaying the scene in her mind. From the situation at the scene, it was evident that the two teachers and students fought fiercely and quickly against the gangsters, and their counterattacks were methodical. Xing Yan's beautiful eyes suddenly opened wide, a hint of surprise flashing through them. The strikes were so ruthless and precise, deadly in one blow. Even she couldn't achieve such perfection. This person is extraordinary. Captain Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, being able to beat 5 gangsters to 3 dead and 2 seriously injured was no feat for an ordinary person. He looked at the scar-faced gangster whose groin was reduced to a mass of flesh. The pain had twisted his features grotesquely, revealing how tortured he was before death. Feeling a wave of chills, he thought, good riddance. They deserve to die. The crimes they committed warrant 100 deaths. After realizing this, Qin Yin strode over to Chu Liufeng. Hello, I'm Qin Yin from the Provincial Criminal Investigation Team, here to understand the events. By this time, Su Jinyun had already been lifted onto a stretcher by the ambulance crew, preparing to be taken to the hospital for treatment. Although she was reluctant to leave, her ankle was completely swollen. Chu Liufeng promised to visit her after making a statement, which reassured her enough to go for treatment. Qin Yin pulled up a chair and sat opposite Chu Liufeng. Now, tell me, how did you subdue these gangsters? You know, they are notorious criminals responsible for multiple violent cases. They are armed and extremely dangerous. Qin Yin quickly deduced that Chu Liufeng had taken on 5 gangsters alone. As for the female teacher, although she was fit, it was clear she lacked combat skills. Qin Yin fixed her sharp gaze on Chu Liufeng and asked. Chu Liufeng did not shy away, only feeling that the young and beautiful policewoman had a bright gaze. He recounted the events in detail, including how he came to Su Jinyun's place, how he discovered the gangsters at the door, and how he subdued them. He briefly described everything, of course omitting any mention of the system part. Qin Yin listened intently, her eyes occasionally lighting up, revealing a look of approval on her face. She also asked several questions. She was very curious about Chu Liufeng's calmness and powerful combat skills in a critical moment. Have you practiced martial arts before? Your skills are not typical for an ordinary student. I learned military boxing during military training in college. Military boxing? Qin Yin couldn't help but laugh. She recalled a report about a student who encountered a knife-wielding criminal. However, that student practiced 16 sets of military boxing and was stabbed 32 times. An average of 2 stabs per set. You have quite the skill. How about it? Are you interested in working under me? You can name your salary. Our criminal investigation and drug enforcement team is in dire need of talents like you. Bold, meticulous, common emergencies, unflappable, with strong observational skills and excellent physical fitness. The key is this skill. It's already better than many special forces operatives. She was very impressed. And this was not just empty talk. Given Qin Yan's status, it was merely a matter of her word. But Chu Liufeng shook his head and declined. I'm just a freshman. I haven't thought about this yet. Qin Yan, maybe after I graduate, I want to come. Just don't refuse me then. Chapter 20. I'd rather have a knife in my back than a gun. Qin Yan was not surprised by this response. After all, whether in criminal investigation or drug enforcement, these departments are extremely dangerous and high pressure. Not everyone is like her, who enjoys charging into such high-risk areas. Here, this is my business card. If you change your mind or need help, just call this number, Qin Yin said as she handed over a business card. She had just become the lead on the 4/12 serial murder case, a major case that had garnered significant attention. And it could be said that Chu Liufeng had given her a great gift, adding another honor to her impressive resume. Moreover, he had risked his life to help the police solve a major serial murder case, saving other innocent lives. It was only right to give him some extra consideration. Such talent could even warrant a special position. As he accepted the business card, Chu Liufeng realized that this policewoman was quite influential. Her future prospects would likely be at least at the level of Director Qi. Indeed, exceptional people are outstanding wherever they are. A sudden smile appeared on Qin Yan's cold and beautiful face as she extended her hand. This group of ruthless bandits is responsible for over 10 murders and are also among our A-list wanted criminals. We have been pursuing them for a long time without any leads, and we even issued a reward notice worth 1 million. If it weren't for you, not only would this case remain unsolved, but there could have been even more tragic incidents. 2. On behalf of the Qin City Police Department and the people of Qin City, I sincerely thank you for stepping up. You have eliminated a major threat to society, and we will never forget this contribution. 1 million? Wow, unexpected windfall. However, money was a trivial matter. Liufeng hesitated and said, "This is what I should do. But I have a question. I just want to know, does this count as legitimate self-defense? I hope it's not considered excessive force. Qin team, you know? In that situation, if I didn't kill them, they would have killed me." Qin Yin was taken aback, but then smiled brightly, looking stunning. "What are you thinking? These are ruthless bandits. You have the right to unlimited self-defense. This is legitimate self-defense. No problem at all, you can rest assured. Not only is there no issue, but you will also receive a bonus and other honors." Hearing Qin Yan's affirmative response, Liufeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. However, he felt a slight heat in his heart. Did he really not have to bear any responsibility for killing these ruthless bandits? He had an urge to kill. It felt like he hadn't had enough fun. His eyes narrowed slightly. He really hoped some foolish person would come to kidnap him again. The aftermath of the crime scene was left to others to handle. Qin Yin took Liufeng back to the Qin City Police Department. Upon receiving the news, Director Wang Jun was already waiting at the police station entrance with a friendly face. It could be said that it was because of Liufeng that this serial murder case was finally solved. After all, before this, as the nominal supervisor, he had faced immense pressure from the higher-ups, not being able to sleep at night out of anxiety, fearing that more violent incidents would occur. It was easy to imagine how grateful he was to Liufeng at this moment. After Liufeng killed the robbers, he didn't even need to be investigated. After giving a few statements, he was directly released. After all, these were ruthless bandits, and he had the right to unlimited self-defense. Even if it resulted in 3 deaths and 2 serious injuries, it was their own fault. The police department had even begun contacting leaders from Xiaobi University to prepare for a grand commendation ceremony for Liufeng. Meanwhile, reporters from various major television stations had started rushing over to secure first-hand interviews. With a warm send-off from Director Wang, Team Chun, and others, Liufeng left the Qin City Police Department and headed to the hospital. The 1 million reward was directly deposited into Liufeng's account. At the same time, the Qin City Police Department announced the good news. The 4/12 serial murder case has been solved. As he sat in a taxi on his way to the hospital, Liufeng finally had some leisure time. It seemed like he was resting his eyes. But in reality, he was checking the system in his mind. Just after leaving the police station, the system had reported several notifications. But with so many people around and a sharp-eyed Qin Yin present, he hadn't had a chance to look. Now that he had some time, he could take a good look. Ding! Detected that the host helped Su Jinyun escape a life-and-death crisis. Reward: Advanced Perspective, Pathological Eye. Pathological Eye automatically integrates all medical knowledge from ancient and modern times, allowing the host to easily identify pathogens in various difficult and rare diseases during diagnosis and treatment. It can also predict the progression of medical conditions. Just then, Liufeng suddenly felt a warmth in his eyes, as if something wonderful had been added. He raised his head and looked at the taxi driver. Suddenly, an extremely strange scene appeared before him. Under the deliberate use of the pathological eye, his vision could clearly penetrate the skin, muscles, blood vessels, bones, and bone marrow. In his mind, the driver's multidimensional bodily information seemed to appear. His gaze instantly locked onto the driver's liver, kidneys, and heart and lungs. Observing the state of these organs, he couldn't help but frown. Due to long hours of driving, coupled with late-night drinking and smoking and irregular sleeping patterns, the driver's health was very poor. If this continued, his condition would keep deteriorating, and there were even signs of developing cancer. He wanted to remind the driver, but sigh. Everyone has to earn a living. The driver probably knew his situation as well. But how could he not work to support his family? Knowing wouldn't he change anything? Would he stop working out of fear of death? That was impossible. Just like smoking is harmful to health, could one just quit? When feeling depressed, wouldn't they light up a few to relieve the stress? Trading life for money is something many people are doing nowadays. Ding! Detected that the host helped the police capture the bandit criminal. Reward, danger sense. Danger sense allows the host to react with a warning to impending indiscriminate dangers. Whether the danger comes from physical attacks like bullets or clubs, or crises caused by environmental changes such as car accidents, building collapses, or falling objects, all can be sensed in time. Additional instinctive reactions. Instinctive reaction. Additional in the moment of imminent danger. The body will instinctively react, such as twisting or dodging, allowing the host to quickly evade attacks. What the heck? Isn't this just a typical spider sense? It seems I'm also a Spider-Man now. Liufeng's eyes narrowed. Although he had the ability to see through in a direct fight with an enemy, he could predict the opponent's attack tendencies by observing changes in their muscles. But as the saying goes, a clear shot is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against. If someone were to stab him in the back, it would still be very dangerous. But for Liufeng, no, it should be for every normal man. They would rather have a knife in their back than a gun. However, with this danger sense, everything would be different. He could dodge bullets without any problem. Gaining 2 abilities for doing good made Liufeng feel quite happy. However, at this moment, the system's voice had not yet ended. Suddenly, it sounded again. Ding! Detected that the host has dealt with the bandit, saving the entire city's citizens from life-threatening danger. Reward, healing touch. Beginner concept level. Healing touch. When the host uses this ability, they can quickly stimulate the body's growth, reduce inflammation and pain, heal bones and flesh, and cure various diseases. Note, the healing touch ability can be upgraded, and when it reaches a higher level, the host can gain the ability of resurrection. Huh? Healing touch. Beginner concept level? Wow, that's amazing. Liufeng was stunned. This is possible? He even wanted to give a thumbs up. System Daddy, this is awesome. It's like having a walking blood bag, right? If he had obtained this earlier, then Su Jinyun's illness wouldn't need a hospital. He could just touch her, and she would be fine. Just a touch could heal. Liufeng suddenly thought of something. The image of Su Jinyun's stunning figure gradually appeared in his mind. If it were used for that, wouldn't it mean that every time would be a new experience? He knew that although teacher Su was older than him, she was still an innocent girl. Liufeng swallowed hard. This ability given by the system is incredible. With healing touch, every time would be a new experience. System. Moreover, this thing can be upgraded. A higher level ability can even bring someone back to life. It's simply astonishing. Truly a concept level ability. At that moment, he felt a surge of excitement, eager to see Su Jinyun quickly. Chapter 21. If I have to play, my other leg is still good. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xing Yishan had just walked out of a high-end restaurant, her face showing a somewhat gloomy expression. She had just met with a wealthy friend, and after much persuasion, the other party agreed to lend her some money. However, she couldn't borrow much. The other party was willing to lend, but could only give her 2 million. Not every rich woman has a very close relationship like Li Mengxi does with her. Of course, they're not obligated to lend. Being able to borrow this much is already quite good. But this amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for her, not much use at all. So, Xing Yishan frowned, her face full of worry. She was contemplating who to borrow from next. There are wealthy women who can lend tens of millions. But since she has no financial ties with them, merely a friendship, it's very difficult to borrow from them. While thinking, Xing Yishan was scrolling through her phone when she suddenly saw a familiar number. After hesitating for a moment, she dialed it. Hello, is this Sister Xing? I need to talk to you about something. Are you free now? Are you in the VIP room number 1 at Lonnie Club? Okay, I'll be there in about 10 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Xing Yishan's expression was somewhat complicated. She heard a lot of noise on the other end. There were many people with Sister Xing. She actually didn't want to go in front of so many people. But in order to borrow money, there was no other choice. Xing Yishan took a deep breath and turned towards Lonnie Club. This Lonnie Club is a high-end luxury member-only venue in Xin City. It has strict identity screening and can only be joined through member recommendations. To become a member, not only must one have a member-S recommendation, but the minimum asset requirement is at least 50 million. She used to be a member here, but it has been several years since she last came. Sister Xing's real name is Aunt Xing. She is not a member of Lonnie Club, but one of its shareholders. Aunt Xing is very powerful, with assets exceeding 1 billion. Her husband is also quite impressive, working in investment banking. It is said that their whole family is in the financial system, and her father seems to be a significant figure with considerable influence in Qin City. In short, they are incredibly wealthy and hold a very high status. The relationship between Xing Yishan and her is not particularly close. It's just average. After all, when she had money, Yang Kaisen frequently sought her out to discuss various investment projects. However, at that time, Xing Yishan had no interest in these matters, so she turned her down every time. Once, Yang Kaisen strongly recommended a project with unlimited potential, even somewhat forcefully persuading Xing Yishan to join. But after careful consideration, Xing Yishan still refused. Since then, there has been a subtle change in their relationship, compounded by some unpleasant incidents that made her even less inclined to associate with such people. If it were not for the situation being truly dire, she wouldn't want to seek out Yang Kaisen. She wasn't sure if she could successfully borrow money this time. After thinking about it, Xing Yishan sent a message to Liufeng. Given her understanding of people like Yang Kaisen, she was worried that she would be asked to drink when she got there. If she got drunk, she could ask Liufeng to come pick her up. At the First People's Hospital of Qin City, in a simply decorated ordinary ward, Su Jinyun lay quietly on the hospital bed. Her complexion was slightly pale, with strands of hair on her forehead dampened by sweat. Her sprained ankle was wrapped in layers of bandages and was quite swollen. Even through the bandages, it was clear that the injury was serious. The ankle was sprained, accompanied by some ligament strains, plus the lingering effects of long-term high-intensity training. She estimated she would have to lie down for a while. Su Jinyun quietly stared at the ceiling, her gaze somewhat vacant, lost in thought. Teacher Su, are you thinking of me? At that moment, Liufeng walked in holding a bouquet of flowers, grinning mischievously as he approached the bedside. He casually placed the bouquet aside and naturally took her soft, white hand in his. Su Jinjun, initially somewhat dust, suddenly froze. Upon seeing Liufeng, a trace of uncontrollable joy appeared on her face, and she softly murmured, "Shameless, who was thinking of you?" Not thinking of me? All right. I guess I was being overly sentimental. Should I leave now? Right now? Liufeng pretended to get up to leave. Su Jinyun was dumbfounded. She rarely felt shy, and this big bad guy was completely oblivious to her feelings. She shot him an annoyed glance and helplessly surrendered, saying, "Wait, don't go. Seriously, I was just thinking of you. I was dying to think of you. Are you satisfied now?" Liufeng deliberately shook his head, still wearing that teasing smile. Not sincere enough, too perfunctory. "Forget it, Teacher Su, don't force it. I'm leaving. You. So infuriating." Su Jinyun, embarrassed, clenched her little fist and punched his shoulder. "What do I have to do for you to believe I was thinking of you?" Liufeng coughed a couple of times, seriously pointing to his cheek. "Let me see how much you missed me." Su Jinyun glanced around the room, confirming that there was no one else. Her face suddenly flushed with a charming red. She stretched out her hands, pulled Liufeng's head down, pressed him tightly against her chest, and then smacked a kiss on him. Liufeng was still enjoying the tenderness when he suddenly felt a pain in his cheek. He touched it and found a faint bite mark. "This is what you get for teasing the teacher," Su Jinyun said with a proud smile, showing her sharp teeth and playfully threatening. "Do you still want to see how much I missed you?" Liufeng was not someone to be outdone. Rubbing his cheek, a sly smile flashed in his eyes. "Oh, so you want to bite me, huh?" He grinned mischievously, and before Su Jinyun could react, he reached out his hands and tickled her waist. Don't mess around." Su Jinyun lay on the bed, unable to dodge due to her ankle injury, laughing so hard that tears almost came out. Her hands flailed in the air, trying to block Liufeng's attack. But in the end, she could only tightly grab his ears. After a round of playful teasing, Su Jinyun's previously pale face was now adorned with a charming blush, and her neck was tinged with a rosy hue. "You rascal. Big pervert." Su Jinyun pretended to be angry and said in a soft voice, "Still scolding me, huh?" Liufeng pretended to pounce on her again. No, I was wrong. I beg for mercy." Su Jinyun hurriedly shot him a fierce glare, playfully annoyed. She gently adjusted her somewhat disheveled sports tank top. This rascal, not respecting teachers at all, but her eyes were filled with undeniable affection. After playing for a while, Liufeng finally prepared to get serious and asked, Teacher Sue. How long did the doctor say you need to stay? About half a month, I think. It seems that Director Xia and other people from the Women's Federation and the labor union are coming to visit me. So I need to stay a few more days to show that my injuries are very serious. Su Jinyan pouted in dissatisfaction. She has always been an active person. Just thinking about lying in bed for 10 days or half a month makes her feel uncomfortable. Chu Liufeng nodded in agreement. He didn't like these formalities either, but some people just enjoy putting on a show. Let me take a look, Chu Liufeng said as he prepared to unwrap the bandage. After all, his skilled hands could promote blood circulation, stimulate growth, and reduce inflammation and pain. This was just a pulled muscle. Treatment was definitely not a problem. Su Jinyan couldn't help but gasp, her little face turning red. Hey, don't think I don't know what you're thinking, teacher. Big pervert. The doctor just applied the medicine, so don't look. If you really want to play, well, my other leg is fine. As she spoke, Su Jinyan twisted her other long, delicate leg, extending it out from under the quilt. Chu Liufeng. Looking at that exquisite, tender white leg and the faintly visible blue veins on her fair skin. It was simply a national feast. But, oh heavens, I swear I really don't have that thought right now. Chapter 22 Teacher Sue, Rogue Phone, where are your hands going? Aren't you the one who likes this the most? What's wrong? You're pretending to be serious again, right? Su Jinyan impatiently turned her head away. But there was a hint of expectation and shyness in her eyes. Hurry up, why are you just standing there? Someone will come in soon. She spoke softly with a hint of annoyance, her cheeks burning like fire, alluringly beautiful. This left Chu Liufeng both amused and exasperated. Oh, my teacher Sue, what are you thinking? I'm not that perverted, really. He reached out and pinched her delicate, smooth face. Su Jinyan was so shy that she couldn't lift her head, quickly retracting her long, snow-white legs back under the blanket, pouting. Then what do you mean by help me take a look? You can't even diagnose. Saying that just means you want to. Who said I can't diagnose? I read some medical books on the way here. A little sprain is nothing. Chu Liufeng's expression became slightly serious. No more jokes, Teacher Sue. If you want to get out of bed quickly, just trust me. As he spoke, Chu Liufeng hugged Su Jinyan's plump thigh and unwrapped the bandage he had just put on her ankle. He gently held her injured little foot. The ankle was swollen high, and the swelling even extended to the top of her foot. The original bruise had darkened even more, turning into a deep black, like an unsightly stain on her fair skin. No one had ever held her little foot like this before. Su Jinyan instinctively flinched. Immediately, she gasped. It hurt. Su Jinyan's beautiful willow leaf eyebrows furrowed together. Then, she felt a hot hand pressing against the bruise on her foot, gently massaging it. A warm flow surged into her body from the palm of his hand. The unbearable pain actually eased under this massage. Su Jinyan's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Perverted Liufeng, you really know medicine? She was stunned, as Chu Liufeng's large hand covered the top of her foot, constantly massaging up and down. Su Jinyan was shocked to discover that the intense pain in her ankle was quickly dissipating. Just a moment ago, any movement would have been excruciating, but now she could rotate it without any problem. Moreover, it felt warm and comfortable, like enjoying a foot bath. How is it? Teacher Sue, feeling good? Su Jinyan's chaili murmurith. Chu Liufeng was very focused, his gaze fixed on the bruised ankle. Under his pathological vision, each massage of his miraculous hands was able to dissolve a significant portion of the bruised blood. He seemed not to be massaging, but rather playing a game of clearing bruises. A few minutes later, it really doesn't hurt anymore. Su Jinyan's face was filled with surprise. Her eyes fixated on Chu Liufeng, unable to hide her astonishment and gratitude. Liufeng, you can stop now. Really, you can let go. She bit her red lips, wanting to retract her jade foot, but it was tightly held by Chu Liufeng. However, after this blood-activating massage, she truly felt no pain, as if it had returned to normal. It's indeed about right now. Su Jinyan's pretty face was almost dripping with redness, unable to help but softly scold. If it's about right, then let go of me. But, Teacher Sue, I've noticed you have a lot of issues. Chu Liufeng's gaze was deep, not hiding his all-encompassing scrutiny of Su Jinyan. Su Jinyan was taken aback, and then she heard Chu Liufeng quickly say, it's not just your ankle, your knees, and even your hip bones show signs of wear. Your knees must hurt a lot when it rains, right? Su Jinyun's face changed in surprise as she gently nodded. How do you know? This has been my old problem. Back when I was still in the national team, I had to undergo a lot of training every day, and that left me with these after effects. When it rains, my knees feel like they're being pricked by needles. It hurts terribly. As she spoke, she sighed lightly, her eyes revealing a hint of helplessness and fatigue. After all, it was for the honor of the country. Personal pain was nothing. That's why after retiring, she spent a lot of money on rehabilitation. Because being young and suffering like this was frustrating. What would happen when she got older? Would she end up limping? Liufeng looked indifferent. I can see it. Under the pathological vision, there is no illness he cannot detect. Su Jinyun smiled. You can see it? Ha ha. You mean you can see through me? You don't care. Huh. With my massage techniques, I can stimulate the acupoints in your body, allowing it to gradually recover. However, one massage treatment cannot cure the problem. To completely eliminate it, I would need to massage for at least 10. No, at least for several days. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyun's eyes brightened. Both surprised and delighted. You really can cure my condition? This sharp pain has tormented her for a long time and was the main reason for her retirement. To treat it, she could only go through rehabilitation training, a long and slow recovery process, while avoiding intense exercise. But as a physical education teacher, avoiding exercise was impossible. For instance, she had to climb 5 flights of stairs and walk several kilometers every day when she got home. During that time, she had also tried acupuncture, herbal steam treatments, etc. She spent a lot of money, but none of it worked. The pain still struck, and when it flared up, she could barely stand. However, thinking about Chu Liufeng's massage effect just now, perhaps he really has a way? It's worth a try. You're not just saying this on purpose to make an excuse. Su Jinyun lifted a pillow and covered her flushed face. Actually, there was no need for such excuses. Just say it directly. Before she could finish her sentence, Chu Liufeng's warm hand had already begun to knead her knee. It felt almost magical. The comfort made Su Jinyun almost cry out. Under the miraculous hands, Su Jinyun's long-worn muscles and bones were receiving repair. Chu Liufeng massaged Su Jinyun for a full 6 or 7 minutes. Su Jinyun felt that her tense thighs had never been this relaxed or comfortable. They used to ache faintly all the time, but now there was no discomfort at all. Instead, they felt even stronger. It must be said that Chu Liufeng's massage technique was quite good. It was warm and very comfortable. But Su Jinyun bit her pink lips, her eyes filled with shyness. Having gone through life and death crises together, she no longer resisted Chu Liufeng. But this was a hospital. There were nurses walking back and forth in the corridor outside. Is this really okay? Finally, Su Jinyun couldn't help but softly scold. Okay, enough. Have you pressed enough? Hurry up and let go. She pleaded with Chu Liufeng in a tone that sounded like begging. Her voice soft and a bit urgent. There are still many people outside. Let's go somewhere else. We can do it privately later. Can we not do it now, please? What if someone sees us? Su Jinyun's cheeks were flushed like a ripe apple. Her eyes filled with shyness and unease. Chu Liufeng slowly withdrew his hand, seriously saying, Teacher Su, I'm treating your illness. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I know. Su Jinyun shrank under the blanket, revealing half of her little head, looking at Chu Liufeng with shy, watery eyes. Her heart was pounding nonstop. Why did it feel like this little man had become even more handsome? Just then, Chu Liufeng's phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He took out his phone, saw it was a message from Aunt Xing, and his expression changed slightly. Chapter 23, Chu Liufeng. If you miss me, just look at the photos. Teacher Su, I have something urgent to attend to and need to leave for a bit. Your ankle is fine now, but you should stay in the hospital for a few more days. After I find a place for you near Xia University, we can move in. What's wrong, Xiaofeng? What happened? Seeing Chu Liufeng's serious expression, Su Jinyun felt very worried. She struggled to sit up, but was gently pressed back down by Chu Liufeng's hand on her shoulder. It's nothing, just that my Aunt Xing got drunk and asked me to pick her up. Don't worry, Jinyun Jia. As Chu Liufeng spoke, he reached out to gently tuck a strand of hair behind Su Jinyun's ear, his eyes filled with tenderness and concern. Under her worried gaze, he leaned down, resting his forehead against hers, and kissed her soft lips. Su Jinyun was momentarily taken aback, but then slowly closed her eyes, responding to the passionate kiss. Click! At that moment, Chu Liufeng took a selfie and sent the photo to Su Jinyan. Teacher Su, take a good rest, and if you miss me, just look at the photo. Looking at the sweet kissing photo, Su Jinyan's face turned red as she gently nodded, her eyes sparkling with emotion. Be careful on the road. Don't worry, don't worry. Watching Chu Liufeng's departing figure until it disappeared from view, Su Jinyan finally withdrew her gaze, holding her phone and staring at the kissing photo, her lips unconsciously curling into a sweet smile. After thinking for a moment, she set it as her screensaver, even though a formal confession was still missing. She felt like she was already falling in love. VIP room number 1 at Lani Club? After leaving the hospital, Chu Liufeng hailed a taxi and headed straight there. Xing Yishan's text didn't say much, just, "Little ghost, I'm going to VIP room number 1 at Lani Club soon. I might be persuaded to drink, so if you have time, come pick me up. If you can't make it, it's fine. I'm good at handling my alcohol, and you can just wait at home for me to come back." Although Aunt Xing said this, Chu Liufeng knew that his naive aunt was not good at handling such situations. If it were just about drinking and spending money, it would be fine. But she was there to borrow money, putting her at a natural disadvantage. This would definitely make her feel extremely uncomfortable, as she had never experienced anything like it before. So her message was a bit shy and hesitant. She wanted Chu Liufeng to give her some support, but didn't want to seem incapable, relying on him for everything. So she was conflicted. However, to Chu Liufeng, this was not a problem. His beautiful Aunt Xing needed his help, and he was more than willing to provide it. VIP room number 1 at Lani Club was currently very lively. The warm yellow crystal chandelier cast dazzling light, illuminating the entire space in a golden splendor. A table was filled with various expensive delicacies. Several bottles of aged liquor had already been consumed. There were about 10 people present, each one in high spirits, their faces flushed from drinking. However, 2 men with sharp eyes and hooked noses stood out, exuding an extraordinary aura. Although they sat among the crowd, they naturally radiated a sense of intimidation and fear. Each held a dragon-headed cane. One was entirely golden, shimmering with a dazzling metallic sheen under the lights, while the other was silver, intricately carved with a dragon head inlaid with 2 precious gems worth a fortune. The attitudes of the people around them showed that the entire gathering revolved around them. Whenever they spoke, everyone else nodded in agreement, clearly indicating their significant status in this circle. Yang Kaisen was a rather well-fed woman with very fair skin, but her figure appeared somewhat plump, her white arms nearly as thick as the thighs of some slim men. She fit perfectly into Chu Liufeng's long-standing impression of a wealthy, overweight woman. While chatting and laughing with those around her, she occasionally cast flattering glances towards the 2 men holding the dragon-headed canes. "Sis, who just called you?" A man next to her, looking as skinny as a monkey, drunkenly asked. His name was Yang Wei, Yang Kaisen's younger brother. "Xing Yishan, yes. The woman you like the most," Yang Kaisen replied, taking a sip of her drink. "She said she wanted to talk to me about something. I guess she is here to borrow money." Yang Wei's eyes lit up, licking his lips with a lewd smile. "She finally can't hold on anymore, huh? Little bitch. This time you'll finally fall into my hands. Let's see you act high and mighty now." Seeing her younger brother's petty demeanor, Yang Kaisen shook her head, feeling a bit disappointed in him, but ultimately said nothing. "Sis, you really have to help me this time," Yang Wei said excitedly. "I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. I promise you, sis, I will go after this last woman. You know, I've liked Xing Yishan for years. Once I succeed, I'll settle down and won't mess around anymore." Yang Kaisen frowned, impatiently saying, all right, I get it. Stop talking, it's annoying. Hee, I knew you were the best, sis." Soon, Xing Yishan arrived. She sent a message saying she was waiting for her in the adjacent room. "Let's go." Yang Kaisen stood up and smiled at the 2 men, then went with Yang Wei to the next room. "You haven't contacted me in a long time. What brings you here all of a sudden?" As soon as she pushed open the door to the private room, Yang Kaisen exclaimed warmly. Xing Yishan stood somewhat awkwardly inside the room. "Sister X and I," she began. Just then, she noticed a skinny man following closely behind Yang Kaisen. Yang Wei? Her brows furrowed immediately. She had no good feelings towards him. Yang Wei had always liked her, even after she got married, constantly trying to ingratiate himself in front of her. He often made strange comments like, "When you enter the yard, you think of the melon. When you tease the child, you think of the mother. For what she knew, he was a complete scumbag. He was shameless and had a chaotic private life, running several bars near the university town. He had bullied many ordinary college girls who worked part-time at the bars. Not only did he have countless mistresses, but he also particularly liked to target married women or the wives of male subordinates. To facilitate his actions, he even opened a few small companies, specifically hiring attractive mothers or decent women under the pretense of business trips to engage in sordid activities. He even drove some women to suicide due to unbearable humiliation. But because he was Yang Kaisen's younger brother with a powerful background, most of these matters were settled with money. Therefore, Xing Yishan looked down on him and refused to have any contact with him. Some unpleasant episodes with Yang Kaisen occurred because he suddenly showed up at a gathering among her friends and tried to take advantage of a drunken Li Mengxi. Unable to hold back her anger, she slapped him. Since then, she hadn't seen Yang Wei again, and her relationship with Yang Kaisen gradually faded. After all, he was still her brother, and one must consider the owner when dealing with a dog. What? Surprised to see me? Yang Wei walked into the private room, casually, propping his legs up on the sofa and stroking his chin. He kept sizing up Xing Yishan, his eyes flashing with various lascivious colors. Chapter 24. A glass of wine for 10 million. Xing Yishan is sold. Our family is having dinner next door today. I know you don't like my second brother, but he's been thinking about you for a long time, so he came to see you. It's nothing. We won't disturb your business discussion. Yang Kaisen squinted her eyes, smiling warmly. Hearing this, Xing Yishan couldn't say much and forced a smile. She tried to keep her voice steady. Sister Liu, I've encountered some trouble recently. Could you lend me some money? I knew your husband was unreliable. To make money, he even abandoned his wife and children. What a scumbag. Yang Kaisen's expression changed, as if she felt indignation for Xing Yishan. To leave such a beautiful wife and live with a bunch of lowly people, he's really blind. Now he's made a fortune in the country and runs off to enjoy himself, leaving my poor to bear all this pain alone. As she spoke, she pretended to hold Xing Yishan's small hand, as if feeling very sorry for her. However, this made a hint of suspicion flash in Xing Yishan's eyes. She hadn't said anything yet, and Yang Kaisen seemed to know her situation well. It seemed she had been paying attention to her. But since her husband worked in investment banking and had many relatives in the financial system, it wouldn't be surprising if he truly cared and knew about her current predicament. But this made Xing Yishan cautious. Could it be that Yang Kaisen called Yang Wei over because she knew about her problems? Sister Xin, since you know my situation, I won't beat around the bush. Can you lend me some money to get through this? The interest is negotiable, and I can pay you back in 3 years. Well, Yang Kaisen showed a hesitant expression and exchanged glances with Yang Wei. The latter immediately understood and walked behind Xing Yishan with a lewd grin, trying to put his arm around her shoulder. Xing Yishan frowned and dodged, sternly saying, Yang Wei, what are you doing? Seeing the disdain in Xing Yishan's eyes, Yang Wei felt no anger but rather excitement. Hate me, hate me. He loved it when women looked at him like that. The more they hated him, the more pleasurable it would be when playing with them. He had seen this look many times before, but as long as he could crush their pride, they would have no temper left in front of him. Like puppets, they would obey his every command. Yang Wei, with a confident demeanor, looked up disdainfully and said, You owe quite a sum, tens of millions. Why don't you just come with me? I guarantee you can live worry-free in the future. Xing Yishan interrupted him coldly. Please call me Xing Yishan. Yang Wei's face stiffened, and then anger flashed across his expression. This damn woman, ungrateful, still gave him a cold shoulder at this point. Yang Wei wore a cold smile without any pretense. All right, Xing Yishan, you have guts. Even now, you're still putting on an act, huh? Look at your situation. You owe tens of millions, right? The bank is about to come to collect your house and car, right? Do you have anything to use as collateral? Do you have the ability to pay it back? If we lend you money, isn't that throwing it away? How can you have the face to ask for a loan? Or are you planning to borrow it and never pay it back? His words were like knives, each one piercing the heart. Xing Yishan's eyes turned cold, but she also understood that Yang Wei was speaking the truth. She indeed had no money. If it weren't for Chu Liufeng discovering that box of gold bars and Li Mengxi agreeing to lend her 10 million, she would indeed have to sleep under a bridge tomorrow. However, Yang Wei's words had awakened her. It seemed that Wang Lei could borrow so much money in the country, even mortgaging the house and car without her knowledge, leaving her with a huge debt. It was hard to believe that this was possible without the manipulation of internal people like Yang Wei. The most likely scenario was that Wang Lei had sold her to these people. Although she hadn't been in the business world for decades, she was well aware of its darker sides. Given some time, she might be able to file a lawsuit to eliminate some debts. But what she needed most now was time. Seeing that Xing Yishan had nothing to say, Yang Wei showed a hint of mockery on his face. Considering our good relationship, to be honest, the only one who can save you now is me, Yang Wei. Your debts are too high, and the deadline for repayment is approaching, right? I think the first installment is over 20 million. Where will you get that much money to pay it back? Are you really going to sleep under a bridge? But if you kneel down and beg me now, I might be able to put in a good word for you. Give you a few months' grace. Humph. Xing Yishan's face was cold as she replied, Beg you? Even if I were to die right now, I wouldn't beg someone as disgusting as you. With that, Xing Yishan prepared to leave. Sell herself? She would rather not borrow the money. Seeing the atmosphere turn stiff, Yang Kaisen quickly stopped Xing Yishan and angrily shouted, You bastard. What nonsense are you saying? Get out, I want to talk to Yi alone. Yang Wei was displeased, but seeing his sister give him a look, he snorted and left with a flushed face. After Yang Wei left, Yang Kaisen quickly forced a smile that looked like a flower and took Xing Yishan's hands, pulling her down to sit. Look at this situation. He's just a useless person. Don't take it to heart. I understand the difficulties you're facing as a woman, I really want to help you. But then Yang Kaisen's tone shifted, sighing, however, no matter how useless Yang Wei is, he's still my brother. He keeps telling me how much he likes you. And if you could. Xing Yishan looked at her expressionlessly. Was this a good cop, bad cop routine? Sister Liu, you don't need to say any more. If borrowing money means I have to do that, then I'm leaving now. She stood up, ready to leave, but was grabbed by Yang Kaisen. Hey, that's not what I meant. Let me finish. Yang Kaisen quickly thought and said enthusiastically, There's no grudge that can't be resolved, right? You two just have a little misunderstanding. How about this? We business people can talk over drinks. As the saying goes, a smile erases past grievances. I'll let that bastard apologize to you, and you can forgive him, okay? Just do it for Sister Xion's sake. I consider you a true friend, but he's my brother, and it's hard for me to be stuck in the middle. How about this? 1 glass of wine for 10 million. The more you drink, the more I lend you. No interest, pay back in 5 years. What do you think, Sister Xian is treating you pretty well, right? Chapter 25. The sweet and simple Aunt Xing is in danger, Yang Kaisen said with a sympathetic expression. I know you're in a difficult situation right now, but who doesn't have tough times, right? Besides, you're still so young and beautiful. These are not problems. You just need time. So, have you thought it over? If it's good, I'll call that bastard in. Don't worry, with me here, he won't dare to do anything to you. I just want you two to become friends. After all, both sides have their own struggles. And it's hard for me to be stuck in the middle. Xing Yishan frowned. As the saying goes, when you're poor, don't make friends. When you're in trouble, don't seek relatives. Many people love to kick you when you're down, taking advantage of the situation. Although she hasn't been in the business world for over a decade, her experience tells her that there's no such thing as a free lunch. Yang Kaisen's words sound better than they are. She surely doesn't have good intentions. But borrowing money could indeed solve her urgent needs. With her drinking capacity, having 1 or 2 gin of liquor wouldn't be a problem. Xing Yishan made up her mind to drink just 2 cups of liquor and borrow 20 million. This way, she could pay off her debts and have some capital to do business, and also continue to support Xiaofeng. Plus, she wouldn't get drunk after just 2 cups, allowing her to stay sober. Good, if you don't say anything. I'll take it as giving your sister some face. Haha. Saying this, Yang Kaisen happily stood up, quickly left the private room, and soon returned with a bottle of red wine and 3 tall wine glasses. Following her was Yang Wei, who looked displeased, casting a sinister glance at Xing Yishan, seemingly not understanding why his sister would help her. Come on, I know you drove here, so drinking white liquor isn't suitable. Let's drink this instead. I'll show you how it's done. Yang Kaisen seemed to understand Xing Yishan's concerns and poured herself a glass of red wine, tilting her head back to drink it all in one go. Yang Wei, why aren't you pouring wine for Yi? I tell you, you're over 40. What are you thinking all day long? I warn you, E is my good friend, and you must respect her from now on. Hurry up and pour her a drink to apologize for what you did in the past. Isn't petty, and after drinking this, let the past be the past. Yang Kaisin shouted, her face shaking with anger. Xing Yishan noticed that the drink Yang Kaisin held was not white liquor, but red wine. To put others at ease, she even drank a glass herself, which made her feel much more at ease. Regardless of her disdain for Yang Wei, Yang Kaisin was indeed helpful to her at this moment. So Xing Yishan took the transparent tall wine glass and poured herself a small glass of red wine. No need, Sister Xing, I can do it myself. She then drank it all in one go. The taste was still familiar, and there was nothing strange about it. This made Xing Yishan's nervous heart relax a little. Got it. Xing Yishan, I was wrong before. I'm sorry, it won't happen again. Yang Wei mumbled, casually pouring himself a small glass of wine and drinking it all down. You have a big heart. Don't argue with me. After saying this, he left the private room with a sullen face. Hey, Xiao Wei, where are you going? You. Even as Yang Kaisin shouted after him, he didn't look back. That's just how he is. Don't mention it. I look down on him too. You just had a drink, right? That's 10 million. Now that he's gone, I'll drink with you. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's enjoy ourselves. Yang Kaisin said cheerfully, remaining very enthusiastic. She joined Xing Yishan, and they each had half a glass, quickly finishing a bottle of red wine. For their drinking capacities, this amount was nothing. That has 5 glasses, right? That has 50 million. I'll transfer to you later. Or do you want to keep drinking? Yang Kaisin said enthusiastically. It's been a long time since we've had so much fun together. If you want to drink more, I can go get a few more bottles. But Xing Yishan shook her head. Forget it, Sister Xing, this is enough. She originally only planned to drink 2 cups of white liquor. However, the red wine went down like water. At that moment, she brainstormed, wondering if she should drink a few more glasses. After all, 1 more cup could mean borrowing another 10 million, which would give her money to do business and leave a large sum for Xiaofeng. After all, he had offered to give her his hard-earned 20,000 bonus for her sake. As an aunt, she felt she had little to return. Even if her business ultimately failed and she couldn't pay it back, so what? After all, having more debt isn't a burden. What is the difference between owing 100 million and 200 million? But if she had this 50 million and gave 10 million to Chu Liufeng, he could save decades of hard work. With such thoughts in mind, she easily drank 5 glasses of red wine. While this bottle of red wine was fine, there was no guarantee that the next one would be. So she remained very cautious and firmly rejected it. Sister Xing, 50 million is enough. Thank you. I'll head back now. As soon as Xing Yishan finished speaking, a wave of dizziness suddenly hit her. Just as she stood up, she stumbled. How? How could this happen? Am I drunk? She turned her head sharply, looking at the empty red wine bottle and the seemingly normal Yang Kaisin. The red wine was fine. Then it must be the wine glasses had a problem. Are you drunk? Yang Kaisin's features scrunched together as she leaned over with enthusiasm. Then I'll carry you to rest. Xing Yishan quickly passed out. Her last consciousness was of the private room, door opening again, revealing a leering Yang Wei slowly walking in. Hey, sis, this trick of yours is impressive. Yang Wei glanced at the unconscious Xing Yishan on the floor, a smirk on his face as he approached Yang Kaisin and picked up the glass Xing Yishan had used. This is the new stuff Mr. Ong brought. Really amazing. He curiously examined it. Indeed, the reason Aunt Xing and Yang Kaisin drank from the same bottle of red wine, but only Xing Yishan had problems, was that the drug wasn't put in the red wine, but was applied to the inside of the glass rim. This was a colorless and tasteless transparent liquid. The latest formulation. Just 1 drop could knock out an elephant, and it had other additives. Normal eyes couldn't detect it at all. But when the red wine was poured into the glass, it went down along with the wine, and no one would notice. This was how Xing Yishan fell victim. Big sister, can you give me a small bottle? Just a small bottle will do, Yang Wei said with a mischievous grin. If he had this stuff, it would be much more convenient when he was on business trips with beautiful subordinates. But Yang Kaisin glared fiercely at him, her face contorted with anger. Yang Wei, damn it, you promised me. I worked so hard to get Xing Yishan. If you don't remember your lessons and go messing around outside, do you think I'm easy to fool? Seeing Yang Kaisin explode with anger, Her face shaking with rage, Yang Wei immediately shivered, shrinking his head and muttering, "My dad isn't your dad. What are you yelling about?" Chapter 26. Aunt Xing couldn't take it anymore. Yang Wei, don't let me catch you messing around again, or this time, you won't need the old man to step in. I'll take care of you myself. I know, big sister, I was just joking, it won't happen again. You better not. Yang Kaisin said coldly. Recently, the family is planning a major event that the old man is taking seriously. Even Mr. Ong San has been invited. I received news that Captain Qin Yan from the provincial department has already been dispatched to Qin City. After dealing with Xing Yishan, you better get your act together and not cause any trouble outside that might attract Qin Yan's attention. Otherwise, even if you're my biological brother, I won't be able to save you. Mr. Ong San will kill you himself. Do you understand? Hearing this, Yang Wei was instantly frightened and hurriedly promised, "Big sister, you can rest assured, I know what I'm doing." Seeing Yang Wei es obedient de mi honor, Yang Kaisin nodet in satisfacción. Looking disdainfully at the unconscious Xing Yishan, she mocked, "Take her to the room. There are cameras there. Remember, wait about 10 minutes before you go in. This pretentious bitch will be more proactive once she wakes up. By then, with the video, you know what to do, right? Aren't you the best at this?" Upon hearing this, Yang Wei awkwardly nodded. "Haha, big sister, I know." Just as Yang Wei was preparing to embrace Xing Yishan with a lewd smile, a loud bang suddenly rang out. Yang Wei was startled and jumped up. Just as he turned to see who dared to interrupt his good time, a shadow whooshed past his face, barely missing him, and smashed into the soft wall behind him. The force was so strong that the entire private room shook slightly. Even the crystal chandelier swayed. This sudden turn of events left Yang Wei pale with fear. The shadow had passed just a millimeter away from his head. If he had turned just a bit more, he might have lost his life. When he regained his senses, he realized it was a metal handle that had apparently been pulled off from somewhere. "Who the hell?" He just shouted angrily, when suddenly the shadow that had been at the door rushed in. In an instant, Yang Wei felt a fist the size of a sandbag appear right in front of him. Bang! He was sent flying backward by a single punch. But while still in midair, the shadow grabbed his ankle and violently tossed him back. He felt a tremendous force hit him, and he crashed down hard. Thud! Crack! The sound of his nasal bone shattering rang out, and a blood hole appeared on his forehead, seemingly hitting a nerve. He suddenly began to twitch violently, even losing his shoes. Who are you? Everything happened too quickly. In just a breath, his own brother had been beaten to within an inch of his life. The newcomer was none other than Liufeng, who had rushed over upon receiving the news. He had been using his X-ray vision on his way over, so he was fully aware of what was happening here. Fortunately, Aunt Xing hadn't been harmed at all. He slowly turned his head, his eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty excitement. One look. It instantly scared Yang Kaisin to the point where her scalp went numb. A chill went straight to her head. A warm stream with a strong odor flowed down from between her plump, greasy thighs. Security, where's security? Just as Yang Kaisin opened her mouth to shout, she was punched in the face. Her fleshy face was crushed together by the force. With a thud, she rolled to the ground. However, being fat had its advantages. Surprisingly, this punch didn't knock her out. It just knocked out a few teeth. If she were to participate in a slapping contest, it was uncertain whether she could win, but she could definitely take a hit. Yang Kaisin looked at Liufeng in fear, her mouth mumbling incoherently. "Help me." But Liufeng remained silent. He directly picked her up and threw her onto the soft sofa, delivering a hard slap to Yang Kaisin's face. Smack! 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 He swung left and right, slapping her repeatedly for over 10 times. Only when Liufeng felt his hand getting a bit numb did he stop. Yang Kaisin's eyes were swollen to slits, and she felt like her brain was scrambled. Her cheeks had also swelled up. She no longer looked like a pig's head, but more like a Pig's Head Pro Plus Max Ultra Edition. Looking back, it was hard to believe this. One had to marvel at how luxurious the private room at the Lani Club was. Even though there was such a commotion, no one came to check it out. Liufeng scanned the surrounding private rooms. Everyone was still happily drinking, oblivious to the chaos. Suddenly, he squinted his eyes and looked into the next private room. He saw 2 people holding golden and silver dragon-headed canes. Through his X-ray vision, he discovered some unusual items inside. After glancing at their appearances and imprinting the details in his mind, Chu Liufeng picked up Aunt Xing to leave. As he passed by the still twitching Yang Wei, he kicked him hard in the groin, then kicked him again, turning him into a pile of mush and leaving him completely impotent. But even in such a miserable state, Yang Wei still refused to admit defeat. Truly a tough guy. He didn't make a sound, just continued to twitch, silently resisting, holding Xing Yishan. Seeing her like this, Chu Liufeng didn't even need his pathological eye to understand the situation. Sigh, my silly and sweet beautiful aunt. How could she encounter such distressing events in just a short while? Soon, he walked out of the Lanyi Club without any obstacles and returned to his Bentley. Just as he sat in the car, Aunt Xing let out a weak sound, catching Chu Liufeng's attention. He noticed Aunt Xing frowning tightly, her eyes closed, only muttering softly. Seeing this, Chu Liufeng instinctively reached out his hand. But just as he was about to touch her, he suddenly raised his hand and gently caressed Aunt Xing's burning cheek, filled with tenderness. This silly aunt, aside from her age and body being that of my aunt, she resembled nothing of one. Her behavior was more like a pure and naive girl in her early 20s, unfamiliar with the world. Thinking back to just a few days ago, she was teaching him how to make friends and build connections after going to college as his elder. Yet here he was a big fool. Suddenly, Chu Liufeng remembered his new skill. He wondered if it would be useful in this situation. After thinking it over, he decided it was worth a try. Chapter 27. Shy Aunt Xing. The character is collapsing. Half an hour later, Aunt Xing curled up shyly in the back seat of the Bentley, her long, fair legs tucked gently on the seat. That mischievous Xiaofeng, that naughty Xiaofeng, dreadful Xiaofeng, wicked Xiaofeng, bad boy Xiaofeng. She hugged a plush toy in the car. Her delicate face was flushed with a rosy hue. Even her earlobes were blushing. Half of her face was buried in the toy, revealing a pair of shy, watery eyes that sneakily glanced at Chu Liufeng's profile. Her little mouth kept mumbling, but with each utterance, she became even more bashful, the blush on her face deepening. Chu Liufeng was driving. He caught a glimpse of the knitted dress on the passenger seat, and then looked in the rearview mirror at Xing Yishan's adorable, shy appearance. He smiled helplessly and said, "It's not my fault, Aunt Xing. I didn't know you would. You just shut up, shut up." Xing Yishan's face turned completely red as she buried herself deeper into the plush toy. However, while her face was hidden, the rest of her body couldn't be concealed. She hurriedly took it down, curling into a ball, exposing only half of her blushing face. Seeing her face nearly dripping with embarrassment, Chu Liufeng stopped speaking and focused on driving the Bentley. For a moment, the only sound in the car were the low hum of the engine and Xing Yishan's slightly rapid breathing. But in the quiet atmosphere, she couldn't hold back any longer. How am I supposed to face you in the future? I'm your aunt. Xing Yishan's voice was soft, almost like a mosquito's buzz. That naughty Xiaofeng, big bad Xiaofeng, silly Xiaofeng, stinky Xiaofeng. I can't face anyone anymore. My image is ruined. The more she thought about it, the more bashful she became. Her small pink fists pounded on the plush toy like raindrops, trying to relieve her nervousness and shyness. This left Chu Liufeng both amused and exasperated. How could Aunt Xing's shy and cute demeanor give him a feeling of being in love? Just then, the car stopped at a red light for a few seconds. He turned his head, reached out his hand, and gently brushed along Aunt Xing's neck, lightly grazing her earlobe, and holding the back of her head. An indescribable sensation jolted through him like an electric shock. Aunt Xing shivered, feeling soft and powerless, unable to muster any strength. Aunt Xing, still shy? A kiss will make you not shy anymore. Hearing this, Xing Yishan lifted her small head, her flushed face appearing incredibly alluring. Come here. Let me bite you, you naughty Xiaofeng. She suddenly revealed her little canine teeth, playfully pouting. With a quick motion, she bit down on Chu Liufeng's arm. After returning to the villa's garage, Xing Yishan was still very shy, even avoiding getting out of the car. But Chu Liufeng firmly picked her up, carrying her like a daughter straight to the bathroom. Xing Yishan's cheeks remained rosy, her eyes reflecting a mix of shyness and panic. She slightly turned her head, not daring to look directly into Chu Liufeng's eyes, her face pressed against his strong chest, listening to the powerful beat of his heart, which surprisingly gave her an incredibly genuine sense of security. Unknowingly, she realized that she seemed to like this feeling of being held. Like a little kitten, she obediently murmured, "Stinky, stinky Xiaofeng, I said not to carry me. My dear Aunt Xing, it's not me that's stinky. You should go take a shower. I still need to wash the car." You. Xing Yishan was both shy and angry, but didn't know how to respond. She could only snort and fell silent. Liufeng carried Xing Yishan through the front door and gently placed her in the second-floor bathroom. After that, he returned to the garage, washed the car, and recalled the scene at the Lonnie Club. A flicker of determination flashed in his eyes. On the way back, he learned about the Yang family's background from Aunt Xing, which was indeed formidable and could definitely be considered a big deal to ordinary people. The old man of the Yang family was once the #1 figure in Qin City. Yang Kaisen's father was also the second in command in another region and seemed to be returning recently. Moreover, the Yang family's influence was vast, with complex relationships. They were involved in both legal and illegal activities, holding significant power in both realms. And after Liufeng had dealt such a severe blow to Yang Kaisen, Yang Wei had directly disabled him. This matter had already created enmity, so he needed to be cautious in the upcoming time. The good news was that he had just solved a serial murder case, establishing himself as an undeniable hero. He was currently in the spotlight. The Yang family would definitely not dare to act recklessly on the surface. After all, if things escalated, the investigation would have to dig deep. For example, why did Liufeng go to the Lawn E Club? Why would the Yang siblings have a conflict with a freshman like Liufeng? Why did Liufeng resort to such drastic measures? These questions could easily be clarified by reviewing the surveillance footage. Of course, they could also destroy the footage. But could their word alone convince everyone? Would someone really go out of their way to storm into the Lawn E Club and coincidentally find the Yang siblings at that time to beat them up? Is that even possible? They couldn't just claim there was no reason, that it was simply Liufeng going crazy. Did they think everyone was a child? Unless the Yang family truly ruled Qin City with an iron fist, it was impossible for them to convince everyone otherwise. Moreover, Qin Yin had also arrived. Once the surveillance footage was exposed, it would be Yang Wei and Yang Kaisen who would first be found to have ulterior motives. Yes, Liufeng had indeed fought. But what about the drugging? Adding to the fact that he had just solved a murder case and saved people, it wouldn't make sense not to award him for bravery. If things were exposed, it would only bring shame to the Yang family's reputation, with no other benefits. Therefore, Liufeng concluded that the Yang family would likely have to swallow this silent loss for now. At least they would wait until his momentum had passed before they might take action against him. Of course, sitting idly by was not Liufeng's style. Any threat to him, whether person or object, had to be eliminated at the first sign. He was petty and could not tolerate any unfavorable consequences. So he quickly brainstormed in his mind. He focused on those two individuals holding gold and silver dragon-headed canes, being guests of the Yang family. Their backgrounds were undoubtedly not to be underestimated. But that was where things got interesting, because through his insight, Liufeng saw what was inside their canes. They were filled with high-purity, white powder, rock candy, and several other things. The Yang family was involved in quite a wide range of industries. If necessary later, this information could be shared with Qin Yin. He had also learned that Qin Yin had just been transferred while at the police station today, as the head of a provincial criminal investigation and drug enforcement team. With Qin Yin's abilities, she was definitely at a high deputy department level and could mobilize relevant resources throughout the province, making her quite powerful. The sudden transfer of such a figure to Qin City raised suspicions about whether it was related to the white powder behind those two individuals. If possible, he could use Qin Yin as a knife to stab the sheep. Of course, those were all matters for later. After a busy day, the sky had darkened, and it felt like he had been busier than he had been in a month. Yet, Liufeng felt invigorated. He hasn't forgotten. During the day, Xing Yishan shyly said to wait for him until the evening, to help himself. Liufeng is also looking forward to how Aunt Xing will help him. Just then, a somewhat shy voice suddenly came over. Xiaofeng, you haven't finished washing yet? Liufeng raised his head and saw Aunt Xing on the second floor, her bright eyes staring straight at him. Wow, Aunt Xing. Chapter 28. Oh no, Mom found out. On the second floor of the villa, Xing Yishan had her long hair cascading down her shoulders. with a delicate makeup adorning her pretty face. She shyly covered her chest, her snow-white shoulders exposed to the air. Unlike her usual poised and dignified self, she was now dressed in a black deep V-back lace gown, with a layer of light purple lace underneath the deep V neckline. It was very sexy yet elegant, exuding a strong aura of a socialite. The fitted skirt hugged her sexy waist perfectly, with no excess flesh, all fullness concentrated in the right places. Her exquisite figure, maintained by years of yoga practice, was on full display. A pair of stockings adorned her snow-white thighs, complemented by a pair of Valentino black high heels with red soles, making her legs look even longer and enhancing the endless charm and allure of a mature woman. Xing Yishan was being stared at by Liufeng, her heart already racing with shyness, her face flushed with a rosy hue. Even though he had seen her in detail in the car earlier, she still felt shy now. After all, compared to her unconscious self, this was her true, active approach, actively towards the son of her best friend. But deep down, she felt an inexplicable emotion rise within her. She never expected that the usually carefree and mischievous Liufeng would gaze at her so intently. She also hadn't thought that, despite nearing the age of an old lady, she could still attract someone like him to this extent. For a moment, her heart was both shy and secretly delighted. This outfit, full of allure, was something she specifically bought after parting from Liufeng today. She had chosen it for a long time and consulted several sales assistants, all of whom said this gown was very attractive to young men. Although it cost almost 6 figures, which was hard for her to afford given her current massive debts, she still gritted her teeth and bought it to present the best effect and create a perfect little secret memory with Liufeng. Judging by Liufeng's reaction now, she was very satisfied. The money spent was worth it. Aunt Xing looked at the shy Liufeng and playfully scolded. "What are you standing there for? Are you dumb? Come over here." Awakened, Liufeng's face flushed. He prided himself as a master in romantic matters, but never expected to show such a foolish side one day. However, as he walked up to the second floor and gazed at the stunning Aunt Xing, with her delicate neck and the exposed, beautiful collarbones, her skin smooth as milk reflecting a captivating glow in the warm light, just looking at her made his heart race. Aunt Xing had also put on exquisite makeup. Usually, she was quite lazy, and during the month they had been living together, Liufeng had never seen her made up. Of course, that was also because Aunt Xing's natural beauty was already outstanding. If a perfect beauty in full makeup scored 99 points, Aunt Xing's bare face was already 100. Not to mention, now that she was made up, she was simply top-notch. "I haven't put on makeup in a long time. If I look bad, don't laugh at me." Aunt Xing gently bit her red lips and shyly turned her head, her voice soft as a whisper. This cute, shy demeanor was entirely that of a young girl in love, facing her crush. Liufeng felt his breath quicken. "Damn, I can't take it anymore. I'm about to nosebleed. Miracle worker, hurry up and cure me." Although Liufeng usually appeared carefree, he was still a pure-hearted young man. He was often indifferent to ordinary beauties due to the extraordinary ones he had encountered. However, Aunt Xing was different. Her mature beauty, both in figure and demeanor, as well as her gentle and intelligent side, struck him right in the heart. Every move and smile captivated him. Suddenly, Aunt Xing's beautiful eyes rippled with emotion. This was the first time she had seen this side of Liufeng. Slightly shy, she gently tucked her hair behind her ear. Don't turn on the lights. I'm a bit nervous." Just then, an ear-piercing ringtone broke the atmosphere. It was Liufeng's phone ringing. Both he and Aunt Xing froze for a moment. Aunt Xing's dazed, watery eyes regained some clarity, looking at Liufeng with a dazed expression. The cold moonlight illuminated his sculpted muscles, their clear lines exuding a sense of strength, like a holy night bathed in divine light. Aunt Xing's gaze seemed to be frozen. "No, don't answer." Liufeng ignored it, and the ringing soon stopped. But shortly after, the phone rang again, clearly indicating that the caller was persistent. "What's your dad's dad called?" Dad is called. "Dad." Liufeng was furious, turning to grab his phone, ready to yell, but when he saw the caller ID, he suddenly jolted. "Lin wants you." "Oh no, it's Mom calling." His reaction piqued Aunt Xing's curiosity. Her watery, misty eyes looking at him in confusion. Chu Liufeng raised his finger to Aunt Xing, signaling her to be quiet, and answered the call. "Hello, Mom. What made you suddenly remember you have a son today?" Hearing Chu Liufeng's address, Aunt Xing's body jolted, her flushed face turning pale in an instant, her dazed eyes suddenly filled with immense terror, as she hurriedly tried to get up from the bed. But Chu Liufeng was prepared, reaching out to gently press her down. He shook his head at Aunt Xing's flustered stare and pressed the speakerphone button. "You little brat, what heartless things are you saying? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I swear I'll fly over there right now." "Haha, I believe you. What's wrong, Mom? You sound a bit angry. Who bullied you? Tell your big son. I'll go beat him up." While saying this, Chu Liufeng gently placed the phone beside him. Aunt Xing looked tense, frowning as she glared at Chu Liufeng. But he only wore a mischievous smile, looking somewhat surprised, as he keenly noticed a strange color deep within Aunt Xing's terrified eyes. Wow, I never expected the noble and elegant Aunt Xing to actually have this taste. Chapter 29, you listen to my excuses, no explanations. Get lost. Just don't make me angry. I'm not in the mood to hear your nonsense right now. Where's Aunt Xing? What's she doing? I've called her over 10 times, and she won't pick up. It was only then that Xing Yishan remembered that her phone had run out of battery a long time ago, and she had forgotten to charge it. Upon hearing this, Xing Yishan immediately waved her hands at Chu Liufeng, signaling him not to mention her. But Chu Liufeng just smirked. Aunt Xing is right next to me. We're watching TV. Her phone must have run out of battery, right? What's wrong? Mom, are you looking for Aunt Xing for something? Hearing this, Xing Yishan's body stiffened, her peach blossom eyes widened, and her originally pale face suddenly flushed with color. Of course there is something. Hurry and let her answer the phone. Mom's tone was very urgent, as if something serious had happened. I'm on speakerphone, Mom. If you and Aunt Xing want to share some gossip, just pretend I'm invisible. Let me listen. I promise I won't interrupt. Chu Liufeng joked, but his eyes were fixed on Xing Yishan's terrified, yet charming face. This stirred up an inexplicable feeling inside him. Chu Liufeng, don't make me angry. Hurry and let your Aunt Xing answer the phone. Seeing that Mom seemed to be serious, Xing Yishan had no way to avoid it, so she quickly pinched her delicate neck, cleared her throat, and spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. What's wrong, Wanshu? Why did you think of calling me today? Oh, you dare to hide this from me? Lin Wanshu nearly roared, but her voice carried a gentle and elegant charm. So even though she was loud, it sounded soft and tender, making it seem non-threatening. But that was usually the case. Now, hearing this, Xing Yishan was nearly scared out of her wits. Her little face suddenly turned extremely pale, devoid of any color. Even Chu Liufeng was taken aback. What the hell? Did Mom really install surveillance on me? How did she find out about this? Xing Yishan bit her lip and dared not speak. Lin Wanshu continued her onslaught. Are we still friends? Do you think what you did is fair to me? Although Lin Wanshu's voice was very gentle and soft, at this moment it gave off a feeling of threat. It felt as if something bad would happen at any moment. The instant made her scalp tingle, and a chill ran down her back. Xing Yishan's face was panicked, stuttering for a long time without being able to spit out a word. How the hell do I explain this? After all, an old saying goes, catch a thief catching a stolen item, catch a cheating couple in the act. Am I not currently explaining? I don't even know how to argue my way out of this. I even wanted to kneel down and admit my mistake. Chu Liufeng didn't dare to breathe. Oh no, I've been found out. Mom really has surveillance on me. Mom, it's all my fault. Chu Liufeng snatched the phone, wanted to take all the blame. But before he could say anything, Lin Wanshu's cold laughter came from the phone. You go borrow money from others, but don't come to me? Do you still consider me your good friend? The sudden turn of events left both Chu Liufeng and the panicking Xing Yishan stunned. Borrow money? Borrow money? How long do you intend to hide this from me? If it weren't for a few friends telling me this news today, I wouldn't even know you owe so much money. What are you trying to do, Xing Yishan? I just want your good son. Of course. This was what Chu Liufeng was imagining in his mind. After all, Xing Yishan's head was completely muddled at this moment, not knowing what was going on. To put it simply, she was at a loss for words. Nothing to say. The bank is coming to take the house soon. Do you have the money to pay it back? At a time like this, you still go look for others instead of me? I just want to ask you, what on earth are you trying to do? Do you want to sleep in a bridge hole? Chu Liufeng hooded in does it? Mom. It's like this. I found a hidden compartment in a villa today with over 8 million in gold. And then Aunt Xing and I went to find Aunt Mengshi today. She promised to lend us 10 million, so as soon as he finished speaking, Chu Lufeng's eyes widened. Oh no, I said something wrong. Chu Lufeng felt he had lost his composure. His head wasn't clear either. Saying this now is just provoking a war, right? Sure enough, there was an eerie silence on the other end of the phone, but it felt more like the calm before the storm. Only two very soft and gentle words could be heard. So that is how it is. You were looking for Li Mengshi. Thud. The sky is falling. Chu Lufeng, who knew his mother well, understood clearly that beneath her calm words was a massive volcano about to erupt. Her gentle voice was just a reflection of her long-standing good upbringing. But right now, Mom's inner rage was probably about to break free from the cage of reason. Xing Yishan was so anxious that she was about to cry. Quickly taking the phone and explaining, "No, Wanshu, it's not that I didn't come to you. I thought of you right away, but my situation is just too dire. I borrowed too much money, and I'm not sure I can pay it back. It's one thing to owe others, but you can't. You still have Xiaofeng to take care of. I'm just a bottomless pit." The other end of the phone remained silent. Xing Yishan felt every second was torturous, beads of sweat constantly forming on her fair forehead. "I'm sorry, Wanshu. I wasn't intentionally trying to hide it from you. My head is about to explode. What kind of situation is this?" Finally, Lin Wanshu spoke up, her voice still so gentle. "Revealing no emotions. Fine, why are you so flustered? I'm not the kind of person who doesn't reason. Borrowing money from someone is just borrowing. Others can't lend it to you either. On my end, the company has run into some trouble too. I've been scrambling all day and just managed to gather 20 million, which has already been transferred to your card. As for the rest, let me think of another way. If it doesn't work, I'll just sell the company. Someone is offering 200 million anyway. Selling it will allow you to pay off your debts." No. Hearing this, Xing Yishan immediately rejected without thinking. Selling the company is out of the question. This is Lin Wanshu's lifelong effort. She has invested almost half of her life into this. How can she just say to sell it? Moreover, there is still a broad market prospect. In a few years, it could even go public and reach 100 billion market value. How can such a quality asset just be sold? But she knew Lin Wanshu was very sentimental. She could really do something like that. "No, please don't. Wanshu, just consider for Xiaofeng. He is still young. There will be many places where he needs money in the future. I'll handle my own matters. You don't need to worry. At worst, you just die, and that's it, right?" Lin Wanshu said calmly and gently. Xing Yishan bit her lip, falling silent. You enough already. Don't think about those extremes. You're not alone, and Kiki probably doesn't know about this, right? Kiki is Aunt Xing's daughter. She perfectly inherited all the advantages of Xing Yishan, beautiful and bubbly. She's half a year younger than Chu Lufeng and is currently studying abroad. Wanshu. Xing Yishan was moved to tears, her tears soaking the sheets. "I haven't told Kiki yet. Let her focus on her studies abroad." "Yeah, it's best not to tell her. Let us not burden the kids with our adult matters. Otherwise, she'll be under a lot of pressure. I'll send Kiki 1 million tomorrow. So, don't think about other things. We'll pay it back slowly. It's just money. You can't take it with you when you die. If it's gone, we'll find a way slowly, okay?" Lin Wanshu said gently. It felt very soothing, as if listening to ASMR. It was like taking a stroll in a Norwegian forest. Even through the phone, one could imagine Lin Wanshu wearing a faint smile, her gaze soft and warm. "Anyway, you probably have around 40 million now, right? That can last for a while. We'll slowly pay off the remaining debts. It's not a big deal." "I know." Xing Yishan's tears flowed uncontrollably. The desire to make money peaked at that moment. She wiped her tears with trembling hands and said with a choked voice, "Wanshu, it's all thanks to you and Xiaofeng being by my side all these years. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do. You, after all these years, still can't change the habit of crying. How old are you now?" Lin Wanshu seemed helpless as she rubbed her forehead. "Xiaofeng, that little troublemaker hasn't caused you any trouble lately, has he?" Seeing her mom mention him while chatting with her friend about feelings, Chu Lufeng's eyes flickered, A sly smile appeared on his lips. Xiaofeng, Aunt Xing's eyes widened instantly. Looking at Liufeng bathed in the cool moonlight, she felt both shy and angry at the same time. Zhap de ba mui, Zhu, Liu, Feng. Don't bully your Aunt Xing. What's wrong with him? Did he make you worry? Tell me, and I'll definitely deal with him. Liufeng quickly interjected. Hey, Mom. Don't use this kind of leading conversation to ask me. If you want to deal with your son, just say it, and I'll come back right away to let you hit me, but don't beat around the bush. I'm talking to Aunt Xing here. Why are you butting in? Shut up. Lin Wanshu's attitude towards Liufeng wasn't so nice. It was clear that she was angry about being kept in the dark. However, since her best friend was already in this situation, she couldn't get angry. But for Liufeng, he could just focus on being the punching bag. Liufeng opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. He just showed a helpless smile. After all, she was his beloved mom. What could he do? Should he argue back? That wasn't necessary. Being lectured by his mom was actually quite enjoyable. Don't overthink it. Just tell me the truth. Well, little Feng. Xing Yishan's pretty face was already flushed with embarrassment, her watery peach blossom eyes glaring fiercely at Liufeng. But he had a deadpan expression, which left her helpless. And, how the hell do I say this? Worry? Who's worried? Whose heart is being worried about? However, Xing Yishan's difficulty in speaking was interpreted quite differently by Lin Wanshu. With a slight frown and a tone laced with authority, she said, Liu, Feng, don't think that just because your Aunt Xing has a gentle temper and can't manage you, you can ignore her words. I warn you, be honest with me. Damn. Even if Liufeng was mentally strong, hearing such words suddenly almost broke his mentality. No way, Mom. Do you have a system too? Or are you seeing through things? How can you make every word sound so timely? Honest. Totally honest. Looking at his obedient demeanor, Xing Yishan suddenly burst into a silver bell-like laughter. Wanshu, don't scare little Feng. How big of a psychological shadow have you left on him? He's usually not afraid of anything, but your one shout is more effective than anything else. That's what he deserves. Xing Yishan laughed so hard that her cherry lips never stopped smiling. Don't worry. Little Feng is really well-behaved and obedient. You don't need to worry at all. And if it weren't for little Feng comforting me today, I wouldn't know how I would get through. This was indeed Xing Yishan's heartfelt words and the fundamental reason for her current behavior. After all, if it weren't for Liufeng's continuous help, after experiencing bankruptcy's helplessness and the consequences of being knocked out while borrowing money, she wouldn't even dare to think about how she would muster the courage and face to live on. She might have already jumped off the rooftop. Little Feng listens to me very well and doesn't bully me at all. Xing Yishan glanced at Liufeng with her bright, lively peach blossom eyes. Her flushed cheeks revealed unhidden deep affection. Is that so? Then it seems he is somewhat useful. Has he been fooling around at school? Seeing that this conversation could go on forever, Liufeng hurriedly took the phone. All right, Mom. It's late. You should rest early. Okay? Love you, Mom. Mua. Watching Liufeng's awkward expression, Xing Yishan smiled charmingly, looking stunning. She reached out her hands, pinching his ear, and angrily scolded. All right, you Liufeng. Your mom tells you to listen to me. And this is how you listen. Be careful I tell your mom that you. As she spoke, she suddenly realized that this position was a bit. Her cheeks instantly turned bright red. For a moment, she looked shy and beautiful, utterly captivating. When Liufeng and Aunt Xing woke up, it was already 9 o'clock the next morning. With his physical condition, he would be too tired. But too much had happened yesterday. There was the life-and-death struggle with the robbers, saving Aunt Xing, and beating up the Yang siblings. Then, after returning, it was a completely crazy night. He only fell into a deep sleep after dawn. This was the first time in a while that he slept so soundly. It felt like he had crossed over, closing his eyes and opening them again, and several hours had passed. Especially with the refreshing fragrance filling the entire room and that unique scent, it made Liufeng feel incredibly comfortable as he drifted into dreamland. He even had a somewhat perverted dream, where not only Aunt Xing was present, but also when a ray of golden sunlight streamed through the window. It was somewhat blinding. Liufeng squinted, using his strong arm to shield himself. Perhaps he moved a bit too much, disturbing Xing Yishan beside him. Aunt Xing let out a soft, sweet sound from her alluring red lips. MMM. At this moment, Aunt Xing slowly opened her gentle eyes, bright pupils sparkling like stars in the night sky, fluttering with long, slightly curled eyelashes. However, she quickly remembered something. Her pupils trembled, and she swiftly closed her eyes. She remained completely still, her breathing becoming long and gentle, shifting from automatic to manual. Seeing this scene, Liufeng felt amused. He never expected that Aunt Xing, who was so graceful and charming, would also have such childish behavior. Even after their deep exchanges, she was still so shy. It seemed Aunt Xing had accepted it, but not fully. Although the two had no blood relationship, he was still the biological son of her good friend. Her junior who had grown up watching him, someone she had held when he was still in diapers. Now he had unexpectedly become her. It was normal to feel shy for a moment. Liufeng didn't expose Aunt Xing. He quietly admired her gentle and intellectual face. On Xing Yishan's delicate little face, there were just enough features: 2 eyes, 2 nostrils, 1 mouth. Though everyone has those, they looked so beautiful and perfect on Aunt Xing's face. The warm yellow sunlight bathed her delicate, tender little face, radiating a holy and intellectual maternal glow that touched the heart. This state didn't last long. After all, pretending to be asleep under her eyelids was really hard to maintain. Aunt Xing opened her eyes with an irritated expression. Blushing and annoyed, she scolded, "Bad little Feng. How much longer are you going to look at me?" Liufeng, with a calm face, replied, "If I could, I would want to see you as the first thing every morning when I open my eyes." Go away, smelly little Feng. Hurry up and get out," Xing Yishan urged, her face turning red. She wanted to sit up, but suddenly realized that she was still under the covers, so she could only curl up in the blanket, exposing half of her shy, flushed little head. "You go first." Liufeng also understood that Aunt Xing needed time to adapt. After all, what she considers is quite different from what he considers. "You little brat, how dare you?" Under Aunt Xing's fierce glare, Liufeng grinned, lifted her little head, and kissed her soft, fragrant lips. Their warm breaths brushed against each other's faces. Liufeng also let out a magnetic voice from his throat. "Aunt Xing, I love you." Xing Yishan was momentarily stunned. Then she slowly closed her eyes, and her little hands reached out from the covers. They also held Liufeng's sharply handsome face, responding passionately to this good morning kiss. After a long while, their lips parted, watching Liufeng walk out, his broad back thoughtfully closing the bedroom door. Xing Yishan's gaze became hazy as she tilted her head, looking dreamily at the bright sky outside the window. Slowly, she also whispered for words from her red lips. "I love you too." Chapter 31. The Eye of Value. I can see the rate of return. Just as I walked out of the room, the system's voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Ding! Detected that the host has helped Xing Yishan out of a crisis. Obtained. Eye of Value. Eye of Value. When the host observes items through the Eye of Insight, it generates a value assessment. In this assessment, it will comprehensively analyze all basic value information of the item, such as material, age, origin, etc., and make a precise and detailed analysis of the item's rate of return based on the current market situation. What the heck? Liufeng was taken aback. The Eye of Value. This is simply a divine skill for finding bargains. Just looking at this description, Liufeng knew that whether it was a rare treasure or an ordinary item, it would be presented most clearly in his eyes. And he could also see the rate of return, meaning he could see the maximum value that the corresponding item could generate. This is amazing. After all, although he had gained insight, like in gambling stones, he had a natural advantage over others. But the gambling stone industry is very deep, generally speaking. Good stones can be worth tens of millions. A floating price negotiation can fluctuate by hundreds of thousands. And he couldn't precisely determine how much a top-quality jadeite should be worth after it was revealed. But now, with the Eye of Value, he could have a clear understanding. Moreover, Liufeng's heart was burning with excitement. This Eye of Value not only had a unique advantage in gambling stones, but could also appraise treasures, antiques, and more. This is incredible. The antique industry is also very deep. Something just produced last week can be described by the seller as something just excavated from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. A trinket worth $8 can be claimed to be worth 80,000. Not to mention novices, even veterans can sometimes trip and fall, failing to catch the eagle and instead getting their eyes pecked out by it. But now, there is no need to worry at all. Under the eye of value, whether it is a treasure or gold in a dung pit, nothing can escape scrutiny. Suppressing his excitement, Chu Liufeng instinctively looked at the watch in his hand. His eyes blinked. In an instant, a strange power surged before him, and a light curtain appeared in his vision. The brand history of the watch, its manufacturing process, material composition, even the current market price fluctuations and estimated appreciation space within the next year all floated in his mind. This was a gift from Aunt Xing when he had just moved here. Evaluating item, Rolex watch, brand brief history, Rolex established in 1905 by Hans Wilsdorf and material, 18K, year, modern, condition, 90 new, market value, 48,000 yuan, rate of return, -8. The assessment was quite accurate. A smile appeared on Chu Liufeng's face. The watch was worth just over 50,000 when new, so it was normal for it to depreciate a bit now. Xiaofeng, what are you looking at? At that moment, Xing Yishan's crisp and pleasant voice suddenly sounded. She had changed into a well-tailored white lace-fitted dress that perfectly showcased her sexy figure, full of intellectual charm, and her hair was styled up. There was a sense of dignified grace and noble elegance. Around her delicate and fair collarbone hung a valuable blue diamond necklace, the slender chain falling naturally, with the diamond seemingly about to drop into an endless abyss. Her explosive figure was tightly wrapped in the fitted white dress, round and plump like a heart. Beneath the narrow lace hem, two long and tender white legs were exposed, with no excess flesh on her delicate jade-like calves. Her cute little white feet were in white high heels, making Xing Yishan's figure even more graceful. In the bright sunlight, she resembled a fairy descended to earth, radiating freshness and elegance. Aunt Xing's face was flushed, but shone more than usual, and she looked radiant, as if she had transformed into a different person. What's wrong? Want to change your watch? Let's pick one out together. Before she even got close, Chu Liufeng had already caught a whiff of the unique fragrance that belonged to Aunt Xing, which was refreshing. No. Chu Liufeng withdrew his gaze. His bright eyes unabashedly scrutinized Xing Yishan from head to toe. Under this aggressive gaze, Xing Yishan felt her face heat up, her heart racing. She slightly lowered her head, trying to hide the blush caused by Chu Liufeng's gaze, slightly turning her face as if to avoid that scorching look. Then mustering her courage to turn back and softly say, "Is it wrong to dress up just because there are no arrangements?" As she spoke, she lightly brushed her hair by her ear, her movements elegant yet somewhat charming. "I get it. A woman dresses up for the one she loves, right?" Chu Liufeng stroked his chin, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. "Aunt Xing, tell me honestly, did you dress up specially for me?" Usually, Aunt Xing wore whatever was comfortable, rarely dressing up so ethereally. Xing Yishan's gaze flickered. The usual decisiveness and competence were nowhere to be seen in this moment. Instead, she appeared shy like a little girl. Xing Yishan's face was flushed, her voice soft as a mosquito's buzz. She did not deny her feelings. "Xiaofeng, although I. Xing Yishan's words were fragmented, as if something had choked her throat. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, but her slightly trembling hands still exposed her inner tension. She raised her eyes to look at Chu Liufeng. Her mind was a tangled mess, not knowing how to begin. Chu Liufeng leaned in, gently wrapping his arms around Xing Yishan's slim waist, pulling her firmly into his embrace. Xing Yishan let out a soft exclamation as she suddenly collided against Chu Liufeng's warm chest. The familiar and reassuring scent enveloped her, causing her frantic heartbeat to skip a beat. "Xiaofeng." Chu Liufeng gently lowered his head, his warm breath brushing against Xing Yishan's ear as he softly said, "Aunt Xing, I understand your anxiety and concerns. Don't worry, this matter will remain our little secret. It's just that, when we're alone, Aunt Xing, you." She lifted her head, her watery peach blossom eyes looking at Chu Liufeng. The two shared a deep gaze, an invisible current flowing between them. They understood each other without needing many words. He understood her, and she understood him. Life is short. Enjoy it while you can. Aunt Xing, I'm a bit hungry. Can you cook me some breakfast? Half an hour later, Xing Yishan shot a glare at Liufeng, her beautiful eyes never leaving him. Bad Xiaofeng. She had naively thought that Liufeng was hungry and was preparing to make him breakfast. But as soon as she entered the kitchen, Liufeng followed her in, claiming they should make breakfast together. Chapter 32. 8,000 Return on Investment. Beautiful woman in Qipao. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Liufeng was ready to start making money. So he dragged Xing Yishan straight to the Qin City Antique Street. This antique street is a huge market that gathers gambling stones, antiques, porcelain, jade, and other items. It's almost like a department store. Today, it was bustling with more people than usual. The reason? There's going to be a high-end jadeite raw stone auction held here today. The scene was packed with people. Stone experts and wealthy businessmen from all over, all eager to get a glimpse of the raw jadeite stones displayed on the stage. Xiaofeng, what are we doing here? Xing Yishan looked at the noisy gambling stone market. The dazzling array of stones, the shifty vendors, and the tour guides all created an atmosphere that made tourists eager to try their luck, which left her somewhat confused. Are you trying to gamble on stones to make money? Xing Yishan had never been very interested in these things. She didn't believe her luck was good enough to find treasures that the experts couldn't spot, especially since she knew nothing about it. Just taking a look. What if we get lucky? Liufeng was glancing around, appearing quite interested. In reality, he was using his eye of value to see if there was anything worth buying. Let us just go, Xiaofeng, don't believe in this. Xing Yishan affectionately linked her arm with Liufeng, her beautiful eyes showing some concern. It's impossible to find a bargain. We could take our time to make money. There's no need to rush into this. She was a bit worried that Liufeng would get too caught up in this alternative gambling game. Don't worry, Aunt Xing, let's just treat this as a date. Just keep me company, okay? Hearing Liufeng say this, Xing Yishan pursed her lips. All right then. She stopped saying more and focused on accompanying Liufeng as they strolled around. Many of the vendors in the antique street were dressed like old farmers, setting up a stall on the ground with a torn plastic bag that still had dirt on it. They looked around anxiously, giving off a vibe that suggested their treasures had questionable origins and should only be sold to those who knew their worth. Of course, these old pros were just for show. Anyone who believed them would be a fool. At a roadside stall, Liufeng squatted down and smiled. Let me take a look. Item: jade bracelet. Material: high-quality glass. Looks very similar to Hetian jade, characterized by high whiteness, structure, and high hardness. Relatively durable. Often used to impersonate Hetian jade bracelets and other simple items. Year: modern. Quality: very poor. Market value: 20 yuan. Return rate: almost zero. Summary: not suitable for purchase. Worthless trash. Can only deceive the most naive of novices who wish to find a bargain. After glancing at the information about the jade bracelet, Liufeng's eyes shifted slightly. He discovered that the eye of value would provide different information based on the evaluated item. He casually asked, "How much for this jade bracelet?" The vendor in farmer's attire smiled broadly and gestured, 80,000. What the hell? You really start with 80,000? Huh? Hey, little brother. You really know your stuff. This thing is incredible. It has a great background. It's from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, gifted by King, one of Zhou, to his wife, Queen Wending. You know who she is, right? She is considered the model of a virtuous wife and mother, revered as Mother One in later generations, because it's so precious. It's a national treasure level item. Even Wu Zetian wore it. Let me tell you a secret. Even that old lady Cishi wanted to wear this and issued a public announcement, promising 1,000 gold and a title of nobility to anyone who could find it. So selling it to you for 80,000 is really not expensive. What do you think, little brother? If you think it's too expensive, just name a price. We can negotiate. National treasure. Queen Wending, worn by Wu Zetian. Liufeng's mouth twitched, and without saying anything, he quietly put the jade bracelet back. What a bold claim. 80,000 already. What else there to negotiate? Not to mention having the price. Even if you offered 80 off, the vendor would probably still happily agree to 200 yuan. Seriously, do you think you could fool people? Liufeng had to admit he was really impressed by these people. They could casually fabricate a story and deliver it with such conviction, as if there were really something to it. They were practically born actors. It would be a shame if they didn't write novels or create stories. He glanced at other items on the vendor's table. Item, jade porcelain. Year, modern quality, very poor. Market value, 1881 yuan. Return rate, almost zero. Summary, not suitable for purchase, worthless trash, can only deceive the most naive of novices who wish to find a bargain. Item, calligraphy and painting. Year, modern market value, 10 yuan. Return rate, almost zero. Summary, not suitable for purchase, worthless trash, can only deceive the most naive of novices who wish to find a bargain. Item, jade ri. Year, modern market value, 9 yuan. Return rate, almost zero. Summary, trash. Liufeng, FCK. Looking at all these items, they were all worthless junk. Out of over 100 items, he couldn't find a single one worth over 100 yuan. They were all garbage. But then again, it made sense. These street stall goods were not true antiques. They were all mass-produced modern crafts, inherently low in value. If he went a wholesale, they might even cost only a couple of yuan. Finding a bargain was impossible. But as Liufeng's gaze wandered, the vendor was still quoting prices cheerfully. That one for 30,000, that one for 50,000, that one for 70,000, that one for 100,000. I can sincerely give it to you for 80,000. This was truly outrageous. They were just deceiving some ignorant fools. Of course, it was a mutually agreeable situation. It could be considered those naive ones hoping to strike it rich paying tuition. Looking at other vendors, they were all the same. Just a pile of junk with no good items at all. Occasionally, there were items that doubled in price, like from 10,000 to 20,000. But Liufeng wasn't interested. Even trying to negotiate would be a waste of time. He really didn't understand how those who found bargains managed to come across tens of thousands or even millions in hidden treasures. In any case, Liufeng hadn't seen anything good. Relying on antiques to find a bargain was practically impossible. Might as well take a look at gambling stones. At least that had a chance of striking it big. Just as he was casually glancing around, suddenly, a string of eye-popping return rates appeared before him. Item, jadeite, raw stone. Price, 200,000. Market value, 16 million. Return rate, 8,000. Summary, extremely high value. Extremely high return rate. Must acquire. Liufeng. What is this? 8,000? That's an 80-fold return on investment. Holy crap. He stared at that item without blinking. It was a raw jadeite stone located at the end of a back street in the antique market. A temporary pavilion had been set up there, creating a new space separated from the antique street. At the entrance of the venue, there were security guards on duty, and many people were coming in and out, a steady stream. Through the perspective, Liufeng saw that inside the venue, more than 100 stalls had been set up, each displaying rough stones. At a glance, there were at least thousands of jade rough stones displayed. On the other side of the venue, various cutting machines were provided for those who wanted to cut the stones on the spot. A large number of jade rough stones were still being continuously brought in. The 80-fold return rate he saw earlier was attributed to one of the basketball-sized jade rough stones. Next to the rough stone, there was a woman in a cheapao. Her hair was styled in an updo, her makeup was exquisite, and her figure was incredibly attractive. Her fair skin, shining under the sunlight, was almost blinding. The hem of her skirt was cut high up to her thighs, accentuating her curvaceous figure. As she walked with a sway, the movement of her skirt was extremely eye-catching, evoking endless imagination. Chapter 33. The entire venue's expenses are covered by Auntie. Let's go. Aunt Xing, shall we take a look over there? Huh? Xing Yishan was still a bit dazed when she was pulled over by Liufeng. They hadn't even stepped inside when they heard enthusiastic shouts coming from within. The new black sand-skin jadeite from the old stone site is only 200,000. It's from the BANKRUPT site, which often produces top-grade jadeite. The top-quality ice-type green is available, and the boss who likes it can quote directly. The highest bidder wins. Seeing the scene, Liufeng couldn't help but shake his head slightly. This new jadeite rough stone venue indeed had something special. There were also jadeite rough stones on the antique street, but they were all trash, yielding nothing good. The profits were only about 40 to 50,000, at most around 100,000. It was all small-time stuff. But this place was truly a paradise for gambling on stones. Just a casual glance, and data started to appear before Liufeng's eyes. Evaluated item, Black Sandskin Jadeite Rough Stone. Description: this is a black sandskin jadeite rough stone with a dark and tight skin, evenly distributed and delicate sand grains, possessing a certain oily luster. Its interior can yield glutinous green jadeite. Estimated selling price: 300,000. Market value: 500,000. Return rate: 66.7. Summary: good return can be taken. Evaluated item: Moxisha Tuasan material jadeite rough stone. Description: this is a Moxisha Tuasan material jadeite rough stone with a gray-white skin, hard and compact texture. Its interior can yield ice-type floating green jadeite. Estimated selling price: 1,200,000. Market value: 2,800,000. Return rate: 133. 3. Summary: quite a generous return can be taken. There was actually high-grade ice-type jadeite. Liufeng took a look at this ice-type jadeite through his perspective eye. The transparency was very high, and the texture was icy and moist like clear cold ice. The green parts floated with a rich glow, distributed in a ribbon-like pattern, contrasting with the ice-type base, forming a unique aesthetic. Whether made into a pendant, earrings, or a bracelet, it could hold extremely high value. No wonder it could be sold for 2,500,000. This thing was indeed beautiful. Evaluated item: Huica stone frog skin jadeite rough stone. Description: this is a Huica stone frog skin jadeite rough stone with a deep green skin that resembles a frog's outer skin, a layer of waxy luster on the surface, and relatively thin skin, with some areas faintly revealing the internal characteristics. Its interior can yield glutinous jadeite. Estimated selling price: 600,000. Market value: 1 million. Return rate: 66. 7th summary: reasonable return can be taken. Watching the constantly floating value data in front of him, Liufeng's eyes brightened slightly. Not bad at all. He had just looked at about 20 jadeite rough stones. The others were average, and some could even lead to significant losses. But the value of these 3 rough stones was quite good, and the return rates were impressive. Of course, the probability of success was very low. If one relied solely on luck to buy, there was a high chance of losing everything. The saying, "a knife makes one rich and another poor," was no joke. Moreover, among these 20-odd jadeite rough stones, these 3 were also the focus of attention. More than a dozen people had gathered around them, whispering to each other. After all, those who could come here were all experts in stones. Only those with real skills dared to enter. So, finding a bargain became quite difficult. However, there were still experts at this venue. It hadn't been long since the market opened, and someone had already chosen their stone and even started cutting it. The cutting area was bustling with excitement. From time to time, excited shouts could be heard, clearly indicating that the cuts were good. It must be said that those who made money in this industry truly made money. But those who lost also felt real pain. One person's joy was another's sorrow. From the envious, dazed, and disappointed expressions of others, it was clear they had suffered losses. And he also learned that the stone with a high return rate he had seen earlier was not for sale yet, but would be used for auction later. This left him somewhat disappointed. He had originally planned to buy it directly. However, it was also a good opportunity to have some fun here. "So, Xiaofeng, which stone do you like? Tell Annie, and I'll buy it for you." Aunt Xing's attention was entirely on Liufeng. Her focused gaze was observing every subtle change in his expression. For her, it didn't matter whether it was gambling on stones or making money. The only thing that mattered was this vibrant young man before her, who was the center of her world. She tightly wrapped her delicate little hands around Liufeng's arm, lightly rubbing against him, completely unlike the relationship between an aunt and nephew, but rather affectionate like a couple in love. Of course, it was almost like that. It was precisely because she was watching Liufeng closely that she noticed the occasional gleam of joy in his eyes. She wondered what this big guy had seen to be so excited. Really? Liufeng felt the softness on his arm and felt a tickle in his heart. Aunt Xing pouted her lips, confidently and playfully humming. "Humph, you little rascal. When have I ever lied to you? Quickly tell me, which stone do you like? Today, the entire venue's expenses are on me." Liufeng was amused by her adorable demeanor. "That's great. Then let's buy that one." Saying this, he pointed to a jadeite rough stone that was half his height and could yield ice-type jade. Aunt Xing followed Liufeng's finger and looked over. The huge stone material was mostly gray-white, and the surface was uneven, with many small sand grains evenly distributed, sparkling faintly in the sunlight. Additionally, there was an extremely ugly moss stain on the outer layer, looking like a hideous snake skin, which was uncomfortable to look at. But those in the know understood that moss and green often had intricate connections. In the eyes of experts, this combination of loose flour and moss was a strong signal that there could be high-quality jadeite hidden inside. It was most likely to yield big green. Around the stone, there were about 10 people examining it. Some had their arms crossed, some frowned, and some were eager to try. But due to the high price, although some wanted to give it a shot, they didn't dare to take the plunge. Although Xing Yishan didn't understand rough stones, she felt that this one looked odd and should have some value. Turning her head to see Liufeng's serious expression, she unhesitatingly said, "Let us go, Liufeng. If you like it, we'll buy it." Saying this, she affectionately linked her arm with Liufeng and walked over. Her aura as a wealthy lady was extremely strong, and every step she took was full of presence. The crowd around unconsciously made way for her, each with envious looks at Liufeng. This guy is being supported by this top-notch rich woman? It's simply enviable and jealousy-inducing. "Boss, how much is this stone?" Xing Yishan directly asked. The stall owner was a lean, middle-aged man with bright, darting black eyes. Seeing the wealthy aura and stylish outfit of Xing Yishan, he knew she was someone with money. So he enthusiastically introduced, "Your taste is excellent, beauty. This is a stone from the old site, very good. It can yield top-grade jade flesh. I want to give a random price, 1,800,000. If you like it, you can take it now." 1,800,000? So expensive? Xing Yishan initially thought she could secure it for under 100,000, but it's already close to 200,000, equivalent to a Maybach. However, with some grit, it's not entirely unacceptable. She turned to ask Liufeng for his opinion, but Liufeng just shook his head. This naive aunt couldn't hide her thoughts in front of such a savvy person and ended up being taken advantage of. The market price given by the system was only 2 million. Although securing it for 8 million would still yield a profit, earning less feels like a loss. And Liufeng couldn't accept losing. "Give me a fair price. You won't secure it at this price," Liufeng said calmly. "Handsome, this is really a fair price. Look at this python skin. Only top-quality materials can have this. If you buy it, you can definitely get a big profit," the lean boss said with a beaming smile. Enthusiastically. Chapter 34, That Shade of Green Light. So green it makes one nervous. Liufeng's expression was calm, his sharp gaze fixed on the lean boss. "Boss, don't beat around the bush with me. I sincerely want this stone today. If you are really sincere, give me a reasonable price. 800,000. If that's acceptable, we can pay and take it right away." Upon hearing the price from Liufeng, the lean boss's eyes widened as if he had heard something unbelievable. "Handsome, your bargaining is too harsh. 800,000? That is not even enough to cover the cost. My purchase price is higher than that. Add a bit more, 5 million. Can't go any lower." Xing Yishan was also taken aback, starting with 1 million less. And, judging by the boss's tone, this price could still be negotiated. She really wasn't cut out for this line of work. If it weren't for Liufeng, she would probably have been conned badly. But when did Liufeng become so knowledgeable about gambling stones? 5 million, and you can just keep it in the warehouse. Who would dare to pay that price? "I'll add a bit, 1 million. The lean boss wore a bitter expression. "Really can't do it, handsome. My bottom line is 3 million. It truly can't go any lower. Or I'll lose money. 3 million? Look around. Who would dare to pay that price?" Liufeng laughed, his face full of disdain. "Then you can keep it in the warehouse. I wish you find a big fool soon." He pulled Xing Yishan and was about to leave. This made the lean boss panic immediately. Hey. Liufeng was speaking the truth. There were indeed people who had bid, but the highest was only 900,000. The lean boss's psychological bottom line was 2 million. The 300,000 difference was like a big Maserati 7. He was in a dilemma. After all, this stone had been in his possession for several years, and he hadn't found a suitable buyer. This jade stone auction was just a gamble for luck. But unexpectedly, the offers kept getting lower. A few years ago, someone even offered 15 million. It was also due to the poor economic environment in the last 2 years. He hesitated. If he kept it, he didn't know when he'd find someone to offer that price again. Hey, handsome, come back. Add a bit more. This quote, isn't profitable for me. Seeing that Liufeng had turned around, leaving with a very determined back, the lean boss became anxious. How much more? 200,000. The lean boss tentatively said. But Liufeng remained silent, only casting him a scornful glance. Gritting his teeth, he called out again, 100,000. 50,000. Liufeng firmly raised 5 fingers and said lightly, 1.05 million, can't go higher. If it's acceptable, we can proceed. If not, then forget it. Seeing the resolute expression on Liufeng's face, the lean boss showed signs of hesitation. After a storm of thoughts, he finally waved his hand. All right. Since you and this stone have a connection, deal? Upon witnessing this scene, people around cast unusual glances. Some shook their heads and sighed, while others displayed sympathetic, mocking expressions. To them, this stone's market price was only around 800,000, not worth this much at all. After all, the probability of it opening green was high, but ultimately, it was just a probability. Seeing the deal done, Xing Yishan immediately gleefully paid. She didn't understand these matters. She just felt that Liufeng valued this stone a lot, and she only needed to pay. Seeing the rich lady's doting gaze, people around were filled with envy and jealousy. Why do foolish people always have so much money? Handsome, what do you think? Should we cut it? Liufeng nodded. Let us cut it. All right. I wish you see green and get a full color. The lean boss's face instantly blossomed into a smile like a chrysanthemum. He hurriedly called a few people to transport the large stone to the cutting area. They found an empty cutting table and prepared to start cutting. As soon as someone began cutting such a large stone, many people started to gather around. But when they saw the familiar appearance of the stone, they exclaimed, Isn't this the treasure stone of old Wang Ba? Someone really bought it? Didn't he want to sell it for over 1.5 million? What was the final deal? 1.05 million? Wow, so rich? This price is acceptable, as long as it doesn't crack inside. Recovering the cost shouldn't be a problem. Not necessarily. Look at this python vein. I've polished this stone before, and the python vein is almost penetrating the center of the material. It's very likely to have a large crack, and once there's a crack, it'll all be ruined. Isn't that right? Old Wang Ba has been shrewd all his life, cutting so many stones. But he didn't dare to cut this one because he also felt the possibility of a large crack was high. He didn't want to gamble. The discussions around them continued, and naturally, Xing Yishan heard them. Her beautiful eyes frowned, feeling somewhat unhappy. Buying this stone was just for fun. If they made money, great. If not, it could also make Liufeng give up on the highly risky gambling stone. It didn't seem like they would lose regardless. But the comments around them could easily put tremendous pressure on Liufeng. She stepped forward, gently holding Liufeng's hand that was marking the stone. What's wrong, Aunt Xing? Liufeng turned and asked with a smile. It's nothing. Whether it rises or not doesn't matter. Don't focus too much on the result. We're just having fun. Aunt Xing softly comforted, wanting to relieve some of Liufeng's pressure. But pressure? Liufeng wanted to laugh. He also heard those voices, but he remained unmoved. With the system, how could he be compared to an ordinary person? Moreover, he had the eye of value that could see through things. With double assurance, every inch of this stone's details was clear to him. There was indeed a crack, but it only grazed the icy jade flesh and didn't break through. It's fine, Aunt Xing, trust me. Liufeng hooked his pinky into Xing Yishan's palm. Playing such little flirty gestures in public made her face slightly blush. Let us cut it, master. Finally, Liufeng finished drawing the cutting lines. These lines would avoid hurting the jade flesh while maximizing the presentation of the perfect side of the high-ice jade flesh inside. All right, boss. I wish you see green and a continuous rise. The cutting machine master didn't hesitate. Once he steadied, he started the machine. With the sound of the cutting machine starting, a crack echoed as the stone broke. The crowd of onlookers grew, now numbering 30 to 40 people. However, when they saw the jade flesh revealed under the cut stone, which turned out to be 2 large, half-ruined white stones, a chorus of hisses erupted. What a scam! This is clearly the work of the window-opening immortal. It's ruined. This is too trashy, not a single bit of jade flesh, just mixed big and small cracks. Even if there was jade flesh, it's all blown up. It should still be able to make some bead accessories, but at least lose 90. I said long ago this stone wouldn't work. It's a money-losing item. Old Wang Ba held on to it for years without daring to cut it and couldn't sell it. Today, he finally got to make a move. Facing the surrounding hisses, Xing Yishan tightened her grip on Chu Liufeng's hand again. It's fine, Xiaofeng. Chu Liufeng smiled, unfazed, and said lightly, it will rise, Aunt Xing. Trust me. Continue to cut along the line I drew. Upon hearing this, the people nearby couldn't help but shake their heads and chuckle. Foolish people with too much money. They thought, even in this situation, they still won't give up. Some had already shaken their heads and walked away. But after a few more cuts, the stone cutter's eyes suddenly widened in shock and disbelief. We've got it, boss. It's green, it's green. His excited and trembling voice echoed, instantly attracting the crowd. Everyone eagerly leaned forward, excitedly watching. As the water from the cutting machine washed away the dust on the stone material, a vibrant green suddenly appeared in front of everyone. That shade of green was almost dazzling. Chapter 35, Aunt Xing. Let me teach you how to identify treasures. Wow, so green? This must be at least a glutinous type, right? No, something's not right. What glutinous type? This is definitely at least an ice type. Wow, and it's high ice. So green. And the surrounding 7 or 8 large cracks just happened to avoid the jade flesh. My heavens, what incredible luck. Next to that vibrant green, there are several striking large cracks that make one's heart race, but so skillfully crafted that they just perfectly avoided seeping into the jade flesh. In an instant, the whole place was in an uproar. The commotion attracted the attention of others immediately, and dozens of people gathered around. Even those still examining the raw stones curiously came over, each one marveling. Not only is it ice-type green, but the ice-type base is also quite good. The transparency is so high, the texture is like pure ice that just came out of an ice cellar. It's amazing. And this floating green, so vibrant it seems like it could drip water, paired with this high ice base, it's simply a match made in heaven. It didn't crack at all. Did the ancestral grave smoke green? The quality of this high ice type is too beautiful and delicate. I feel it's worth at least 2 million to start. Not just that, I think it could even go for 250. This carving will definitely make a profit. Chu Liufeng's cutting line was very clever. It was fully cut, just rough cuts. But this way, it maximally showcases the value of the jade flesh and allows for infinite imagination. What could be under the uncut, floating green jade flesh? Could it be top-notch imperial green? This made people's hearts burn with excitement. Someone in the crowd immediately shouted a bid. Handsome guy, don't cut it anymore. Just give it to me for 150, okay? 150? No way. That's too fast. I'll offer 200,000. Handsome guy, let me have it. 220,000. Give it to me. I'll take it. The bidding voices grew louder. Some people even walked over to get closer. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell that this piece of jade flesh wasn't about whether it would make a profit, but how much profit it would make. Hearing the bidding voices around her, Xing Yishan's eyes instantly sparkled. She didn't understand jade, but she knew this was a significant increase. No wonder Liufeng was so confident. Her eyes, shaped like peach blossoms, blinked as she looked at Chu Liufeng, once again revealing a hint of admiration. How can this little rascal be so amazing? For some reason, it gave her the feeling that Chu Liufeng was all-knowing and understood everything. Looking at his calm and indifferent expression now, it seemed like he already knew this would be the outcome. They say confident men are the most charming. Xing Yishan was captivated, and she didn't know if she was thinking of something ambiguous, but suddenly a hint of shyness appeared on her fair face. Could he really have X-ray vision? But how could that be? Feeling a headache from overthinking, Xing Yishan decided not to think about it anymore. Whatever, anyway, the stronger Liufeng is, the happier she will be. Soon, this high ice floating green jade was bought by a Hong Kong businessman for 3 million. Bought for 1.05 million and sold for 3 million. The return on investment was an astonishing 185.71. This was simply a huge increase. The profits were overflowing. The estimated value given by the system was just a reference for Chu Liufeng. After all, in business, everything is negotiated. Whether to make a loss or a gain depends entirely on one's skills. After receiving the 3 million transfer, Chu Liufeng immediately gave the stone cutter a red envelope of 50,000 yuan, sharing the joy. He smiled as he handed the red envelope to the master's hand, casually saying, "Master, your skills are really good, perfectly avoiding the large cracks. Not bad." The profits were soaring, so this red envelope is for you. Let us all share in the joy. Actually, it didn't need to be so much. Generally, giving 1 or 2,000 is already quite generous. But Chu Liufeng, to shift everyone's focus, gave an extra 2 or 3,000, making ordinary people truly believe the master's skills were great. This made the stone cutter instantly break into a smile, repeatedly saying a long string of polite phrases wishing the boss great wealth. Of course, this money wasn't given for nothing. Chu Liufeng told him to wait, as he would buy a few more stones for him to cut. This generous scene immediately drew envious looks from other colleagues present. Their eyes were filled with jealousy and desire. They were very clear in their hearts that encountering such a generous client is extremely rare. The onlookers couldn't help but give a thumbs up. After all, this practice of giving a red envelope after a successful cut is an unspoken rule in the jade raw stone industry. Moreover, Chu Liufeng's generosity also made people sigh in admiration. With such a way of treating others, no wonder he makes big money. Next, Chu Liufeng took Xing Yishan for a few more rounds, and after some bargaining, he bought several raw jade stones with an investment return rate of over 100. He spent nearly 15 million. Chu Liufeng didn't have that much money right now, so it was all Aunt Xing waving her hand to buy. Given their close relationship where they know each other well, there was actually no need to be too clear about the division. Of course, Chu Liufeng also bought some stones that were bound to lose. In the end, he bought 10, with 7 increasing and 3 losing, which is considered quite a high level among jade masters. Many masters who have been immersed in this field for a lifetime do not have such a high increase rate. The stones that had just been cut and increased in value were immediately snatched up by several jewelers competing to bid. Moreover, since the raw stones Chu Liufeng bought were all of high value, often reaching 7 or 800,000 to over 1 million, he made money, and everyone else couldn't be jealous. After all, 1, they didn't have that much money. 2, even if they had that much money, they wouldn't dare to gamble nearly 1 million like that. After working for several hours, Chu Liufeng and Xing Yishan also felt tired. They decided to rest together in a quiet private room of a high-end tea house in the raw stone market. At the same time, they were also counting the gains from this wave. Very good. They made a net profit of over 17 million. As expected, having a system makes earning money easy. In just one jade raw stone venue, they earned so much money. If they went to a few large jade raw stone venues in one day, they could instantly pay off Xing Yishan's debts. And this was without him even putting in his full effort. After all, there were still dozens of stones that could easily earn 40 to 50,000 that Chu Liufeng didn't buy. 1, he didn't think they were worth it. 2, that would indeed be too eye-catching. If he took them all, it would attract too much attention. So, after comprehensive consideration, Chu Liufeng still gave up. This large sum of money also stunned Xing Yishan. She had never felt that making money could be so easy. It was just a few hours? Without much effort, it was over 17 million in pure income. If it weren't for the balance in the bank account being so real, she would have felt like she was dreaming. Xing Yishan propped her little head with both hands, tilted her head, and stared at Chu Liufeng's profile, her heart racing, her face full of admiration and awe. Stinky Liufeng. How did you do it? You're so good at gambling on stones. Her voice trembled slightly, her face flushed. There was a hint of admiration and dependence that she didn't even realize. Chu Liufeng smiled wickedly, glanced at the empty quiet room, closed the private room door, and then directly pulled Xing Yishan closer, whispering, "Aunt Xing wants to know so badly." Huh? Xing Yishan's gaze gradually became somewhat subtle. Her snowy, delicate body trembled slightly. Her full chest rose and fell. She directly got up and straddled Chu Liufeng, pressing her hands on his shoulders. Aunt Xing looked at Chu Liufeng with bright eyes, full of admiration. Suddenly, she leaned against Chu Liufeng's neck, breathing a bit rapidly, and said, "Xiaofeng, teach Annie how to gamble on stones. The tuition, Can the tuition be hidden in meat? The neckline of her white dress slipped open half an inch with her gasps, revealing a patch of snow-white skin. Inside, a beautiful sapphire necklace glimmered. After taking a deep breath of her fragrance, Liufeng smirked and said, "Gambling on stones is boring. Aunt Xing, let me teach you how to appraise treasures." Appraise treasures? Xing Yishan was taken aback. Then she quickly realized what it meant. Her face instantly flushed with a rosy hue. It was so charming that it seemed ready to drip with water. Even the delicate and small ears turned bright red. Chapter 36. This isn't just gold-plated. This is freaking imperial green, right? A few minutes later, Aunt Xing suddenly trembled and hurriedly struggled to get up. "I've had too much tea. Liufeng, no, I need to go to the bathroom." Before she finished speaking, she hurriedly ran out of the private room as if fleeing. Watching Aunt Xing's somewhat flustered and awkward back, Liufeng couldn't help but shake his head and reached out to touch his nose. There was a faint scent of sandalwood. It was Aunt Xing's unique fragrance. Very pleasant. He calculated the time. The auction was about to start, and if he could secure a few high return stones at the auction, especially that jade rough stone with an 80-fold return rate, he could earn half of his small target for the day. Not bad at all. With this money, he could really spread his wings. After all, value investment isn't just about earning from jade rough stones or finding antiques. Stocks, funds, and foreign exchange could also work. And those are easier to profit from and less likely to attract attention. Just as Liufeng was lost in thought, the door of the private room opened. However, it wasn't Aunt Xing who came in, but a beautiful woman with big waves in her hair, wearing a sleeveless dress with a high slit and a fishtail design, revealing a large expanse of her fair skin. This fishtail dress was also carefully designed, with a slit that went all the way up to her waist, exposing a pair of snow-white thighs. She wore sky-high heels, her delicate face was smooth and tender, and her gaze was alluring. The fitted long dress accentuated her incredibly slender waist and curvy hips. As she moved, her body swayed enticingly. She approached Liufeng, deliberately spilling tea on herself, instantly soaking herself, then leaned close to his ear and said, "Little brother, I've been observing you for a long time. You're amazing at selecting stones. Can you help me pick one too?" She added, "Just help me pick one, and I'll wear this outfit to accompany you for a week, okay?" As she spoke, she even deliberately winked, squatting down to lean against Liufeng's knee. With a seductive look, she took Liufeng's big hand, gently bit his finger, and even licked it. If it were an ordinary man, he would have lost control by now. But Liufeng's brows furrowed immediately. Who the hell are you? Trying to drive up the price, huh?" Liufeng abruptly pulled back his finger. Damn it, he could earn at least 700,000 or 800,000 from one stone. And you want me to spend a week with you? This isn't just gold-plated. This is freaking imperial green, right? Of course, more importantly, Aunt Xing had returned. She was leaning against the door of the private room, smiling as she watched this scene. Although Aunt Xing's gaze seemed gentle, Liufeng inexplicably felt a chill down his back. "Aunt Xing, He hurriedly approached. Aunt Xing affectionately linked her arm with his and walked out of the private room at a leisurely pace. The sound of her high heels clicking on the floor echoed. Each sound felt like a knock on Liufeng's heart. "Liufeng, what were you two chatting about? You seem so intimate." Liufeng felt a mix of amusement and embarrassment. He recounted in detail the ridiculous request made by the woman in the sleeveless fishtail dress. After listening, Aunt Xing's brows slightly furrowed, and a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. "Exactly, my Liufeng is so amazing. He could easily make tens of millions from a rough stone. She really thinks too highly of herself." Suddenly, she stood in front of Liufeng, lowered her head shyly, and said, "Liufeng, I should look better than her, right? I know I'm older." After saying that, she instinctively bit her lower lip. Her luscious lips looked even more tempting under the gentle bite of her pearly teeth. Despite her confidence in her appearance, she knew she had a shortcoming: her age. This was a huge gap between her and Liufeng that could not be avoided. Liufeng was taken aback. Then, he immediately turned into a scoundrel. He reached out and gently grazed Aunt Xing's delicate face along her slender neck, then pinched her earlobe. He gently wrapped his arm around the back of her head and pulled her close to his chest. Lowering his head, he softly whispered in her ear. "What are you thinking, my dear Aunt Xing? You must look better than her in my heart and in my eyes. My Aunt Xing is the most beautiful." "And Aunt Xing, you're not old at all. You're not old one bit. Last night you were as wild as an 18-year-old. The warmth of his big hand and the warm breath by her ear sent a wave of indescribable sensations through her body like an electric shock. Aunt Xing's heart raced rapidly, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She felt soft and powerless. "You naughty little Liufeng. Just know how to make Aunt happy." Her voice trembled, and her usual elegance and nobility were nowhere to be found, replaced with overwhelming shyness and sulkiness. She playfully punched Chu Liufeng's chest with her delicate fist. Rather than a punch, it resembled the playful pouting of lovers. Aunt Xing, blushing with anger, said, "Who else is your aunt's little darling? Who else is acting wild like an 18-year-old? Don't call me that, or I'll tell your mom and have her deal with you." She tried to put on a fierce expression, waving her small fist. She looked quite displeased, but her flushed cheeks and the smile at the corners of her mouth betrayed her true feelings. Okay, I was wrong. Good Aunt Xing, come give me a kiss. And forgive me. You naughty Liufeng, you can't say such things outside anymore. Aunt is really going to get angry. Is she angry or just shy? Umph. I'm not going to tell you." Aunt Xing snorted, lightly pressed her lips together, and her eyes were full of laughter. She reached out and gently took Chu Liufeng's arm, resting her head on his shoulder, slowly walking forward. From time to time, she stole glances at Chu Liufeng, her eyes filled with complex emotions, shyness, joy, and a hint of reliance that even she hadn't noticed. Watching their affectionate figures leave, the woman in the sleeveless fishtail dress stomped her foot in anger, her face showing a mix of humiliation and anger. She had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. If Aunt Xing had come a little later, she was confident she could have won over Chu Liufeng. After all, this tactic had never failed her. But now, being interrupted left her feeling quite frustrated. Suddenly, she furrowed her brows. Why does it feel like the taste of Chu Liufeng's fingers is a bit strange? Not knowing what she was thinking, she spat out, "Papa." "Pa." Her gaze towards Aunt Xing became even more resentful. Meanwhile, at this moment, the auction at the venue was also ready. The pieces of jade rough stones that were to be auctioned had already been sent backstage, preparing for the auction. The woman in the qipao, with an explosive figure, had also stepped onto the auction stage. Her gaze was alluring, and her charm was captivating. As she walked with a sway, the curves accentuated by the qipao made one's imagination run wild. Chapter 37. The Chongsam Beauty, Zhou Ruobing. Hello everyone, I am Zhou Ruobing. I am the chief auctioneer at the Summer Dragon Auction House, and today I will be hosting this jadeite raw stone auction. Zhou Ruobing is the Chongsam Beauty. Her exquisite, expensive Chongsam perfectly showcases her curvy, voluptuous figure. The long dress is slit from the calf up to the thigh, revealing one side of her plump, snowy white leg. Tender and delicate, she also wore black half-leg stockings with red edges, which accentuated the curves of her rounded thighs, adding to the endless charm and allure of this married woman. As Zhou Ruobing walked, her long, beautiful legs swayed enticingly through the slit of her skirt, almost tempting one to commit a crime. Elegant yet sexy, gracious but not lacking in flirtation, with every smile and frown, she inadvertently conquered all the men present. At that moment, the audience was already filled with many people. These individuals were all jade jewelry merchants, collectors, and investors from across the country, gathered together. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation and greed, not knowing whether they were fixated on the jadeite raw stones about to be auctioned or on this captivating Chongsam beauty. Each of them had a booklet containing detailed information about the jadeite raw stones for this auction. The staff had also given one to Chu Liufeng, but he was too lazy to take it. With his value vision, who needed to look at that? He didn't take it, and neither did Xing Yishan. Even if they had it, they wouldn't understand it anyway. So, in the entire auction venue, these two had done no preliminary preparation at all. Still looking, saliva almost dripping. In a corner of position 69, Xing Yishan, pouting and fuming, suddenly covered Chu Liufeng's eyes with her cool little hands. She was genuinely unhappy. Since entering, this bad boy, Liufeng, had been staring at Zhou Ruobing without blinking, as if he wanted to see through her. She felt displeased immediately. Xing Yishan had thought about how to handle things if Chu Liufeng got a girlfriend in the future, and she believed it would be easy to deal with. After all, she was already his aunt and could only live in the shadows for life, secretly cherishing a little affection from Chu Liufeng as if it were a mere gift. But that was enough. After all, she was meant to be kept in the dark. But now, Chu Liufeng was unblinkingly staring at another woman right in front of her, one whose grace, looks, and figure were completely on par with hers. She felt uncomfortable in her heart. She was throwing a little tantrum. Although she felt she didn't have the right to be angry, she was still upset. To put it simply, she was jealous. Jealousy is a human instinct. Even if it's something one doesn't particularly like, if someone else is about to take it away, one will instinctively treasure it. Not to mention that Chu Liufeng was a big treasure in her heart. Chu Liufeng suddenly felt darkness before his eyes, reached out to pull down her delicate, smooth little hands, gently holding them in his arms, and turned his head with a light laugh. Jealous, huh? Xing Yishan glared at Chu Liufeng, her little mouth pouting as if it could hang clothes, not saying a word. Seeing her so adorable, Chu Liufeng immediately showed a doting smile on his face, leaning in to whisper in her ear, "I can't even get enough of Aunt Xing. How could I look at anyone else? I'm looking at the raw stones. There are a few that I like. Besides, who is more beautiful than my Aunt Xing? Come on, let me kiss you." Without further ado, he planted a kiss on her fair cheek. Amidst a playful scuffle, she relented. "All right, I'll let it go this time. I'm magnanimous." Xing Yishan's beautiful eyes curved up again, revealing a charming smile, and she affectionately leaned on Chu Liufeng's shoulder. At this moment, the auction also began, under Zhou Ruobing's control. A jadeite raw stone the size of a basin was wrapped in red cloth and placed in the center of the auction stage. She then began to introduce it in her charming and knowledgeable voice. "This is the first raw stone we are auctioning today. This raw stone comes from the old mining site in Myanmar. According to our expert team's preliminary identification, it is very likely to yield high-quality ice jade, with an estimated value of 270,000. Now, I announce that the starting price is 200,000, with each bid increasing by no less than 10,000. The crowd already knew the information about these raw stones from the booklet, so soon someone began to bid. Number 13 bids 210,000. Is there anyone else? Number 18 bids 220,000. Number 33. Before long, after a series of bidding, this first stone was sold for 280,000. Chu Liufeng did not bid. From his value vision's observation, this stone could yield a profit, but not much. If it was bought at the price of 280,000, after deducting cutting fees, master carving fees, and other miscellaneous expenses, he could only make a few tens of thousands, making it not worth the effort. Next, 10 more jadeite raw stones were auctioned. The highest went for 620,000, but that stone would result in a significant loss, with a return rate of -50. Through his perspective eye, he saw that the internal quality of that raw stone was quite good, but there were cracks, small ones, but there were still cracks. Not even enough to make a bracelet. It could only be used for small decorative items. After a round of auctions, finally, the raw stone that Chu Liufeng was interested in appeared. This is our 12th auction item from the old Peigang mining site. According to our expert team's preliminary identification, it is very likely to yield high-quality ice green jade, with an estimated value of 200,000. Now, the starting price is 100,000, with each bid increasing by no less than 10,000. This raw stone was not large, about the size of basketball, with a rough surface covered in python patterns and moss, with the moss distributed in spots and blocks, and a deep color, making it very likely to yield high-quality jade. Experts could tell at a glance that this stone had a high gamble factor. But under Zhou Ruobing's sweet voice, no one made a bid. Is there no one bidding? Zhou Ruobing was slightly surprised, but it was also within expectations. Because this jadeite raw stone, how should I put it? The window shows green, and the jade flesh looks beautiful. However, through the lighting, one could see that there were 6 or 7 large cracks running through the entire stone, along with some small cracks densely packed, which had penetrated deep into the raw stone. With such serious surface issues, the internal quality could have suffered even more severe damage. Although the jade flesh was nice, it couldn't even produce a bead. It could be used for beginners to practice with, but for seasoned experts like them, there was no interest at all. This is also why their internal estimated value was 200,000, yet the starting price was only 100,000. They were hoping to attract some bold buyers with a gamble. This stone doesn't look great. The skin is full of cracks. Cracks going into the belly. Selling it like garlic. This thing is not too good. Let us move on to the next one. Look at these cracks. They extend from one end to the other. And, judging by the direction, they are most likely going into the belly. Yeah, the quality of the water is indeed good, but there are just too many cracks. Even if there is a bit of green inside, it's very hard to extract whole material. What a pity. For a moment, the atmosphere in the auction hall was filled with disappointment. Shaking their heads, their tones were filled with disdain. Everyone seemed to have lost interest in this raw stone. 100,000 is not a lot for them. But besides being frustrating, buying this thing is useless. It looks like it's about to go unsold. Even with Zhou Ruobing's constant inquiries, no one is bidding. She can only prepare to knock the hammer for an unsold item in disappointment. But just then, Zhou Ruobing suddenly saw a sign being raised in the corner, making her eyes light up. Number 69 bids 100,000. Is there more? Chapter 38. Imperial Green Egg Face. 100,000 for the first time. 100,000 for the second time. 100,000 for the third time. Bang! Congratulations to VIP No. 69 for winning this piece of jade rough. As Zhou Ruobing's delighted voice fell, some people nearby turned to see who was so bold. When they saw it was a young man, they quickly averted their gaze. Just as they had thought, they assumed he was a complete newcomer, just playing around. However, unlike their disdain, Chu Liufeng's eyes were almost shining with excitement. He even found it a bit hard to believe. Isn't this too easy? A bidding war? A crazy face slap? And it was settled this simply? Chu Liufeng almost wanted to laugh out loud. He didn't even spend 200,000. Yet he secured it for just 100,000. A 160-fold return rate. Yes, through his value perception ability, every detail of this jade rough was clearly presented in his eyes. Item evaluation, jade rough, detailed description. This is a black wuxia skin jade rough, with a rough surface and obvious weathering layers, featuring multiple large cracks that penetrate deep into the stone. At first glance, the risk seems extremely high. But at the center of this heavily cracked rough, there lies a piece of intensely colored, pure, and evenly distributed imperial green egg face, dazzling and brilliant, with a delicate and warm quality reaching above high ice type, nearly glass type quality. Estimated selling price, 200,000. Estimated market value, 16 million. Return rate, 8,000. Quality, top grade, summary. The value of the imperial green egg face is extremely high. The return rate is exceptionally generous. It can be secured. Imperial green egg face. Chu Liufeng's eyes narrowed. This piece of jade rough indeed had many large cracks, and the internal patterns also extended deep into the stone. However, at the very center of this heavily cracked rough, there was an extremely rich, pure, and uniform imperial green egg face, brilliant and eye-catching, with a quality that was very warm and pure, almost at the glass-type level. Moreover, its quality was at least over 5 carats. For an imperial green egg face of this level, being worth 16 million was simply too easy. After all, most imperial green egg faces are only 1 to 3 carats, with price ranges around 2 to 5 million. Such pieces are relatively common in the market. A piece as large as the one he bought was quite rare. He didn't expect to secure it so easily. As a result, he lost interest in the remaining dozens of rough stones at the auction, mainly because the return rates were a bit low. Most of the return rates were around 30 to 40, leaving him with no desire to bid. Of course, the one with the highest return rate was a Stone King with a starting price of 1 million. The exposed surface was also high ice green, with a return rate exceeding 200. If he bought it and spent some effort carving it into a finished product, it could probably sell for over 3 million. But the bidding price had already gone up to over 5 million. After thinking it over, he decided to pass. He had already made enough money today, and there was no need to put in more effort. After the auction ended, everyone went to pay, and each received their piece of rough stone. Almost no one left. Instead, they all went to the stone cutting area. Many people's plan was to cut the stones immediately after winning, so if the price went up, they could quickly trade and recoup their costs. Taking them home would mean not knowing how long it would take to sell. Zhou Ruobing also stayed, chatting with some wealthy businessmen who cut stones, trying to build connections. If they encountered high-quality jade that could go to the auction, she would persuade them to consider auctioning through her auction house. After all, jade auctions were not easy these days. Without good treasures, they couldn't even attract people. Her salary was also pitifully low, making it hard for her to make ends meet. Liufeng, this stone has so many cracks, no wonder no one bid. Even Xing Yishan, an outsider, could see the flaws in the stone Liufeng held. It looked as if it had been subjected to immense pressure and was about to shatter. But Liufeng didn't care at all. With a mischievous grin, he said, "Aunt Xing, why don't you blow a bubble? Maybe it will help it cut better." "Huh? Blow?" Xing Yishan was a bit confused, staring with her round, peach blossom eyes, unsure of what the little rascal was up to. "Yeah, you little trickster, just trying to make Aunt happy all day." Xing Yishan rolled her eyes at him, playfully tossing her hair. "Just try it. Aunt is so beautiful. What if blowing a bubble makes the cracks blow out of the jade?" "Little rascal, don't say that. So many people are watching. Isn't it embarrassing?" Originally, some people were curious and looked over to see who was so thick-skinned. But when they saw Xing Yishan, their eyes lit up. It had to be said, she was indeed stunning. At first glance, she looked like a top-notch wealthy woman, exuding an air of nobility. Instantly, everyone shot Liufeng envious and jealous glances. Xing Yishan's face turned red, feeling shy to the point of wanting to dig into the ground. She naturally didn't believe that blowing a bubble would make the stone cut better. But under Liufeng's expectant gaze, she slightly bent down, pouted her red lips, and pretended to blow a few breaths. "Is that enough?" Xing Yishan had seen on some emotional show that the best state of loving someone is, "You are making a fuss, and I am there with you. Not thinking you are childish, and you want to think my behavior is strange." Although she had passed the age of being mischievous, Liufeng, being young, liking these whimsical childish attitudes was quite normal. She also wanted to join him in being silly. Liufeng confidently said, "All right, Aunt Xing, I have a feeling this stone will definitely cut better. You think Aunt is a fairy or something. Really, if it doesn't improve, I'll eat this broken stone right here." "Huh, go ahead. I'll get you some honey, sweeten it up, and it will be easier to swallow." Hearing their conversation, the others around shook their heads, finding it amusing. This was a typical rookie mindset. They always thought of themselves as favored by luck. They had been like this when they joined the industry, believing good things would always come their way, but after cutting a dozen rough stones that fell in value, they had resigned themselves to fate. This thing relies 10 on hard work and 90 on the heavens' favor. But no one spoke up. After all, such things were offensive and not worth it for these seasoned people to do. After arriving at the stone cutting area, Liufeng found an empty cutting machine and began discussing the angle of the cut with the same old master from before. However, after observing for a while, even the old master shook his head. "Boss, this stone, it's not great, too many cracks, it's obvious even to the naked eye." Sigh. This was something you shouldn't have said, but after they had cooperated to cut over 10 stones, they had developed a bit of rapport. However, upon hearing it was bought for 100,000, the old master felt relieved. For this young man, that amount was practically pocket change. Chapter 39, at least play for half a year without eating cilantro. Let's cut it 3 times vertically. Liufeng drew 3 cutting lines, dividing the raw stone into 4 pieces. It could just showcase the central piece of imperial green egg face without looking too deliberate. "Steady hands now. If you cut it well, I'll give you a big red envelope." "All right, boss." Hearing this, the master craftsman became even more focused. Some keen-eyed people noticed that it was Liufeng cutting the stone again and quickly gathered around out of curiosity. Crack! The first cut went down. "It's green, it's green." The master craftsman's eyes lit up, and he shouted excitedly. But soon, his brows furrowed again. "No, something's wrong. Oh, what a pity, such good jade quality, all cracks." The piece of stone that was cut did have green, but as everyone expected, the cracks on the outside directly penetrated the jade flesh. There were also many small cracks inside, making it difficult to even get a bead out. Oh, what a pity. Liufeng, blowing doesn't tea work, huh? Xing Yishan shrugged, speaking somewhat helplessly. Liufeng grinned mischievously and whispered in her ear, maybe you didn't tea blow at the right angle, Aunt Xing. I'll teach you how to blow tonight. This made Xing Yishan's eyes widen. Her face flushed with an unnatural hue, and she playfully retorted, "Pfft, you naughty little phone. Who wants you to teach me?" Xing Yishan blushed and took a breath. Her small hands had already skillfully pinched Liufeng's waist. In a voice only she could hear, she murmured, I can watch videos to learn. Huh? Learn what? Liufeng didn't tea here, clearly. But at that moment, the second cut was made, and this time, the imperial green egg face could be seen. Boss still cracks. Wait. The master craftsman said somewhat dejectedly, but suddenly his eyes widened in shock, and he shouted with a voice that nearly shook the entire venue. Wow, it's green. It's a big green. The volume was so loud that the whole place erupted in astonishment. People from far away were drawn over. Then, a deafening cheer erupted on sight, as if it could lift the roof. Wow, wow, wow. Who said this stone was trash? This is too good. My goodness, what a good stone. This is imperial green jade egg face, right? The texture is so delicate. The color is so rich. So beautiful. Little brother, are you selling this? I'll offer 2 million. Can you afford it? This is at least 5 million or more. Too beautiful. This is the first time in my life I've seen such a beautiful jade egg face. What imperial green jade egg face? Oh my God, what luck is this? There's an imperial green egg face? Hurry, hurry, hurry. The young master is here. Everyone step aside. On the cutting machine, a crystal clear green appeared before everyone's eyes. The green was so rich, it seemed like it could drip with water. It was as big as a pigeon egg. Looking closely, the texture of the egg face was as delicate as top-quality mutton fat jade. Surrounding it, there were indeed large cracks, crisscrossing and covering the entire stone. But right in the center of these large cracks, there remained such a perfect imperial green pigeon egg face. This, I don't even know what to say. It's simply a miracle. Looking at the excited crowd, Xing Yishan felt a bit dazed. What is going on? She was momentarily stunned. What just skyrocketed? The loud cheers of so many people also attracted some wealthy merchants and jade collectors, all of them craning their necks to look around. They all emitted sounds of amazement. This is really an imperial green jade egg face. Oh my Jesus, it's from that piece of stone that was all cracks, bought for about 100,000, right? Ah, I can't believe I misjudged it. 100,000? Wow, I'm so jealous I'm going crazy. Everyone who witnessed this scene was deeply shocked. Each one's face turned red, as if this stone was mined by them. The green was like a beam of light, making people panic. This imperial green jade egg face was even more delicate, fuller and greener than the high ice jade some of them had just mined. Among the crowd, even Zhou Ruobing, who was usually steady and had seen countless precious jade raw stones, was excited. An imperial green jade egg face of this scale is extremely rare and precious in the market. Even though she had auctioned countless jade raw stones in her life, she had never encountered one like this. Zhou Ruobing's eyes were glued to that egg face, as if afraid it would disappear the next second, silently calculating in her heart if this imperial green jade egg face were made into top-grade jewelry. At the auction, the price would probably be beyond imagination. And her biggest wish in this life was to auction an imperial green egg face. But such things are hard to come by. Unexpectedly, today she encountered it. If she could secure the auction rights, not only would it make the Xiaolong auction house famous, but she could also make a fortune. Of course, it wasn't just about the money. It also gave her a strong sense of professional achievement. For a moment, the gazes of the cheap-how-clad beauties looking at Liufeng became somewhat subtle. Hearing someone talk about how Liufeng bought this piece of stone, the onlookers were filled with jealousy, slapping their thighs. No one bid, just got it for the minimum price of 100,000. This is simply unbelievable luck. Those who had looked down on this piece of stone earlier regretted it deeply. They never expected that despite all the cracks, it could still yield an imperial green egg face. Who can predict the outcome of gambling stones? Instantly, everyone shed tears of regret. Brother, this egg face is really beautiful. The color is so pure, and the size is also very good. I'll offer 10 million. Can you let go of me? A middle-aged man had already come up to make a close offer. Before Liufeng could refuse, others immediately began to shout. This is a top-notch imperial green egg face. I'll offer 11 million. Hey, highest bidder takes it. 13 million. I'll take it at full use jewelry. I'll offer 13.5 million. In an instant, sound began to rise from the crowd. The price surged to 15 million. It had clearly turned into a small auction. 15 million? For this? Such a small piece of stone is actually worth 15 million? Some onlookers were a bit dumbfounded. After all, they only knew that the imperial green egg face was precious. But didn't he realize it was worth this much? No wonder this industry is rich one moment and poor the next. A 100,000 cost with a 15 million return rate. It's simply jaw-dropping. Suddenly, they felt envious, jealous, and even couldn't help but fantasize. If they had bid for this stone, they would have to play for at least half a year without eating cilantro. Of course, the bids on site were quite good, but Liufeng wasn't very satisfied. The market value given by the system was indeed only 16 million. But that was only because the imperial green egg face itself had reached that level of quality. If it undergoes masterful carving and design, adding artistic elements, and even customized and personalized for high-end clients in certain celestial realms, the price can rise by tens of millions. After all, this makes for an ideal gift. It is also most suitable for those who are not inclined to speak when giving gifts. Therefore, in his mind, this jadeite egg face could probably be worth around 25 million if auctioned. After all, it was bought for just 100,000, so there's no way to lose money. Boss, take good care of this. It's very precious. After all, he previously wrapped a 50,000 red envelope. So, the master craftsman carefully wrapped the piece of imperial green jade and handed it to Liufeng. Seeing this, Liufeng didn't hesitate and generously gave the craftsman a large red envelope, enough for his stone-cutting income for a year. This instantly made the master smile broadly, even feeling a bit shy. After all, he didn't put in much effort. Even the cutting lines were drawn by Liufeng himself. He felt that this money came too easily. The highest price offered by jewelers on site was only 17 million. At this point, seeing that Liufeng had no intention of selling, Zhou Ruobing's eyes sparkled. She approached and said in a sweet, soft voice, Mr. Chu, can we have a word in private? Chapter 40. Examining the sincerity of the beautiful woman in a Cheongsam, seeing Zhou Ruobing finally arrive. Liufeng's eyes flickered slightly as he gently nodded, holding on to Xing Yishan's little hand, and followed Zhou Ruobing into a quiet private room. However, on the way, Xing Yishan received a phone call and went to take it, leaving Liufeng alone. Seeing this scene, Zhou Ruobing's gaze became even more enchanting. As soon as she stepped into the private room, she quickly turned around, her eyes sparkling with a different kind of light. She extended both hands and intimately wrapped them around Liufeng's arm, her body exuding a captivating fragrance. Coupled with her impressive figure that rivaled Aunt Xing's, the delicate touch was also quite refreshing. At this moment, Zhou Ruobing displayed a side completely different from her usual demeanor at the auction house. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her alluring gaze was filled with charm as she softly said, Mr. Chu, my name is Zhou Ruobing. You can call me Bing Bing or Little Zhou, or Ruo, whatever you like. After helping Liufeng to the sofa, she elegantly stood up, turned around, and gently adjusted her Cheongsam, the smooth lines highlighting her graceful figure. Then, she slowly squatted down at the edge of the sofa, her posture dignified and composed. She slightly raised one leg while the other firmly supported her body, the high slit of the Cheongsam revealing her fair and slender calves. The black stocking she wore hugged her legs perfectly, appearing elegant and showcasing the unique charm of a mature woman. It was as if a character from a game had stepped into reality. Her skin was snowy and delicate, with a rosy hue that was somewhat blinding. One could even catch a whiff of the alluring fragrance peculiar to mature women. Her face was inches away from Liufeng's, the warm breath brushing against his cheek as she softly asked, Mr. Chu, what kind of price do you want for this imperial green egg face? Her voice carried a hint of coquetry and full of temptation. as if she aimed to mesmerize Chu Liufeng instantly. What do you think? Chu Liufeng's expression was inscrutable, and he remained silent. He wanted to see if Zhou Ruobing had any skills and whether she was underestimating him, not daring to be careless under Chu Liufeng's deep gaze. Zhou Ruobing lightly bit her red lips, her eyes firmly locked onto the egg-faced stone. After examining it with a professional and shrewd glint in her charming eyes, she pondered for a moment before smiling and saying, "This egg face is of excellent quality and quite rare in the market. If sold as is, it would probably be around 18 million. However, Mr. Chu, you know that jade needs to be carved to become a treasure. If entrusted to a master for carving, to create a unique design and then auctioned at our Xianglong auction house, based on my experience, it could easily reach a price range of 25 to 33 million. If we encounter certain types of buyers or some special preferences, reaching 30 to 40 million would not be a problem, but that would depend on luck." She spoke honestly, gently caressing the egg face, seemingly reluctant to part with it. This made Chu Liufeng nod slightly in agreement. Zhou Ruobing leaned forward again, swaying her body, the Cheongsam shaking. Her eyes filled with mischief. "Mr. Chu, if you are willing to entrust it to me, with our help, this stone will definitely auction for a price that satisfies you." Moreover, she affectionately held Chu Liufeng's hand and sweetly said, "I would also be willing to provide you with the most considerate and warm service during the auction, ensuring that you feel my sincerity." Sincerity? Chu Liufeng's eyes flicked, and he smirked, showing no intention to hide his attitude. "Mr. Chu, I'm not joking. Do you think I look good in this outfit? As long as you sign a contract with our auction house, I can wear this and accompany you for a few months, at your beck and call. What do you think, Mr. Chu?" She looked up, her eyes filled with anticipation, staring directly at Chu Liufeng, her heart racing. Having said this, her sincerity was indeed quite substantial, far better than the clueless person from the tea house who flaunted a piece of roadside rubbish embedded with imperial green. They could talk business now. Zhou Ruobing looked at him expectantly, her charming fox-like eyes nearly dripping with allure. Very good," Chu Liufeng replied. "Reserve price of 28 million. I'll cover the carving fee. You find someone, and if the final price exceeds 30 million, I'll give you an additional bonus of 1 million. If it reaches 40 million, 5 million, and if it hits 50 million, 2 million. The so-called reserve price ensures that the final price will not fall below his psychological expectation, which for Chu Liufeng was 28 million. Therefore, the final auction price must be above this amount. If it does not reach this figure, even if someone bids on it, the imperial green jade egg face will be unsold." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ruobing's enchanting eyes widened instantly, her breathing becoming rapid, her chest rising and falling sharply. Wow! To know that even though she was the auction director of Xianglong Auction House, the current market was not good, so her commission rate was only 1, which was pitifully low. Thus, even if the auction reached 30 million, she would only earn 300,000. But now, Chu Liufeng was directly offering her an additional bonus of 1 million, and the higher the auction price, the more she would earn. If it reached 50 million, considering the auction house's commission, she could make nearly 200,000. That was almost enough for a Maybach. This made her feel excited all over, her pretty face flushed, and her eyes seemed to glisten with moisture. All right, Mr. Chu, I will draft the contract right away." After saying this, she excitedly leaned over the tea table in front of the sofa, her fingers tapping rapidly as she began drafting the contract, completely unconcerned about whether she might expose herself. It seemed. She also knew that Chu Liufeng was looking in her direction, and even deliberately twisted her stunningly slender waist, showcasing her extraordinary figure. Wow, who could resist this? In any case, Chu Liufeng couldn't. Zhou Ruobing, perhaps due to the excitement from the extra bonus, was shaking slightly, her fingers holding the phone, trembling slightly. But she was indeed professional. Even in her excitement, she managed to draft the contract. "Chu, Mr. Chu, please take a look." Zhou Ruobing's gaze was enchanting as she handed over her phone. She lightly bit her lip and sweetly said, "If you have anything else to add, I can include it right now." Chapter 41. Aunt Xing, the waves are too big. I can't hear you casually flipping through. There were no issues. Chu Liufeng slightly nodded and said, Okay, let's go with this. Hearing this, Zhou Ruobing immediately nodded excitedly and was about to stand up. But perhaps due to kneeling for too long, her legs felt a bit weak, and with a sudden ouch, she fell right onto Chu Liufeng. I'm sorry. She hurriedly struggled to stabilize herself, her face full of apologies. I'm sorry, Mr. Chu. I lost my composure. I'll go print it right away. Please wait a moment. Despite saying sorry, Zhou Ruobing mischievously covered her red lips, and her fox-like eyes showed no hint of embarrassment. She had seen many handsome men like Chu Liufeng. After all, many young masters were well-groomed, but none possessed a body as perfectly sculpted as ancient Greek statues. This uniqueness filled him with beauty and allure. This was also why she readily agreed to the terms. In fact, she wasn't a frivolous person. Although she often interacted with wealthy businessmen due to auctions, this had made her skilled in playing with people's hearts, often giving the illusion that they could get her with just a little more effort. But they always fell short. It was like a cashback promotion where the payout always seemed just within reach, yet always missing by a tiny amount. Zhou Ruobing understood deeply that in a circle filled with cunning individuals where relationships were based on mutual benefit, if she easily let someone have her, she would lose her mystery and allure, becoming instantly worthless. Therefore, she maintained a somewhat distant attitude. This teasing approach left people with an insatiable desire, akin to a cat scratching at their hearts. During this process, those wealthy businessmen, eager to win her over, would spend lavishly at auctions, introduce her to quality auction items, or help expand her connections to show their strength, displaying their utmost sincerity. But when they realized that no matter what they did, they could only gain Zhou Ruobing's superficial favor without any substantial progress, they would feel disheartened and regretful. Once they finally decided to abandon her, having let go of their sunk costs, they would find that they had already been drained of value, and whether they stayed or left mattered little to her. She was already looking for her next target, navigating through the wealthy businessman's circle with such ease. Zhou Ruobing's methods were undeniably clever. Yet, she was still human and had desires. When she encountered someone she craved attention from, she could become more proactive than anyone else. To be honest, with someone as young and handsome as Chu Liufeng, not to mention the extra bonuses, just having a meal together would be fine. The beautiful woman in a Chong Sam walked out, her face flushed, her slender waist swaying as she left to print the contract. At that moment, as she stepped out of the private room, she ran into Xing Yishan, who had just come in after a phone call. She looked surprised at Zhou Ruobing, whose face was glowing, and her almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly. Xing Yishan's delicate nose sniffed the air. There was a fragrant scent in the room, mixed with a somewhat strange odor. Seeing the unusual expression on Xing Yishan's face, Chu Liufeng immediately stood up and guided her to sit on the sofa. Aunt Xing, who called? Your Aunt Li. She woke up and said she has the money ready, asking if I'm at home to bring it over. Oh, that drunk aunt of yours is quite quick. Xiaofeng, what about you and her? Why did she leave with such a red face? Xing Yishan's eyes showed a hint of suspicion as she examined Chu Liufeng, seemingly trying to discern something from his expression. Who knows, maybe she was just excited. Xing Yishan sat upright with her hands folded, her eyes narrowing with a smile that didn't quite reach her lips. Excited? Xiaofeng, tell me, did you do something with her? My goodness, Aunt Xing, you're just like my mom. No wonder you two are such good friends. You make that face when you're angry. Chu Liufeng suddenly felt a shiver and quickly supported Xing Yishan's shoulder, rapidly recounting everything that had just happened. Of course, he only mentioned the profit-sharing aspect, not the deeper details. He wasn't foolish. After listening to Chu Liufeng, Xing Yishan finally relaxed, her face showing an expression of approval. Well, what you did was right. We aren't familiar with jade, so it's better to let professionals handle it. She can find some reliable sculptors to make it exquisite, which can fetch a high price at auction. Plus, linking it to bonuses will motivate Zhou Ruobing to put in more effort to earn more money, saving us the trouble. As she spoke, she tilted her head slightly, looking at Chu Liufeng with a fond gaze. My little Xiaofeng has grown up. Not only do you know more, but your thoughts are so detailed. Chu Liufeng suddenly leaned closer with a grin. Aunt Xing, just now you noticed? You should have known last night whether I grew up or not. Huh. Xing Yishan's expression froze. The warm breath brushed across her face, causing her cheeks to flush. She realized that Chu Liufeng was being cheeky again. "All right, you little rascal." Xing Yishan's small fist clenched tightly. Suddenly, she grabbed Chu Liufeng's ear, showing a playful smile. "I told you not to say such lewd things outside. Have you forgotten? Or did you treat my words as wind passing by your ears?" What? Chu Liufeng was unbothered, instead leaning closer with a smile. "Aunt, the waves are too big. I can't hear you." At that moment, fearing that Chu Liufeng would regret it, Zhou Ruobing rushed over with a stack of contracts. Due to her hurried pace, she was slightly out of breath, her body heaving, and even a fine layer of sweat appeared on her fair forehead. "Mr. Chu, I'm so sorry to keep you waiting." Zhou Ruobing wiped the sweat from her brow, and just as she regained her composure, she saw an incredibly intimate scene. Chu Liufeng had his head resting on Xing Yishan's chest, still grinning, and not only was she not resisting, but she was also tightly holding onto his head. This intimate display. I'm sorry, Mr. Chu, I didn't see anything." Zhou Ruobing quickly covered her flustered face with the contracts and hurriedly turned to lean against the wall. Feeling it inappropriate, she turned her back and took small steps to close the door gently. "Oh no, this is really bad." Leaning against the wall, Zhou Ruobing was on the verge of tears. She had previously encountered a story that a boss and secretary must not discuss in the office, which startled the boss so much that he almost couldn't. As a result, that business deal fell through. She learned from this lesson, so she has maintained elegance and composure all these years. But who would have thought that today she would actually run into such an awkward situation? God knows if this contract will fall apart. Oh, my more than 1 million. My Maybach. Chapter 42, Black Silk Little Feet Fly Kick. In the private room, Xing Yishan's cheeks flushed again as she pretended to be angry and shot a glare at Chu Liufeng. "You bad boy, look at what you've done. Hurry up and get up." But Chu Liufeng had no intention of getting up at all. Instead, he took a deep breath and said before Zhou Ruobing arrives, "You want me to get up? But if Zhou Ruobing comes and you still want me to get up, wouldn't that be pointless?" Xing Yishan. "It's fine, she already saw it. Just let me stay a little longer. Aunt Xing, you smell so good." Xing Yishan was truly a loss for words at Chu Liufeng's thick-skinned behavior. "Wow, you. How can you? But inexplicably, she felt that what Chu Liufeng said made a bit of sense, yet it didn't at the same time. However, deep down, there was a faint sense of excitement. It was like a person who had been thirsty in the desert for a long time, feeling parched and about to burst into flames, suddenly drinking a bottle of ice-cold soda. The constraints of identity and age prevented her and Chu Liufeng's feelings from being openly expressed, which made her feel repressed. And being seen by an unrelated person not only meant she didn't have to worry about her secret being discovered, but it also brought a little bit of secret joy. This was the state Xing Yishan was in right now. No one knew how Zhou Ruobing spent those 3 minutes. She held the contract, sitting on the floor, burying her head in her knees, curling up, feeling pitiful and helpless. If I had never seen the light, I could endure the darkness. But I have already paid the price with my body, and after all that effort to sign the contract, I ended up here. This made Zhou Ruobing extremely unwilling. She even had the impulse to rush in, completely let go of herself, and join the fight. But she was also a bit uncertain about Xing Yishan's identity. She didn't know whether she was a mistress or if there was a slightly taboo, stimulating relationship. If it were the former, it would be easy to deal with. The initiative would be in Chu Liufeng's hands. As long as she satisfied him, everything would be negotiable. But if it were the latter, then it would be completely spicy. She was more inclined to think it was the latter. After all, Xing Yishan, whether in her elegant and noble demeanor or her dress and appearance, didn't seem like a mistress type. She had seen many of those around wealthy businessmen. They might seem lofty to outsiders, but in front of their benefactors, they didn't dare to act superior. However, with Xing Yishan, although she relied heavily on the young Chu Liufeng, similarly, some of Chu Liufeng's actions and attitudes were also very respectful. Respectful of her. Zhou Ruobing pouted, her face full of resentment. "My 1 million plus? A 1 million plus." Just then, the door finally opened. Chu Liufeng walked out and then closed the door again. Although Zhou Ruobing felt a bit pleased to be seen by Xing Yishan, she was still a little shy and didn't want to be seen right now. Plus, Her long dress was a bit messy and wrinkled, so she needed time to tidy up, so she didn't bother to come out. "What's wrong, Miss Zhou? You seem a bit." Upon seeing Chu Liufeng, Zhou Ruobing immediately perked up, hurriedly stood up, and patted the slightly dusty, bulging leather bag, causing another ripple. "Mr. Chu, I didn't mean to. I really didn't see anything. If you didn't see it, then you didn't see it. Why are you so flustered? Hand over the contract." Chu Liufeng felt puzzled. "I'm not embarrassed at all for being caught. Why are you, who saw it, so shy?" Of course. He also didn't understand how many times Zhou Ruobing had regretted in those 3 minutes. Hearing this, Zhou Ruobing was taken aback, and then a huge surprise appeared on her face. "The contract? Oh right, the contract. Mr. Chu Yu." She originally wanted to ask if he wasn't angry, but suddenly realized how silly she had become. Was that even her place to ask? The other party had already signed the contract. Taking a deep breath, her bulging chest rose and fell again. Zhou Ruobing's face had returned to normal. She transformed back into her charming and alluring self, with her seductive fox-like eyes. Seeing Chu Liufeng sign both stacks of contracts, then press his thumbprint and hand her the rough stone of imperial green jade, she could no longer contain her excitement and showed a joyful expression. She reached out her delicate little hand to hold Chu Liufeng's, teasing him playfully like a cat scratching. "Mr. Chu, you can rest assured with this imperial green jade stone in my hands. The auction process will be long, probably taking a month or 2, so please be patient." She was already eager to find a master to carve it, and then to start creating momentum to attract bidders for the auction. The main goal was to make the name of the imperial green jade known and attract attention from certain specific groups. Therefore, this process would take a long time. 2 months? 2 months. Zhou Ruobing thought Chu Liufeng was referring to that, so her face turned slightly red, and her pair of seductive fox-like eyes blinked, revealing a charming demeanor. "It's not limited to 2 months. Anyway, Mr. Chu, whenever you need me, just find me." She extended her trembling, jade-like arm and brushed it against Chu Liufeng's broad chest and firm abs. The feeling was really very good. After touching for a while, Zhou Ruobing reluctantly withdrew her little hand, her face full of lingering desire. "All right, Mr. Chu, I'll contact the carving master now, and if you need anything, please be sure to call me." She handed him her exclusive business card. Then, holding the rough stone, she excitedly turned to leave. Suddenly remembering something, Zhou Ruobing turned her head and shot Chu Liufeng a flirtatious glance with her fox-like eyes that seemed to drip water. "Goodbye." She raised her small hand, made a waving gesture, and then blew a kiss. As she turned around, her slender waist swayed. Such a superb figure was indeed rare. This alluring woman truly had charm to the bone. But she wasn't the kind of gaudy and vulgar type found on the streets. She was very much to his liking. He liked her very much. "Let us go. Aunt Xing, time to go home. Aren't you supposed to meet that drunk aunt later?" After calling out soon, Chu Liufeng and Xing Yishan returned to the villa. But just as they opened the door, a small, agile foot wrapped in black silk suddenly kicked over. Damn! Leo's flying kick. Chapter 43. The rich lady who is close to a billionaire bang. The small foot wrapped in black stockings kicked against Chu Liufeng. His broad frame didn't even sway, as if the kick landed on iron plate. Instead, the figure let out a soft ouch and directly fell into Chu Liufeng's arms, then instinctively wrapped her small hands around his neck, curling up like a koala clinging to him. "Help me! Quickly help me! I'm going to fall." The petite figure called out cutely. Her posture was perfect, but her arms lacked the strength to hold herself up, making her slide down. This left Chu Liufeng speechless. He could only extend his large hand to hold the slender figure. My dear nephew is so understanding." The petite and slender figure giggled foolishly, greedily inhaling the scent of hormones from Chu Liufeng. Like a little kitten, it made Chu Liufeng feel a bit ticklish. Just then, Meng, see? A furious shout rang out, as if it could shatter the beams of the house. Xing Yishan approached with a face full of displeasure. "What are you doing? You're making everyone dumb with your yelling." Li Mengxi shrank her head back, but her arms around Chu Liufeng tightened even more. "You need to get down from me right now." Xing Yishan tugged at her, but couldn't pull her away. Instead, it only made her cling tighter. It's the tonic. I haven't seen my dear nephew for over 10 hours. I miss him so much. Just let me hold him for a while. Just for a little while. Seeing the silly look on this infatuated woman's face, Xing Yishan could only helplessly facepalm. She went to the sofa in the living room and sat down with a sigh, looking at Li Mengxi with a mix of resentment and confusion. How come you're in my house? I've been waiting for you for so long, and you didn't come. So I just came to find you, Li Mengxi replied. Where did you go out with my dear nephew for? Did you sneak off to play games? Li Mengxi closed her eyes and continued to cling tightly to Chu Liufeng. A sweet smile was on her face as she seemed to truly enjoy the feeling. However, since Chu Liufeng was sitting, their position felt a bit ambiguous. Li Mengxi, if you keep talking nonsense, I really will tear your mouth apart. If you don't admit it, that's fine. No need to be so fierce. Xing Yishan then noticed the 2 or 3 fallen bottles on the floor and several more bottles sprawled on the coffee table. Did you drink again today? I didn't drink. Li Mengxi seemed to feel a bit guilty as she quietly added, I just had a little bit while waiting for you guys to come back because I was bored. But I didn't get drunk. Dear nephew, do you think I got drunk? I didn't get drunk, right? A little bit. You call all these bottles a little bit. Xing Yishan shook her head and sighed deeply, unsure of where to start scolding her. Since when did Chu Liufeng become your dear nephew? Li Mengxi made a silly face and stuck out her tongue. He is your nephew. I'm a good girlfriend. So naturally, he's also my dear nephew. Do you want to acknowledge me as your godmother? That works too. I wouldn't mind having an extra son in my life. What do you think? My dear nephew won't lose out. When I die, all my properties will be yours. All of it, Chu Liufeng. Why does he feel a sense of humiliation? Is this what it feels like to be close to a billionaire? Godmother? Wait, isn't Li Mengxi lacking paternal love? I might as well be your godfather. But he couldn't say that, at least not in front of Aunt Xing. The key point was, as this drunken woman excitedly spoke, she was also wriggling in his embrace, and with her fragrant scent all around him. He couldn't help but feel a deep respect for her. Li Mengxi seemed to sense something as her delicate body shivered. She raised her head, her face flushed. Not sure if it was the alcohol or shyness. Her eyes were hazy and filled with undisguised joy. Although she was still squirming, the movement was no longer so wild. She reached out her small hands to rub Chu Liufeng's cheeks, as if she were playing with a doll. Li Mengxi's eyes curved into crescents as she giggled, Dear nephew, I haven't seen you for a day, and you've become even more handsome. She knelt with her legs apart, straddling Chu Liufeng's lap, affectionately wrapping her arms around his neck and acting like a little girl. Despite being over 10 years older than Chu Liufeng, even Aunt Xing would be very intimate with him in private and sometimes act shy, but she would still consider their age difference and wouldn't let loose too much. However, this drunk aunt was completely different. With a youthful mentality and a non-marriage stance, combined with the stimulation of alcohol, at this moment, Li Mengxi was entirely in the mindset of a young girl, completely letting go of herself. The redness on her smooth face looked incredibly alluring, with a hint of cuteness. How about it? Being my son sounds good, right? I have several billion worth of properties to give you, okay? She wobbled in Chu Liufeng's arms, clearly restless. Sitting opposite, Xing Yishan was utterly speechless. From her angle, she could only see Li Mengxi's slender back and Chu Liufeng's helpless expression and nothing else. Frustrated by the scene, she didn't want to watch this distressing moment. Crossing her arms, she turned her face away, pouting like someone who had just spilled vinegar, sulking. She had already felt tired from shopping all morning and just wanted to relax with Chu Liufeng in this private space. But who would have thought that this drunkard would end up squatting in her home, occupying the place she had in mind for herself? Wait, Xing Yishan seemed to think of something. Her expression changed slightly as she coldly asked, Li Mengxi, how did you get the key to my house? Her villa didn't have a smart facial recognition lock on the front door. Only the bedroom and some rooms had it. Therefore, they still used a mechanical lock with a password. Upon hearing this, Li Mengxi turned around with a proud look like a child, making a peace sign and excitedly said, Silly Yishan, have you forgotten who I am? I'm a super landlady, managing so many rental properties. There isn't a lock in this world that I can't open. Xing Yishan suddenly stood up, her eyes wide in disbelief as she asked, Did you dismantle the lock on my front door? At this question, Li Mengxi's face suddenly flashed with a hint of awkwardness, her gaze drifting as she stammered for a long time before replying, Well, it's not like I dismantled it. I just took it off and couldn't put it back on. Isn't that called dismantling? Oh dear, I was drunk. Just give me a moment. I can definitely put it back on. Yishan, you have to believe me. Li Ming. See, Xing Yishan was utterly helpless against this drunken woman. Oh dear, be quieter. You're making my head ache. Regardless of how angry Xing Yishan was, Li Mengshi turned a deaf ear, even appearing unrepentant, with an attitude of not fearing the boiling water. After all, Xing Yishan spoiled her and wouldn't want to tear her apart, so at this moment, she suddenly returned to her drunken, infatuated expression. With bright eyes, excited like a child, he proudly asked, "Nephew, do you think there's something different about me today?" Chapter 44. Aunt secretly shows you the difference? Chu Liufeng carefully examined Li Mengshi from head to toe. With her long hair cascading down her shoulders and a delicate makeup on her charming face, it was clear that she had put more effort into her appearance than yesterday, making her even more beautiful, exuding an intellectual charm and mature femininity. She wore a champagne-colored silk V-neck knitted top that was sexy and elegant, with a soft and smooth texture. The daring V-neck cut extended down to just above her chest, perfectly revealing a large area of her fair skin. On the lower half, she wore a black bodycon mini-skirt that accentuated her exquisite curves. Her tight figure was completely wrapped up, and with her enviable curves, it looked as if they were about to burst out. Thus, her entire figure presented a perfect shape curve. Have you become dumber? Oh no, silly. It's because I'm wearing shiny black stockings with lace edges. Not just any ordinary black stockings. Look, look. As she spoke, Li Mengshi straightened on her slender, long legs. It must be said that her legs, wrapped in shiny black stockings, indeed appeared very glossy. Moreover, there was lace trim on her thighs, giving a refined touch that ordinary black stockings lacked. The stark contrast with her snow-white skin further highlighted her already perfect long legs. Li Mengshi's eyes sparkled as she turned to the side, rummaging through her Hermes bag on the coffee table, then presenting a large pile of fragrant stockings in various colors and styles directly in front of Chu Liufeng. With the excitement of a child showing off a new toy, she exclaimed, "Hee, I also brought gradient stockings, lace stockings, black stockings, white stockings, thigh-highs, and fishnets. I know young people like stockings. Dear nephew, come pick one. Don't be shy, and won't be angry. I really like you, like a lot, super-duper like you. Which pair do you want to see? Aunt will change right now for you to see. Now that you have experience, when you date in the future, don't embarrass Aunt." Chu Liufeng remained silent. It wasn't he that he was being honest, but because Xing Yishan's gaze was almost spitting fire. He couldn't afford to provoke her at this moment. However, the feeling of seeing but not being able to touch was somewhat uncomfortable. Moreover, Li Mengshi was wearing an unknown perfume that smelled nice, making it hard to ignore. Her flawless face, combined with a view of her snow-white skin, along with the unique blend of mature beauty and youthful innocence, stirred something in him. If it weren't for Aunt Xing being present, he would have transformed into an encyclopedia teacher to teach Li Mengshi what it meant to impart knowledge. Noticing Chu Liufeng's helpless expression, Li Mengshi blinked her big, playful eyes. First, she looked doubtful, then suddenly appeared enlightened. "I know, it's because Aunt Xing is here, so you're shy, right? Then when Aunt Xing is not around, I'll secretly show you, let you touch freely, I promise she won't find out. Then right now I'll take it off myself, let you have a glimpse." As she spoke, Li Mengshi was about to lift her leg and place it on Chu Liufeng's shoulder to remove the shiny thigh-high stockings. This pose was indeed very suggestive. If it worked out, it would be incredibly tempting. However, she overestimated her body coordination and flexibility. As soon as she lifted one slender leg, she lost her balance and fell backward. Oh! The feeling of weightlessness made Li Mengshi's face turn pale with fright. Just as her head was about to hit the coffee table, in that dangerous moment, Chu Liufeng hurriedly reached out, swiftly wrapping his arms around her back and pulling her into his embrace. "Wow, you scared me to death, dear nephew. Thank goodness you were here." Li Mengshi pressed against Chu Liufeng's chest, feeling the powerful heartbeat. Her face was filled with fear, but also a mischievous satisfaction. "If it weren't for you, Aunt would have been in trouble. Oh dear, I must repay you for saving me. How about I offer myself in gratitude?" Hearing Li Mengshi's words, Chu Liufeng's expression turned strange. It wasn't his reaction to the words themselves, but rather, his large hand was still resting on Liufeng's back. The champagne-colored silk v-neck knitted top felt incredibly smooth, without any protrusions. Chu Liufeng quickly realized something. He looked down, his eyes flickering. What the? Huh? Seeing Liufeng becoming more intimate with Chu Liufeng, and still in front of him, Xing Yishan couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable. Unable to restrain herself, she stood up, her face cold, and walked behind Liufeng. Bang! She directly knocked Liufeng's head. Ouch! That hurts! Liufeng hugged her head, turning around with teary eyes, glaring at Xing Yishan. Batty, what are you doing? That hurts! Xing Yishan snorted, proudly saying, You're being so inappropriate. You deserve a hit. Liufeng, you shouldn't always tease children. Little Feng is your junior. If you had a child, they'd be around Liufeng's age. Talking about offering yourself, aren't you ashamed? Originally, she intended to make Liufeng more serious. But unexpectedly, Liufeng's eyes suddenly lit up as she excitedly said, Right. I treat little Feng like my son, so I really want to feed him delicious food. What? Xing Yishan's face turned dark with anger, trembling all over. Her chest heaved violently, clearly very angry. Yet, her appearance had no intimidating effect, making her seem extremely cute instead. Oh, goody! I'm just teasing my dear nephew. I'm not competing with you. If you like him, you can secretly do it when I'm not around. No one will know. Right, good little Feng, wouldn't you want to see your beautiful Aunt Xing like that too? Does this question need to be answered? Chu Liufeng looked up, feeling a bit parched. Xing Yishan's face flushed as she recalled what happened last night. It seemed she indeed. You drunkard, I really... You. Xing Yishan was genuinely exasperated with Liufeng. When she was sober, she could be more serious and would listen. But now, did she really have to argue with a drunken person about right and wrong? You're here rambling on, and she's not even listening. Instead, she's becoming even more unrestrained. I'm really at my wit's end. After taking a few deep breaths, Xing Yishan walked into the kitchen and quickly came out with a spatula. I'm going to cook now. Little Feng, make sure to keep an eye on Aunt Xing. Be sure to stop her from going wild. This drunkard often ends up with bruises after drinking. Xing Yishan had already put on her apron. Her hair was also styled up, and her pair of peach blossom eyes narrowed into charming crescents as she gently admonished. The whole person exuded a kind of gentle and virtuous beauty. However, Chu Liufeng could only smile awkwardly, raising his hands above his head to show his innocence. Given the deep mutual understanding between him and Aunt Xing, he naturally could sense the underlying threat. At least you know how to be considerate. Xing Yishan shot a flirtatious glance at Chu Liufeng before turning and walking towards the kitchen. Chapter 45. Aunt, you are full of negative energy. Sigh. Leaning against the kitchen wall, Xing Yishan let out a long breath, her expression somewhat complex and resentful. She didn't expect Chu Liufeng to be honest for long. After all, he was a young man, full of vigor. Plus, Chu Liufeng often exercised, unlike those weak and frail bookworms, so his energy was abundant. And she was well aware of Liufeng's figure. It was absolutely top-notch, with a devilishly good body that was off the charts. Being cuddled like this in his arms must have been uncomfortable already. After all, Chu Liufeng was not the type to stay still. He was just holding back out of respect for her, which warmed her heart. Xing Yishan could sense that her position in Chu Liufeng's heart was still very important. But because of this, she also felt sorry for Chu Liufeng. Yet, she couldn't pretend to be indifferent. She wasn't generous enough to share with Liufeng yet. So, out of sight, out of mind, she focused on cooking instead. While she was away, Chu Liufeng could indulge in eating tofu. Otherwise, it was not fair for him to always be taken advantage of by that drunkard. Just like that, Xing Yishan comforted herself in her heart. But inexplicably, the sour feeling in her heart was hard to erase. She moved quickly, casually making 3 servings of quinoa salad, adding a bit of thick, white yogurt, drizzling a little honey, and tossing in a few blueberries and almond slices. Then she toasted a few golden, crispy slices of bread and spread some creamy cheese on them. That was her lunch. But considering that Chu Liufeng was such a big guy, this little bit wouldn't be enough. So, frowning slightly, after a moment of thought, she took out a pink steak, sprinkled it with sea salt and pepper, and fried it until both sides were golden, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Then she fried a heart-shaped egg, rich in protein. But thinking about it, this seemed a bit too deliberate. If Liufeng saw it, she might think something. So, she also fried a heart-shaped egg for herself and Liufeng. That completed the meal. Time to eat. She stared at the marble dining table, not looking sideways. She was too lazy to look at the two people on the sofa beside her. Of course, she was also a bit afraid to look, worried about seeing the two with strange expressions. That way, she couldn't help but wonder what they had done while she was away. Out of sight, out of mind. She decided to pretend she saw nothing. Just like that, she brainwashed herself. Suddenly, Xing Yishan felt a sense of how hard her life was. They were obviously all best friends. Why could Liufeng be so unrestrained while she had to hide and suppress her feelings? Bang! The exquisite porcelain plate and the solid marble dining table made a crisp sound. Xing Yishan's mouth slightly opened, and her peripheral vision caught a dark shadow, instantly scaring her, and she let out a terrified scream. She turned her head sharply. It turned out to be Liufeng, grinning mischievously next to her. Two blushes instantly rose on her fair and delicate face. You, how did you come here? Xing Yishan exclaimed in surprise and joy, unable to help but feel a mix of shyness and annoyance. She carefully turned her body to look towards the living room, afraid that Liufeng would see this scene. Don't worry, Aunt Xing, after you went to cook, Aunt Li fell asleep. Nothing happened between us, really. Hearing this, Xing Yishan felt a surge of joy in her heart. She rolled her eyes at him and pouted, saying proudly, "Who asked you that? I'm not concerned." Sure, that little mouth is pouting, so aggrieved. Liufeng said with a smirk, teasing her deliberately. Come on, don't be upset, smile a bit. My Aunt Xing is so beautiful, you look stunning when you smile. Without further ado, he pinched Xing Yishan's chin and kissed her lightly on her plump pink lips. It's fragrant and sweet. You. Xing Yishan's eyes widened in shock. Instinctively, she extended her pink fist and began to punch Liufeng's chest repeatedly. Her voice soft yet pretending to be angry. Stinky little Feng, behave yourself. If Liufeng sees, she is asleep, she 1TC. Liufeng said with a mischievous smile, suddenly bending down to lift Xing Yishan off her feet. Xing Yishan let out a startled cry as she was picked up, instinctively covering her mouth with both hands, staring wide-eyed at Liufeng, who was grinning from ear to ear. She looked shy like a young girl in love. Bad little Feng, put me down, what do you want? Although she liked being held, it made her feel safe, but now was not the right time. Xing Yishan's cheeks instantly turned hot, the blush spreading down to her ears, as if she were about to bleed. Aunt, I see you looking downcast. You're full of negative energy. It's as if you have the words unhappy written all over your face. Liufeng said playfully. Aunt Xing, cheer up, you're like Linda Yu, this 1T-do. It will harm your health. I'm here to cheer you up, to fill you with positive energy and make you happy. No, absolutely not. She nervously bit her pink lip, her eyes flickering as if she was struggling with something. But deep down, it seemed like she was secretly longing for something. It wouldn't be good if your Aunt Li saw. Then let us not let her see. Xing Yishan's delicate body trembled slightly. She grabbed Liufeng's arm, her nails almost digging into his skin, her voice trembling as she pleaded. I still need to cook for you. Tonight, please, okay? Wait until your Aunt Li goes back. Xiaofeng, listen to Aunt. Not now, it really can't be. Seeing Xing Yishan's shy demeanor, Liufeng found it extremely cute. He deliberately lowered his voice, teasing her. Xing Yishan's cheeks flushed, her eyes glistening. Her hands fidgeted bashfully in front of her. She leaned her shy head against Liufeng's broad, warm chest. In a shy and angry tone, she said, You bad boy. I. Yeah. Liufeng was taken aback, not expecting that Xing Yishan was concerned about this. But it was indeed the case. But what could be done? Sigh. He was born at the peak, tired of the feeling of being at the top. Of course, this didn't mean that this was impossible. Liufeng still held Xing Yishan and walked to the living room, plopping down on the sofa. Right across from her, Liufeng was still sweetly asleep, her lips moving slightly as if she were murmuring in her dreams. Good nephew. Cool me. Aunt. We'll take you back to childhood. Buy good food. Seeing this, Xing Yishan said softly, Xiaofeng, she really misses you. even dreaming about you. Do you miss her? Her eyes curved into a gentle smile. I do. Chu Liufeng answered without hesitation, decisively making Xing Yishan momentarily dumbfounded. Her little face instantly fell. She knew it was the truth, but couldn't she just trick Aunt for now? You dare. She frowned prettily, her eyes fierce as she reached out to pinch both of his ears. But Chu Liufeng just chuckled. I was thinking of Aunt Xing. I like Aunt Xing the most. He leaned down, and Xing Yishan only felt a warm breath coming towards her, making her body stiffen, and her eyes instantly widen. Why you? Chapter 46. The old shoulder and the giant slip due to the heat in the kitchen. Aunt Xing had already changed into a sleeveless knitted top in sea blue, revealing a pair of white, delicate arms that seemed to shimmer. The cross V neckline in front flowed smoothly downwards, appearing both sexy and elegant. She had also changed into a loose light gold silk satin skirt. As the hem swayed gently, two long, fair legs peeked out, seemingly competing for attention. To better accentuate her leg shape, and perhaps to stand out even more, Xing Yishan had deliberately put on a pair of sheer, skin-tone stockings, making her calves appear round and tender, exuding the unique intellectual charm of a mature woman. Although Li Mengxi had a curvy and stunning figure, thanks to years of yoga practice, Xing Yishan was tall and equally graceful. In fact, if compared, it wouldn't be clear who was better. Being gently embraced by Chu Liufeng, Xing Yishan frowned slightly, secretly cursing the little rascal. Yet on the surface, there was not a hint of panic. She had longed for this warm embrace for quite a while. She sat up straight, wrapping her arms around Chu Liufeng's head, pressing it against her chest so he wouldn't strain his neck. Then, she slightly opened her beautiful eyes to look at Li Mengxi, watching her without blinking, fearing that she might wake up suddenly and see this scene. Although the three of them were sitting on the sofa in the living room, the entire villa was quiet enough to hear a pin drop, enjoying this blissful moment of tranquility. Only occasionally did Li Mengxi let out soft murmurs in her sleep. If an outsider were to walk in at that moment, they would witness this peculiar sight. Xing Yishan, with her eyes half open, sitting on Chu Liufeng while cradling his head as if lulling him to sleep, resembling someone holding a 3-year-old child. The posture was quite intimate. Opposite them, Li Mengxi lay sprawled on the sofa, completely at ease and without any semblance of sleeping posture. She was truly asleep, even letting out slight snores. Moreover, she was quite restless in her sleep, lying sideways on the sofa, her long legs, wrapped in glossy stockings, stretched out carelessly, occasionally curling up or lifting. This caused her short skirt to be pushed up in a messy manner. She tightly clutched a pillow, her red lips slightly parted, a glimmer of drool escaping. Her face flushed and quite beautiful. It seemed she felt hot while sleeping as she unconsciously unbuttoned a few buttons on her silk shirt. Xing Yishan naturally noticed the oddity under that clothing, but she merely pressed her lips together and said nothing. She was used to it. This wine lover was just like that. Not to mention what was above, even what was below. It was probably the same. They would call it being bound. Sleeping felt like being tortured. If she were in her own home, this girl would be even more open. It would be rare to see her fully dressed. Moreover, she didn't have the energy to care about that now. Xiaofeng, enough, it's time to eat. The steak will get cold. Xing Yishan furrowed her brows, her face flushed. But Chu Liufeng lifted his head, revealing a mischievous smile. Just a little longer. Aunt Xing, don't be anxious. All right, Aunt Xing, you made steak. It seemed he thought of something, and a glint appeared in his eyes, showing no regard for the beautiful woman in front of him, the good friend of his mother, who was even sleeping on the sofa across from them. Just imagining it stirred his emotions, not to mention that he was the protagonist. Then, let us hold on for a bit longer until your Aunt Li wakes up. Xing Yishan's expression had lost the reserved grace of a noble woman. There was a subtle change in her expression, and she was also enjoying this warm feeling. Although she wanted to pull Chu Liufeng upstairs right now, the remaining rationality told her that Li Mengxi, this wine lover, was still here sleeping. It was not a good opportunity at all. Moreover, if she was too timid to even call out loud, she didn't want to feel unsatisfied. It would be better not to play at all. So she could only suppress her desires, wishing it could be nightfall immediately. After a few more quiet, pleasant minutes, she could hardly resist falling asleep. Xiaofeng, Come at night. Tonight really can't work. Although she was reluctant to leave this warm embrace, Xing Yishan bit her lip and struggled to stand up, adjusting her slightly disheveled dress. Chu Liufeng rubbed his sore cheeks, looking at the blushing Aunt Xing. He smiled, just about to pull her back for another hug. But at that moment, as if awakened by the commotion, a soft voice suddenly rang out. What are you guys doing? Li Mengxi opened her unfocused eyes, still hazy from just waking up, with a hint of confusion and cuteness on her face. She yawned, stretching her arms high and arching her back. With her large movements, the few buttons left on her silk shirt were pulled once again. The old shoulder slipped right off. Li Mengxi's sudden awakening caught both of them off guard. The air seemed to freeze, and the tension became palpable. Nephew, why are you sitting there? And why are you? Seeing the two of them frozen like wooden puppets, Li Mengxi covered her red lips and yawned repeatedly, so sleepy that she could hardly open her eyes. Xing Yishan was initially panicked, but since this was her familiar home, her brain didn't go blank. Instead, she quickly reacted and lunged forward in a rush. Wine lover. Put your clothes on. Xiaofeng is here. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Li Mengxi's attention was instantly drawn to her disheveled clothing. Why are there still 2 buttons undone? That shouldn't be. If they were undone, wouldn't that mean they could just be taken off? She rubbed her eyes, her little head swaying slightly with emotion, and mumbled a few indistinct sounds. Oh, what's the big deal? I just dream about feeding Xiaofeng something delicious. He was so good and happy. Just then, nephew come. Smack. Upon hearing this, Xing Yishan's flustered expression froze, turning emotionless. She then raised her delicate hand high and brought it down with a slap. Chapter 47. White steamed bun. Fragrant and sweet. Oh no. Li Mengxi clutched her chest in pain, curling up on the sofa, looking small, helpless, and pitiful. It hurt so much. With tearful, wide eyes, she glared at Xing Yishan and shouted, feeling both aggrieved and angry. Baddie, what are you getting worked up about? It really hurts. Xing Yishan snorted, lifting her little head proudly like a peacock. Humph. You haven't been serious all day. Hurry up and get dressed. It's time to eat. How many times do I have to call you for a meal? As she spoke, she smiled gently, and somehow, one hand had already twisted Chu Liufeng's ear. Look, you're about to drool. She pulled Chu Liufeng over to the dining table and casually started eating. Li Mengxi looked at their backs with a resentful expression, made a face, and slowly started buttoning her silk shirt. She didn't seem shy at all. Shy? Sorry. This is to prove that I have what it takes. I must think of a way to make Chu Liufeng recall the delicious food from his childhood. However, she rubbed her slightly dizzy little head, feeling some regret in her eyes. How could she have missed such a good opportunity? How did she end up falling asleep? The opportunity was wasted. Her memory was a bit fuzzy. She only remembered Xing Yishan saying she was going to cook. She excitedly pulled Chu Liufeng and talked a lot, but she couldn't remember what she said. It seemed to be something about whether her aunt was pretty or if she liked her aunt, and then her memory just cut off. She felt an inexplicable sense of relaxation, comfort, and safety being held by Chu Liufeng. Just like a father soothing his daughter to sleep, he gently patted her back. As he patted, she suddenly felt so sleepy, and then she fell into a deep slumber. When she woke up again, she saw Xing Yishan and Chu Liufeng standing strangely in front of her. Her beautiful eyes moved slightly as she turned to glance at the backs of Chu Liufeng and Xing Yishan. It felt a bit strange. Something was off? After tidying up her clothes, which she hadn't really done much, she simply buttoned a few buttons, and they were all crooked. But it didn't matter. After all, there were no outsiders. She swayed her way to the uniquely patterned natural marble dining table. Chu Liufeng sat in the center on the long side, calm and composed, while Xing Yishan sat on the short side to his left. Li Mengxi frowned. Why are they sitting so far apart? Moreover, when she looked at the two, she could even see Xing Yishan's slightly flushed cheeks. That blush stood out against her fair skin. She furrowed her brow, feeling it was even stranger now. Or do they usually sit like this? Although full of doubts, she subconsciously sat down on the right side, making eye contact with Xing Yishan from a distance. Wow, this is so good. As soon as she sat down, Li Mengxi's eyes sparkled, and her stomach conveniently let out a soft grumble. She couldn't wait to grab a spoon and start to gobble down the food. There's the love egg too. Hee hee, you're so good. Her cheeks puffed up. The thick and white yogurt, combined with sweet honey and the natural grain fragrance of quinoa, made her eat happily. While talking, some white yogurt smeared on her rosy lips, making her look very cute. Eat more if it's good. Aunt Xing turned to look at Chu Liufeng with satisfaction, her eyes curved. A hint of a smile at the corners of her mouth. The smile contained a bit of tenderness and a trace of imperceptible shyness. And you, Xiaofeng, how does it taste? Chu Liufeng was taken aback, then smiled. It's delicious. Still the familiar taste. Quinoa is fragrant, sweet, and soft. I can't get enough of it. Aunt Xing, your cooking is really good. This statement from Chu Liufeng carried an inexplicable meaning. Those who knew were talking about the quinoa salad. Those who didn't would think he was talking about some white steamed bun. Xing Yishan shot Chu Liufeng a glance, then revealed a gentle and intellectual smile, as if implying, you better be talking about the quinoa salad. Liufeng instantly frowned. A look of confusion and slight disdain appeared on her face. She tilted her head, staring intently at Chu Liufeng, and said loudly, Nephew, what are you talking about? Chu Liufeng. I'm just joking with Aunt Xing. What does it have to do with you? Oh, I get it. You must be reminiscing about your childhood and said that on purpose, right? Liufeng's eyes lit up and a sly smile appeared on her face. Come, eat this from Annie. This is the real fragrant and sweet one. As she spoke, she enthusiastically pushed the food from her plate towards Chu Liufeng. Just then, bang, a glass of milk made a close contact with the marble table, producing a crisp sound. It was very loud. In this quiet environment, it was even louder. Xing Yishan had just taken a sip of milk elegantly, then extended her pink tongue to lick the white residue at the corner of her mouth, and then put the glass down heavily. If it weren't for the high quality, the glass would have likely shattered. She kept her gaze on her bowl, not looking at anyone. But Chu Liufeng immediately lowered his head, focusing on eating the quinoa salad, looking as if he was in a state of not hearing anything outside, only focused on eating sweet and soft food. Liufeng's expression stiffened instantly. She quickly lowered her head and started eating voraciously. For a moment, a strange silence fell over the dining table. Initially, it was thought that this ordinary lunch would continue in this strange atmosphere until the end. But soon, Chu Liufeng learned what it meant for happiness to come too suddenly can also be a bad thing. Unexpectedly, there was suddenly a slight movement under the table. He was slightly startled. He saw Liufeng mischievously winking at him, her eyes filled with mischief. On the other side, although Xing Yishan's expression remained unchanged, a trace of subtle cunning flashed in her eyes. However, the two stunning ladies acted as if nothing had happened, eating and drinking as usual, without a hint of change in their expressions. This made Chu Liufeng's expression change slightly. He instantly realized that this was bound to be an extraordinary lunch. Chu Liufeng was genuinely shocked. After all, Liufeng was one thing. This stunning wealthy woman was quite bold. If it weren't for Aunt Xing, she might have directly sat on his lap to eat, and what she would be eating might not even be quinoa salad. But unexpectedly, what shocked Chu Liufeng was that Aunt Xing also started playing this game. No one would have thought that this seemingly dignified, elegant, and intellectually charming wealthy woman would also engage in such antics. This was not Aunt Xing's style. Or is this called that? What was it again? Chapter 48, Mischievous Guys. However, Chu Liufeng was only slightly puzzled. He began to understand a little in his heart. It seemed that some of his words and actions had led Aunt Xing to have higher expectations for their relationship. After all, whether it was the pleasant communication with Aunt Xing in the tea house and private room at the jade auction this morning, or the frequent interactions in front of his good friend after returning home, all these had caused this traditionally conservative good woman to have a subtle change in her heart, wanting to have more intimate gestures. Coupled with Liufeng's words that hinted at closeness to Chu Liufeng, Aunt Xing Yishan felt a sense of crisis in her heart. If she did nothing, one day, Chu Liufeng would surely grow tired of her. After all, in her heart, her age was a significant shortcoming. Therefore, for both the present and the future, she had to make some appropriate changes. In short, due to various coincidences and misunderstandings, Aunt Xing Yishan's behavior was almost like a declaration of sovereignty. While elegantly cutting her steak, she casually glanced at Chu Liufeng with her peripheral vision. If it's delicious, eat more. Once you're full, don't go out eating all sorts of junk. If you want to eat or drink something, just tell Aunt. My hands can make anything delicious for you. If I can't make it, I'll learn. So, Xiaofeng, just eat what I cook. Who knows if the stuff outside is clean? It's easy to get a stomachache from unsanitary food. Even if it looks clean, it might not taste as good as what I prepared for you with care. We have everything at home, so just eat at home from now on, right? Xiaofeng? After saying that, she smiled at Chu Liufeng, her eyes filled with affection and love. Do you think what Aunt said is right? She slightly pursed her lips, her eyes flashing with a hint of subtle shyness and expectation, seemingly waiting for Chu Liufeng's reaction. Aunt Xing, I understand. Chu Liufeng replied with his head down. Damn it, was she really just talking about food? Aunt Xing, are you sure you're talking about eating home-cooked meals and not something else? Is the tension really that thick now? While eating quinoa salad, he secretly glanced at the gentle and smiling Aunt Xing Yishan. She wore a slight smile, her brows and eyes curved, exuding an intelligent and gentle beauty. However, it sent a chill down Chu Liufeng's spine. How is this so similar to his own mother? The words were sharp. What she said was one thing, but the implication was another. Chu Liufeng couldn't help but sigh. No wonder she was a good friend. Her temperament was practically a replica. However, he was also a bit worried about how Li Mengxi would react to this. Li Mengxi remained silent. Her movements paused slightly, her spoon stopped in the bowl, and her eyes flashed with a barely perceptible oddity. But soon, she returned to normal and continued eating as if nothing had happened. She made no sound, as if she hadn't heard anything at all. But at such close distance, how could she not have heard? Out of a woman's intuition, she felt that this was a veiled criticism aimed at herself. Bad annoying she quietly muttered complaints in her heart. However, Li Mengxi also understood that Aunt Xing probably had no other intentions. She only thought that Aunt Xing was taking the role of an elder, educating Chu Liufeng. It wasn't directed at her. If any elder were in her place, they would likely educate him the same way. Bruce. She had more important things to do right now, so she continued to eat heartily on the surface without reacting. Yet, she secretly stole glances at Chu Liufeng, her face adorned with a playful smile. Unexpectedly, Li Mengxi was so understanding. She didn't show a hint of displeasure. Chu Liufeng was instantly moved to the point of wanting to cry. He shifted back slightly in his chair, causing it to scrape against the floor with a loud noise that seemed jarring in the quiet environment. Li Mengxi and Aunt Xing Yishan exchanged subtle glances at Chu Liufeng, then smiled gently and focused on their food. However, they felt pleased in their hearts. Chu Liufeng, on the other hand, felt as if his heart was about to leap out of his throat. Damn it, what do your expressions mean? Indeed, if this meal had just been with Aunt Xing or just with Li Mengxi, it would have been a very pleasant experience. But the three of them sitting together intensified the underlying tension. This was not stimulation, it was frightening. Who said a triangle is stable? Even when he had only 200 health facing a fully health and enraged champion who had just executed 4 of his teammates, he had never felt this terrified. If Li Mengxi and Aunt Xing Yishan discovered the truth, oh God, the consequences were unimaginable. Just the thought of it made him feel like he wanted to die. So he was truly restless now, as if there were nails in his seat, unable to sit still. To avoid this extreme situation, he had no choice but to spread his legs wide, sitting casually. It seemed like he was responding to Li Mengxi and Aunt Xing Yishan, but in reality, he was preventing them from having any chance to touch upon the issue. Keep the kings apart. Sigh, when will we be able to talk things out and live in harmony? Chu Liufeng was extremely frustrated. 2 ultra-rich and beautiful women. If the 3 of us could live well together, how wonderful would that be? Why must it be this torturous now? However, Chu Liufeng quickly regretted his actions. Because to Aunt Xing Yishan and Li Mengxi, his thoughtfulness was seen as being considerate. Thus, every significant move from Aunt Xing Yishan and Li Mengxi made Chu Liufeng's spirit tremble, almost scaring his soul away. Help! I'm going to die. Where's the system? Come save your dad. But no matter how much he pleaded in his heart, it was of no use. Plus, time was running out. Just as the situation was about to be exposed, Chu Liufeng suddenly shivered, his heartbeat almost missing a beat. He forced a very strained smile, put down his bowl, and let out a loud belch. Burp. I'm done eating, Aunt Xing, Aunt Li. You take your time. I'll slow down. I'm stuffed. As he spoke, he hurriedly placed both hands on his belly, appearing to be patting his full stomach. But in reality, he was trying to discreetly prevent any potential danger between the two. However, could he really stop it? Chapter 49. Where's the system? Hurry and save your dad. In an instant, a blush quickly spread across Xing Yishan's cheeks. She didn't expect Liufeng to finish the quinoa salad entirely, which brought a surge of unusual joy in her heart. For a moment, her mind went blank. But soon, a hint of triumph welled up inside her. It seemed that she finally had the chance to bully that little brat Feng. After all, it was always her who lost her composure before. She never expected that one day she could turn the tables. This thought flashed through her mind. Her face immediately revealed an uncontrollable joy, her eyes a bit shy and excited. Silly little Feng, take your time. Why are you eating so fast? Aunt Xing knows that her cooking is good, but you shouldn't eat so hurriedly. You'll get stuffed. Xing Yishan's brows curved beautifully, but soon she realized that she was getting a bit carried away. Her body jolted slightly. She hurriedly lowered her head and focused on eating the quinoa salad, afraid that Li Mengxi would notice anything unusual. Li Mengxi's beautiful eyes lit up. A mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes. To her, this was all her doing. Ha ha, finally getting shy, huh? Ha ha ha, I still have my charm. Little obedient nephew, let's see how I can handle you. She gently pressed her lips together, her smile involuntarily rising. She wanted to lift her head to look at Liufeng and find another chance to tease him. But she was also worried about being seen by Xing Yishan. Then she realized something was off. From what she understood of her best friend, if Xing Yishan found out that she was teasing Liufeng right under her nose, this girl might really explode. At that point, things would be hard to control. So she could only remain discreet. What she didn't know was that her good friend was feeling the same way at that moment. A glimmer of mischief crossed Li Mengxi's eyes, and her lips curled slightly. However, everything was happening quietly, unnoticed by others. As for Liufeng, how did he feel during this meal? All he could say was, it felt like a dream. This life was worth it. Liufeng felt like he wanted to lie down in a coffin. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. What? You ask if it's possible to just come clean about everything? Not a chance. At least not right now. Given Aunt Xing's shyness and conservativeness, if she found out that he was secretly with Li Mengxi behind her back, even not turning off the lights in front of her. Not to mention, he would definitely lose any opportunity to go to her fragrant bedroom in the future. She would probably feel particularly hurt and disappointed in him. As for Li Mengxi knowing that he was with Aunt Xing, he didn't mind that. But given her tendency to speak without thinking when drunk, if one day she got drunk and accidentally said something hurtful to Aunt Xing, it would probably embarrass Aunt Xing so much that she'd want to disappear. That would be even worse. So it was absolutely impossible to come clean. And now that it had come to this, leaving? Definitely not possible. Once he left, it would definitely raise suspicions. After all, he usually didn't act this shy. Leaving would mean exposing everything. Oh no, that wouldn't just be disappointing for one aunt, but for both. It could even cause a rift in their relationship. That would be a sin. Liufeng would never allow such a thing to happen. So neither leaving nor staying was a good option. It was simply giving him a headache. Sigh, all I want is to eat in peace. Please, gods and spirits, let me finish this meal without any more trouble. I've been eating for ages, and I'm almost going crazy. Of course, while complaining, he still had to think of a solution. As for now, what should he do? Oh my, it looked like he was about to face the music. Yet he couldn't make any deliberate moves. Liufeng swore he had never been this nervous in his life. Not even when facing a few ruthless bandits in a life-and-death struggle was he this tense. And right now, he actually wanted another intense life-and-death struggle. Where's the system? Hurry and save your dad. Your dad is about to be in big trouble. Is there a lucky card to protect me? He screamed in his heart. However, to be honest, even though Liufeng didn't know how to handle the situation, he wasn't completely helpless. When people are in tense and dangerous situations, they can unleash tremendous potential. So the saying goes, truly capable people arise. Miracle hands. Come and help me. Liufeng's eyes lit up. He suddenly thought of a solution. Right? he still had the skill of miracle hands. This passive defense wouldn't work at all. Sooner or later, there would be a risk of being breached. If he was going to do something, he had to take the initiative. After all, as the saying goes, the best defense is a good offense. He blinked his eyes and activated his pathological eye. In an instant, to him, some marvelous things appeared: meridians, blood vessels, nerves. In his mind, various acupoint information about the soles of the feet instantly appeared. After all, the soles of the feet have a rich nervous system. The qi and blood meridians intersect at the soles. By massaging and stimulating the nerve endings, it can relax the nerves, making one feel physically and mentally pleasant, which is very beneficial for health. So it's very necessary to wash your feet and massage to relax. With the help of the pathological eye, the details of the various acupoints on the soles were vividly clear. He took a deep breath. His hands also began to warm up. Liufeng instantly felt a force of resistance, but he smiled slightly. You think you can come and go as you please? What do you think this is, a bathroom? When you begged for mercy just now, you didn't listen. Now you're panicking? So Liufeng ignored everything outside and continued his actions, applying moderate pressure and maintaining a steady rhythm. Xing Yishan and Li Mengxi felt their body aches gradually lessen. They relaxed a lot. They had been to foot washes before, even going for a week straight at one point. It was indeed very comfortable. Those young girls' massage techniques were excellent. The whole experience felt relaxing. But compared to Liufeng, it was on a completely different level. The sensations he provided were incomparable. Chapter 50, Li Mengxi's Imagination. It's over. I'm going to die. The atmosphere at the dining table grew increasingly strange. The air seemed to be thick with a sticky tension that made it hard to breathe. Xing Yishan and Li Mengxi were squirming more and more, as if there were nails in their seats, unable to sit still. Finally, Li Mengxi's cheeks flushed, her gaze flickering as she took small bites of the quinoa salad. She bit her lower lip, letting out a few faint sounds between her pearly teeth. The sounds were not loud, but in this quiet environment, they were extremely clear. She suddenly widened her eyes, hurriedly pressing her lips together, cautiously glancing at Xing Yishan. She found her head down, eyes closed, as if she hadn't heard anything. But Li Mengxi noticed that the fork in Xing Yishan's hand was gripped tightly, and her other small fist was also clenched tightly, her expression tense, as if she were simmering with anger. Could it be that Yi has sensed something unusual? This was clearly a sign that she was about to explode. She was just holding back because of their past friendship, unsure of how to speak up, so she kept it all bottled up. Li Mengxi panicked instantly, casting a pleading glance at Liufeng. But the culprit was now leaning back in his chair, eyes closed, looking like he was already resting. Even if she wanted to pull her little foot back, she found that big hand was like a steel clamp, so strong that she couldn't move at all. She hurriedly bit her tongue, trying to wake herself up. Changing the subject, she attempted to divert attention, forcing a smile that was half crying, half laughing. I gathered 1,200,000. I'll transfer it to you later, okay? Li Mengxi's voice was intermittent, her inner turmoil hard to conceal. But Xing Yishan had no mood to care about these things, her silver teeth tightly clenched, nearly breaking the spoon. The veins on the back of her fair hand faintly visible from how hard she was gripping it. This scene almost made Li Mengxi cry out. No, it's fine. Xiaofeng, he helped me make a lot of money today. Xing Yishan suddenly lifted her head, forcing out a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Then she squinted her peach blossom eyes, her brows curved, staring at Liufeng, her voice sounding like it was squeezed out from between her teeth, laced with sharpness and a hint of reprimand. But those gentle eyes had no lethality at all. She still needed to practice. So Liufeng remained calm as an old dog, not flustered at all. Instead, Xing Yishan's voice carried a tremble and shyness. And this was music to Li Mengxi's ears. Suddenly, crack! It was like a thunderclap striking her brain. Xing Yishan was really preparing to sever ties? She understood Xing Yishan very well. Normally, she wouldn't ask for help, and if she was asking, it meant things had gotten very serious. That's why she had readily agreed when she came to borrow so much money yesterday. After gathering the funds, she rushed over immediately. After all, borrowing over 10 million, and with her assets needing loans, things must be extremely dire. But now she suddenly didn't want it anymore. Even saying something ridiculous about Liufeng helping her make money? Liufeng? A freshman in college. It's already good enough if he could earn tuition, let alone making a lot of money for her. What a joke. It was clear she wanted to cut ties, and the signs of her getting angry without regard for their past friendship were evident. Li Mengxi was instantly a loss. Although she had been drinking, she was very clear about whether she was drunk or not. Her eyes began to dart around in panic. She even cast a pleading glance at Chu Liufeng, as if to say, "Good nephew, I know I was wrong. Please let me off, save me." Chu Liufeng had his eyes open, but he was just enjoying the show, his gaze shifting between Xing Yishan and himself, as if waiting for some entertainment. That little rascal. She bit her silver teeth, shooting Chu Liufeng a fierce look. But there was nothing she could do. It was her own provocation to start with, and she couldn't help herself. She frantically thought about how to deal with this situation that was on the verge of spiraling out of control. This is it. She really messed up this time. She kept repeating in her mind. A thin layer of fine sweat quietly appeared on her fair forehead. She sneakily glanced at Xing Yishan again. Seeing her enduring expression, her thoughts were only more firmly established. Although Li Mengxi usually had a carefree personality, seemingly heartless, deep down, she harbored profound loneliness and helplessness. In truth, she didn't have any true friends. Those who approached her either admired her beauty or were drawn to her wealth, wanting to take advantage of her for their own gain, all with strong ulterior motives. Only Xing Yishan genuinely treated her as a friend. Therefore, her status in Li Mengxi's heart was very important. Of course, now there was also Chu Liufeng, this little devil. Ever since Chu Liufeng barged into her world yesterday, Li Mengxi's heart had quietly begun to change. For the first time, she felt an overwhelming sense of security from this young, handsome man. It was something she had longed for, but had never experienced. But this little devil was with Xing Yishan. No, she absolutely could not let Xing Yishan explode. Otherwise, their years of friendship might be completely ruined. Moreover, she had finally met a little man who could make her feel fluttery for the first time in her life. The special feeling he gave her was something she had never experienced before, and they hadn't even had the chance to be together properly yet. If she lost that, it would already be painful enough to have a few billion to spend without knowing how. What would she do for the rest of her life? Li Mengxi was anxious and restless. Her brain was running rapidly, trying to think of a way to salvage the situation. She wanted to speak up, but her throat felt like it was choked by something, only able to produce a few faint sounds. Liufeng. Just as she opened her mouth, suddenly, "What is Dad's dad called?" "Dad's dad is called." A sudden ringtone interrupted her train of thought, as both of them were in a flurry of confusion. A clear ringtone suddenly rang out, instantly pulling them back to reality. The two beautiful ladies, already highly tense, quickly took the opportunity while Chu Liufeng was distracted to retract their little feet, sitting upright, their faces flushed, pretending to eat their meals nonchalantly. Each harbored their own thoughts, not daring to look at each other, believing they were hiding their emotions well. However, that little rascal, Liufeng. The two ladies both discreetly shot Chu Liufeng a glance, their eyes filled with indignation. But the blush on their faces just wouldn't fade away. Seeing this, Chu Liufeng secretly laughed, took out his phone, his brows slightly moving. It was an unknown number, but the number looked somewhat familiar, so he answered the call. A clear, cool voice came through. "Chu Liufeng, I hope I'm not bothering you." Although he didn't put it on speaker, the atmosphere was so strange and quiet that Qin Yin's crisp voice was heard distinctly. Xing Yishan and Li Mengxi exchanged a glance, then, as if by coincidence, turned to look at Chu Liufeng. Team Qin? Hearing this voice, Chu Liufeng remembered why it sounded familiar. Isn't this the private phone number that Qin Yin gave him on the business card? As for the disturbance, one can only say to stop while ahead. If things really got out of hand and Aunt Xing and Ailey ended up arguing, he wouldn't benefit from it either. Please go ahead. Chapter 51. Qin Yan's favor soon. Qin Yan clarified the intention behind her call. The gist was that cracking the serial murder case was a significant achievement, and it was an excellent opportunity for positive publicity. Therefore, not only the city, but even the province was paying great attention to it. They even sent someone to interview Chu Liufeng. Interview? Tomorrow afternoon? All right, Captain Qin, I will be there. Okay, goodbye. Just as Liufeng was about to hang up, Qin Yan's clear and pleasant voice rang out again. Hey, don't rush. That was business. I have personal matters to discuss with you. Personal matters? With me? Liufeng glanced nervously at Xing Yishan and Li Mengxi. The two ladies also revealed gentle smiles at the right moment. They looked beautiful, but it sent a chill down his spine. Damn, Captain Qin, aren't you putting me in a tough spot? What is the matter? I heard you fought with the Yang siblings. What happened? Did you beat them badly? Liufeng squealed. Did Yang Kaisen and Yang Wei act that quickly? Did this matter already reach Qin Yan's ears? However, judging by Qin Yan's attitude, she seemed quite unconcerned. Yes, Captain Qin, how did you know? A series of light chuckles came through the phone. Meanwhile, at the Qin City Police Station office, a cold and aloof figure was leaning against an office chair. Her stunningly cold appearance, especially the hint of heroism between her brows, was breathtaking. This figure was naturally Qin Yan, who wore a faint smile and spoke leisurely. It was evident that she had a good impression of this young man who was adding to her resume. No wonder this morning a few people stormed into my office, shouting that they were going to arrest you. But after hearing that you were the hero who just cracked the serial murder case, they quickly changed their tune, saying it was a misunderstanding and then left in disgrace. I checked and found out there was such an internal situation. Is it really that simple? Liufeng was a bit surprised. He was somewhat skeptical. If they hadn't come to find him, it meant the matter was suppressed internally by the Yang family. But since someone came and then suddenly backed off, could it really be that simple? Intuitively, he guessed that Qin Yan must have intervened, stopping certain people and even issuing some warnings. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy. As expected, what Qin Yan said next confirmed his suspicion. Qin Yan's gaze sharpened, and she smiled lightly. Otherwise, under my nose, they want to take action against someone I value? Are they trying to catch someone or give me a warning? Well, have I, Qin Yan, been so easy to bully? Though Qin Yan was teasing from her own perspective, everyone was no longer a child, and they naturally understood the weight of her words. Liufeng felt a warmth in his heart and said sincerely, Captain Qin, thank you. You don't have to thank me. Just tell me, I'm very interested in the Yang family. Since there is a conflict between you, I want to know everything in detail. Qin Yan's voice remained pleasant, but carried an undeniable commanding tone. Liufeng frowned slightly. He looked up at Xing Yishan. After Aunt Xing gently nodded in approval, he began to recount what had happened, including how Aunt Xing had messaged him before going to the Lani Club. And when he went to pick her up, he just happened to see her lying on the ground. In that moment, he was furious and beat the opponents badly, leaving them half dead and crippled. Of course, he didn't mention any key parts regarding the system. He kept that to himself. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan's eyes darkened suddenly, and her tone revealed a deep chill. The Yang family is still so overbearing. After a pause, she continued, All right, Liufeng, I understand. Don't worry. With me here, the Yang family won't be able to retaliate against you. I will handle everything on the surface properly, but you should also be cautious and wary of them taking revenge in secret. I know you're good at fighting, but being careful is always better. And many things can't just be resolved by strength. If you need my help, don't hesitate to call me. Don't be afraid of causing trouble. Qin Yan's words were filled with concern. She had seen too many examples of retaliation and didn't want to see such a hero who had made great contributions to Qin City get into trouble. All right, that's it. Remember, if there is danger, you must tell me, Qin Yan earnestly advised, her voice carrying an unprecedented warmth. Not wanting to see such a hero of Qin City get into trouble, this concern warmed Liufeng's heart. He knew Qin Yan didn't have an obligation to do these things. She must have come to Qin City with an important mission. However, regardless, hearing such sincere words from Qin Yan made him feel a surge of goodwill. After thinking for a moment, he chose to share a message with Qin Yan. Wait, Captain Qin, I have something to tell you. Qin Yan, who was about to hang up the phone, paused and then said, Go ahead. While I was at the Lani Club, I noticed two suspicious people. Liufeng briefly described the situation at that time, only omitting the part about his ability to see through things, saying he just happened to see them in a private room, using something and looking very excited. I don't know if this information helps you. Inside the office, Qin Yan's expression darkened as she fell in a brief thought. Then, a charming smile appeared on her face, as if melting spring snow, cold yet captivating. Thank you for sharing such important intelligence with me. It's very helpful. It's nothing, as long as I can help Captain Qin. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and she fell into contemplation, as if thinking about something. Even they have come. Are they planning to go all out? It seems I need to revise the plan. Lost in thought, she gently shook her head, and a warm smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Liufeng. This young man had just met her and already handed her a significant accomplishment. This was only the second phone call, and he had already provided her with such important information. Despite her constant insistence on helping him, upon reflection, it seemed like he had been the one providing help all along. Qin Yan thought for a moment and sent several commands down below. The content was basically to increase patrols around Chu Liufeng's residence to protect the hero Chu Liufeng, and of course, this was under the official identity of the hero of Qin City, to prevent retaliation from some criminals. Making these arrangements, naturally, no one could say anything. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Come in. Qin Yan instantly put away her faint smile, and her expression returned to being emotionless. Her voice also regained its usual coldness, even carrying a hint of icy chill that made one shiver involuntarily. This chill was not directed at anyone in particular, but was a result of the high-pressure environment she had faced for a long time. After all, she was dealing with ruthless and desperate criminals, needing to display authority to instill fear. Therefore, her personality could not possibly be soft and delicate like a little girl. She had deliberately cultivated this cold demeanor. Of course, one could also say that this was Qin Yan's true nature. The warmth she had shown in her conversation with Chu Liufeng was extremely rare in her daily life. Inside the villa, just after Chu Liufeng hung up the phone, suddenly, a figure flashed before him. Xing Yishan had already gotten up and walked over, looking anxious. She reached out to press her hand on his shoulder, her eyes filled with deep concern. Xiaofeng, what happened? Who is this Captain Qin? What is the interview about? I was only apart from you for half a day yesterday, and so many things happened that I don't know about. Xing Yishan was in a state of panic, bombarding him with a series of questions like a rapid-fire barrage. There was a noticeable tremor in her voice. Chapter 52, Li Mengxi's Strange Hobby. Seeing Xing Yishan's anxious expression, she looked as if she was about to cry from worry. Chu Liufeng felt a warmth in his heart and recounted everything that had happened in detail. He included how he had coincidentally met Su Jinyun after parting ways with her, helped her move, and then encountered the desperate robbers, explaining how he subdued them, as well as his relationship with Qin Yan, among other things, in a simple and general manner. Chu Liufeng spoke lightly, not trying to create any sense of danger, as if those thrilling life-and-death crises were just trivial matters. Of course, in reality, it was indeed quite easy for him. But to Xing Yishan and Li Mengxi, this was like a thunderclap in a clear sky, and their eyes widened in shock. What? Xing Yishan was the first to exclaim, her eyes round and her face full of fear. 5 desperate robbers. Killing. Li Mengxi followed suit, her face filled with shock, her originally rosy cheeks turning pale in an instant. The high-pitched voices of the 2 beautiful aunts echoed in the space, and at that moment, the confusion in their hearts disappeared, leaving only a deep sense of shock. Xing Yishan was anxious and instinctively prepared to take off Chu Liufeng's clothes. Wanted to check if he was hurt. Worrying and angry, she said, Chu, Liufeng, let me see if you're hurt. Where are you hurt? Why didn't you tell me about such a big incident? Do you even see me as your aunt? As she spoke, tears of anxiety welled up in her eyes, her small face full of concern, making her look heart-wrenching. Her hands trembled violently from her overwhelming worry, unable to even hold onto the buttons of Chu Liufeng's shirt. Seeing this, a warm feeling surged in Chu Liufeng's heart. Aunt Xing, I'm fine. He extended his hands, gently holding her trembling, small hands, then softly wiped the tears from her face. Aunt Xing, I really am fine. Please don't worry. Chu Liufeng, I'm not joking. Take it off for me. Xing Yishan's voice was almost a roar, as if she had returned to her usual authoritative self, refusing to listen to any explanation from Chu Liufeng. She knew very well that even if Chu Liufeng was hurt, he would definitely hide it from her to avoid making her worry. She understood his character too well. He always thought of others, but never considered himself. All right. Chu Liufeng felt helpless. He knew that Aunt Xing wouldn't believe him unless she saw it with her own eyes. So he stood up, took off his shirt, revealing a perfectly toned upper body. Xing Yishan's delicate body trembled slightly as she hurriedly circled around Chu Liufeng, examining him carefully from top to bottom, fearing that he might be hurt. She knew the gang of robbers. The city had been under lockdown for a time because of them. During that time, she lived alone, scared and unable to sleep peacefully at night. In her panic, she changed the locks on her front door and even installed a facial recognition lock in her bedroom. She had almost forgotten about this incident. Unexpectedly, such a vicious gang of robbers had not yet been caught, and Chu Liufeng had encountered them, facing such ruthless robbers head-on. At that moment, a wave of fear surged within her. If something were to happen to Chu Liufeng because of this encounter, Xing Yishan couldn't bear to think further. She could not endure such a consequence. Of course, she was also flustered with concern. She should have known last night that Chu Liufeng had not been harmed at all and was still full of life. But thinking about the dangerous situation Chu Liufeng faced, while she, as his aunt, had not sensed anything and had been cared for by him. What kind of aunt was she? How could she talk about taking care of Chu Liufeng when he had always been the one taking care of her? Xing Yishan continuously blamed herself in her heart. Liufeng, it's all my fault. My bad. The excessive fear and self-blame caused Xing Yishan's tears to flow uncontrollably, like a dam bursting, her shoulders trembling as she sobbed. She cried like a flower in the rain, making her seem so pitiful. Aunt Xing, I really am fine. You have to believe me. No one can hurt me in this world. Chu Liufeng gently leaned in closer, softly holding Xing Yishan in his strong embrace, patting her back lightly. Although he didn't want to say it, he felt that subduing a few murderers was really not that dangerous. He even found it a bit thrilling. Of course, this was undoubtedly thanks to the help of the system. But to ordinary people, this was already a very far-fetched story, especially for someone like Xing Yishan, who wouldn't even blush during an argument. The thought of battling desperate criminals was simply unimaginable. He lowered his head slightly, resting his chin gently on the top of Xing Yishan's head, softly comforting her. Aunt Xing, I know you're very worried about me, but I'm fine now, right? It's okay. Don't cry. In Chu Liufeng's warm embrace, Xing Yishan's cries gradually lessened, but the tears continued to flow. She held on to Chu Liufeng tightly, as if afraid that if she let go, he would disappear from her life. Soon, Chu Liufeng's chest became soaked with Xing Yishan's tears, drenched in her worried tears. At this moment, Li Mengxi was beside them, her eyes fixed on Chu Liufeng's perfect muscle lines, filled with a sense of strength and beauty. Coupled with his gentle demeanor as he comforted Xing Yishan, there was a strong paternal charm emanating from him. Li Mengxi's round eyes widened in shock, her mouth unconsciously forming an Ah shape. A blush spread across her face, as if it were about to drip with water. Oh no, this feeling. It's the sensation of her heart racing. At this moment, Chu Liufeng's towering figure in her heart rose thousands of miles high. The sense of security was completely maxed out, simply explosive. Deep within her, a strong emotion spread rapidly like a prairie fire, igniting her whole being. Wasn't this the dream lover she had always longed to meet? Powerful, unmatched, and able to protect the weaker. Someone who could step up instantly when she was in danger and needed help the most, shielding her from the wind and rain. What could be more thrilling than having someone to protect her in front of 5 vicious robbers? What could be more romantic than a hero saving a damsel in distress when she was on the verge of danger? Li Mengxi couldn't help but start to fantasize. In her mind, she imagined how wonderful it would be if she were in place of Teacher Su. Thinking about how she was about to be bullied by robbers when Chu Liufeng's heroic figure suddenly appeared, like a divine soldier descending from the heavens, stepping forward to block her and then swiftly taking down the robbers. Like a prince protecting a princess, like a father protecting his daughter, protecting oneself. No, just imagining this scene. Li Mengxi felt her body go soft. She had no strength at all, and she couldn't even stand steadily. Chapter 53. Unable to resist fantasizing again. Li Mengxi's pupils were hazy, and her breathing became rapid. Her chest rose and fell violently. At this moment, Her emotions surged like a flood breaking through a dam, overwhelming her completely. She felt an uncontrollable admiration, affection, and dependence towards Chu Liufeng. Her feelings for him had already reached an intense level, so much so that now this emotion was strong and fervent, like a burning flame that was hard to suppress, consuming her entirely. To put it nicely, this was the inherent human instinct to admire heroes. But to put it bluntly, it was love-struck infatuation syndrome. Those afflicted with infatuation syndrome often indulge in unrealistic fantasies about their beloved, envisioning them as perfect beings. They construct various romantic scenarios with the other person in their minds. Just like the obsessed otaku who is infatuated with the two-dimensional world, I, too, suffer from infatuation syndrome, and I am extremely fond of my waifus like Sakurajima, Maiku, Kagaya, Kurumi, Miku, Yukino, and so on. Am I going to start fantasizing again? Li Mengxi was no different. Moreover, this was a significant reason for her long-term heavy drinking, as alcohol could numb her and allow her to temporarily escape reality, immersing herself in a world of fantasies. She began to continuously imagine scenes of Chu Liufeng protecting her, to the point of being unable to extricate herself. This was a typical manifestation of excessive fantasizing in infatuation syndrome. In fact, this was related to her own experiences. During her childhood, she was often bullied, and her father did not care for her, even seeming to resent her, failing to fulfill his responsibilities as a father. This dual blow left her with a severe lack of a sense of security, gradually leading to her intense admiration for the strong. In her mind, only the strong could protect her. Thus, she desperately longed to be protected by someone as powerful as Chu Liufeng, to depend on him without reservation, and to gain the intense sense of security needed to fill the void in her heart. It was precisely because of this that upon hearing the familiar trope of a hero saving a beauty, something she had fantasized about countless times during her moments of being bullied, Li Mengxi finally couldn't hold back any longer. Just as she was lost in her fantasies, Xing Yishan looked up, her eyes filled with tears, pouting her lips in a pitiful manner, and whispered, "What about Yang Kaisen and Yang Wei? Didn't you say they were scared off? Are you hiding something from me?" Yesterday, she had indeed asked what happened after she fainted. At that time, Chu Liufeng only mentioned that he arrived in time, saw her fainting, scolded the Yang siblings, and brought her home. Then a series of embarrassing events occurred. Since she was immersed in shyness at that moment, although she felt something was off, she didn't delve deeper. As for the actions of the Yang siblings, she was certainly angry. However, given her weak position and the Yang family's strong background, confronting them would be like striking a stone with an egg, so she could only swallow her anger and wait for a future opportunity to take revenge. However, from what Qin Yin had just said, it seemed that Chu Liufeng had already avenged her and had beaten the two of them badly. That scoundrel Yang Wei. I will kill him sooner or later. Li Mengxi, who had been lost in thought, with a silly grin on her face and drooling slightly, suddenly snapped back to reality upon hearing this. She hastily wiped her mouth, ran over nervously, and tightly hugged Xing Yishan. To be precise, I hugged both Xing Yishan and Chu Liufeng. What exactly happened to you? Why did you go looking for those scoundrels from the Yang family? Although this might be Xing Yishan's secret, Li Mengxi initially planned to pretend she didn't know if she didn't bring it up herself, not wanting to reopen old wounds. But given the current situation, she had to understand clearly and see if she could help. Seeing the worried expression on Li Mengxi's face, Xing Yishan pursed her lips and recounted everything that had happened to her in the past 2 days. This narrative instantly filled Li Mengxi's face with rage. She was extremely angry and wished she could tear Wang Lei, Yang Wei, and Yang Kaisen to pieces right now. After cursing for a while, the two pairs of beautiful eyes stared intently at Chu Liufeng. Right, dear? Good nephew, how did you save Yi? Under their intense gaze, Chu Liufeng had no choice but to vividly describe the situation. When they heard that he had taken care of Yang Wei and had slapped Yang Kaisen's face into a mess, both beautiful ladies displayed expressions of fear. Good nephew, you seem a bit fierce and ruthless. But that's good. Dealing with those two scoundrels requires such measures. Good nephew, Aunt supports you. Saying this, Li Mengxi's eyes sparkled with admiration, and she even puffed out her chest to express her stance. At this moment, The three of them hugged even tighter. Xing Aunt bit her lip. Although she didn't want Liufeng to adopt violent behavior as a habit, she also strongly supported this approach. Even though he was embracing two beauties, because both Xing Yishan and Li Mengxi were slender, he could hold them easily. Liufeng blinked, feeling a bit restless inside. This could count as 3 people, right? It should count, right? Sigh. It would have been nice to have this earlier. Little Feng, remember not to hide such matters from Aunt in the future. After all, I am Wan Shu, and I have repeatedly instructed you to take good care of yourself. If anything happens to you, I also... Xing Yishan lightly bit her pink lip, struggling to find the words. In the end, she seemed to think of something, and her face became even more flushed, her eyes sparkling after crying, gradually becoming dreamy and filled with tenderness. She initially wanted to say something like, "I don't want to live anymore," but since Li Mengxi was still nearby, she felt a bit embarrassed to say it out loud. "All right, I know, Aunt Xing, smile. You look so beautiful when you smile." Liufeng lowered his head, gently brushed his fingers across Xing Yishan's delicate face, and smoothed her pouting lips. At that moment, Aunt Xing appeared incredibly adorable and stunning, stirring an impulse within him to kiss her. He quickly took a deep breath to suppress this impulse and smiled at Xing Yishan and Li Mengxi, saying, "It's like this, Aunt Xing, Aunt Li. Teacher Su has encountered such matters. Her salary is low, and living so far away is not suitable. Plus, I have a bit of a bonus. So I want to rent her a place. I'll cover the rent." After hearing this, Xing Yishan nodded seriously, expressing her agreement. "That works too. Teacher Su living so far is inconvenient for transportation and indeed dangerous. It's good for us to help her rent a place." Xing Yishan was a reasonable person. From Liufeng's tone, it was clear that Teacher Su was someone who had contributed to the country and deserved a better life, not to live so frugally. Although she didn't have much money, renting a place wouldn't cost too much. "Aunt Li, I want to ask if you have any houses available at Xia University. I want to find a place for Teacher Su." Hee. Li Mengxi inhaled the pleasant scent from Liufeng, smiling foolishly. "There are definitely some, my good nephew. Your aunt doesn't have much, but she has plenty of houses. There are several around the summer university area, so feel free to choose. It's simply extravagant. In fact, this stunning wealthy woman isn't wrong. She really has plenty of houses. And just thinking about how Teacher Su has to travel so far to save a bit on rent gives me a feeling that I just don't know how to express it." Chapter 54. Am I avoiding her brilliance? All right, Aunt Li, I'll handle the rent. Before Liufeng could finish his sentence, a delicate, boneless white hand covered his mouth. Li Mengxi's eyes sparkled, her cheeks flushed, but also carried a hint of undeniable determination. "Dear nephew, don't talk to Aunt about money. Teacher Su is also a poor soul. Just consider it Aunt helping her. I'll accompany you to choose a house later, okay? And if you need my help with anything, just say the word. Aunt will do her best to help. Don't talk about money with Aunt. It hurts feelings." At that moment, Li Mengxi seemed to switch roles instantly. From the usual muddle-headed drunkard, she turned back into a serious and capable woman. She was indeed very capable. After all, she managed assets worth several hundred million. How could she not have abilities? It was just that her drunken side displayed in front of close people easily led others to mistakenly think she was cute and innocent. But when she got serious, she was quite serious. However, seriousness didn't last 3 seconds. Li Mengxi's cheeks suddenly flushed red, filled with shyness and playfulness. She kept burrowing into Liufeng's arms, her ear pressed against his chest, seemingly listening for any changes in his heartbeat. "Wow, how is it, dear nephew? Do you feel Aunt's strong presence? Are you moved by Aunt's charm? Is your heart thumping nonstop?" Xing Yishan. Liufeng. After a while, Li Mengxi suddenly froze, then burst into a muffled laughter. It's beating. Wait, dear nephew, why do you have 2 heartbeats? One is beating really fast." Before she could finish her sentence, a blushing Xing Yishan suddenly tugged her ear and pulled her away. "Drunkard, don't eat little Feng's tofu," Xing Yishan said playfully. Li Mengxi tilted her head in pain, looking aggrieved. "Baddie, you wait. Was it your heartbeat just now? Why are you so excited? Li Mengxi wanted to continue, but was abruptly hugged by Xing Yishan. Her head pressed tightly against her chest. leaving her unable to speak. Xing Yishan's enchanting eyes slightly trembled, gazing affectionately at Chu Liufeng. Then she slightly parted her lips, silently mouthing, "I love you." After a hard time, Li Mengxi finally wriggled out of Xing Yishan's embrace. Her cheeks flushed and hair a bit messy. She glared. "Wow. Baddie, what are you doing? I can barely breathe. You're the only one who can cover people's mouths. I can too. MMM." Before she could finish, the two beautiful ants began to playfully wrestle, pushing and shoving each other all the way to the living room. Liufeng. He couldn't help but think that the scene of the two beautiful ants playing around, their bodies twisting and turning, was quite alluring. If only reality allowed it. He really wanted to capture this moment and write an 800-word reflection. After a while of playful scuffling, Li Mengxi tidied her somewhat messy hair and smiled at Chu Liufeng. "Let us go, dear nephew, and we'll take you to see houses and choose a few suitable ones for that beautiful teacher Sue." Li Mengxi tidied her somewhat messy hair and smiled at Chu Liufeng. "Xing Aunt, we'll be off then." Go ahead, I have things to do later. So I want to accompany you." Watching the two leave, Xing Yishan's gaze was somewhat complicated. Putting the innocent little Feng and Li Mengxi together, who knows what might happen. She initially wanted to follow them, but there were still a few important matters to handle. Weighing her options, she had no choice but to give up. She pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, then slowly dialed a phone number. "Hello, Wanshu, I have something to tell you." Meanwhile, on the other side, in a private hospital in Qin City. This was a high-end hospital with the best medical team and equipment in the industry. The air was filled with a faint smell of disinfectant. The spacious and bright corridor had a floor as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the hurried figures of medical staff passing by. And in a special care ward, the atmosphere was oppressive to the point of suffocation. Yang Kaisen and Yang Wei were lying on the hospital beds, both looking gloomy. Oh no, both exuding a faint sense of death. There was a feeling as if they were close to death. Yang Kaisen's face was wrapped in bandages, looking like a big-headed doll, with only two nostrils exposed for difficult breathing, while the rest of her body was tightly wrapped. Chu Liufeng's few heavy slaps had almost caused her to suffer a concussion, her eyeballs nearly bursting from the impact. She would need at least 6 months to recuperate, and would also suffer serious aftereffects. Beside her lay the lethargic Yang Wei, his face as pale as paper, his eyes extremely hollow, staring vacantly at the ceiling. If it weren't for his occasional painful groans, one would think he had already died with his eyes open. In the ward, apart from these two, more than a dozen people stood nearby with serious expressions. Among them, a few bore resemblance to Yang Wei, their eyes filled with resentment. "That Chu Liufeng is too ruthless. He is simply a beast. Second uncle, is there really no way to catch him? If he doesn't pay the price. I can't vent this anger. Do you think I don't want to?" The middle-aged man referred to as second uncle frowned deeply, his face full of helplessness and frustration. "I went to the police station this morning to get help, but who knew? Qin Yin personally ordered it. Who dares to touch him now? You want to catch him? How many lives do you have? Does the old man know about this?" Someone cautiously asked. "He knows. What did the old man say? He brought it upon himself. He deserves it." As soon as these words were spoken, the ward fell into dead silence. Everyone fell silent. Only heavy breathing echoed in the air. In the crowd, a hawk-nosed man with a fierce gaze stood out, holding a golden dragon-headed cane. He was the same person Chu Liufeng had seen yesterday, Mr. Angshan. His origins were unknown, background unclear, and strength uncertain. But standing among the crowd, he naturally exuded a chilling aura that made people feel cold and fearful. The dragon-headed cane in his hand was entirely golden, shining with dazzling metallic luster under the lights. "Leave it to me to handle," Mr. Angshan said coldly, his voice low and icy, carrying an undeniable fierceness. As if in his eyes, dealing with Chu Liufeng was merely a matter of raising a hand. At this moment, a slightly hunched man in the crowd, wearing glasses, had a very complex expression on his face. After hesitating for a moment, he cautiously said, "Mr. Angshan, I think it's better to hold off for now. After all, Qin Yin is here, and it's better to finish what the old man asked us to do first. As for Chu Liufeng, let him jump around for a few days. Qin Yin is quite aggressive. We should avoid her for now. Once she leaves, that guy named Chu will be easy to deal with." Mr. Angshan's brow furrowed. and a hint of disdain and contempt flashed in his eyes, as if he strongly disagreed with this statement. His gaze turned cold, and he snapped, "Avoid her aggression." "Umph, she's just a Qin. I really don't understand what you are afraid of, being so timid. If we were on my turf, I could tie her up and throw her in the basement right now." Chapter 55. It's over. I think I'm going to die. Mr. Angshan's voice, tinged with disdain, filled the hospital room, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Everyone's gaze shifted back and forth between him and the somewhat frail man, their eyes filled with anxiety and unease. Choking on his words, the bespectacled, slender man couldn't help but grumble inwardly. "You said it's your territory. This is Daxia, not a place where any random person can act recklessly. To dare lay a hand on Qin, you really don't know the consequences. Cracking down on crime requires evidence, but counterterrorism only needs a list, and suppressing rebellion only requires coordinates. To lay hands on someone who can be said to be at the pinnacle of power in a province, you must really want to eat a bullet." Despite his reluctance, he wouldn't dare voice these thoughts even if he had 100 lives. He could only lower his head and remain silent. After all, once those words were spoken, the consequences would be unimaginable. He wasn't Qin. Mr. Angshan could truly ruin him. Mr. Angshan, even so, laying a hand on Qin would still create too much of commotion, and the old man over there wouldn't allow it. Another burly man stepped forward, attempting to mediate. He frowned slightly, his face filled with worry. After all, her coming to Qinsheng is already a bit strange. We should keep a low profile, prioritize completing the deal, and avoid unnecessary trouble. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disdain crossed Mr. Angshan's face. He slammed his golden dragon-headed cane heavily onto the floor, producing a dull thud. His eyes, filled with mockery, coldly scanned the dozen or so people in the room, revealing his contempt. Trouble? People in this line of work are afraid of trouble? Am I hearing a joke? Ha ha ha. Mr. Angshan threw his head back and laughed. His laughter filled with derision. Now I understand why old Master Yang left. With a group of useless people like you, afraid of this and that. If you don't leave, you might not even live to see your last day. His eyes glimmered with a fierce light, as if he was already devising a plan to deal with Qin and Chu Liufeng. It was clear that he couldn't rely on this group of Yang family members. But he didn't come alone. He brought his own people and didn't need them. Moreover, he thought to himself, if Qin were to die, the situation in Qinsheng would definitely descend into chaos. It might even trigger a chain reaction, causing a massive upheaval throughout Daxia. He didn't care whether the Yang family would be fine. He was indifferent, although the Yang family had deep roots in Qinsheng. Just from these dozen or so Yang family members, it was evident that each had their own ulterior motives, prioritizing their interests above all else. When faced with a significant crisis, whether the family members could unite to weather the storm was still an unknown. However, after decades of struggles, he understood one principle well: chaos often means opportunity. The more muddied the waters, the better he could take advantage of the confusion. So for him, the bigger and messier the commotion, the better. Under Mr. Angshan's merciless verbal assault, the Yang family members present showed expressions of anger. It should be noted that only those of significant stature could be in this VIP ward, and they were the core members of the family, involved in many industries. Among them were big shots from the financial sector, like Yang Kaisen's husband, who could command great influence outside. But in front of Mr. Angshan, they felt like worthless trash, subjected to his disdain. This instantly sparked their dissatisfaction. Someone couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, their tone carrying a hint of threat. I will tell the old master about this. He will definitely not agree. Upon mentioning the old master, a flicker of hesitation briefly crossed Mr. Angshan's eyes, but he quickly regained his imposing demeanor. He sneered again. I really don't understand. The one lying here is your dear relative, not mine, right? I'm helping you seek revenge, and you're not happy about it? Someone sighed helplessly, trying to reason. It's not that we're unhappy. It's just that everything must be prioritized for the greater good. I'm thinking of the bigger picture. Getting rid of Qin would speed up our progress. While the high-ranking officials in Daxia are in chaos, we can quickly fulfill the old master's requirements. No, this commotion is just too big. Once we take action, the situation will be uncontrollable. Many shook their heads, trying to dissuade him. Mister, Angshan's face instantly turned cold. The dragon-headed cane in his hand slammed down again, making a dull sound. With a frosty gaze, he coldly snorted. Am I discussing this with you? I will personally speak to the old master about this. I have decided on this matter. Anyone who dares to speak nonsense again, don't blame me for being rude. His tone was decisive, carrying an irresistible authority. Someone frowned, about to explode. But what greeted him was Mr. Angshan's icy gaze, as if he could kill. This made them feel a chill run down their spines, their hearts sinking. After exchanging glances, no one dared to speak again. The room fell into a dead silence. Useless. Mr. Angshan disdainfully scanned the room, and upon seeing no one daring to meet his gaze, he lightly uttered 2 words. Then, limping slightly and leaning on his golden dragon-headed cane, he walked out of the ward, leaving behind a room full of people staring at each other, the atmosphere stifling and suffocating. At 2 p.m., it was right during the rush hour, so there were many vehicles on the road. But on the bustling main road, a dazzling Porsche Panamera, like a red phantom, weaved through the traffic at an unimaginable speed. Inside the car, Li Mengxi was sitting in the passenger seat, flailing her arms excitedly. Let us go, let us go, let us go, she shouted loudly, excitedly waving her little fists. Her pretty face was flushed with excitement. Although this Porsche wasn't her favorite car to drive, it was still a top model, equipped with a 4.0T twin-turbocharged V8 engine. The roar of the engine sounded like a lion's roar, and every acceleration brought an extreme feeling of being pushed back. Ha ha, my nephew drives so well. I never dare to drive this fast. Woo, accelerate, accelerate. Chu Liufeng. Hearing this, he felt something was off. Don't ask Li Mengxi why she bought such a car, but never dare to drive it. It was purely because when she bought it, she fantasized about one day racing with it. Racing is the most adrenaline-pumping activity and the most thrilling experience. But unfortunately, this car was like her repressed inner self. She had never driven over 80 miles per hour. It was a real shame for it. However, now, this top-of-the-line Porsche finally showcased its true colors. Chu Liufeng suddenly floored the gas pedal. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The strong pushback sensation hit her. The Porsche shot out like an arrow released from a bow, just as it was about to crash into a large truck ahead during the rear-end collision. Ah! Li Mengxi suddenly let out a shrill scream, her back pressed against the seat, her slender black silk legs instinctively pushing forward, her face paling completely. It's over. I think I'm going to die. Chapter 56. Driving the rich woman's car. She was so scared that she closed her eyes. But then she forced herself to squint and looked ahead with trembling trepidation. Just as they were about to crash, Chu Liufeng reacted quickly, making a precise turn of the steering wheel. In an instant, the Porsche was controlled perfectly, swiftly moving to the adjacent lane, then quickly pressing the accelerator to overtake the large truck, and finally turning the steering wheel to return to the main road. Li Mengxi, sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't understand how he did it. She just felt herself swaying left and right. Yay! Still alive. Her heart was racing violently in her chest. Although she had always yearned for thrilling and exciting experiences, at this moment, she truly felt the threat of death, as if she were dancing on the edge of the abyss. However, deep down, she was faintly enjoying the extreme thrill. Faster, faster, faster. Li Mengxi skramat, as if possessed, urging Chu Liufeng. We're going to crash. Oh my, this is amazing. I can take it. Can you go any faster? The speed of the Porsche was incredibly fast, with a strong pushback feeling, and each jolt made her feel like she was repeatedly dancing on the edge of death. It was rush hour, especially after entering the main road. The number of cars on the road was increasing. At this speed, it was no longer just a reckless act. It was like waiting for death. A single mistake could lead to disaster. Li Mengxi was so scared that she didn't dare to open her eyes. Several times she caught a glimpse of an oncoming vehicle and quickly closed her eyes, waiting for death, but after a while, she realized the car was still steadily driving on the road, and she was still alive. This feeling of being reborn was like a surging tide, crashing wave after wave against her heart, immersing her in an indescribable, wonderful sensation, leaving her at a loss for words to describe how she felt at that moment. It was as if someone was flying ahead while her soul was chasing behind. In fact, Chu Liufeng didn't really know how to drive. Or rather, it couldn't be said that he didn't know. He had a driver's license, but his driving skills could only be described as barely adequate. However, being able to drive at this speed now was something he could never have done before. It was all thanks to the superpower brought by the system. Danger perception. Danger perception alerts the host to impending indiscriminate danger, whether the danger comes from physical attacks, such as bullets or bludgeons, or crises caused by environmental changes, such as car accidents, building collapses, or falling objects, allowing for timely awareness. Additional instinctive response. Instinctive response. Additional at the moment danger approaches, the body will instinctively react, such as twisting or dodging, enabling the host to quickly evade attacks. Because of the danger perception, Chu Liufeng didn't even need to actively control the steering wheel in this situation. He just had to mindlessly press the accelerator. The danger perception could coordinate every muscle in his body at the perfect and most precise moment, allowing him to react correctly and in a timely manner. However, this also had side effects. The danger perception was driving him mad, making him feel like he was being electrocuted all over. Yes, he was intentionally using this crazy driving method to hone the danger perception skill, which was why he was being reckless. He wanted to test the limits of his danger perception. If it weren't for the constraints of reality, he would have wanted to try dodging bullets with his body. After all, what does that saying go? Only by getting close to death can one comprehend the true meaning of life. As he drove along, he increasingly enjoyed the thrilling sensation of his heartbeat quickening with each brush with death. Suddenly, after passing a traffic light, a fast road leading to Summer University appeared. With relatively light traffic, Chu Liufeng unexpectedly reduced speed without warning, turned his head, and his gaze shifted slightly. He saw Li Mengxi staring at him with watery eyes. Unbuckling her seatbelt, her slender black silk legs curled up in the seat, her rosy and delicate face incredibly cute. She lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes trembling nervously, biting her lip, revealing a hint of shyness. "Aunt Li, what's wrong? Is it too intense? Can you not handle it?" This scene, akin to a girl in her first love, left Chu Liufeng somewhat bewildered. "Big nephew, I think you're amazing. I've never driven this fast before." Li Mengxi instinctively clasped her hands in front of her, her fingers nervously intertwining. Her chest rose and fell slightly, each gentle tremor showing her inner tension and shyness. "You're capable. You can drive fast. You can make money, and you're so gentle. You seem like you can control everything. So amazing." Her voice was soft, tinged with a girl-like shyness, completely different from her usual bold demeanor. Huh? Chu Liufeng was taken aback, as if he had begun to understand what Li Mengxi was getting at. "Big nephew, do you think I'm pretty?" Li Mengxi mustered her courage, staring intently at Chu Liufeng without blinking. "Pretty," Chu Liufeng replied without hesitation. After receiving the affirmative answer, the corners of Li Mengxi's mouth involuntarily rose, revealing a sweet smile. "Then do you think your Aunt Xing is pretty, or am I prettier? Who do you prefer?" Faced with such a life-and-death question, Chu Liufeng dared not answer at all. Li Mengxi knew this, so she didn't press further. Actually, when you hugged me yesterday, and just now at dinner, I wasn't drunk, I really wasn't drunk, and I wasn't asleep." Her voice was as light as a mosquito's buzz, carrying a slight tremor. "When I went to sleep last night, I dreamed about you." By the time she said this last sentence, her voice had become almost inaudible. "Yeah, I know. So you think about it too. In front of your Aunt Xing you also. I really like you, Xiaofeng. Do you like me?" Li Mengxi bit her lower lip, her teeth gently sinking into her tender lips, her crimson mouth becoming even more alluring under the light nibbling, as if it were about to bleed. Her heart raced like thunder, so nervous that she could almost hear her own heartbeat. But once the words came out, she felt a pang of regret. After all, the ambiguous relationship they had before, although not explicitly stated, still held a unique sweetness. If she didn't say it, they could continue to be ambiguous. Just like yesterday in the Bentley, today under the dining table, they could continue their tacit understanding and ambiguity. However, once this layer of paper-thin relationship was torn, there would only be two outcomes: continue the ambiguity or terminate the relationship. Chapter 57. Andy. I don't want to try anymore. Li Mengxi also felt that she was out of her mind. The reckless driving just now made her heart race, and her feelings for Chu Liufeng became hard to suppress. At this moment, she just wanted to say everything without reservation. Perhaps this is love? She wasn't sure, and she didn't have much confidence. After all, she had never loved anyone before, nor had anyone made her heart flutter, except for Chu Liufeng. But she didn't think it was ridiculous to fall for someone she had only known for 2 days. Isn't it said that love always comes unexpectedly, without any signs? Moreover, regarding Chu Liufeng, she genuinely felt lost. She didn't know what to do. Attract him with beauty? Chu Liufeng's aunt, Xing Yishan, was definitely not inferior to her, and naturally closer to Chu Liufeng. Not to mention, there were beautiful women like Teacher Su and Teacher Liu around Chu Liufeng, young and gorgeous. Besides, he was so handsome. He surely wouldn't lack for beautiful young girls around him. As for herself, with age, her beauty was fading. Compared to those vibrant young girls, she felt really lacking in confidence. The only advantage she could offer was perhaps her wealth. She was indeed well off. But hearing from Xing Yishan that Chu Liufeng could make tens of millions in a morning, he didn't seem to be the type who valued money that much. It was impossible to make him work less for 20 years, which created a sense of inferiority in her. The painful memories of childhood inferiority seemed to surge to the surface again, weighing heavily on her chest, making it hard for her to breathe. In front of Chu Liufeng, she increasingly felt small and insignificant. No, that's not what I meant. Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. Li Mengxi waved her hands in a fluster, trying to salvage the situation, but her voice still revealed a hint of undeniable disappointment. Chu Liufeng noticed her inner inferiority and helplessness. He smiled, reached out, gently pinched Li Mengxi's smooth and delicate face, and said softly, "What's wrong, Annie Li? You were so carefree in front of Aunt Xing. Why are you so shy now? I definitely like you. After all, Aunt Li, you are so beautiful." As soon as Chu Liufeng's words came out, Li Mengxi felt her head buzz, and her mind went blank. She felt as if her breathing was about to stop, and her heart seemed ready to burst from her chest. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. Feeling that large hand on her small face, she couldn't help but want to lean into it. The air in the car seemed to solidify, filled with an atmosphere that made one blush and heart race. Li Mengxi stared intently at Chu Liufeng, seeing his profile clearly illuminated by the sunlight, that familiar and reassuring face making her heart race even more. She gently bit her tongue, trying to calm herself down, but her lips couldn't help but curl into a sweet smile. Ha, I knew it. Hee, Aunt really still has charm. No, Jude nephew. I really like you so much. Aunt must reward you well. Li Mengxi said dreamily, her face glowing with joy. Suddenly, like a little cat, she lunged from the passenger seat, wanted to plant a kiss on Chu Liufeng's cheek. Oh no, but for some reason, her black silk stocking slipped, and she lost her balance, directly falling into Chu Liufeng's arms. Her hair instantly scattered, gently brushing against Chu Liufeng's face, bringing a unique fragrance. Lying in Chu Liufeng's embrace, Li Mengxi's cheeks flushed, her eyes showing both embarrassment and a hint of delight. If this wasn't intentional, I would have to write Chu Liufeng's name backward. But he seemed to instinctively reach out, touching the back of Li Mengxi's head and gently stroking her hair. At that moment, they happened to reach an intersection, still with a green light. A car passed by, and the people inside saw this scene, immediately giving a thumbs up and showing envious expressions. Secretly setting a goal to drive a Porsche. Driving a luxury car is just great. Just as Li Mengxi was completely immersed in this sweet and ambiguous atmosphere with Chu Liufeng, time seemed to slow down. Every second was filled with ambiguity and warmth, letting the warm wind tousle her hair. At this moment, Li Mengxi's phone suddenly rang twice. Her brows furrowed, and a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes, as if she had been forcefully pulled out of a sweet dream. Pouting at Chu Liufeng and making a playful expression, she reluctantly took out her phone. It was 2 messages on WeChat from Tenant. "Sister Landlord, I don't want to try anymore. The pressure is too great. I can't pay the rent." The message was accompanied by a photo of a chicken breast that looked as thin as a chicken bone. Li Mengxi frowned at the message. her face showing a look of disgust. Don't want to try? Just go die, you useless person. You want to look good, but don't want to put in the effort? What do you mean you can't pay rent? Am I your mother? If you can't pay rent, then get lost. Just get out now. I'll arrange for someone to collect the house later. Her expression was full of disdain. This demeanor was completely different from the shy and cute one she had in front of Liufeng just moments ago. Meanwhile, on the other end of the phone, a young man blinked in confusion, his face turning red. Embarrassment and awkwardness drowned him like a tide. He was completely stunned by the scolding. What is going on? How could it be like this? Is that what I expected? The rent-free secret on Douyin said that as long as you tell the landlord this, you can avoid paying rent, right? How? How am I now being kicked out? His eyes showed a hint of confusion and regret. When he clicked on that unfinished video again, he noticed a line at the end. Of course, the above operation is for those with good modeling skills. Those with poor skills should not try easily. He was stunned, feeling like his spine had been pulled out, slumping in his chair, staring blankly ahead. Wanting to cry, but having no tears. Not even looking at himself, still not wanting to try. Li Mengxi's anger hadn't dissipated as she tapped her finger, directly blocking and deleting that person. After finishing all this, the gloom on her face instantly disappeared, replaced by a doting expression. Tilting her head, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Liufeng, her voice as soft as if it could drip water. Was Aunt just very fierce? Actually, I'm not like this. Li Mengxi stammered for a long time, not knowing what to say. In her heart, Liufeng was a special existence that no one else could compare to. Not wanting to leave a bad impression in Liufeng's mind, and also to express her feelings, Li Mengxi's eyes brightened with an idea. She sat up, then put a small hair tie in her mouth, gathering her scattered hair with both hands. Glancing at Liufeng with a seductive look, full of charm, she tied her hair up. Liufeng bun get. Chapter 58. You're about to strike it lucky after driving for another 10 minutes. The road was a suburban expressway without any traffic lights, making the drive quite pleasant. The vehicle had already reached a more than 300-meter-long lake bridge. It was afternoon, and the sunlight cast shimmering reflections on the lake's surface, resembling countless tiny golden flakes sparkling. After crossing this bridge, one could already see the buildings of Summer University in the distance. Yes, this top university in the summer country was not located in the city center, and could even be considered somewhat remote. It was situated in the suburbs of Qin City, hidden amidst lush greenery, surrounded by mountains. Through the green forests on some hills, one could see the spires of the university's teaching buildings glimmering under the sunlight, bearing the marks of time. The reason for choosing this tranquil place was its peaceful atmosphere, far removed from the hustle and bustle. The lake bridge had 3 lanes, and there was very little traffic on the road. At this time, vehicles were almost non-existent. On the entire bridge, there was only a large cargo truck that seemed to be headed for another dimension, driving slowly. Those who wished to cross into another dimension could pay attention. What if they struck it lucky? Li Mengxi had leaned enough and felt her neck was sore. Just as she was about to sit up and relax in her seat, suddenly, a sharp screech of brakes rang out. Liufeng forcefully pressed her head down again. Despite the rough treatment, unlike a more ordinary person who might feel displeased, Li Mengxi felt a moment of joy surge within her. She thought this was an active gesture from Liufeng. It seemed her nephew really liked her after all. But soon, Li Mengxi sensed something was amiss, because just at the moment her head was pressed down, a loud bang erupted. Li Mengxi suddenly felt a tremendous force hit them, causing the Porsche to spin instantly, the vehicle flying sideways, glass shattering everywhere. She wasn't wearing a seatbelt and was uncontrollably thrown into the air, about to smash through the front windshield. At that moment, it felt as if the world was spinning around her. Li Mengxi's beautiful face turned pale, filled with extreme shock. She instinctively let out a terrified scream. But at that critical moment, a pair of strong arms reached out. Even amidst the tumbling vehicle, they managed to hold her securely. In that instant, time seemed to slow down. Through her scattered hair, Li Mengxi saw Liufeng's steady, piercing eyes. His muscular arms tightened around her waist, securely embracing her. She leaned into his arms tightly, and through the car window, she saw a large truck colliding with the rear compartment of the Porsche. If Liufeng hadn't suddenly accelerated moments before, the collision would have been head-on. Yes, The Porsche had struck luck. It was indeed the large cargo truck in the three-lane road that, just as the Porsche was passing, suddenly swerved and crashed into it from the side. Bang, 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 bang. The Porsche was directly hit, spinning on the bridge 4 to 5 times, smashing the beautifully carved railings on both sides of the bridge. In an instant, fragments of the car and broken railing flew out. Fortunately, the railings of the bridge were of high quality. The front half of the Porsche had already plunged down, hanging off the edge of the bridge, but the body was still wedged between the railings. Li Mengxi screamed in terror, feeling the horror of weightlessness. Her eyes widened as she looked down at the lake over 100 meters below, her gaze instantly revealing uncontrollable fear, and she instinctively closed her eyes. This was not the thrilling death sensation of speeding. This was truly life-threatening. Falling from such a height left almost no chance of survival. However, just as she was engulfed in fear and despair, that pair of strong hands still tightly held her, securely wrapped around her waist, keeping her firmly in his embrace. Li Mengxi could even clearly feel the warmth radiating from Chu Liufeng's strong arms and the powerful heartbeat against her cheek on his broad chest. "Are you all right, Aunt Li?" Chu Liufeng asked with concern. For some reason, Li Mengxi felt those large hands were particularly strong. Chu Liufeng's entire being felt warm, which made her feel particularly comfortable and safe. I'm fine." Li Mengxi's heart raced. Despite being terrified, there was no pain coming from anywhere. "As long as you're fine." Chu Liufeng breathed a sigh of relief. He was using miraculous recovery to quickly heal any injuries within Li Mengxi's body. Fortunately, he had caught her in time, preventing her from being thrown out entirely. Through his pathological vision, he could see that Li Mengxi only had some minor abrasions. However, they were quickly healing under his miraculous treatment. There was no serious issue, but still left him feeling a sense of fear. Just a moment ago, the sudden sense of danger had made him instinctively accelerate, but the change had occurred too suddenly. The Porsche's acceleration couldn't be achieved in just half a second. Most importantly, it seemed that the large cargo truck had been premeditated, deliberately waiting for him to come before slowing down and sharply turning the steering wheel to crash into them. There was simply no way to avoid it. Looking at the shattered rearview mirror, he saw the large cargo truck had also stopped. Then, 5 or 6 burly men with their heads covered jumped out of the truck, quickly approaching with shiny steel pipes in hand. There was no need to say more. Clearly, this was not an accidental incident, but a premeditated attack. Li Mengxi's small face was pale, fear washing over her like a tide, as if it were about to drown her. She seemed still unable to recover from the car accident. Xiaofeng boohoo, I'm scared." She pressed tightly against Chu Liufeng's chest, breathing heavily as if that would bring her some comfort. "Aunt Li, I know you're scared, but don't be afraid right now." Chu Liufeng gently whispered in her ear. Seeing that Chu Liufeng still had the composure to joke around, Li Mengxi suddenly broke into a smile. However, perhaps due to having Chu Liufeng by her side, the fear in her heart was indeed rapidly diminishing. Regarding the Porsche being smashed to this extent, she could accept it. As long as she was fine, that was what mattered. After all, buying a new one wouldn't cost much. "Aunt Li, stay in the car later, no matter what happens outside. Don't come out." Chu Liufeng suddenly said in a serious tone, preparing to get out of the car. This took Li Mengxi by surprise, not understanding the situation. Xiaofeng." She raised her head, just in time to see the 5 or 6 masked robbers slowly closing in. Seeing this scene, even Li Mengxi, who was usually naive, realized this was not a simple accident. It was a premeditated attack. She was so frightened that her complexion turned pale, instinctively clutching Chu Liufeng tightly, her nails almost digging into his skin. Xiaofeng, don't go, let us get out of here. My car has an automatic alarm, and the police will be here soon. Don't go, run. Let's run now. The farther we get, the better. Chapter 59. Qin Yan's worry. Although Li Mengxi had previously fantasized about the scene where Chu Liufeng would protect her like a god descending from the heavens when facing a group of ruthless bandits. It would be so exhilarating. But when she actually faced this situation, she was still terrified. Her face turned pale instantly, revealing an expression of fear. Her delicate body trembled uncontrollably due to fear. She didn't want Chu Liufeng to go out. There were too many people on the other side, clearly prepared. but running away was out of the question. She certainly couldn't outrun so many people. What to do? Should she jump down from here? But when she turned to look at the lake's surface over 100 meters high, an uncontrollable fear flashed in her eyes, and she instinctively closed her eyes. Jumping from such a height would be no different from jumping onto concrete. This truly felt like being trapped with no way out, unable to escape. Her mind went blank. She had never experienced anything like this before. This scene made her unable to help but speculate on the consequences to come. A wealthy and beautiful woman, kidnapped by a group of ruthless bandits. There was no need to think about what would happen. Until now, she still didn't know whether this group was targeting Liufeng for revenge or robbing her for money. Liufeng also noticed that Liufeng was trembling violently in his arms, clearly very scared. Understanding her fear, he quickly turned around, moved his hand that was holding her back up to the nape of her neck, and leaned his forehead against hers. In her terrified gaze, he spoke in a deep yet reassuring voice. "It's okay. Aunt Li, wait for me to deal with them, and then I'll come to hug you out. Only, trust me, as long as I'm here, I will protect you. If you're scared, just close your eyes. It won't take long." Liufeng felt Liufeng's immense strength and that reassuring voice, and for some reason, she suddenly felt a lot more at ease. Although her body was still trembling, the intensity of her tremors noticeably decreased. Women really need to find a strong support. She finally found someone to rely on in her life. This time, she didn't have to endure fear alone anymore. "All right, then, Xiaofeng, you must be careful." At this moment, the 6 men in black clothes, wearing sunglasses and masks, had already surrounded them. However, they were very alert and did not rush in right away. One person made a gesture, and after 2 others nodded, they slowly approached the wrecked Porsche at the back of the car. The remaining 4 were tensed, ready for any sudden situation. Clearly, this group was well-trained and showed signs of having received systematic combat training, far superior to the 5 desperate bandits from before. Seeing this scene, Liufeng instantly narrowed his eyes. It was clear that this attack was not aimed at the wealthy and beautiful Liufeng. It was definitely the Yang family targeting him, and inadvertently dragging Liufeng into this. This also taught Liufeng a lesson. One should not think too absolutely or be too careless. On the other side, the Qin City Police Department also received a report. Someone suspected of being kidnapped was reported. They quickly located the scene of the incident. Meanwhile, the surveillance footage from the Cross Lake Bridge was being streamed live to the police department's big screen. In the footage, the Porsche was wrecked beyond recognition, emitting plumes of steam, and it was unclear whether the people inside were alive or dead. Just as everyone was unsure whether this was an accident or a premeditated attack, they quickly realized it was not an accident. 6 masked bandits emerged from the truck, wielding shiny steel rods. Clearly, this was another extremely severe gang crime. This news was promptly reported up the chain. Director Wang Jun of the Qin City Police Department was in the middle of an interview with reporters from the Xia Country newspaper when he suddenly received this news. His expression changed to one of anger and urgency as he hurriedly made his way to the surveillance room. When he saw that another group of robbers was committing a crime, cold sweat broke out all over Wang Jun's body, just after solving a serial murder case. A large number of reporters and interview teams from various major news outlets had gathered in Qin City, ready for a publicity campaign. But at such a critical moment, another group of robbers suddenly emerged. They were brazenly committing a terrifying crime in broad daylight on the Cross Lake Bridge, leading to Xia Country University. It was as if they weren't even trying to hide. What made Wang Jun feel even more anxious was that the officers in the surveillance room had already confirmed the identities of the people in the Porsche by checking the footage at various traffic lights. The woman was Liufeng, which was obvious. The Porsche's automatic alarm had already sent the owner's information. But the male driver was Liufeng. He was the hero of Qin City who had just helped the police solve the 412 serial murder case. Upon receiving this crucial information, Wang Jun felt dizzy. Right now, there were a large number of reporters in Qin City preparing to interview this hero. Many news media had already started building momentum. If under these circumstances, Liufeng was kidnapped and killed by the bandits, there was no need to think. The pressure on the Qin City Police Department would be immense. The negative impact would likely be even more severe than the 412 serial murder case. It would definitely lead the millions of people in Qin City to question the police's capabilities and express serious doubts about their protection. As the director, he would not only face the end of his career, but also bear the burden of serious dereliction of duty. This was a hero who had just helped the police solve a major case. Who knew if he was killed out of greed or as an act of revenge by the bandits? But regardless of the reason, if he died, it would be like a major earthquake. Ordinary people would only believe what they thought, that he was killed in revenge. Who would be willing to help the police solve cases in the future? Would they not fear retribution? Thinking of this series of consequences, Wang Jun broke out in a cold sweat, nearly roaring as he ordered, "Quick, quick, quick! Let the nearby patrol officers rush over immediately. Notify the armed police, special police, and traffic police to set up roadblocks. They must not let them escape. Notify the hospital to prepare ambulances to rescue the injured civilians." Of course, there were emergency plans for all of this. Everything was already being arranged in an orderly manner. He also shakily took out his phone to call Qin Yan. "Hello. Team Qin. Something happened. Chu Liufeng is suspected to have been attacked by bandits currently. His life or death is unknown." "What?" In her office, Qin Yan slammed her palm on the table, causing it to shake violently. Her face was extremely ugly, and her gaze was as cold as frost. Just a few hours ago, she had called Chu Liufeng to remind him that the Yang family was vengeful and that having suffered a loss, they would definitely not let it go. She warned him to be cautious of danger and to seek her help if needed. Yet now, something had happened so quickly. This made her furious, her eyes flashing with intense coldness. She hurriedly checked the live feed from the surveillance room while rushing over there. Chapter 60. A slide tackle. When Qin Yan saw the mangled Porsche on the Kuahu Bridge, she nearly crashed into the 100-meter deep lake below. Moreover, 2 masked men in sunglasses were slowly approaching the wreckage of the Porsche, while 4 others stood guard nearby. Their trained demeanor was anything but ordinary. They were not your typical desperate criminals. When she learned that the nearest security forces would take at least 5 minutes to arrive, Qin Yan's expression turned extremely grim, filled with rage. But there was nothing she could do. The area where Xia University was located was too remote, almost on the outskirts. Moreover, the security forces stationed on campus were limited, and they had to be prepared in case this group of robbers decided to launch a more significant terror attack within the university. That would be even worse. Inside the severely damaged Porsche, Chu Liufeng held Li Mengxi tightly, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Damn it! It was hard enough for him to get a chance to drive a beautiful rich woman's car. And now, this disruption. Did they really think he was easy to bully? At that moment, the masked robbers, with steady yet menacing steps and steel pipes in hand, were closing in. Chu Liufeng's gaze was locked onto the men, his body tightening slightly as his muscles instinctively entered a defensive state. A trace of bloodthirst flickered in his eyes. So, they were desperate criminals, huh? Killing them would be no loss, and there would be no responsibility, right? Thinking this, he felt a surge of hot blood rushing through his body. As the 2 sunglasses-wearing masked robbers were about to reach the car door to check on the 2 inside, they saw that Chu Liufeng and Li Mengxi had their eyes tightly shut, weakly leaning against their seats. They thought they had been knocked unconscious. The 2 men exchanged hand signals with their teammates. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The expressions of the 2 robbers turned to horror as they caught a glimpse of Chu Liufeng suddenly opening his bloodthirsty eyes. He slightly turned his body, and with all his strength, his leg kicked out, sending the twisted car door flying. The force was so great that the door flew up and knocked the 2 robbers back as they approached. Immediately after, Chu Liufeng's figure, agile like a cheetah and ghostly, charged forward. As the 2 robbers were just getting up from the ground, he clenched his fists, his muscles tensed, and unleashed 2 punches that cut through the air with a fierce sound. The 2 robbers were taken aback. The last thing they saw was that enormous fist swinging toward their foreheads. Bang! Bang! The sunglasses were shattered into pieces. The 2 robbers' bodies went limp and fell to the ground. Picking up the steel pipes from their hands, Chu Liufeng slowly stood up, his bloodthirsty gaze fixed on the remaining 4 approaching men. Then he beckoned with his hand. "Come on, don't waste time." A chilling smile appeared on Chu Liufeng's face, sending shivers down spines. This was not arrogance. He genuinely had confidence. Unarmed, or even against those with weapons, he was not afraid of anyone. Even if a sniper shot from 2,000 meters away, he could rely on his danger perception to dodge it, steady as a rock. As long as it wasn't a large-scale weapon, like a drone strike, he was confident he was invincible in this world. Seeing this scene, Xing Yishan, whose eyes were previously filled with frost, suddenly showed a hint of joy. Director Wang and the other officers looked on in shock. They couldn't fathom how Liufeng could emerge from such a violent crash unscathed. Not only able to kick the car door away, but also springing out of the driver's seat like a beast, and swiftly taking down 2 robbers. Such a rapid counterattack seemed to defy the laws of physics. Newton's coffin lid was about to burst open, just as Xing Yishan squinted her eyes to observe Liufeng's combat abilities. Especially since there was no surveillance during the brutal murders of the 5 robbers in the 412 serial murder case. And all she had was post-event analysis indicating the fight was quick and brutal. She still did not know just how strong Liufeng truly was. Although the situation was dangerous, seeing him unaffected by the crash, she thought these men should not pose too great a threat to him, providing her with the opportunity to observe closely. Just as Xing Yishan was contemplating this, suddenly, her beautiful eyes narrowed as she spotted the outline of a gun protruding from behind one of the robbers. Not good. They have guns. Her expression changed drastically, and her heart sank, unable to suppress the tightening of her fists. Under absolute firepower suppression, what could one plan? Hadn't they heard? Beyond 7 steps, a gun is fast. Within 7 steps, a gun is both fast and accurate. Liufeng, danger. The other 4 robbers were indeed battle-hardened, and their reaction speed was not something ordinary criminals could match. They showed no sorrow for their fallen comrades. Instead, they swung their steel pipes and charged forward. Liufeng was also preparing to rush in, but at that moment, an electric current surged through him, and his danger perception activated again. A dangerous signal flashed in his mind. This afternoon, his danger perception had nearly driven him mad. The 2 robbers behind him showed cold smiles, unhesitatingly pulling out their handguns. And 2 muffled gunshots rang out, bang bang, bang bang bang. Then, like raindrops, they opened fire on Liufeng in rapid succession. Taking advantage of the 2 teammates charging in front to attract attention, they shot from behind. What a cunning move. If Liufeng had just blindly charged ahead, it would have been the end for him. However, faced with the gunfire, a disdainful smile appeared on Liufeng's lips. Deep in his eyes, golden points flickered. Under his danger perception, time seemed to slow down. His X-ray vision allowed him to clearly see the powerful airflow generated by the bullets as they left the gun's muzzle. With his danger perception, his body instinctively reacted to evade. Each rapid bullet grazed past his body. In the shocked gazes of Xing Yishan, the robbers, and other officers, Liufeng dashed forward, twisting left and right in a bizarre and unfathomable manner to dodge the barrage of bullets. Simultaneously, he charged straight ahead like a ghost. His speed was absurdly fast. The 2 robbers rushing forward felt a blur pass before their eyes, as if Liufeng was a shadow suddenly darting across the ground. In the astonished gazes of Xing Yishan and others, he executed a slide tackle. Bang! Bang! The steel pipe in Liufeng's hand struck the knees of the 2 robbers with terrifying force. Crack! The sound of their kneecaps shattering echoed. The 2 robbers were caught off guard, feeling their legs give way as their bodies fell forward, followed by a piercing pain that made them cry out in agony. But before their painful screams could fully escape, Liufeng swung the steel pipe again, delivering a heavy blow to the back of their heads. The quality of the steel pipe was excellent. Each hit silenced them. The 2 robbers collapsed heavily to the ground, blood gushing from their skulls, and they quickly fell silent. Chapter 61. 6 against 1, counterkill, can you play? In the blink of an eye, Liufeng used terrifying methods to eliminate 4 fierce robbers. After taking care of these 2, Liufeng swung the steel pipe in their hands and charged forward once more. Fast, too fast. But what was even more terrifying was that he could dodge bullets. Liufeng seemed to be able to see the trajectory of the bullets, avoiding all their shots. Damn, 2 people fired over 20 shots and didn't even touch a hair on him. Is this a filming of The Matrix? You call this an ordinary university student? Watching Liufeng charging towards them, the remaining 2 robbers were instantly terrified their hairs standing on end, hurriedly reloading their guns. But just as they lowered their heads, they felt a whistling sound cutting through the air. Boom! One of the robbers felt a strong gust of wind rush past his ear, a chill instantly rising in his heart. Puffed. The sound of bones shattering was heard. When he instinctively turned his head, the expression under his mask instantly became one of disbelief and horror. He saw that the shiny steel pipe had pierced directly into the robber's head. It went straight through. The robber's sunglasses shattered under the tremendous impact, revealing a pair of bulging, bloodshot eyes, as if they could fall out of their sockets at any moment. Because his head was covered, it was impossible to see the exact state of his head, but from the blood splattering and the white brain matter seeping through the mask, it was evident that Liufeng had crushed his skull. Clearly, he seemed a bit dead. During his charge, Liufeng suddenly waved his hand, sending a steel pipe flying over, accurately smashing into the head of a teammate nearby from a distance of over 10 meters. When this robber turned his head in horror, he saw another shiny steel pipe glinting coldly in the sunlight, already jabbed in front of his forehead. Liufeng had somehow charged over, showing a sinister smile as he looked at him. He was instantly so scared that his scalp went numb, feeling his legs go weak, nearly pissing himself. At this moment, inside the Qin City police station, watching the surveillance footage of Liufeng dealing with such an intense life and death crisis so easily and decisively, Director Wang and the other officers all gasped in unison. They felt a wave of fear and disbelief wash over them. Unbelievable. Inconceivable. Some even stood up in shock, staring at the surveillance footage with wide eyes. They couldn't help but curse. What the hell? Is this even human? It's simply a walking killing machine. How long has it been? Not even 10 seconds? The other side had 6 trained robbers armed with steel pipes and even guns. In a 6-against-1 situation, they were so easily counter-killed. And this was after they initiated the attack by crashing a truck into a Porsche, catching them off guard. The result was 5 dead and 1 captured. At this moment, someone wanted to ask, 6-against-1 and still counter-killed? Do you even know how to play? What is Liufeng's background? Even a special forces soldier from the military wouldn't be this impressive, right? Even Xin Yin instinctively opened her cherry-red lips, her eyes wide in disbelief as she watched this scene. Now she finally understood how Liufeng subdued that group of robbers last time. With such explosive combat power, who wouldn't be left dumbfounded? Even for someone accustomed to life and death situations like her, she couldn't help but feel extreme shock at this scene, due to her overwhelming excitement. Her chest, which was constrained under her uniform, heaved violently, showing her unsettled heart. Liufeng. Her beautiful eyes trembled, revealing a subtle glimmer. She took several deep breaths, trying to suppress the tumultuous shock within her. At this moment, on the surveillance footage, Liufeng suddenly moved again. He reached out a hand, yanked off the robber's mask, and then tightly grabbed the robber's chin. Immediately after, his arms slowly lifted, and that person was effortlessly lifted by him with one hand. The robber's pupils constricted violently. He felt as if his head was about to explode from the grip, and that hand kept tightening, causing his vision to blur and his limbs to thrash about as he desperately tried to struggle free. But Liufeng's arm was like a steel clamp. The strength was astonishing, and he couldn't move an inch. It was hard to imagine that this was the kind of strength a human could possess. Want to die? Liufeng's lips curled into a chilling smile. Under his perspective, he saw that this robber was actually preparing to bite down on a poison capsule hidden in his molars. Good Lord, so professional? If the attack failed, he wanted to take himself down with it? Unfortunately, he encountered Liufeng. He had already seen that this person was the leader of this small group, as the communicator was also on him. Not revealing who was behind the attack, and thinking he could just die that easily, Liufeng's fingers continued to tighten. Ugh! The robber let out a muffled cry of pain. His bloodshot eyes bulged in terror as he looked at Liufeng. Teeth mixed with blood and saliva fell out of his mouth like pearls, one by one. Good news. He wouldn't have to go to the hospital to get his cavities pulled. Bad news. He would have no teeth for the rest of his life. As Liufeng's grip tightened more and more cracked, the robber's jawbone made a sound under the strain. Ultimately, a mouthful of teeth was directly crushed. and that molar mixed with the poison capsule was spat out along with the other teeth. Chu Liufeng coldly asked, "Tell me, who sent you?" "Zaiwo Wuxaba," the robber mumbled incomprehensibly. Chu Liufeng frowned. Damn, a little Shiwu. No wonder he looked so shifty-eyed. TSK, now this is a bit troublesome. Mainly because he couldn't understand this bird language. What was the point of asking? It was completely nonsensical. So, Chu Liufeng tightened his grip again, directly crushing his chin. The little Shiwu rolled his eyes, his jawbone making a cracking sound. He was painfully knocked unconscious. Chu Liufeng disdainfully threw him on the ground. After finishing all this, Chu Liufeng walked over to the water tank of the truck. He turned on the faucet and carefully washed his hands several times. At this point, he could hear the sound of police sirens approaching. The patrol officers were likely on their way. There were vehicles at both ends of the Cross Lake Bridge, but seeing the situation on the bridge, they dared not approach, only waiting quietly. Of course, they also wanted to watch the spectacle and see what was going on. A warm breeze blew. Among the vehicles waiting on both sides of the bridge, a black Rolls-Royce quietly parked as it drove out from Seattle. The car's body reflected a luxurious glow under the sunlight. Chapter 62. Li Mengxi feels a father's love in the trunk of a Rolls-Royce. A young and stunning girl was lazily leaning against the soft seat. She was dressed in a beautifully tailored haute couture dress, with luxurious hand-stitched embroidery. Her skin was as white as snow, delicate and eye-catching. A dazzling necklace hung from her exquisite collarbone, emitting a charming glow. Suddenly, the beautiful girl rolled down the car window, and the warm breeze gently lifted her hair, which shimmered with a faint golden hue in the sunlight. Her face was as delicately crafted as a carefully sculpted piece of art. Her large, bright eyes were clear and full of life. However, upon witnessing the astonishing scene on the bridge, she slightly parted her cherry-like lips, momentarily stunned, as if she had suddenly remembered something. She quickly lowered her head and picked up a limited edition Leica camera that hung from her neck. Her pale, slender fingers swiftly adjusted the focus, zooming in. Of course, her lens was not aimed at the corpses scattered on the ground, but rather tightly locked onto Chu Liufeng washing his hands. To be precise, it was focused on his face, capturing a series of shots. She probably took around 40 or 50 pictures, if not more. She kept pressing the shutter, the slight clicking sound of the camera echoing in the trunk. It wasn't until Chu Liufeng climbed into the severely deformed Porsche that she pouted her lips, playfully and cutely, reluctantly putting down the camera. Hee, I've caught you again. A light smile adorned the girl's face, and her two shallow dimples were very adorable. She began to admire the photos she had just taken. In the pictures, sunlight spilled over Chu Liufeng, outlining his muscular physique. His expression was emotionless, appearing cool and handsome, mysterious and charming. The girl's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as she continuously appreciated her masterpiece. Suddenly, in the corner of a handsome photo, a corpse appeared, the one whose head had been pierced by a steel rod. Upon seeing this, her face instantly turned pale, and her previously rosy lips lost all color. Ugh! She covered her mouth with her hand, her body leaning slightly forward as a wave of intense nausea surged over her. "Miss, are you okay?" The woman sitting beside her showed a worried expression. Quick, quick, take another route." She thought the girl was frightened by the hellish scene before them, and hurriedly urged the driver to leave quickly. The Rolls-Royce slowly started up, gradually disappearing at the end of the bridge. Of course, Chu Liufeng was unaware of this scene, and he was currently too preoccupied to pay attention. He was leaning against the severely deformed frame of the Porsche, his gaze fixed on Li Mengxi inside the car. Li Mengxi had her eyes tightly shut, her long eyelashes trembling continuously, her lips quivering non-stop, her entire body pressed against the seat, as if that was the only way to find a semblance of safety. It was evident that she was terrified. Chu Liufeng couldn't help but chuckle, his eyes flickering with mischief. Wanting to tease her, he deliberately cleared his throat, making his voice rough and hoarse, yelling, "You little dog, do you really think you're so tough? A few shots from me, and you're done for? Adult, times have changed." After saying this, he paused for a moment, then called out in a strange tone, "Hey, big brother, come here. There's a really pretty girl here. She's quite something. I really want to." Hearing this, Li Mengxi, who was in extreme fear, felt as if she had been struck hard. Her body trembled violently. Xiaofeng is dead. This thought hit her like a heavy hammer on her heart. Her breathing instantly became rapid and chaotic, as if she couldn't catch her breath, her chest heaving violently with each gasp, struggling for air. She had indeed heard gunshots earlier, and then everything fell into a terrifying silence. This left her feeling incredibly scared and fearful. Now, hearing this despairing news, two streams of hot tears instantly flowed down from her tightly shut eyes. Seeing this, Liufeng blinked and gently leaned into the car, opening his arms to embrace Li Mengxi tenderly. Li Mengxi screamed in shock at the sudden contact, her body shaking uncontrollably as she swung her small fists in fierce resistance. But Liufeng held her tightly, rendering her struggles ineffective. Leaning close to her ear, in a familiar voice, he softly said, "Aunt Li, it's me, Xiaofeng. It's okay. I've taken care of everything." Li Mengxi froze. The frantic struggles immediately ceased. She quickly opened her eyes and looked at the familiar face so close to hers, along with the reassuring scent emanating from him. She stared at Liufeng in disbelief. After a few seconds of dazedness, her lips suddenly quivered, and tears streamed down her face like a dam bursting. "You bad guy. You big bad guy. Woo woo woo." Li Mengxi suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck tightly, kissing him more passionately than before in the car, as if to convey more emotion. Her breaths heavy and rapid, greedily inhaling the comforting scent from Liufeng, wanting to deeply integrate this feeling of safety into her body. Li Mengxi's fervent actions stunned Liufeng. He responded to her while gently patting her back, soothing her still, trembling body. "Aunt Li, it's okay. Don't be scared. I'm here." His voice was low and gentle, continuously whispering in her ear. But Li Mengxi didn't care. She just wanted to kiss him greedily. After a while, her face flushed, and she slowly released Liufeng. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying, with tear stains still on her face, looking pitiful. "You bad guy. Big bad guy, you're so naughty. Do you know how scary you were just now? I thought I would never see you again." She sobbed as she gently punched Liufeng's chest with her little fists. Liufeng smiled and took her hand, saying, "You have to trust me, Aunt Li. With me around, nothing will happen." At this moment, the sound of police sirens grew closer, along with the sound of ambulances, becoming increasingly clear. Reinforcements must have arrived. "Aunt Li, if you want to kiss, let's do it when we get back. For now, close your eyes, and I'll carry you out. The scene outside is a bit scary." Li Mengxi was taken aback, then obediently responded, "Okay." She closed her eyes like a little cat, wrapping her arms around Liufeng's neck affectionately. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of a reassuring smile. Liufeng gently carried her out of the severely deformed Porsche, cradling her like a daughter, pressing her little face tightly against his broad and strong chest. Listening to the steady heartbeat, she felt a sense of safety. Although Li Mengxi had her eyes tightly shut and couldn't see the situation outside, she could smell the warm, pungent scent of blood mixed in the air, indicating that the battle had been fierce. This made her instinctively shrink back again. However, at this moment, she was being held by Liufeng. She felt no fear at all, and her heart was more at ease than ever before. This feeling of being protected was like a child being tightly embraced by their father, filled with a sense of security that made her feel incredibly grounded. In that moment, Li Mengxi's thoughts seemed to drift back to those helpless and lonely times in her childhood. When she was little, every time she faced danger, she longed for a warm embrace to hide in. But it never happened. In her memories, every time she fought with other kids, no matter how it turned out, the other children always had their parents rushing over, picking them up with concern, gently comforting them, and those kids could cry loudly in their father's arms without restraint. But she had nothing. Even when she was bullied and hurt, she could only grit her teeth, silently wipe away the footprints on her body, endure the pain, and head home all alone. Li Mengxi realized at a very young age that no one would ever protect her. She had no one to rely on, only herself. But until now, she had finally waited for it. Chapter 63, You Look Just Like a Father and Daughter. Being held like this by Liufeng, she truly felt that long-desired sense of security. Liufeng was the one she had always hoped would protect her. In a daze, her lips quivered slightly. She instinctively wanted to call out the title she had silently repeated countless times in her heart. Dad! She almost blurted it out. Fortunately, she reacted in time. Realizing her, she hurriedly swallowed the second half of her sentence. However, the shyness on her face grew increasingly intense, so bright that it seemed like it could drip with water. Although Li Mengxi didn't call out, the reliance and trust she felt for Chu Liufeng at that moment became even more profound, even sinking deep into her bones. At this moment, Chu Liufeng was carrying Li Mengxi towards the ambulance. The area was surrounded by police and medical personnel who had rushed to the rescue. Looking at the gruesome scene of corpses on the ground, they were all shocked and at a loss for words. Even though they were seasoned police officers who had seen many crime scenes, this sight still made their scalps tingle, especially the one whose head was pierced by a steel rod, whose unblinking eyes were particularly frightening. Some younger officers turned pale at the sight and gagged several times. Their gazes towards Chu Liufeng were filled with admiration. He was indeed the bravest man in Qin City. Not only had he killed 10 people in 2 days, but he was also so calm and expressionless about it. Under normal circumstances, they would have to control Chu Liufeng at this point and inquire about what had happened. But by the time they arrived, they already knew the story. This was not a deliberate murderer, but a hero who had fought against the criminals. Moreover, there were surveillance cameras on the Cross Lake Bridge monitoring everything, with every move under the watchful eyes of Qin Yan and other leaders. So they didn't bother Chu Liufeng and hurriedly set up the police cordon and covered the bodies. Only, let's go to the hospital for a checkup to see if you're hurt. Inside, Li Mengxi obediently nodded. However, she never loosened her arms around Chu Liufeng's neck. Although under her miraculous healing hands, she could see through the pathological eye that Li Mengxi had not been seriously injured, with only minor scrapes that were almost healed. But for safety's sake and to avoid raising suspicion, it was always better to get checked to the hospital. Once they got into the ambulance, Li Mengxi clung to Chu Liufeng like a little tail, unwilling to let go. Of course, Chu Liufeng was very happy to hold Li Mengxi like this. Li Mengxi was petite and delicate, a small bundle that felt soft and light in his arms, making it very comfortable. An experienced older nurse in the ambulance was organizing the medications, and, seeing their intimate appearance, couldn't help but tease. You two make such a lovely couple, just like a father and daughter. This nurse was probably in her 50s, her eyes radiating warmth and kindness, and her lips curled up slightly with a hint of playfulness. After all, Li Mengxi was very well maintained. If she didn't mention her age, no one would know that she was already Chu Liufeng's aunt-level old A8. They would only think she was at the peak of her beauty. Hearing this, Li Mengxi's cheeks flushed slightly, but she didn't refute it. Instead, she secretly opened her eyes to take a glance at Chu Liufeng, her gaze filled with a hint of shyness and panic, and then quickly closed her eyes again, feeling bashful. Oh dear, how can my inner thoughts be revealed? She buried her little face deeper into Chu Liufeng's embrace, seemingly wanting to hide her current shyness. Shally, when you look for a boyfriend in the future, make sure to find a guy like this. Someone who knows how to cherish you and can protect you at the first sign of danger. The nurse said while gently nudging the little nurse Xiaoli beside her with her elbow. Don't be like my deadbeat husband, Sai. If I encountered this today, he wouldn't even think of holding me. He'd probably yell, "You hold on, I'll go find someone to save you." As she spoke, she shook her head helplessly, a bitter smile on her face. Xiaoli was a pretty young nurse in her early 20s, also in the ambulance. Hearing this, her face turned slightly red, and her little eyes kept glancing at Chu Liufeng. He really is so handsome. In a private estate of the Yang family, covered in greenery in Qin City, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Inside the hall, there were a dozen people. Some were from the Yang family, while others had various appearances, including some Southeast Asian faces and a few Caucasians. Aunt Xing was among them, holding a golden dragon-headed cane, his face dark and terrifying. In front of him, a subordinate was reporting nervously about the situation on the Cross Lake Bridge. What? 6 people couldn't kill Chu Liufeng. Upon hearing this news, Aunt Xing's sharp eyes widened in disbelief, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. There is still one person alive, and is currently being personally interrogated by Qin Yan. Bang! He tightly clenched his fist around the dragon-headed cane, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Then, with a bang, the cane slammed heavily against the ground, creating a hideous crack in the smooth marble floor from the tremendous impact. They're all a bunch of fools. Useless. Aunt Xing's face was twisted with rage, his voice hoarse from anger. In the face of his roar, no one present spoke. Only another person holding a silver dragon-headed cane showed displeasure. I said long ago that Liufeng is an inconsequential person. There was no need to take action against him. You just wouldn't listen. Now look, it's caused a stir. What do you plan to do about Xing Yan? Aunt Xing's eyes revealed ferocity, but he didn't know how to refute. Who could have predicted this? In a 6-on-1 situation, with guns involved, they couldn't kill an ordinary college student. They had originally wanted to use this opportunity to create chaos in Qin City and find a chance to attack Xing Yan during the turmoil, but now. The most important thing was that there was still one person alive. If Xing Yan got useful information from that person, then they could trace it back to find clues. Wouldn't that be disastrous? Moreover, it would definitely alert Xing Yan and make her cautious. It would be even more troublesome for them to act later. At this moment, a steady sound of footsteps echoed. Everyone turned abruptly. They saw the old Master Yang, dressed in a black traditional long robe, slowly walking in from one side of the hall. The years had etched deep wrinkles on his face, but his eyes remained deep and spirited, exuding an aura of authority without anger. He slightly raised his head and scanned the crowd in the hall, his gaze lingering on Aunt Xing for a moment. Just that one look made Aunt Xing's heart shiver, and the once surging anger was suddenly doused with cold water, diminishing a few degrees. Old Master Yang did not speak, but stood quietly, emanating an invisible majesty. With every gesture, he seemed to control the entire situation. The atmosphere in the hall became somewhat oppressive due to his presence, making everyone afraid to even breathe. Chapter 64. No matter what, the advantage is mine. Old Master Yang stood there quietly. Under his gaze, Aunt Xing's hand gripping the golden dragon-headed cane trembled slightly, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Don't you have anything to say? A cold and indifferent voice rang out. Aunt Xing's momentum shrank again, and he lowered his head slightly, not daring to meet old Master Yang's eyes. He opened his mouth. How the hell should he say this? The 6 people sent were not just any random individuals. They were seasoned professional mercenaries, each with exceptional skills. They were far more qualified than any study group. Under normal circumstances, killing someone wouldn't require so many people. Just sending 1 or 2 would easily suffice. But he, for the sake of caution, had specifically increased the number to 6. It's important to note that this was not their familiar country, but the Great Xia. Killing someone so brazenly on their turf left him with no way out. Even if Liufeng died, they would still find it difficult to escape pursuit. So before setting out, they had fully embraced the determination to die while executing the mission. To this end, he had even offered each of them $1 million as a high reward. It could be said that he had made thorough preparations. But 6 against 1 armed, and still being counter-killed? Who could have expected such a situation? Now, the man was dead, the money spent, and the key point was the mission was still incomplete. Old Master, it was my fault. I will reflect on it. After a long silence, Aunt Xing finally gritted his teeth and took all the blame. No matter what, the mission was incomplete, and as the main person responsible for this operation, he knew he had an undeniable responsibility. Mr. Bamo, holding the silver dragon-headed cane, had been standing quietly beside him. At this moment, he narrowed his eyes and stepped forward, speaking in a deep voice. Old Master, it's not just the elder brother's responsibility. I'm also at fault. We were not thorough in our considerations. We thought that Liufeng was just an ordinary person. Although he could fight, it was nothing remarkable. That's why we sent 6 people and brought 2 guns, but we didn't expect him to be so difficult. We were careless. At this time, the butler beside old Master Yang carefully handed over a cup of tea. Old Master Yang extended his hand, steadily accepting it and taking a gentle sip. Yet, his deep-set eyes never left Aunt Xing, as if he was pondering something. The atmosphere in the hall was stifling to the extreme. After a long silence, finally, old Master Yang slowly nodded, his tone flat, revealing no hint of joy or anger. Everyone sit down. To be able to recognize one's mistakes and correct them is a great virtue. Upon hearing this, Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. One by one, they sat down, only to realize that their backs had been soaked with cold sweat without them noticing, feeling somewhat chilly. Old Master Yang scanned the room and said lightly, "At my age, it's time for me to move around a bit. Otherwise, some people will always think I'm dead. From now on, all actions will be commanded by me." Although this operation had startled the snake, it was still the case that Xing Yin was in the light and we were in the dark, and the advantage was mine. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with an undeniable power. No one spoke. After all, old Master Yang was the backbone of this group. With him stepping out to personally orchestrate, there was nothing wrong with that. "So, should we now?" Angshan raised his head and cautiously asked. He wanted to inquire if, given the commotion had escalated, they should tone it down. Otherwise, provoking Xing Yin at this moment would not be good. It could easily invite her retaliatory destructive strike. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by old Master Yang. "No, the more it is like this, the less we can retreat. Continue the actions. The bigger the commotion, the better." To everyone's surprise, old Master Yang was not planning to tone it down, but was instead preparing to act against the wind. His eyes gleamed with a hint of brilliance. Let a few scapegoats go out to create some trouble, allowing Xing Yin to catch some irrelevant people, giving her a taste of sweetness to calm her anger. Show weakness? Wouldn't that be boosting others' morale while diminishing our own? This isn't good, is it? Someone raised their head, a hint of trepidation in their eyes, cautiously asking. After she lets down her guard, "Won't you arrange a few groups to take the opportunity to deal with her?" Old Master Yang shot him a blank look, his contempt and disdain evident in his eyes, causing the latter's face to turn red and then pale. Old Master Yang continued indifferently, his tone laced with cunning. "Then arrange for a valuable target, utilize that thing, and draw Xing Yin out. A brave guardian and a ruthless drug dealer engage in a fierce battle, tragically sacrificing themselves. Don't you think that sounds quite heroic?" Angshan's eyes lit up as he immediately understood old Master Yang's intent and quickly said, "All right, I understand. I will take care of it right away." The ambulance arrived at the hospital. Liufeng was also arranged to have blood drawn and undergo several tests. Although he appeared lively and did not seem to be in any trouble, there was no choice. The process had to be followed. Who knew if adrenaline had taken over his body, and he was actually suffering from internal bleeding? Li Mengxi, on the other hand, was being examined more thoroughly, checking both inside and out. Of course, with the miraculous treatment, neither of them had any major issues, and even the places where they had scraped their skin were few. Even the examining doctor exclaimed that it was simply a miracle. However, Li Mengxi was still a bit shaken, and coupled with her long-term alcohol abuse, her liver was not in good condition, so the doctor prescribed her some calming medication. When Li Mengxi went for her final checkup, Liufeng said he was going to the restroom. After he finished in the restroom, just as he was about to leave, he passed by a corridor leading to an intensive care unit and unexpectedly encountered a beautiful woman. A suppressed crying sound echoed through the hospital corridor. What the heck? Is it haunted in broad daylight? Liufeng frowned and looked toward the sound. He saw a beautiful woman in a tailored suit, kneeling at an empty staircase corner, with several medical records placed in front of her. She was facing the wall, hands clasped together, raised high above her head, continuously bowing in prayer. As she knelt and prayed, she quietly sobbed. In her suppressed cries was a sense of despair and helplessness. Liufeng fell silent. Occasionally, doctors and nurses hurried past, and upon seeing this scene, their eyes filled with sympathetic glances, they couldn't help but sigh softly and shake their heads in helplessness, then return to their duties. Such scenes were far too common for them in the hospital. The walls of the hospital heard more prayers than the church. This was not merely a joke, but a cruel reality. The beautiful woman trembled slightly, her eyes red and swollen, tears streaming down her cheeks. From her age, this beautiful woman should be no younger than 40. At this moment, her expression was one of helplessness and breakdown, exuding a heart-wrenching sense of fragility. Of course, what attracted Liufeng was not her actions, but her unadorned, oval face. Even though she was currently crying and breathless, her face streaked with tears, she still couldn't hide the inherent elegance and grace beneath. This kind of beauty, even without makeup, has a greater sense of authenticity compared to those women who are meticulously made up, and it also carries a touch of vulnerability. What truly attracts him is not just the appearance of the beautiful woman, but that faint sense of familiarity. It feels like he has seen her somewhere before. Chapter 65. Classmate's mother Chu Liufeng felt a stir in his heart and quickly stepped forward, crouching down to gently ask, "Annie, what's wrong?" The beautiful Aunt slowly raised her head, her eyes swollen. Her once neat brown hair now looked a bit messy, with a few strands sticking closely to her tear-streaked cheeks. Even though her appearance had been weathered by time, it was still evident that she was a stunning beauty. Moreover, her current looks carried a unique charm of maturity that comes with the passage of time, truly embodying the allure of a mature woman. She looked at the unfamiliar yet kindly Chu Liufeng, her lips pressed together lightly. After a moment of hesitation, she shook her head, her expression revealing helplessness and confusion. "It's okay. Holding in isn't good. Talk to me. Maybe it will help to share your feelings." The fact that this beautiful aunt could only find an empty place to cry quietly shows just how much pressure she was under, even afraid to express it. Clearly, she needed help. And who was he? A pure-hearted philanthropist who loved to help others. It was his unshakable responsibility to assist those in need. Of course, at this moment, some might ask why, with so many people in need of help, he chose to assist a beautiful aunt. "You're just a lecher," they might say. But that was a misunderstanding. It wasn't that Chu Liufeng was unwilling to help. Rather, due to various reasons, he could only offer selective assistance at this stage. He aimed to help slowly and prioritize those who needed it most, planning and organizing his help rather than providing it all at once. It wasn't about helping everyone equally, but rather about helping some first and then motivating assistance for others, gradually achieving comprehensive support. Clearly, the helpless, beautiful aunt before him needed his help the most. Perhaps the pain she had bottled up inside for far too long was overwhelming. Or maybe it was because Chu Liufeng looked harmless, exuding a sunny, boy-next-door vibe that prompted the aunt to press her lips together, slowly sitting down on the ground, curling her legs slightly and resting her head helplessly on her knees. It must be said, the aunt had a great figure, not at all resembling the typical plumpness of her age. Even sitting down, her legs beneath the black pencil skirt appeared slender and long, with beautiful lines and no hint of excess fat. Even wrapped in a somewhat cheap-looking black stocking, it accentuated her sensuality. She radiated a charm unique to mature women. Moreover, her current fragile appearance added a sense of vulnerability that stirred a protective instinct in onlookers. Soon, the beautiful aunt bit her lip, took a deep breath, and shared the situation that had been weighing on her for so long. Her name was Simping, an ordinary office worker with a modest income. One could even say meager. She had experienced an unhappy marriage and had a daughter who had just entered college. Her ex-husband was a narrow-minded man who, fearing that Simping's beauty and figure would attract attention, kept a tight rein on her after they married, not allowing her to work and forcing her to be a stay-at-home wife. However, Simping's ex-husband was not a capable person either, earning only a few thousand a month and lacking ambition, often complaining about being too tired to work after just 6 months, wanted to take a break for a few months. Though their life was frugal and challenging, Simping never complained. She simply wore cheaper clothes, bought less, and lived in modest conditions, believing that as long as the family was safe, they could get by. As time passed and the novelty of marriage wore off, communication between her and her ex-husband dwindled. Eventually, he began to complain about Simping, who he said was useless, spending her days at home doing laundry, cooking, and cleaning. After work, he would either criticize the food or lament about his work stress, subtly hinting that she should help alleviate his burden. But when Simping decided to find a job and began earning money to contribute to the household, she worked hard, often putting in extra hours, and her salary eventually surpassed her ex-husband's few thousand. This caused a psychological rift. Perhaps it was out of fear of being looked down upon that her ex-husband's pride got the better of him, leading him to quit his job. He felt that after coming home from work, there was no hot meal waiting for him, and he began to prevent Simping from working. Their disagreements escalated into frequent arguments, and warmth in their relationship faded, leaving them feeling like strangers. It was during this time that Simping's daughter suddenly fell ill. Under immense pressure, Despite the company trying to retain her, Song Ping chose to quit her job to care for her daughter wholeheartedly. Little did she know, her ex-husband was also a piece of work. He felt he had become the backbone of the family's income again and grew increasingly reckless, often calling Song Ping to come to him. But she endured all for her daughter. However, her patience was met not with caring from her ex-husband, but with worsening behavior. He even began to flirt with young girls at his workplace. Somehow, he managed to get involved with a young girl who was already married. One day, while they were in a bathroom at work, they were caught. When the situation was revealed, the girl's husband found out and, furious, drove hundreds of miles to confront him, beating him until several of his ribs were fractured. That day, Song Ping was terrified, thankful that her daughter was at school and unaware of the incident. But this pushed her to her limits. After delivering a fierce slap to her ex-husband, they agreed to divorce. For the sake of their daughter, they maintained the appearance of being married, while behind the scenes, their relationship was irreparably damaged. Thus, in their impoverished life, Song Ping's daughter grew up day by day, having had poor health from a young age. She was remarkably perceptive and noticed the tension between her parents, but felt powerless to change it. After realizing the family's financial struggles, she could only focus on her studies, ultimately fulfilling Song Ping's hopes by successfully enrolling in a university in Xia country, the same university where Chu Liufeng attended. They believed their hard work would pay off, and that life would improve. But unexpectedly, Song Ping's daughter was diagnosed with a myotrophic lateral sclerosis, commonly known as Lou Gehrig's disease, along with other rare conditions. The illness struck without warning, leaving her bedridden. This was a bottomless pit. With current medical technology, there was no cure. For an average family, let alone the cost of treatment, just the care itself was overwhelming. When her ex-husband learned of the diagnosis, he was initially supportive. However, upon hearing that Lou Gehrig's disease required lifelong care, he callously presented a divorce agreement, leaving behind a few thousand yuan before disappearing, as if he had evaporated from the earth. With no way to contact him, Song Ping, feeling hopeless, had to sell their house and borrow money, all for her daughter's treatment. She found a job paying $3,000 to $4,000 a month, juggling work and caring for her daughter. But within just a month of treatment, all their money was spent, and they were left with a debt of 100,000 yuan, as if things couldn't get worse. She had just received news that due to her inability to work overtime and be on call 24/7, she was fired. The hospital was also pressing for payment. In an instant, Song Ping felt as if the sky had fallen, her emotions crumbling, and all she wanted was to have a good cry. But she was also afraid that her daughter would discover her unusual behavior. Her daughter was very understanding and sensitive. If she knew about this situation, she might have extreme thoughts. So, helpless, she could only hide here, crying secretly to release the pressure in her heart. Seeing that Song Ping's eyes were red again, on the verge of tears, Chu Liufeng hurriedly took out a tissue to wipe her tears. After this conversation, the two became more familiar with each other. Chu Liufeng's mind stirred, and he instinctively asked, "Auntie, is your daughter's name Song Yujia?" The beautiful woman was taken aback, then raised her head in confusion, looking at Chu Liufeng with astonishment in her eyes. "You, how did you know?" Chapter 66. Helping classmates' mom is an obligation. How'd I know? Chu Liufeng Bolinke. Isn't this just a coincidence? Would anyone believe it's just a coincidence? Song Yujia is his classmate. No wonder he found Song Ping's face so familiar. She is actually his classmate's mom. Ahem. Regarding Song Yujia, in Chu Liufeng's impression, she was a very slender girl with fair skin. The reason he remembered her so well was because of military training. At that time, the sun was scorching, and all the boys and girls in the class had applied sunscreen and various protective measures early on, except for Song Yujia and Chu Liufeng, who were barefaced and did nothing for protection. Of course, that wasn't a big deal, but during a standing posture exercise, Song Yujia suddenly fainted, and it was Chu Liufeng who carried her to the school infirmary. After that, he hadn't seen her again. Now it seems that she must have fallen ill at that time. However, he later received a thank you letter, written in delicate handwriting, expressing deep gratitude with 3,000 or 4,000 words. The letter revealed her sincere thanks for his help, which left a strong impression on him. He never expected her condition to be so serious. Moreover, a myotrophic lateral sclerosis. This is indeed a tough situation. Modern medical technology doesn't have good solutions. He also didn't know if his miraculous hands could cure her. He would have to examine her to find out. Wait, this development feels a bit strange. Hiss. Chu Liufeng shook his head and smiled brightly again. Annie, my name is Chu Liufeng. I'm Xiaojia's classmate. I just saw you and felt a strange familiarity. I didn't expect you to really be Xiaojia's mother. Chu Liufeng. Upon hearing this name, Ping was first taken back. Then she reached out both hands and tightly grasped Chu Liufeng's hand, sincerely expressing her gratitude. So you were the one who carried Xiaojia to the infirmary. She often mentions you to me, saying that once she recovers, she must come and thank you in person. But with Xiaojia's current situation, Xiaofeng, I'm her mother, so I'll thank you on her behalf. If it weren't for you, she might have fallen much harder. Chu Liufeng was a bit surprised. This girl is so serious. However, from the sincere thank you letter she wrote, it was clear that despite her poor family background, under Ping's careful upbringing, her pure character is quite admirable, even giving a sense of unreality in this chaotic environment. It's nothing, Andy, it's what I should do. Chu Liufeng smiled gently and then changed the subject, seriously asking, how much more do you need now? Ping's eyes dimmed instantly, as if resigned. Helplessly leaning against the cold wall, she looked pitiful, exuding a sense of heartbreak. I still need 30,000 yuan. This amount isn't much, but for someone like her who has already sold her house, is out of work, has exhausted her savings, and owes 100,000 yuan, this is undoubtedly a huge sum. Not to mention 30,000. Even 3,000 could be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Chu Liufeng's eyes moved slightly, and he said seriously, 30,000. How about this, Aunt Song? I'll lend it to you. Ping was stunned, looked up, and stared directly at Chu Liufeng. But after thinking of something, her gaze quickly dimmed again, forcing out a not-so-good smile. No, it's all right, Xiaofeng. You're still a student. Annie will find a way. But Chu Liufeng knew what she was worried about. He reached out and gently rested his hand on Ping's shoulder, softly saying, Aunt Song, at this point, let's not talk about that. Hesitating only delays Xiaojia's treatment. All right, no more discussion. I'll lend you 50,000 yuan to help urgently. At her age, if someone else said that, Ping might doubt whether there were ulterior motives. But looking into Chu Liufeng's bright eyes, she found them filled with genuine sincerity, without a hint of malicious intent. However, having suffered greatly from life and experienced the world's coldness, Ping had never believed that there were people in this world who would do good deeds without expecting anything in return. It's not that she didn't trust, but she felt unworthy. What does Chu Liufeng gain from this? Does he just want to spend his money? Seeing her hesitant expression, Chu Liufeng understood what Ping was thinking. Although he did have other intentions, he was clear about that in his heart and would never show it. Moreover, if he really wanted to show it, he wouldn't do it this way. If it were just to satisfy personal desires, throwing out 500,000 for a night would get a 99 agreement, regardless of gender. In this matter, there was no business that couldn't be done, only prices that weren't suitable. Once the price is right, it wouldn't matter who it was. Of course, for Chu Liufeng, the most important thing was helping. What he wanted was to do good deeds daily. The rewards from the system were what mattered most. If there was something extra, that would be great. If not, it would just be considered a sincere good deed. To alleviate Ping's hesitation was actually quite simple. He just needed a plausible excuse. Chu Liufeng said earnestly, this is a loan from me as a classmate. Xiaojia was the first person I met in college. She's a really good person, and I don't want to see the worst outcome. Also, Annie, you don't need to think too much. This money is a loan to you, and you can pay me back when you're able. Hearing this, Ping could no longer hold back. Her eyes turned red, and she covered her face as she began to cry. Tears poured out like a broken string of pearls, quickly soaking her reddened palms, and droplets fell onto her stockings, instantly creating water stains. No wonder they say women of this age are like peaches. They are completely like water. Chu Liufeng hurriedly took out tissues, constantly wiping. Ping also took the tissues, covering her face and sobbing, her cries filled with the emotional release of the pressure she had been under. Heaven knows how much hardship she had gone through to gather money during this time. how many cold stares she had endured, and how much torment she had borne internally. Finally, after a good long cry, Song Ping's emotions gradually calmed down. She raised her head, her eyes red and swollen, looking at Liufeng with gratitude, then excitedly grasped his hand again, her voice trembling slightly as she said, Annie might not be able to pay you back right away. But please believe me, as long as I live a day, as long as I have breath, I will do everything I can to repay you. After all, no one's money comes easily. She cannot let down someone's kindness. In Song Ping's eyes, Liufeng was just an ordinary student. They had no familial ties, and taking advantage of his kindness felt wrong. At this moment, Song Ping's eyes showed a hint of determination, as if she had made a decision. All right, I believe you, Annie, after all. You are still so young and at the right age to strive. Liufeng smiled in response. He didn't say anything about not needing to pay it back. Liufeng understood very well that it was inappropriate to say it that way. People like Song Ping, who had suffered so much, were already pitiful enough. While offering help, it was also necessary to give them dignity. Therefore, he emphasized that this was a loan, not charity. If he directly said that it didn't need to be paid back, it would trample on the last bit of their meager dignity. Sometimes, kindness does not need to be a condescending act of charity. It just requires bending down to hand over dignity and hope to the other person. Looking at Song Ping, who managed to force a gentle smile but didn't know what to say, Liufeng spoke again, seriously saying, How about this, Aunt Song? Let us add each other on WeChat. If you need anything, feel free to contact me anytime. Chapter 67. Aunt Song's special charm at WeChat? Song Ping was slightly taken aback. She then reached in her bag and rummaged through a large pile of messy payment receipts to find her personal phone. Her phone was encased in a yellowed transparent cover, an outdated style from several years ago, and the screen was in a terrible state, with several large cracks and many fine scratches around them. Holding the phone, Song Ping cautiously slid her finger across the screen, and the unlocking process was visibly lagging. After much effort, she finally entered the home screen, where several text messages popped up, all containing bank card payment information. Your paid 2,464 yuan to Qin Qing Hospital Outpatient Department, balance 236. 12. Your paid 890 yuan to Tongxin Pharmacy, balance 12. 56. There were no entertainment apps on the home screen, just a single WeChat icon. When she clicked on it, the phone seemed to freeze, taking a long time to respond. After a few seconds, the screen finally flickered and entered the WeChat page, only to show a loading circle that began to spin extremely slowly. As it refreshed, Song Ping could see her chat history with some people. Hello, beautiful boss. Do you have a job suitable for me? Manager Ma, are you still short on staff? Boss, do you still need cleaning staff? Aye. Every message was a trace of Song Ping's struggle to find work and make a living. However, there were no responses. All were read but not replied to, or even unread. Liufeng, Annie's phone is a bit slow to respond. Please wait. Looking at her phone, Song Ping couldn't help but feel a mix of helplessness and bitterness. This phone was just like her difficult life. Neither was easy. Liufeng quietly watched this scene, especially when he saw that the WeChat balance was only 83. 71, he fell silent. It was easy to imagine that this gentle and virtuous aunt might not even be able to scrape together 500 yuan. Coupled with the recent hospital payment notice and being fired from her job, it was understandable that she had reached a breaking point emotionally. What could he say? All he could do was gently reassure her, It's okay. Aunt Song, we could take our time, no rush. Okay. Song Ping nodded in agreement and slowly operated her lagging phone to open her QR code. Liufeng also scanned it to add Aunt Song on WeChat. Safe and happy. Song Ping's username was very simple, and her profile picture with a photo of her with Song Yujia. Although the pixel quality was low and the image was a bit blurry, it was clear that the mother and daughter were smiling happily. This simple nickname reflected Song Ping's most straightforward wish. After going through half a lifetime of storms, all she wanted for the remaining time was for her daughter to live a simple, safe, and happy life. That was her greatest luxury. Sometimes Song Ping wondered what sin she had committed. She was virtuous and gentle, thrifty at home, kind to others, and had never done anything bad in her life. Her daughter was also very sensible and obedient, studying hard. The two of them lived honestly, always striving for goodness. After enduring a difficult life for half a lifetime, shouldn't they be rewarded with happiness? Why was she facing such despair now? Did heaven enjoy tormenting people like her? Was misfortune only attracted to those who were already suffering? Should honest people be bullied? Song Ping's heart was filled with unwillingness and resentment. She couldn't bear to imagine what would happen if Song Yujie, her only pillar of support, collapsed. Chu Liufeng was grateful that they had encountered him today. He was even more thankful that he had the ability to help the mother and daughter. He clicked on the transfer option, entered the amount of 100,000, and inputted his password, sending her 100,000. Aunt Xing's situation was worse than he had imagined. The 50,000 might cover the medical expenses, leaving no spare money. Although 100,000 wouldn't completely solve the problem, at least it would help them get by for a while. He had a thought of transferring 200,000 or even more, but his rational side told him that could lead to adverse effects. 100,000 would allow Song Ping and her daughter to live for some time. He could help them again when they needed it later. Song Ping looked at the 100,000 transfer in the chat box, but didn't click to receive it. Instead, she put down her phone and stared directly at Chu Liufeng, her tear-stained face filled with rejection. Liufeng, I can't accept this money. Didn't we agree that Annie would only borrow 50,000? Looking at Chu Liufeng's sincere and concerned expression, this kind-hearted young man was extending a helping hand without hesitation. But that 100,000 was by no means a small amount for him, although she urgently needed the money to save her daughter's life. If she accepted it and couldn't repay such a huge sum, wouldn't that cause Chu Liufeng to suffer a loss for nothing? Just the 50,000 was already a heavy psychological burden for her. Now, facing this enormous transfer of 100,000, the pressure came crashing down like a mountain, increasing her mental burden. The main issue was, deep down, she knew her daughter's illness was an endless pit. She had even prepared herself for the possibility of having no money for treatment and going with her daughter, as life just wasn't worth it. But Chu Liufeng was innocent. He shouldn't be dragged down by her. This conflicted Aunt Xing, even at this moment, was still not thinking of herself. If it were someone else, they would think this amount was too little. Chu Liufeng understood that this wasn't really Song Ping's fault. She was also afraid of not being able to repay him, causing him to suffer a loss. Although this amount was nothing to Chu Liufeng in Song Ping's eyes, it was already a significant sum. He reached out, supporting her shoulder, and said sincerely, Aunt Xing, Xiaojie's condition cannot afford any delays. The more money we have, the more options we have for treatment. I'll say again, I'm lending this for Xiaojie's treatment, so please don't argue anymore. Also, don't worry about repaying it. We can talk about that later when things settle down. And with this money, you won't have to rush about work anymore. We can take our time. After all, Xiaojie only has you. If you get exhausted, we'll take care of her. Song Ping bit her lip, her eyes reddening again, tears welling up in her eyes. She knew very well that Chu Liufeng was trying to comfort her. Song Ping looked up at Chu Liufeng. The boy in front of her had bright, clear eyes filled with sincerity and concern, gradually loosening the defenses in her heart. After hesitating for a long time, she tremblingly picked up her phone, her finger hovering over the receive button. After several seconds of pause, she finally pressed it lightly. Liufeng, Annie will always remember this kindness, as long as Annie is alive. Before Song Ping could finish, Chu Liufeng interrupted her. All right, Aunt Xing, you don't need to say any more. Let us go see Xiaojie. Saying this, Chu Liufeng extended his hand to help Song Ping up from ground. Her hand was not very delicate or smooth. Although it was quite fair, it felt somewhat dry and rough, clearly showing that she hadn't taken good care of it. Of course, she probably didn't have the heart to do so. The black small suit and pencil skirt on her body looked a bit disheveled from sitting for too long, and a few buttons of her white shirt had popped open, revealing a large area of fair skin on her chest. She reached out to tidy herself up, then ran her fingers through her hair, bending down slightly to smooth out her pencil skirt, trying to make herself look more presentable. Overall, she exuded a lazy beauty. It seemed that sitting for too long had made her legs a bit numb. Song Ping twisted her slender, long legs wrapped in black stockings, which indeed looked quite good. The black pencil skirt perfectly covered her thighs, while the fitted small suit accentuated her slim waist, combined with those beautiful legs, creating a visually appealing effect. Her well-proportioned calves had elegant lines, firm and elastic, with not an ounce of fat. A pair of high heels encased her delicate feet, making a clear sound as they struck the tiled floor. Every movement she made radiated the unique charm of a mature woman. Chapter 68. Maru Spicy, Caught in the Act. Additionally, because Chu Liufeng helped out a lot, no one has ever been this good to her. This pure kindness deeply moved Song Ping, who had tasted the bitterness and sweetness of the world. So at this moment, Song Ping felt no hesitation in her heart. She confidently adjusted her clothes. Her movements calm and natural, completely unconcerned about what Chu Liufeng might see. Chu Liufeng, with a mindset of why not take a look, examined her from head to toe. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Wow, no wonder they say aunties are great. The Song Ping before him exuded a unique charm. This was a different kind of aura compared to Aunt Xing and Aunt Li. Both beautiful aunties, in terms of figure and looks, far surpassed Aunt Song. After all, they were wealthy and beautiful women. Just in terms of maintenance, they left Song Ping several levels behind. Yet, Song Ping possessed a different kind of charm. It was a unique grace that contrasted with Aunt Xing's gentle dignity and Aunt Li's playful cuteness. Her beauty was a rich and mellow kind, shaped by the passage of time and the grind of life. Like a well-aged wine, it appeared rich and enchanting. Therefore, the impression Song Ping left on Chu Liufeng was quite positive. Aunt Song, lean on me. Chu Liufeng naturally took Song Ping's hand, preparing to support her down the stairs. The sudden contact startled Song Ping momentarily, but she said nothing. After all, her legs were indeed a bit numb and difficult to move. She then leaned on Chu Liufeng's strong arm, pressing herself against him as they slowly descended the stairs. Although she was reluctant to admit it, during this process, a ripple of unusual feelings stirred in Song Ping's heart. She couldn't help but develop a special fondness for this bright-eyed, clear-minded, caring, and gentle sunshine boy. No wonder Xiao Jia kept mentioning him. He was indeed different. The two arrived outside a special care ward. Chu Liufeng steadied his mind and looked through the glass at the scene inside. He saw Song Yujia quietly lying on the hospital bed, her frail figure making one's heart ache, as if a gust of wind could blow her over. Her originally fair skin now bore a sickly pallor, devoid of color, with a few strands of hair weakly sticking to her cheeks. An 4-drip was inserted into her arm, with the liquid slowly dripping down, sustaining her fragile life. Even more fragile than Lin Daiyu. Chu Liufeng activated his pathological eye. Instantly, his vision clearly penetrated Song Yujia's patient gown, then through her skin, blood vessels, bones, and straight to the neurons. In the view of the pathological eye, the condition inside Song Yujia's body was exceedingly dire. Her motor neurons were severely damaged, even undergoing apoptosis. Nerve fibers had large areas of rupture. It resembled a large, cracked jade stone. Her internal nerves were filled with dense breakage marks, severely compromised. Looking at the displayed condition, Chu Liufeng couldn't help but furrow his brows. Song Yujia's health was extremely poor. No wonder this amyotrophic lateral sclerosis was so troublesome. Even many wealthy tycoons who contracted it had no solutions. Even he had no good methods for the time being. The main issue was the regeneration of neurons and the reconstruction of nerve fibers, which was a very tricky problem. Unlike other skin cells that can regenerate through division, it's very difficult to have new neurons replace the damaged ones. Simply put, nerve fibers are like highways connecting the brain to the muscles. Normal people have intact ones, allowing commands from the brain to reach every muscle properly. But Song Yujia's nerve fibers were largely severed. This body was completely unmanageable for her. It was like an ordinary person being unable to control an object at a distance with their mind. The connection between Song Yujia's consciousness and her physical body was broken. However, the good news was that according to the predictions of the pathological eye, Song Yujia was not in immediate danger of death, which was a rare piece of good news. He didn't know if his miraculous healing skills would work. That would have to wait until he had a chance to examine her directly. Looking at his suffering daughter, Song Ping gently leaned against the glass. Her eyes a bit moist as she murmured, "Xiao Jia has been in pain all morning and finally fell asleep. If she could see you now." How happy she would be. Hearing this, Liufeng paused slightly, thought for a moment, and decided against going in. The main reason was that entering now would easily expose his abilities. After all, Xiao Jie was not in immediate danger. He could wait for her condition to stabilize before finding an opportunity to act discreetly, creating a sense of miraculous recovery while avoiding unnecessary trouble. Aunt Song, smile for me. Songping was taken aback and turned her head. She saw Liufeng had already taken out his phone, leaning close to her, so close that they could feel each other's breath. He opened the front camera to record. Liufeng. Don't worry, your condition is not serious. The doctors have a good treatment plan and are confident they can cure you. Aunt Song and I are both waiting for you to recover quickly. When you get better, I'll treat you and Aunt Song to a delicious feast and fun activities. Listening to Liufeng's gentle yet powerful voice, Aunt Song's eyes reddened, almost bringing her to tears again. But at that moment, Liufeng subtly tightened his embrace around Songping, his face brushing against hers, lightly nuzzling. Also, Aunt Song said you've always wanted to thank me in person. Ah, it's all my fault. I should have come earlier. I've told Aunt Song that when you wake up and your condition stabilizes, you should call me, and I'll come to see you right away. Right, Aunt Song? As Liufeng spoke, he made frantic gestures to hint. Songping came back to her senses, realizing she absolutely couldn't cry now. She needed to convey positive signals to Xiao Jie. So she suppressed the surging emotions in her heart and forced a gentle smile. Yes, Xiao Jie. My darling, Mommy is also waiting for you. You must get better quickly. The doctors have said they will have a good treatment plan and effective methods to help you. So my darling, you must not give up. We will definitely get better. After recording the video, Liufeng sent it to Songping's phone. Seeing the video filled with hope on her phone, Songping's heart trembled, and she could no longer hold back her emotions. She stumbled to a corner beside the ward, covering her face with her hands as tears streamed down, crying once more. But this time, the tears were not just worries about her daughter's condition. They also contained deep gratitude for Liufeng's sincere care. Seeing this, Liufeng gently approached, opened his arms, and tenderly embraced Songping, his voice low and warm. It's okay, Aunt Song. She will get better. We'll take it slow. I'll come back to see Xiao Jie in a couple of days. Let her rest well for now. Songping, feeling as if she had found support, tightly clung to Liufeng's embrace, crying out loud. Ooh. She poured out all the accumulated grievances, worries, and gratitude in her heart, all turning into tears. Liufeng quietly held her, allowing her to release her emotions, occasionally gently patting her back to provide silent comfort. Feeling the warmth and reassurance of Liufeng's embrace at that moment, Songping felt as if the world had quieted down, wishing time could forever freeze at this second. Holding Aunt Song, only after the contact did I realize how exceptional her figure is under her clothes. Curvy without looking bulky, slim where it should be slim, and plump where it should be plump. I don't know how she manages to maintain such a figure. Suddenly, Liufeng felt a chill down his back inexplicably. He instinctively turned his head to take a look and saw Li Mengxi standing at the other end of the corridor, tilting her little head. With a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown on her face, she quietly watched this scene. In her hand, she was holding a test report and a bunch of freshly ordered, stunningly beautiful flowers. Chapter 69. Leg pressing in the hospital, what the hell? Am I being caught in the act? Liufeng's heart jolted violently. He looked at Li Mengxi, whose smile didn't reach her eyes, and inexplicably felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Just then, a series of footsteps suddenly broke the quiet atmosphere, accompanied by several doctors coming downstairs. Songping was also jolted back to reality by the sudden sound, as if she had come to her senses. She hurriedly stepped back, breaking free from Liufeng's embrace. However, she backed up against the wall, leaving her nowhere to retreat. Standing face to face, she could clearly feel the warm breath of the tall boy in front of her hitting her face, causing her cheeks to flush instantly. Her heart raced with a shameful intensity. A panic and shyness that she hadn't felt in a long time surged within her. She couldn't remember the last time she had such intimate contact with the opposite sex. She had thought that after her ex-husband's cold-hearted behavior, she had long sealed her heart away. But at this moment, It felt as if that long-lost heart was suddenly opened by something. Song Ping's gaze unconsciously fell on Chu Liufeng's chest, which was dampened by her own tears. She immediately felt incredibly embarrassed, twisting her waist uneasily. Her eyes began to dart around in a panic. The gaze that had once been able to meet Chu Liufeng's now involuntarily lowered, not daring to look at him again. "I am sorry, Xiao Feng." Auntie lost her composure. In the midst of this strange atmosphere, Song Ping bit her silver teeth and scolded herself for being shameless. After all, he was still so young. And this was the person her daughter Xiao Jia had been talking about. Was it appropriate for her to act this way? How could she make such a transgressive move? Did she even have the right to do this? It was simply shameless. After violently cursing herself in her heart, Song Ping managed to regain her composure, lifted her head and stammered, "Xiao Feng, you've helped Annie so much. I really appreciate it. I will always remember it. I will contact you again when Xiao Jia wakes up. Now I need to go pay the fees. I'll be leaving now. You go ahead and do your thing." As she spoke, Song Ping hurriedly turned around, her steps unsteady and shaky, feeling her legs weaken as she left. She didn't even dare to look Chu Liufeng in the eye. Watching her anxious and flustered figure, Chu Liufeng didn't have time to care about her anymore, because Li Mengxi had already approached with a blank expression. "Xiao Feng, who is she?" Li Mengxi suspiciously stared at Song Ping's hurried retreat, her emotions very subtle. Chu Liufeng scratched his head and forced a bitter smile. I said I'm innocent with her. Annie Li, do you believe me?" Li Mengxi slowly withdrew her gaze from the direction Song Ping had disappeared and directly locked her eyes on Chu Liufeng's face, as if trying to see through him. "Innocent? Did I ask that? Why was she crying so sadly in your arms? Did you bully her?" Auntie Li's suspicious eyes scanned him up and down. Then she leaned in, like a kitten, gently sniffing at Chu Liufeng's neck and chest. Afterwards, she extended her delicate fingers to brush against Chu Liufeng's chest. Her fingertip touched a damp spot. Water? Tears. She furrowed her brow slightly, her doubts deepening. Just when Chu Liufeng thought a storm was about to hit, Li Mengxi seemed to think of something, her expression becoming a bit subtle. "You said you went to the bathroom, and you ended up here?" Before Chu Liufeng could explain, Li Mengxi suddenly jumped up, tried to wrap her arms around his neck, and pull him into her embrace like a child vying for attention. However, after a few bounces, she realized the height difference was too great and that Chu Liufeng was completely unprepared, so she didn't succeed at all. She flailed about in the air, and when her feet hit the ground, she almost stumbled and fell. "Oof." Li Mengxi steadied herself, pretending to be angry as she stomped her foot and said, "Stinky Xiao Feng, she is already gone. Has your soul been taken too? Am I not prettier than her? Don't you know to cooperate with me?" Chu Liufeng finally came back to his senses and helplessly chuckled. "Auntie Li, what are you talking about? I really have nothing with Song Annie. I'm truly innocent." Li Mengxi raised an eyebrow, waved her hand, and with a half-smile, said, "Last name Song? All right. Annie understands. No need to explain. An explanation is just a cover-up. A cover-up is just a story. I won't listen to your excuses, but..." A creepy smile suddenly froze on her face. Li Mengxi reached out both hands, grabbing the hem of Chu Liufeng's clothes, standing on her tiptoes, looking up at him with a frown, and said fiercely, "But today you are mine. You can only belong to me." Her tone was firm and unquestionable, as if declaring some sacred sovereignty. "Huh?" Li Mengxi frowned, her originally bright eyes now wide open, glaring fiercely as she said, "What do you mean, Oof. You took so long in the bathroom, so openly hugging and holding, and even made her cry? Just because you say you're innocent, does that mean you are? No way, I need to check. Stinky Xiao Feng, I advise you to behave. You wouldn't want Aunt Xing to find out about this, right?" Wait a minute. Why does this sound so familiar? Looking down at Li Mengxi, whose cheeks were burning, he felt a different kind of intoxicating beauty. Hey, Annie Li, this is a hospital. I don't care if it's a hospital or not. When I came here just now, I saw an abandoned place. Li Mengxi's lips curled into a sly smile, her eyes sparkling mischievously. Her long hair fell down her back, paired with her delicate features, radiating a unique sensuality that belonged to Li Mengxi alone. Her increasingly captivating fox-like eyes exuded a subtle affection, causing Chu Lufeng's heart to suddenly race. This was an old abandoned building in the hospital. It had long been out of use. Inside was a deserted storeroom, or rather, an empty patient room, but the hospital beds had long been cleared out. Generally, no one would come here, as the floor was covered in dust. Even though it was broad daylight, those with weak nerves wouldn't dare to enter, thinking of the spooky tales associated with hospitals. However, today this long-sealed patient room suddenly stirred with new activity. Bam! Chu Lufeng leaned against the wall, looking at the beautiful leg wrapped in black silk that was draped over his shoulder. Chu Lufeng would never have imagined that one day he would be wall-pressed by someone. And not just anywhere, but in a hospital, and it was a beautiful leg wrapped in black silk. Leg pressing. Li Mengxi's actions overloaded Chu Liufeng's brain. In general, in such situations, when the brain overloads, it's advisable to think with a different head. Auntie Liu. Li Mengxi's face was burning, feeling her heart race. For some reason, it felt different. She exhaled like an orchid, her gaze enchanting as she said, "Don't call me aunt, call me sister." She flirtatiously tossed her hair, then reached out a delicate white hand, grabbing Chu Liufeng's collar with a commanding air. "I like you calling me sister." Chu Lufeng was taken aback, then smiled slightly. "All right, sister, but your little brother is quite rough, so please bear with me." Li Mengxi pouted her lips, looking very pleased. "Humph, Xiaofeng is really obedient, really well-behaved. Now tell me, how do you want sister to reward you?" But looks can't last 3 seconds. Suddenly, Li Mengxi's expression changed, and she weakly let out a delicate cry. "Pull. Quickly pull sister up. My back seems to have twisted." Originally, her pose was perfect. It was just that Li Mengxi didn't realize she was no longer young. She was struggling to maintain this difficult split-leg position. "Chu Liufeng." What else with this playful and cute feeling from Li Mengxi? When Chu Lufeng helplessly bent down to help Li Mengxi, she mischievously smiled, like a cat that had stolen a fish, taking advantage of Chu Liufeng's unguarded moment. She suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck and, without hesitation, kissed him passionately. This kiss carried the love she had suppressed for so long. It was filled with her hurried and fervent breaths, along with her most sincere emotions deep within her heart. Hidden within her kiss was a hint of stubbornness and madness, a strong desire to be protected, to be cherished. It was as if she wanted to pour all her feelings into Chu Lufeng through this kiss, unreservedly. Chapter 70. Please don't make me kneel down after a long, passionate kiss. Li Mengxi slightly tilted her head back, smiling dreamily with affectionate eyes. "Hold me." Chu Lufeng wrapped his arms around her slender waist, gently lifting her entire petite body up, then steadily holding her. Li Mengxi instinctively tightened her arms around Chu Liufeng's neck, her black silk legs lightly wrapping around his waist. Her fair forehead pressed against Chu Liufeng's, and they quietly gazed at each other, their noses almost touching. The warmth of their breaths intertwined, rapidly heating the air around them. Li Mengxi's cheeks flushed, her long eyelashes quivering slightly. Her eyes filled with love and dependence as she playfully smiled. "Xiaofeng, I just kissed you, so you belong to me now? So you will always protect me like today, right? Don't lie. I can see it in your eyes." As she spoke, she pretended to look serious, her big eyes wide open as she stared at Chu Lufeng, her black and white pupils round with innocence. Chu Lufeng couldn't help but chuckle at her cuteness. Although he didn't know what had happened to Li Mengxi, he could sense her anxiety and unease, as well as her complete reliance on him. This straightforwardness was entirely different from the shy and ambiguous interactions he had with Aunt Xing and Teacher Su. Li Mengxi was the first person to openly and fervently express her love for him upon their first meeting. If someone loves you, you can definitely feel that love. If you can't feel it, then don't deceive yourself, buddy, she really doesn't love you. The person you call out for at night is probably calling someone else. From Li Mengxi, he felt that indescribable yet certain love. From the moment they met, her eyes seemed to want to devour him. What had he done to make her love him so much? Was it because of his identity? Was he handsome as a college student? It was really hard to guess. It must be that way, right? So, Chu Lufeng retracted the smile on his face, slightly tightening his arms to pull Li Mengxi closer, giving her a strong sense of security in his embrace. He looked into Li Mengxi's eyes, his voice deep and gentle as he earnestly made his promise. I will. Li Mengxi's eyes lit up with surprise upon hearing this, but she still pretended to doubt, pouting. So can I always rely on you? I will always be your support, and you can always trust me. Then, will you find me annoying? No. No matter what I do, you won't get angry, right? No. What if I bite you? Will you get angry? Angry? Shouldn't that make me happy? Hey, you're not being serious. Can I be my true self in front of you? I actually have a bit of a temper and some strange habits. You can. Will you find me too old? No. And if we argue in the future, even if it's my fault, you have to comfort me first. No cold wars. No ignoring me. We won't argue. But what if I get ugly or old, or you find out I'm actually very difficult to deal with? No matter what you become, I will always love you. As he spoke, Chu Liufeng gently rubbed his nose against Li Mengxi's, his actions affectionate and tender, treating this good friend of Aunt Xing as a daughter. Of course, the current Li Mengxi was no longer just a friend. She was completely in the posture of a little daughter in love. Despite receiving a bunch of satisfying answers, the corners of Li Mengxi's mouth couldn't help but lift, yet she still pouted stubbornly, saying, "Humph, playboy. You answered so readily. It's obvious you're not sincere. Okay. Even if you're lying to me, that's enough. I'm really happy, really." Li Mengxi smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, cupping Chu Liufeng's face with her hands and continuously pecking kisses on his cheeks like a chick pecking a grain, leaving a trail of lip prints. "Hey, little sweetheart. I really like you so much. Why didn't you let me meet you earlier?" As she spoke, she gently pinched Chu Liufeng's face, as if she was acting cute. "Earlier? It would have been illegal if we met a few months ago." Chu Liufeng silently replied in his heart. After another round of affectionate teasing, Li Mengxi suddenly leaned over, her face flushed as she whispered shyly into Chu Liufeng's ear, "Good boy, Xiaofeng. I want to play a special game." Game? A hint of shyness appeared on her face, which was captivatingly beautiful. With a charming blush, she nodded softly. Xiaofeng. Also, you don't have to be so gentlemanly with me. You can be a little fierce." There was a playful hint of testing in her eyes, along with an underlying expectation. She shyly lowered her head, her whole demeanor becoming a bit bashful. Chu Liufeng was taken aback, then smirked wickedly. "All right, how do you want to play?" Li Mengxi suddenly became excited, her eyes sparkling with a strange light, her face flushed and dazzling. "Let us pretend we're in a super thrilling urban story. I'll play a rebellious disciple who disobeys her master and secretly goes out to play, only to be bullied by others. You have to act like a brave master, swooping down to protect me, beating those bad guys so easily, and then scolding me harshly after driving them away." Chu Liufeng blinked, looking at Li Mengxi. "Are you sure you want to play this kind of game? What, do you think I'm too much? Then are you brave enough to play?" Li Mengxi bit her lip, raising her stunningly beautiful side profile, her expression eager to try. "That sounds quite lively." Zhu Liufeng Bolin get. Looking at Li Mengxi, after a moment of thought, a wicked smile crept onto his lips as he gently put her down. Then he deliberately stiffened his face, pretending to be angry, his voice suddenly rising with authority. "You little brat, who told you to run around everywhere? Don't you know it's dangerous outside? Stand still." As he spoke, he raised his hand, swiping in the air, not actually bringing it down, just using this exaggerated motion to enhance the atmosphere. He truly did not strike, did not hit anyone, and especially did not slap anyone, just added to the ambience. Li Mengxi immediately shrank her neck in cooperation, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes, playfully saying, "Oh, master, I know I was wrong." Then, she cheekily winked and mumbled softly, "I know I was wrong. Master, please don't punish me." Chapter 71. Not in. Let you not in. Meanwhile, in the Qin City police station, the atmosphere was as tense as the calm before storm. In the conference room, the harsh white lights illuminated the tense faces of everyone present. Qin Yan's face was like frost, her arms crossed as she leaned back in her chair. She exuded a cold aura, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to drop a few degrees. On the screen in front of her, a scene of robbers openly attacking on the Cross Lake Bridge was playing. Looking at those rampant criminals, a fierce glint flashed in Qin Yan's eyes. Bang! She clenched her fist and slammed it on the conference table, the dull sound resonating like a thunderclap, shaking everyone's hearts. Did you all see that? These villains disregard human life to such an extent. They are simply lawless. This is clearly a blatant provocation against us, against the entire Qin city. Qin Yan's voice was low and filled with anger. She paused slightly, a barely perceptible look of relief flashing in her eyes. If it weren't for Liufeng's extraordinary skills, taking on 6 and managing to kill them all, who knows how severe the consequences would have been. It was precisely because of his heroic intervention that this matter could be temporarily suppressed, and the outside world was still unaware of the situation. Otherwise, once leaked, it could easily cause extreme public panic. After all, the nature of this incident is too heinous. Killing in broad daylight on the street, and even armed. Any one of those statements, if leaked, could cause a huge uproar within the Great Xia. Others also realized the seriousness of the problem, especially Director Wang Jun. He was particularly frightened today, sweating profusely and his scalp tingling. He knew very well that if this were not a targeted act of terror against Liufeng, but rather in crowded places like malls, schools, or pedestrian streets, the consequences would be unimaginable. It could be catastrophic. At that time, he, as the director, would be the first to be held accountable. For the sake of public safety and the peace of Qin City, I believe we must immediately initiate a Level 1 alert. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Qin Yan's eyes shimmered with an undeniable firmness and determination. As her words fell, everyone raised their hands in agreement without a moment's hesitation or any dissent. Good. It's unanimously approved, so let us notify everyone. All personnel, immediately halt all leave arrangements and be on standby. Increase patrol frequency to 3 times and ensure comprehensive, real-time monitoring of key areas without any blind spots. No movement, not even a fly passing by, must be overlooked. Dig 3 feet into the ground for me, and we must unearth their lair. This operation is codenamed Golden Action. It starts tonight, and I will personally lead the execution of the plan. Qin Yan's eyes revealed a cold glint. Her work efficiency was high. Although she had just arrived not long ago, her powerful and outstanding capabilities had already uncovered several deeply intertwined leads related to drug smuggling cases and had identified some suspects. She had originally planned to wait a bit longer to gather more evidence before making arrests. But now, with such provocation, even daring to kill in public, the reasons these people targeted Liufeng were evidently meant to intimidate her. If she did not respond firmly in time, and did not strike back decisively, it would only make those people think she was a paper tiger. They would escalate their actions and commit even more heinous acts. Therefore, she had to use violence to counter violence, making them feel the pain of a heavy fist. Soon, after the Level 1 alert order was issued, the war machine guarding Qin City began to operate at high speed. A tense atmosphere quietly enveloped the entire Qin City. In an abandoned ward, under Liufeng's stern reprimand, Li Mengxi's eyes turned red, feeling a bit wronged and on the verge of tears. Sobi. Li Mengxi could not help but let out a few sobs tinged with crying. Having had a poor relationship with her father since childhood, no matter what she did, her father never cared. Whether it was studying hard to earn awards or being bullied until her face was bruised and bleeding, he would only give a disinterested glance, without any emotional fluctuation. It was as if she was unrelated to him, like he was looking at a stranger. No, even a stranger wouldn't be this indifferent. Growing up, it was her first time feeling what her master's sternness was like. The thing she had longed for her whole life finally came true today. What does that expression mean? Liufeng frowned and said in a deep voice, "If I don't properly discipline you, next time you'll run off again." Seeing the obedient Li Mengxi, who was very compliant, as if she had changed into a different person, Liufeng couldn't help but feel his heart race. This feeling, he didn't know how to describe. He took a deep breath, slowly walked behind her, and said in a low voice, "Remember this well. What if you encounter danger next time and your master isn't there? If something happens to you, what meaning does it have for your master to be alive? Is that clear?" In the abandoned ward, a large cluster of brightly colored flower petals continuously fell, adding a touch of new life to the dead silence of the space. In the quiet environment, a strange sound mixed in, resembling the whisper of ancient gods, or perhaps the call of Cthulhu. It made one feel a tingling sensation on the scalp, driving them to madness. If someone were to approach at that moment, they would be greatly spiritually contaminated. No joke. It was terrifying. It would make the corners of people's mouths curve unnaturally, instinctively emitting strange sounds. Sobi, sobi, sobi. Mother, 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 oh my mother. Not in, not in, not in. Not in. Let you not in. Let you not in. Let you not in. Oh, dear mother, oh mother, my dear mother. Not in, not in, not in. My mother. Not in, not in. My dear mother, not in, not in. I'm not in, I'm not in. Why not in? Oh no, my mother. Why not in, why not in? So solid. Ooh, ooh. Chapter 72. I will wear a nun's habit and accept your confession. After a long time, the sun was setting, as the last bit of dung-yellow warm glow spilled over the earth. Li Mengxi was carried out of the abandoned ward by Chu Liufeng in a princess hug. At that moment, Li Mengxi's stunningly beautiful face was adorned with a captivating rosy glow, breathtakingly beautiful, with a sweet smile at the corner of her lips, making her extremely charming. She extended her delicate, fair arms and affectionately wrapped them around Chu Liufeng's neck, pressing her small head tightly against his chest, feeling his strong heartbeat. Her two fair and slender legs gently swayed, and her exquisite, perfect feet were illuminated by the warm glow, showcasing a different kind of beauty. Li Mengxi had never felt so fulfilled and satisfied before. Although it was only the second day since she met Chu Liufeng, their relationship had undergone a rapid transformation. For Chu Liufeng, she might just be another playful and lovely beautiful aunt, but for Li Mengxi, she had gained a solid support. Finally having the opportunity to use the latter half of her life to heal the shadows of her childhood pains. Chu Liufeng chuckled teasingly, not gonna lie. Your voice just now was really lovely and cute. Li Mengxi shyly shot him a glance. Her eyes filled with a playful reproach that seemed to carry a hint of blame, but was actually overflowing with affection. She slightly raised her delicate chin, huffed lightly, and pretended to be proud as she said, "What are you thinking all day with that little head of yours? Why? Why do you have such strange, weird thoughts?" Her voice grew softer, and the blush on her face deepened. Just then, Chu Liufeng had recalled a funny video he watched, and, on a whim, insisted she try speaking in that dialect, which had spiraled out of control. Chu Liufeng lowered his head. A mischievous smile at the corner of his mouth, teasingly said, "My dear aunt, don't you think about strange things all day too? Like, you were really into it just now? Cough, cough. What are you saying?" Li Mengxi shot him another shy glance and pretended to be angry. "Don't you like me calling you that? Then I won't call you that anymore. Like it, really like it, super like it. Chu Liufeng hu di den zip. Just kidding. Who in the world wouldn't like being called that, right? It shouldn't be the case. Anyway, Chu Liufeng couldn't stand it, after all. This was a beautiful and charming aunt calling him that. The feeling was simply wonderful. That's more like it. Li Mengxi suddenly squinted her eyes and asked, "Naughty little Feng, don't you feel a bit of remorse in your heart?" "Remorse? Why remorse?" Chu Liufeng was taken aback. "Aren't I your aunt's good friend? Don't you have even a little bit of remorse in your heart?" Chu Liufeng understood the expectation in Li Mengxi's eyes and honestly replied, "Remorse? If I feel remorse, what should I do?" Li Mengxi suddenly exclaimed taxitali. Yay. She gently touched Chu Liufeng's cheek with her soft palm and smiled. "It's okay, naughty little Feng. I'm here for you. I will wear a nun's habit and accept your confession." Chu Liufeng's eyes moved slightly, and he couldn't help but imagine Li Mengxi in a nun's habit. Hiss, a bit excited, Li Mengxi seemed to sense something and hurriedly pinched his face. "Naughty. No thinking aloud. This is a surprise. If you think about it now, it won't be interesting. Tomorrow, or the day after, I, the great nun, will accept the sincere confession of naughty little Feng." Ha ha ha. Li Mengxi seemed to be looking forward to that scene. Her delicate nose twitching as she burst into laughter, her small mouth curling up, unable to contain her joy. "I want to see not just the nun's habit, but also the ghost costume. Hey, you're so naughty. I really like it, ha ha." After joking around for a while, Li Mengxi gently asked, "Aren't you tired holding me?" "Not tired at all. I can hold you all day," Chu Liufeng replied. "What a bull." Li Mengxi bowed up playfully, snuggling closer into Chu Liufeng's arms, like a lazy little cat, softly humming, "Little Feng, I realize I love you so much. What should I do? I want to give you. Before she could finish her sentence, Li Mengxi seemed to be suddenly struck by something, her eyes filled with affection briefly returning to clarity. She bit her lush lips, raised her head, and gazed steadily at Chu Liufeng's strong face. Instinctively, she reached out her hand and gently touched his face, as if wanting to imprint his outline deeply in her heart. Suddenly, she broke into a sweet smile. If you like hearing me call you that, I can call you any time. For a lifetime, for 10,000 years, forever and ever. But little Feng, you have to promise me one small request first, okay? Chu Liufeng was slightly taken aback, confused. What is it? This matter. Li Mengxi said seriously, little Feng, this matter, you must not let your Aunt Xing know, and absolutely cannot let anyone know. If she finds out about me and you, she will definitely tear my mouth apart. I don't have many friends. You and E are my best friends. Just between us two, whatever you want, I will agree to. Okay, little Feng. Just a little secret between us. Hearing this, Chu Liufeng couldn't help but slowly raise an eyebrow. Wait, something seems off. A little secret? Another little secret? A little secret between three people, right? Holding Li Mengxi, they sat down on a bench by the street outside the hospital. Chu Liufeng lowered his head, looking at Li Mengxi's somewhat disappointed expression. He leaned down and kissed her full red lips. Li Mengxi was first taken aback, then slowly closed her eyes, responding to the kiss. After a long time, their lips parted. Chu Liufeng's gaze softened as he gently said, "Give me some time, I will solve everything." Li Mengxi was taken aback, not quite understanding what he meant. You don't believe me? Li Mengxi suddenly understood, breaking into a charming smile, her beauty overwhelming. I believe. I trust little Feng the most. I will wait. Just then, the last bit of the sunset's warm yellow glow quietly fell to the ground. It was dark now. At that moment, a blinding car headlight suddenly swept over. The intense light made Li Mengxi squint her eyes. Beep, beep, beep. A familiar pink Bentley slowly stopped in front of them. Xing Yishan pressed down the car window. Initially expressionless, even with a hint of anger between her brows, clearly upset about something. However, upon seeing Chu Liufeng and Li Mengxi, she tucked away her annoyance and forced a gentle, helpless smile. Get in the car, you two little fools. Seeing Xing Yishan, Li Mengxi instantly revealed a look of joy, swinging her little legs happily and exclaimed, "Yay, it's E, babe. Woo woo woo, you finally came. Finally can go home and sleep. You didn't get drunk today, did you? How come you're letting little Feng carry you again? In public, how shameless. Hurry down and sit in the passenger seat." Xing Yishan looked at Li Mengxi helplessly, her eyes filled with helplessness and indulgence. It's just a supplement. Let me hold you a little longer. Once we get home, you can hold me all night. I won't fight you for it. Li Mengxi tilted her head in a spoiled manner, burying it deeply into Chu Liufeng's embrace, her hands tightly wrapping around his neck, refusing to let go. Upon hearing this, Xing Yishan's helpless expression froze for a moment before turning expressionless. Immediately after, her index and middle fingers curled up, raised high, and then she flicked them down. Snap! Ouch! Li Mengxi covered her little head with both hands in pain. It hurt so much. With tearful eyes, she glared at Xing Yishan, the corners of her eyes watering. Batty, stinky, you pulled a nerve again. Be gentler, it really hurts. Xing Yishan snorted lightly, her little head held high like a proud swan. Letting you talk nonsense all day. Buckle up. Then she hit the gas, and the car quickly took off. Ugh. Li Mengxi made a face and shrank back into her embrace again. Watching the two beautiful ladies playfully bicker, Chu Liufeng's lips curled up slightly. He really wished this scene could be frozen forever. Just then, the long-awaited system voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host helped Li Mengxi escape life-threatening danger. Reward, super hearing. Super hearing. After the host activates super hearing, they can hear all sounds within a radius of 1 kilometer, freely adjust sensitivity, accurately lock onto desired sounds, and filter out all distractions. Note, do not absorb all sounds in noisy environments, as it may cause dizziness. Please use it frequently to master control. Ding. Detected that the host kindly helped Song Ping. Reward. Chapter 73. You smell like her, Ding. Detected the host's kind assistance to Simping. Gain body enhancement points. Enhancement skills. After the host uses enhancement points, corresponding physical attributes will receive significant boosts, such as arm enhancement, gaining increased strength, leg enhancement, gaining increased speed, cardiopulmonary enhancement, gaining increased endurance, liver function enhancement, gaining increased recovery speed, kidney function enhancement, gaining, accidentally obtaining body enhancement points, struggling to make a decision. Liufeng was still pondering in his mind, torn between enhancing his arms for greater strength or enhancing his legs for increased speed. But when the only true God appeared, this question was almost decided without hesitation. Enhance kidney function. Was there really any need for hesitation? If it weren't for genetic limitations, he would even want to create an indestructible diamond kidney. Of course, while the others were important too, after enhancing his physical attributes once, he was already far superior to ordinary people. Further enhancements would just be embellishments, not really necessary. But this was different. One must know that one's body is the capital of revolution. Besides, he no longer had just one aunt. So what would he do to not take care of this, right? Would he want to say he couldn't handle it at that time? A real man cannot say he can't. Even if he really couldn't, he could only grit his teeth and say he was not in good shape. Explain that work was too exhausting. Chat about literature, geography, history, and the world's unprecedented changes in a century. Then gradually wait for Xiaolan to play a role. After silently reciting a phrase in his heart, instantly, the enhancement was complete. In his arms, Li Mingxi was still enjoying this tranquil moment. Suddenly, her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Liufeng, instinctively exclaiming, "What? What just happened?" Li Mingxi's movement caught Xing Yishan's attention. She looked through the rearview mirror with a puzzled expression and asked, Hey, I'm still here, silly CC. Where you up to?" Li Mingxi bit her luscious lips, hesitating to speak. How should she phrase this? Just then, 3 patrol cars passed by in the adjacent lane. Li Mingxi's mind sparked, and she nervously said, "So many police cars, I wonder what happened." Xing Yishan glanced over and complained, "Yeah, all traffic has been temporarily controlled. I was stopped several times on the way to pick you up. I don't know what's going on. Is some big shot coming to Qin City?" Upon hearing this, Li Mingxi and Liufeng exchanged glances, roughly understanding the reason. It must be that Qin Yin had started to act, but they didn't say it out loud. After all, saying it would only worry Xing Yishan and would be of no use. Moreover, judging from Xing Yishan's expression, that incident had clearly been completely sealed off from the news. By the way, silly CC, Xiaofeng, weren't you two going to look at houses? Why are you at the hospital? Xing Yishan asked, looking at Li Mingxi suspiciously. In your car? Ah, Li Mingxi's eyes rolled around. When she wasn't drinking, her brain was quite agile. Don't mention it. That broken car stalled halfway. So I called a tow truck to take it for repairs, and then I suddenly felt unwell, so I asked Xiaofeng to accompany me to the hospital. Feeling unwell? What happened? Oh, just drinking. The doctor told me to drink less. It's nothing serious. Xing Yishan said seriously, Silly CC, you really need to drink less. Why do you drink so much? Drink more milk, like me. Start taking care of your health. We're not young anymore, you know. Drink more milk? Yeah. It's best to drink warm milk in the morning. Do some yoga. It's good for the stomach and nutritious. Oh. Li Mingxi secretly glanced at Liufeng, a sly and excited glint in her eyes, deliberately elongating her tone. So that's how it is. I get it now. Liufeng. What do you mean by that look? Answer me. Look at my eyes. But there was no way. In front of Xing Yishan, he could only be honest and seek mercy. Soon, the Bentley stopped in front of Li Mingxi's villa gate. We're home, silly CC. Hurry up and get out. Li Mingxi dawdled for a few minutes before reluctantly getting up. Okay, my dear goodbye. I'll come and play with you tomorrow. I'm so exhausted today. By the way, big nephew, I've already had my assistant send me a few videos of the houses. Later you can send them to your teacher Sue. Let her choose for herself. I'm too lazy to go look. After saying that, Li Mingxi yawned. Ah, I'm so sleepy. You guys go back, dear Drive slowly on the way. No need to rush to play. You can take your time when you get home. There's a whole night ahead. Xing Yishan expressionlessly held the steering wheel, already getting used to this chatty, silly CC. Liufeng nodded and smiled. Okay, Aunt Li, see you tomorrow. Speaking of Su Jinyan, she hadn't replied to the message he sent her today. He didn't know what was going on. But being in the hospital, there shouldn't be any safety issues. It was too busy today. He would take the opportunity to tease Teacher Su during tomorrow's interview. Dear nephew, goodbye. Li Mengxi leaned against the gate, blew a kiss, and watched the pink Bentley leave, her gaze reluctant until it gradually disappeared from her sight. Only then did she slowly turn around and unlock the door with her face. For some reason, the usually cold and desolate villa felt cozy and warm at this moment. Li Mengxi hummed a leisurely folk tune as she went upstairs, swiftly stripping off all her clothes. Arriving in the spacious and luxurious dressing room, she rummaged through her sexy and charming outfits. Her little face was flushed as she continually compared different outfits against herself. Oh dear, what should I wear tomorrow to make that little rascal's eyes light up? He seems to really like the elegant and dignified vibe of Dear E. Does he like contrasts? Should I try on a few of Dear E's clothes? I should be able to fit them too. And there's the ghost outfit and the nun outfit. Oh, so naughty. I like it so much. She muttered to herself, continuously trying on clothes, imagining different scenarios and wearing a silly smile on her face. On the other side, with Li Mengxi's figure no longer in the car, Xing Yishan's eyes revealed a hint of deep feelings as she softly said, Xiaofeng, Aunt bought some groceries. You cook today. I really want to taste your cooking. Liufeng gazed out the window, lost in thought. He didn't notice Xing Yishan's subtle expression, so he casually replied, Sure, Aunt Xing, leave it to me. Just wait for a comfortable meal. Xing Yishan was focused on driving and didn't notice Chu Liufeng's expression. Upon hearing this, her face immediately brightened, and she softly replied, Aunt will be waiting. When they returned to their own villa, before Chu Liufeng could get out of the car, Xing Yishan suddenly yanked open the back door and sat down. She affectionately hugged Chu Liufeng, her soft lips instantly pressed against his. Her face full of deep emotion. Xiaofeng, Annie misses you so much. While kissing him passionately, she made indistinct sounds. However, after a few big kisses, she suddenly frowned, pressed her lips together, and stared closely at Chu Liufeng, her eyes gradually revealing a hint of helplessness. Feeling a bit uneasy under her gaze, Chu Liufeng blinked and innocently asked, What's wrong, Aunt Xing? Xing Yishan frowned lightly and angrily said, You little rascal, you smell like Li Mengxi. Did that drunk girl kiss you again? Chu Liufeng. Deadly question. Do not answer. Do not answer. Chapter 74. The Clumsy Sailor. So this is what a woman in love is like. At her age, how can she still be so naive in matters of the heart? Xing Yishan helplessly rubbed her forehead, her face expressing a mix of annoyance and amusement. Chu Liufeng was slightly taken aback. What do you mean? Has Aunt Li never had a boyfriend? He had felt something was off earlier in the abandoned ward. He hadn't even used his miraculous skills. Yet the feeling Li Mengxi gave him was completely different from her carefree and open appearance. Her body seemed very factory standard, which was quite absurd. After all, given Li Mengxi's bold personality and her boisterous behavior when drinking, it was understandable that she wasn't married. But to have reached this age without any boyfriend seemed impossible. So he attributed it to his own overwhelming charm. However, hearing Xing Yishan say this now seemed to indicate something was amiss. Xing Yishan blinked, then as if remembering something, her expression turned strange. She has plenty of boyfriends. There's a whole drawer of them. Chu Liufeng was stunned. A drawer? Yes, and they're all very advanced. All new energy. New energy? Wow, Li Mengxi is into technology? Xing Aunt, you can't be saying that Aunt Li is actually. These words shouldn't be shared with a younger person, but who could blame her when this younger person already had a close relationship with her? So Xing Yishan rolled her eyes at Chu Liufeng and playfully scolded. Do you think I have so many wealthy friends? Why do you think I have the best relationship with her? It's because your Aunt Li is quite similar to me. I don't care much for these things and don't like mingling with those kinds of people. So your Aunt Li just talks big, but doesn't really understand anything. I remember telling you about her childhood traumas. Xing Yishan paused for a moment and briefly recounted Li Mengxi's past. How should I put it? Because of her irresponsible father. She has a bit of what you might call misandry. She doesn't trust men, so her company is all female. But I never expected her to be so close to you. It's the first time I've seen her like this. So don't be fooled by her big talk. It's just to fit in with others in her circle. She's very afraid of being isolated. In simple terms, she has a perfect theoretical understanding, but zero practical experience. At this point, Xing Yishan suddenly felt as if she had personally pushed Chu Liufeng into a fire pit. If it weren't for her, Li Mingxi wouldn't have latched onto Chu Liufeng. Xing Yishan's words caused Chu Liufeng's mind to short-circuit. So it turns out Li Mingxi is a clumsy sailor and miner. No wonder she can't even lie down properly. This won't do. One day, I need to use my miraculous skills to treat her again. Let her truly experience it. Sigh, she's just a poor silly girl. I remember that time she got drunk and kept calling me mommy, just like when Coco was bullied as a child and came home to hug me. She's always going to be a little girl. At this point, Xing Yishan felt a surge of maternal love. In her heart, sometimes Li Mingxi was no different from her daughter Coco. She bit her lip and looked at Chu Liufeng with a strange gaze. Xiaofeng, do you like your Aunt Li? This was a loaded question. If it had been before, he would never have answered. But after their experiences in the hospital, he nodded seriously and said, Aunt Xing, you're the person I love most, but Aunt Li is also very good to me, so I like her too. Both of you are the most important people in my life. Xing Yishan looked at Chu Liufeng's sincere and bright eyes. She shook her head helplessly and sighed. Sigh. You silly boy. Don't you know that what you just said sounds like a scumbag? Don't say that again, whether to me or to Aunt Li. It's very irresponsible. No wonder Wan Shu doesn't let you date. You talk like a scumbag and look so innocent. If you really go around, who knows how many innocent little girls you would hurt. Chu Liufeng blinked. Does what I said sound like a scumbag? I swear, everything I said was from the heart. Forget it. As long as you don't feel wronged, I'm just worried that she's so much older than you. You might not like it, and I don't want you to feel uncomfortable. Since you're okay with it, I can pretend not to see it, just like pretending to sleep. But don't wake me up. Just because I can endure it doesn't mean I can accept it. Xing Yishan's expression kept changing. She seemed to be lost in thought, almost as if her CPU was about to burn out. Chu Liufeng, feeling helpless, reached out to hold Xing Yishan, greedily inhaling her refreshing fragrance. My dear Aunt Xing, what have you been watching all day? Well, I just wanted to understand a bit more. Who knows what kind of plot it would be? Xing Yishan playfully pouted, blushing as she bit down on Chu Liufeng's shoulder. It's all your fault. You big bad guy. All right, it's all my fault. Come on, give me a kiss. Aunt Xing, just one kiss and I won't be mad anymore. No way. You haven't showered. No kisses now. Xing Yishan glared at him playfully, looking quite cute. Okay, no kisses, no kisses. While holding her, Chu Liufeng gently stroked her smooth hair. By the way, Aunt Xing, what were you busy with this afternoon? Xing Yishan didn't really bite down hard. She turned her head to lean against his broad chest, wearing a gentle smile. Me? I had a lot to do. I paid off some bills that were due, sorted out the remaining debts, then found a lawyer to file a lawsuit, and contacted people for business. It really wore me out. As she spoke, she suddenly straightened up, cupping Chu Liufeng's face with both hands, her breath fragrant, her eyes full of charm, and said sweetly, Forget it. I'll tell you about these things later. Now, hurry up and take a shower for me. I don't want to smell anything else. Wash it clean. Chu Liufeng bolin get. Is she really that impatient? Seeing his expression, Xing Yishan became even more shy and playfully scolded. What are you looking at? Did you start a fire at noon and not plan to put it out? Do you know that today At this point, she shyly lowered her head. Seeing Xing Yishan's cute demeanor, Chu Liufeng's heart stirred, and he teased on purpose. What do you know? Xing Yishan's eyes were glistening, looking shy and charming. And she whispered, I was thinking about you all day. Embracing Xing Yishan, they arrived at the living room of the villa. Just as Chu Liufeng was about to go take a shower, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, Aunt Xing, didn't you ask me to cook for you? Aren't you hungry now? Xing Yishan smiled as she got down from Chu Liufeng's embrace, her smile different from usual. She crossed her arms behind her back, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons, and gently said, There are no vegetables at home. Saying this, Xing Yishan kissed Chu Liufeng on the cheek and walked upstairs. Halfway up, she turned back to glance at Chu Liufeng, full of charm and allure, softly urging, Hurry up and go take a shower. Chapter 75. A good deed. Every day the hints were so obvious that Chu Liufeng couldn't help but slap himself silently. What was wrong with him today? He didn't even pick up on the meaning behind it. So, he quickly undressed and took a shower, ensuring he was completely clean and odor-free before excitedly heading to Aunt Xing's room. Xing Yishan had already changed into a purple silk satin nightgown, which was exquisitely tailored, reaching just up to the top of her thighs, revealing a pair of smooth, rounded legs, showcasing her voluptuous figure perfectly. Her fair and delicate skin shimmered under the light, reflecting a dazzling glow. Her pretty face was adorned with exquisite makeup, and bright red lipstick accentuated her soft lips, making her look extraordinarily beautiful. A faint blush of shyness colored her cheeks, and her hands shyly rested behind her. Just looking at Xing Yishan, who exuded a mature charm refined by the passage of time, both dignified and elegant, yet also nobly alluring, made Liufeng's heart race uncontrollably. Especially when he took a closer look, he noticed that beneath the purple silk nightgown, she was wearing something incredibly revealing, unlike her usual relatively conservative attire. "Aunt Xing, you're so beautiful." Liufeng couldn't help but swallow hard. It wasn't that he was a pig. It was just that Xing Yishan looked breathtakingly stunning. "Where's Tutu?" "Tutu is here. He was called away by Grandpa Nyo." "Kumin, why are you just standing there? You're making everyone dumbfounded." Xing Yishan noticed the dazed expression on Liufeng's face, his eyes nearly popping out. She couldn't help but feel a wave of secret delight in her heart. It was worth it for her to specifically ask a few experienced, wealthy female friends in the afternoon about how to dress to attract the attention of someone she liked. So now, seeing Liufeng looking like he had lost his soul, she felt even more secretly pleased, and the charming smile on her face couldn't be hidden. After all, which woman wouldn't like a man to be infatuated with her, especially someone she liked? A few hours later, Xing Yishan was leaning in Liufeng's embrace, her face flushed and charming, unable to help but whisper, "Naughty little Feng, why are you still developing?" Liufeng curled his lips into a devilish smile and replied seriously, "That's normal. I'm just 18. Yes. Xing Yishan was amused. After lightly brushing her hair behind her ear, she felt sticky with sweat all over, uncomfortable. "Little Feng, Aunt is all sweaty and sticky. I need to take a bath. If you're tired, you can sleep first. I'll go with you." Seeing Liufeng about to get up, Xing Yishan quickly shook her head. Her expression flustered as she said, No, if you go, I won't be able to get up tomorrow. Be good. Listen." She sighed helplessly and smiled wryly, saying, "Aunt is not young anymore, not 18. As she spoke, Xing Yishan hurriedly got up and rushed to the bathroom, enjoying a comfortable bath to relieve her fatigue. Seeing this, Liufeng could only smile helplessly. Aunt Xing was very concerned about her age. He noticed the bitterness at the corner of her mouth. A miraculous recovery could restore her vitality. If used frequently, perhaps it could slow down aging, but it would be better to wait for the system to provide even more powerful skills. Maybe there will be skills to restore youth later. System, did you hear your father's thoughts? I advise you to be sensible and not be ungrateful. Comfortably lying on the bed, Liufeng suddenly noticed several unread messages on his phone. Picking it up, he saw that teacher Sue still hadn't replied to his messages. She had sent him a sweet selfie in the morning, carrying a small cat face, saying she had to attend many interviews today, was extremely busy, and wanted to go out for a run. He had replied, but hadn't received any response since. Forget it, he thought. He would see what was up tomorrow. Next was a message from Liufeng. She forwarded a bunch of information about apartments, all of which were quite nice. All duplex lofts. Each one was good, but the rent was indeed shocking, priced at over 20,000 a month. Even so, there were many wealthy people at Shada, and even at such high prices, there were hardly any left. At the end of the message, Liufeng sent a line, "Little cutie love, and we'll give you a big surprise tomorrow, bad smile." This message was sent 2 hours ago. At that time, he was busy and hadn't noticed. Checking the time, it was already past 1, too late. Today, Liufeng must be exhausted, so he wouldn't disturb her rest. A surprise, huh? He smiled, looking forward to it. Scrolling down further, there was another message from Zhou Ruobing. She had sent several messages along with a selfie. In the video, the beautiful woman in a cheongsam looked quite serious, not wearing a high-slit cheongsam, but rather a proper suit with long pants, with the background being an airport. The gist of her message was that she had contacted a national-level sculptor who happened to be free and was currently visiting with the Imperial Green Jadeite to discuss the details of the sculpture. This process would take a bit of time, approximately 2 to 3 days to a week, so she wouldn't be in Qin City for a while. If Liufeng wanted to have an in-depth discussion about the Imperial Green Jadeite during these days, she was sorry. She couldn't meet, but would make it up to him when she returned. Lastly, she sent a photo blowing a kiss, with a unique angle that inadvertently revealed a hint of her alluring cleavage, though it was clearly intentional. Liufeng casually flipped through and then put his phone down, too lazy to reply. This woman was quite competent, both professional and considerate, with her helping to handle the follow-up matters regarding the Imperial Green Jadeite. He could indeed relax a lot. He appreciated understanding women the most. In the future, he would inevitably have to make money in the jade business, so he could consider bringing her along and let her have a taste of the soup. Just as Liufeng was feeling bored and preparing to use that super hearing skill, suddenly, a crisp system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host helped Xing Yishan solve a personal problem. Reward: Sharpshooter skill, beginner, sharpshooter skill. After obtaining this skill, the host's understanding and control of firearms will significantly improve, allowing for automatic precise targeting when using firearms. When bullets hit within 1 meter of the target, they will automatically attract and hit the target. Note: the sharpshooter skill can be upgraded. When reaching advanced ability, the host will gain the gun fighting technique, hitting every shot, ignoring cover, angles, and physical rules. Simply put, bullets can curve and can hit enemies in front even when shot backward. Huh? Sharpshooter? Gun fighting technique? Another beginner-level conceptual skill? Liufeng was instantly stunned. Of course, it wasn't the shock of the sharpshooter skill. After all, this was Daxia, not the Free Eagle country. Even if he had skills, how could he get his hands on a gun? What shocked Liufeng was, this is possible too? Not a bro. You really are a system that performs a good deed every day. Is this a beaver? Chapter 76, she said bringing it doesn't count after all. She played with Aunt Xing yesterday, but it didn't trigger the system reward. So it can only be said that today, Xing Yishan indeed wanted it too much. She had already reached a brand new height, even touching the target line that needed help. Indeed, Aunt Xing didn't even call to turn off the lights today. And it was really crazy. Shaking his head, Liufeng found it somewhat amusing. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he blinked and began to test the effects of super hearing. In an instant, a strange power surged into his ears. Immediately after, a bizarre voice clearly entered his ears. Hey buddy, your ear is stretching into my mouth. Liufeng's face instantly stiffened. Damn, that word friend sounded as if a big man was whispering it right next to his ear, sending chills all over his body. Out of instinct, he subconsciously activated his X-ray vision and looked out the window. He saw a barbecue stall about 1 kilometer away, and that strange voice was from the owner. To be able to hear so clearly from such a distance, a radius of 1 kilometer, is quite terrifying. In his mind, it felt like a huge circular area had been drawn, allowing him to accurately locate the sound coming from a specific point. Coupled with X-ray vision, it was equivalent to opening a heavenly eye, able to monitor all movements within 1 kilometer. Impressive. Originally, super hearing had to be used slowly, gradually adapting. But Liufeng wanted to challenge his limits. So he gritted his teeth and directly tried to hear everything within the maximum range. In an instant, boom, that feeling was like standing unguarded on the outer shell of a high-speed airplane. Countless loud and various bizarre sounds surged into his mind all at once. Oh, baby. Yes. Yes. Oh, Kong Ming. Sister, can I call you mom? Can we play together? Sister Ching, haven't you received any news yet? Woo, bro. She said bringing it doesn't count. What should I do, bro? Hey, buddy, your stomach is empty, filling it with delicious lamb skewers. No more chatting, brothers. The flight is taking off. Tonight, I'm going to rush to the streets. Yemo time is here. Actually, I really have no one to talk to. I can't live without you. Doctor, are you there? I have a friend, really a friend. His girlfriend said that night there were too many people to distinguish. But she was always calling my friend's name. My friend loves his girlfriend very much, and after knowing this, he collapsed. How should I comfort my friend? Of course. I'm asking for my friend. I'm asking for my friend Wu. Late at night, some people are emo, some are partying, some are struggling to make a living, and some are enjoying the world. Everyone has a different life. Everyone is human. But all the sounds they make, big and small, are now being heard by one person. Liufeng couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. The sheer volume of various sounds flooding and made his face visibly pale, and his fists instinctively clenched. He felt dizzy and nearly overwhelmed. The pain was simply unbearable. For a moment, he even wanted to cover his ears and give up. However, Liufeng gritted his teeth, a determined look flashing in his eyes. No, he must persist. Only by continuously challenging limits and breaking through can one truly surpass oneself. If he couldn't overcome this little difficulty, how could he talk about mastering this incredible ability and becoming stronger? With that thought in mind, Liufeng took a few deep breaths, his gaze gradually firming as he began to carefully analyze and listen to each sound amidst the noise. In such a high-pressure environment, his proficiency with super hearing was rapidly improving. While Liufeng was familiarizing himself with super hearing in another cozy and elegant villa room, a stunningly beautiful girl was quietly sitting in a wheelchair. Her long hair radiated a soft, golden sheen, complementing her fair skin that was nearly translucent, delicate and tender like mutton fat jade, resembling a pure and untainted celestial angel. Hanging around her neck was a limited edition Leica camera. However, at this moment, the girl's face was marked by a look of anxious concern, her brows slightly furrowed, eyes filled with deep worry. "How is it? Still no news?" The girl's voice was soft yet urgent, tinged with an unmistakable tension. Beside her, a woman in a maid outfit was constantly refreshing her phone for messages, her expression equally anxious. "Not yet, miss, it's late. Should you try to sleep first?" The girl shook her head, her delicate white hands crossed over her body, slightly tightening, stubbornly saying, "No, I can't sleep without hearing news." "Then let me try to urge them," the maid suddenly said excitedly. "Got it, miss. There's news." The girl's previously dim eyes instantly brightened, a hint of anticipation appearing on her face, but then worry followed. "How is he? Is he hurt?" "No, not a scratch at all. Miss, you can rest assured now." The maid quickly handed over the phone, which displayed Liufeng's full-body examination report. The girl's eyes lit up, leaning forward to take the phone, and after reading the report word by word, her tense heart finally relaxed. But her brows still didn't unfurl. "Sister Xing, what exactly happened there? Why did he encounter such a dangerous situation? I thought he was filming a movie." "Not clear for now, miss. All the news is blocked. We can't find out anything." The maid, Xing, kindly squatted down, gently saying, "Miss, let's sleep first, it's fine. Maybe we'll see him at school tomorrow, and then we can ask him in person, okay?" Hearing this, the girl's eyes brightened slightly, but soon she lowered her head, her gaze dimming again. "Forget it. Let's leave it at that. I don't want to disturb him." As she spoke, as if she thought of something, the girl suddenly revealed a playful smile. He might not even know that I also came to Sheda." That cute appearance, with both the playfulness of a girl and the carefulness of someone in unrequited love, makes one feel a surge of affection. Chapter 77. Oh, the girl in love. Immerse yourself in the world of fantasy. The girl gently picked up the Leica camera hanging in front of her chest, her fair fingers skillfully operating it as she began to flip through one photo after another. On the camera screen, there were various images of Liufeng, including handsome photos of him during military training at summer university, playing basketball, and exercising from different angles. Perhaps even Liufeng himself didn't know that he had been unknowingly photographed so many times. The girl's bright and clear eyes stared unblinkingly at the screen, her fingers gently caressing it as if she could touch him through the screen. Moreover, he might not even remember me. A trace of a heart-wrenching smile appeared on her face as she whispered softly. Finally, her gaze fixed on one photo, and an uncontrollable envy flashed in her eyes. In the photo, the scorching sun was intense. Liufeng was tenderly holding a fainted girl, hurriedly heading to the school infirmary. That girl, like her, had a fragile figure and fair skin. In a daze, she would often imagine that girl as herself. How wonderful it would be if she were held like that. A bittersweet feeling surged in her heart. This feeling churned within her, making her both intoxicated and sad. Seeing this, Xing bit her lip and gently said, "Miss, Let's go upstairs and sleep. But the girl was clearly lost in her world of fantasy, remaining silent. Xing sighed and gently pushed the wheelchair toward the elevator in the villa. Once they entered her room, the girl seemed to come back to her senses, still wearing a satisfied smile as she approached her computer desk and printed out all the carefully selected photos of Liufeng that she had taken during the day. Each photo was outstanding, and every moment made the girl's heart flutter. Then, she happily opened the nearby confidential cabinet and took out a small leather safe from inside, with multiple layers of protection, as if guarding something very precious. She opened the small safe. Inside, there were no expensive jewels or valuable treasures. Just a thick stack of photos, thousands of them. If Liufeng saw this, he would definitely be astonished because all the photos were of him. He had never taken such a vast number of photos himself, yet a stranger girl had recorded them. These photos covered all stages of Liufeng's life from middle school to university. Photos of him exercising, handsome shots from basketball games, running, reciting during morning study, and receiving awards. Almost from these photos, one could piece together the rich and wonderful trajectory of Liufeng's early life. It was as if a professional photographer had followed him for years without his knowledge, documenting every important moment of his growth. The girl gently placed the freshly printed photos inside. Then she carefully selected one photo from inside. It was the photo of Liufeng carrying the girl to the infirmary. Xing's sister, I'm done, the girl said, raising her head, her face beaming with a pure smile as she spoke to the nanny. Xing came over, gently picked her up, and placed her on the soft, comfortable bed. Good night, Xing's sister, the girl said sweetly, her voice carrying a hint of fatigue, yet filled with anticipation for beautiful dreams tonight. Xing nodded, affectionately stroking her little head. You should also sleep early. Don't think too long. The girl smiled cutely, tightly holding the photo against her chest, her eyes slowly closing, her whole being like a delicate porcelain doll, quiet and beautiful. I hope one day I can stand up, hold your hand, and walk with you. The girl silently murmured in her heart, her voice gradually lowering as she slowly fell into a beautiful dream. Oh, the girl in love. Immerse yourself in the world of fantasy. That night, someone was still awake. In the hospital room, Simping was leaning by Song Yujia's bedside, lightly asleep. During this time, she had been running around to raise medical expenses, exhausted, but now with Liufeng's help, the pressure of medical cost had temporarily lifted. The string she had been tense for a while could finally relax a bit, allowing her to sleep soundly. The ward was very quiet, so quiet that only the faint sounds of the instruments could be heard. At that moment, the white, delicate arm connected to the four suddenly moved. On the hospital bed, Song Yujia slowly opened her eyes, her gaze filled with confusion and haziness, and after a while, her consciousness gradually focused. She looked at her mother, who was leaning on the bedside, the blanket wrapped around her having fallen off at some point. Seeing Simping's somewhat tired face, Song Yujia pursed her lips. Not wanting to wake her, she instinctively reached out her hand to cover her mother again, but no matter how hard she tried, her arm could only tremble slightly. Despite using all her strength, she couldn't even lift it. A trace of despair appeared on Song Yujia's face. Ugh! 2 lines of helpless, sorrowful tears instantly flowed from the corners of her eyes, wetting the strands of hair on her cheeks. But at that moment, she couldn't even wipe away her tears, allowing them to flow freely. Although Simping was asleep, her heart was always with Song Yujia. Even the slightest tremor from her daughter made her instantly lift her head. Jia, my baby, you're awake. Simping's voice was very gentle, but seeing the tear stains on Song Yujia's face, a look of heartache immediately surfaced in her eyes as she gently wiped away her tears and softly caressed her forehead. Mom, Mom. Song Yujia struggled to make a weak sound. Mom is here. Simping's eyes reddened with heartache as she tightly grasped her daughter's hand, tears about to fall. I feel so bad. I don't want to live. A deep despair appeared in Song Yujia's eyes. That look of despair was heart-wrenching. She could clearly perceive everything around her, but she couldn't control her body, like a conscious person trapped in a vegetative state, her mind imprisoned in a cage of despair, which was a tremendous psychological torment. She didn't want to live anymore. In her heart, continuing to survive seemed to have no meaning other than dragging her mother down. She really didn't want to continue suffering in this painful agony. Seeing this, Ping's eyes turned red. No, baby, no, Mom can't be without you. Her voice trembled, filled with endless sorrow and pleading. Doctor, the doctor over there already has a treatment plan. Let us hold on for a while. At this point, Ping seemed to suddenly remember something. She quickly picked up her phone. Baby, let me show you something. Do you know? The classmate who carried you to the infirmary, Liufeng, he also came to see you. Ping said eagerly. Trembling hands opened the video that Liufeng had recorded. It was then that she realized how foresight Liufeng's actions were. Yeah, Liufeng. Don't worry, your illness is not serious. Listening to Liufeng's gentle yet strong voice, looking at that familiar and kind face. In Song Yujie's originally desolate and lifeless eyes, a glimmer of light appeared for the first time. After hearing Liufeng's heartfelt and sincere encouragement, it was as if a seed of hope had been planted deep in her heart. Song Yujie shed hot tears once again. Mom is here. Baby. Ping held Song Yujie tightly, as if this could bring her a glimmer of hope. The mother and daughter began to cry softly together, as if venting their frustration at the unfairness of fate. Chapter 78. After finally having my heart stirred, I ended up losing so thoroughly. Meanwhile, at the First People's Hospital of Qin City. Why? Why is it still not working? Stupid phone. Su Jinyun sat on the hospital bed, feeling irritated, staring gloomily at her phone. The screen was black and unresponsive. Next to her was a hairdryer and a large stack of dry paper. She pouted, frustratedly tugging at her hair. It's been a day and a half. Why hasn't Liufeng come to see me, you bastard? You said you wanted to be my boyfriend. You. Liufeng. You pervert. Big fool. Big jerk. After sending a message to Liufeng this morning, she thought about getting ready for an interview later. So she went to wash up. Worried she might miss his reply, she took her phone with her. But then, by accident, her phone fell directly into the sink. After that, she tried countless methods, carefully drying it with tissues and using the hairdryer to blow it dry. But nothing worked. The phone remained unresponsive. After a busy day, Su Jinyun felt utterly hopeless. She wanted to go out to get her phone repaired or buy a new one. Although her leg was fine, the hospital stubbornly refused to let her discharge. Plus, there were police outside guarding her, claiming they were worried about her being retaliated against. No matter what she said, they just wouldn't let her go. So, Su Jinyun waited anxiously for Liufeng to come see her. After waiting all day, she hadn't even seen a hair. She felt like she was turning into a stone waiting for her husband, and Liufeng still hadn't come. Not even a strand of hair. Her heart was instantly filled with grievances and dissatisfaction. Is he really not worried at all that he can't contact me? Is he indifferent? Was everything he said about liking me just a joke? Was all that sweet talk fake? Thinking of this, Su Jinyun felt a wave of discomfort in her heart, and her eyes turned slightly red. Men's words are deceiving. Su Jinyun was about to go crazy. She had been so good to him. Although there was a rule at Xia University against student-teacher relationships, so what? Rules are dead. People are alive. If you confess, can I refuse? If you don't take the initiative, I can't confess too. She was even prepared to take the initiative. But what does it mean for you to disappear like this? Playing hard to get, huh? They say not to date, not to have a romantic brain. Wise people never fall in love. She had maintained her single status for over 20 years without ever suffering from love. But now, she finally had her heart stirred once, and ended up losing so completely. Looking at the several bouquets of flowers on the bedside, all sent by school leaders and some departments, she had thrown them all on the floor, leaving only the bouquet from Liufeng, which she carefully placed there. Even though her heart was full of dissatisfaction towards Liufeng at that moment, she still couldn't bear to throw it away. Love your ass. Hee. Liufeng. You wait for me. Su Jinyun gritted her teeth, her eyes almost shooting fire. She clenched her small fists, already imagining how to beat him up after being discharged. If she didn't beat him up hard, she wouldn't be able to vent her anger at all. A sneeze. Liufeng rubbed his nose, feeling like his head was about to explode, but hard work pays off under such intense super hearing impact. He could even hear the croaking of frogs in a lake hundreds of meters away. If he focused, He could precisely lock onto conversations from hundreds of meters away. This skill was indeed impressive. Although he didn't know what it was useful for yet. Who cares? Extra skills never hurt. He yawned, feeling dizzy and very sleepy. Just then, the bathroom door slowly opened, and Xing Yishan, done with her bath, stepped out wrapped in steam. A lovely blush lingered on her cheeks, and she seemed more satisfied and comfortable than ever. Xing Yishan hummed a leisurely tune, changed into a new set of pink silk pajamas that outlined her graceful curves, and returned to the room. Liufeng, why aren't you asleep yet? I was waiting for you. Liufeng smiled, lifting Xing Yishan into his arms, inhaling her fragrant scent, greedily replenishing his energy. No, this won't do. Seeing Liufeng looking like a big bad wolf, Xing Yishan panicked. Her voice carried a hint of playful reproach and fluster. I just finished bathing. Bad Liufeng. How dare you? Under Aunt Xing's fierce glare, Liufeng smirked, showing no intention of stopping. He slightly lowered his head, gently pressing his forehead against Xing Yishan's little head, and then kissed her soft, fragrant lips. When Liufeng woke up, it was already the next morning. Almost 10 o'clock. This sleep was incredibly comfortable, and he felt refreshed, especially his head. It had felt heavy and uncomfortable last night, but now it felt much clearer. Golden sunlight poured in through the window, and a warm breeze blew through the blinds, carrying the alluring fragrance and unique scent that floated in the air. Liufeng sat up, stretching comfortably, and turned to look. Xing Yishan was still lying sideways on the bed, the soft yellow sunlight gently illuminating her smooth, delicate shoulders. Her skin resembling creamy white jade, radiating a warm glow, making her incredibly beautiful. She seemed to be dreaming sweetly, with a gentle smile playing on her lips, looking a bit innocent and adorable, unlike her usual dignified and noble self. Liufeng's heart stirred. He leaned down and kissed those tempting little red lips. The noise was a bit loud. Xing Yishan let out a soft, sweet sound from her throat. But she was too tired, not even lifting her eyelids, still immersed in her dream. Seeing this, Liufeng didn't wake her up. He knew Aunt Xing was exhausted. He carefully lifted the blanket and got out of bed. He picked up the 2 sets of silk pajamas and the torn pantyhose from the floor and gently pulled up the bedroom door, allowing Xing Yishan to continue sleeping. He quickly took a shower and then went to the kitchen to fry a few eggs and golden toast, warming the milk and soaking the oatmeal, leaving a note for Xing Yishan that he had gone out. Aunt Xing, I have something to do. Breakfast is ready. Remember to eat. Love you. He placed it under the plate and left the villa feeling at ease. He had a lot to do today. He planned to first go to the hospital to check on Su Lauscher's situation. So you want to play hide and seek, huh? I must punish her severely. Of course, this is definitely not because of Su Lauscher's stunning long legs and delicate feet. Then he would have an interview. In the afternoon, he would visit Aunt Song and Xiao Jie, and then go to make money or help others in need. If he had time, he would also visit Li Mengxi in the evening, looking forward to the surprises she mentioned. And of course, there was the Yang family. He wouldn't feel at ease until this tumor was completely removed. He also wondered how Qin Yan's special operation had progressed overnight. If he had time, he could ask her if there was anything he could help with. In short, time was tight, and the tasks were heavy. Every minute and second had to be fully utilized. First to the hospital. On the way, Liufeng specially bought a bouquet of pink roses. This thing, to say how useful it is, actually isn't that useful. But, well, even though it's useless, it can't be absent. It's still useful to add a touch of romantic atmosphere. Qincheng First People's Hospital. Su Jinyan lay quietly on the hospital bed. Her eyes stared blankly at the ceiling, her gaze somewhat vacant, not knowing what she was thinking about. Her lips moved slightly. If you got closer, you could hear her mumbling. Liufeng, you big jerk, stinky pervert, big idiot. It's been a whole night. Why haven't you come to see me yet? Do you really not want me? Do you really not like me? Then why did you act like that? She was like a neglected, little resentful wife, filled with sorrow. Chapter 79. Terrifying Mental Pollution. Of course, regarding Su Jinyun's grievances, Liufeng was still completely unaware. He had just stepped into the people's hospital and was walking toward the ward. Due to his enhanced super hearing, he found that even when he wasn't deliberately listening, his hearing was much better than before. As he passed by the proctology department, He heard a somewhat subtle voice from inside. Let me confirm this again, young man. You said that when you were making breakfast alone today, because of the hot weather, you chose to dress coolly, and as a result, you accidentally slipped and fell into the pile of vegetables behind you. And coincidentally, this exceptionally clean radish was still standing upright. Is that correct or not? Upon hearing this, Liufeng instinctively activated his X-ray vision and turned his head to take a look inside. Just one glance. My eyes. Liufeng felt as if he had been hit hard, staggering and nearly falling to the ground. The scene was a horrific mental pollution. It was so terrifying that it made his scalp tingle, and he had an impulse to dig his eyeballs out. Liufeng hurriedly covered his ears, closed his eyes, and fled in panic with a pale face. Why was this happening? People shouldn't tea, at least shouldn't tea. I'm sorry. I was presumptuous. For the next stretch of the journey, Liufeng walked exceptionally carefully, afraid of seeing or hearing something he shouldn't tea in the hospital. After all, there was no shortage of jaw-dropping stories in hospitals. So much so that he didn't even notice anything unusual about Su Jinyan. After nodding to a few nurses and security guards outside the door, Liufeng composed himself and walked into the ward with a smile. He then turned around and closed the ward door. Teacher Su, what's wrong? You look unhappy. Who bullied you? Tell me, and I'll teach them a lesson. He casually walked up to the bedside, placing a bunch of pink roses aside. Naturally, he took Su Jinyan's delicate hand in his own. Su Jinyan, who had been somewhat dazed, suddenly froze. Upon seeing Liufeng, her eyes instantly revealed an uncontrollable joy. But soon, her expression changed back to one of grievance. With a blank expression, Su Jinyan spoke coldly, as if she were a stranger. Why are you here? Liufeng grinned. I dreamed that you wanted a kiss, so I came to give you a peck. Thanks, but no need. Su Jinyan huffed coldly, turning her head away, feeling both angry and wronged. What's wrong, Teacher Su? Why are you so unhappy? Liufeng blinked, looking puzzled. He didn't understand why Su Jinyan was upset, especially since she hadn't replied to his messages since yesterday. Don't want to see me? Should I leave? You. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyan was infuriated. She turned her head, gritting her silver teeth, glaring at Liufeng with an angry look, venting all the grievance and anger she had inside. Liufeng, you bastard. You actually came. What are you doing here? Who told you to come? Didn't you say you like your teacher? Is this how you show your affection? Leaving me in the hospital for 2 whole days. A full 48 hours. Didn't you even think to come and see me? As Su Jinyan got more agitated, she clenched her fists and struck Liufeng's shoulder. Following that came a series of rapid punches. The hits didn't hurt Liufeng at all, but left Su Jinyan breathless and her hands weak. Seeing her angry, Liufeng blinked. Was she throwing a little tantrum? In situations like this, it was simple. He gently held Su Jinyan's shoulders, looking at her tenderly. The next moment, he leaned down and kissed her. The little mouth was making a fuss, so he silenced her with a kiss. It didn't matter if she agreed or not. She was a girl, and she would be shy. She would definitely say she didn't want to. So, at times like this, a man should be a bit domineering. Of course, this kind of operation is for those with good modeling and economic sense. Brothers with bad modeling should not attempt this. Otherwise, it would result in the defendant's actions constitute forced molestation and should be punished severely according to law. MMM. Su Jinyan's eyes widened, and she kept hitting Liufeng. She wanted to bite him hard, but was afraid it would hurt him. Suddenly, she grabbed Liufeng's ear, and after a moment of kissing, she turned her head away, feigning anger. You lecher, I haven't forgiven you yet. Seeing Su Jinyan like this, Liufeng showed a doting smile, gently holding her hand that was gripping his ear, slowly releasing it and intertwining their fingers in his palm. Softly saying, Teacher Su, I was wrong. I had a little accident here, and as soon as I had time, I came. You don't know how much I've been thinking about you. Su Jinyan looked up at Liufeng, her eyes still holding some grievance. Pouting, she reproached him, Just making excuses. Go on, I'm listening to your excuses. Make your story sound good. Teachers aren't that easy to fool. Liufeng. I really didn't mean to, Teacher Su. I was planning to go to Shada to show you the house yesterday, but there was an accident on the way, and I had a car crash, which delayed me for a day. His expression was sincere. He briefly recounted yesterday's experience, of course omitting the dangerous parts. After he finished speaking, Su Jinyun's expression changed from a cold sneer of disbelief to one of alarm as she realized the seriousness of the situation. Her face instantly turned pale, and the grievance in her eyes was replaced with fear and worry. She suddenly realized that this wasn't an ordinary car accident. It was likely an act of revenge. Su Jinyun didn't know about the Yang sisters. She only thought it was revenge from other criminals involved in a serial murder case. The moment she thought that she had implicated Chu Liufeng, she panicked. Moreover, she was sure that Chu Liufeng wasn't lying to her, because there had suddenly been several patrolling guards in the hospital, and when she wanted to go out to buy a phone, they clearly told her that it was easy to be targeted for revenge, and she couldn't go out yet. At that time, she didn't understand what was happening. The kidnappers had all been caught. How could there still be revenge? It turned out to be this kind of incident. Su Jinyun's voice trembled as she anxiously asked, "Did you get hurt?" Yes. Su Jinyun was so anxious that she was almost in tears. Where? Let me see quickly. My heart hurts. Chu Liufeng pretended to be wronged, burying his head in her arms and rubbing against her. My teacher Su, why are you ignoring me? I sent you messages, but you didn't reply. Su Jinyun's eyes widened in surprise. Her face flushed red, looking stunningly beautiful. She hugged Chu Liufeng's head, stammered for a long time, and finally said softly, I accidentally got my phone in the sink, and they let me out of the hospital to buy a new one. You can't scold me. I didn't want this either. Chu Liufeng lifted his head from Su Jinyun's embrace, his eyes filled with tenderness. He gently brushed the slightly messy hair by her ear and softly said, I'll buy you a phone later. Okay, I want the same model as yours. Su Jinyun's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable light. After realizing that Chu Liufeng didn't intentionally avoid her, the grievances she felt moments ago vanished. Are you still mad? Su Jinyun turned her head away arrogantly and said, Humph. Guess. You got quite the temper, huh? Come on, teacher Su. Just let me kiss you, and you won't be mad anymore. Chu Liufeng said with a mischievous smile, but before he could lean in, Su Jinyun suddenly turned her head, wrapped her arms around his neck, and pulled him close, shortening the distance between them in an instant. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes filled with a hint of shyness and passion. Then she proactively leaned in and pressed her soft lips against Chu Liufeng's, sharing a deep kiss. After a while, Su Jinyun suddenly opened her eyes, her face flushed and radiant. She quickly pressed down on Chu Liufeng's large hand and shyly said, No, there are people outside. It's fine, they won't come in. Don't. You pervert. Chu Liufeng sang, Look at my eyes. Stare at me. Chapter 80. Never reject mom's call. Meanwhile, outside Xing Yishan's villa, a petite figure sneaked up to the front door. She skillfully unlocked the door and pushed it open, gleefully posing for AV sign before darting inside. She paused in the courtyard, scanning the various corners of the villa, before looking straight towards Chu Liufeng's room. This figure was none other than Liufeng. She had slept in late today, never having experienced such a restful sleep before, feeling more energetic and relaxed than ever. In the past, she relied on alcohol to fall asleep, waking up in a daze the next day. But this morning, she felt refreshed, as if reborn, and inexplicably wanted to find Chu Liufeng. No one. My nephew is up so early. Liufeng tiptoed to Chu Liufeng's room and peeked inside. There was no one there. Chu Liufeng wasn't sleeping. She felt a bit regretful for not coming earlier. If she had come a bit sooner, she could have. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, Liufeng stealthily entered the room and suddenly pounced onto the bed, burying herself in the blankets. Liufeng took a deep breath. A surge of greed filled her lungs. She smiled foolishly, rolling around on the bed. Suddenly, she felt a bit like a lovesick girl. But who cares? No one is watching anyway. She sprawled out on Chu Liufeng's bed, inhaling the familiar scent that made her feel particularly at ease. A strange, indescribable feeling quietly blossomed in her heart, even making her want to move in. Xing Yishan's villa was already cozy. It had a warm, inviting atmosphere. Plus, her little man was here. In contrast, her own place felt much colder and lonelier. But definitely wouldn't allow that. Sigh, I need to come up with a way. Her big, lively eyes spun around. Try to think of a way to stay here long term. After rolling around on the bed a few more times, she finally got up satisfied and returned to the living room. Li Mengxi's gaze landed on the breakfast meticulously prepared on the dining table. She also noticed a note pressed underneath, her eyes flashing with suspicion. My nephew went out for something, and is still sleeping? Still sleeping at this hour. Could it be they really had a late night yesterday? Her eyes shifted slightly as she quietly went upstairs, sneakily glancing at the tightly closed bedroom door of Xing Yishan. Then her brows furrowed, as if she thought of something. She tiptoed to the bathroom and looked into the laundry basket. Sure enough, there were 2 sets of silk pajamas and a torn pair of stockings. Li Mengxi's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at these pieces of clothing, especially the set of sexy lingerie. She instinctively turned to look at the closed bedroom door, her face filled with shock. Li Mengxi knew that Xing Yishan was a very conservative woman. Sometimes when she got drunk, she would pull Xing Yishan to sleep together, often seeing her in those boring, conservative long pants and long-sleeve pajamas. A nightgown that only reached the thighs was extremely rare, let alone such daring lingerie. Now that it appeared, it meant something that didn't need to be said. My nephew, you really. Li Mengxi mumbled to herself. Although she had always encouraged Xing Yishan to interact boldly with Chu Liufeng and to have fun without being shy, when everything was laid out in front of her like this, she found herself speechless with shock. However, after a brief moment of daze, a radiant smile suddenly blossomed on her face. With her hands on her hips, she chuckled softly, "Haha, my handsome nephew is indeed impressive, truly capable, loved by everyone. Even is smitten. I told you my nephew is so handsome, and you both are under the same roof. How could he not have feelings for my nephew?" Discovering this secret was incredibly useful for Li Mengxi, further solidifying her thoughts. Chu Liufeng like a gonjat. Even a conservative woman like Xing Yishan had donned sexy lingerie, which was telling. She secretly decided that she would also need to put in more effort in this direction in the future. I'll take this secret. As she passed by the bedroom, Li Mengxi slyly glanced at the closed door with a hint of envy. Then, she quietly prepared to leave, but suddenly seemed to think of something. She turned around and returned to the dining table. Picking up a pen, she wrote a note next to the one Chu Liufeng had left. The sun is already high. How is he still asleep? Eat a piece of bread, love you. After finishing, she hummed a cheerful little tune she didn't know where she heard it from and left the villa with a light step. She originally wanted to find Chu Liufeng to play for a while, but since he had something to do, it couldn't be helped. She had to be busy for a while, too. She needed to deal with the Porsche that got damaged yesterday, collect rent, and find time to buy a new car. And maybe buy one for my nephew as a gift, too. Recently, that new Dajong SU7 seems pretty good, but it seems there's no stock. I don't know if my nephew likes Aston Martin. McLaren would work, too. Also, her big business deal she had been preparing for months was nearing the final contract signing stage. So tiring, so annoying, so frustrating. Why are there so many boring things to deal with? Li Mengxi pouted as she drove a spare Porsche Cayenne. She really wanted to go buy a car for her nephew right now, but there were too many things to do, especially the monthly rent collection. Collecting rent for over a dozen buildings was a process she had to personally oversee. It was so annoying, but she didn't trust anyone else to do it. After thinking for a moment, she decided to head to her company first. She needed to earn more money to give her nephew some spending cash. In the hospital's interview room, more than a dozen major media outlets were present, with many reporters from various official news organizations, all of high standing, like Xinhua News Agency, People's Daily, and CCTV. Such a gathering of high-profile media was a rare sight. Of course, there were also reporters from smaller local media outlets. Chu Liufeng and Su Jinyun sat calmly, accepting the interview. "Mr. Chu, during this incident, you bravely subdued the robber. Can you describe the frightening situation at that time? Did you think about getting hurt or facing worse consequences during the struggle?" The interview was standard and quite uninteresting. For Su Jinyun, having been a national athlete before her retirement, she had experienced many such situations and answered naturally. Chu Liufeng, on the other hand, was completely unconcerned, gracefully accepting the interview and responding appropriately. The two had a great rapport, as if they had rehearsed it before. "Mr. Chu, I would like to ask you." But at that moment, a sudden and abrupt ringtone rang softly. What is Dad's dad called? Dad's dad is called. Chu Liufeng took out his phone and looked at the familiar number. It was a call from his mom. He nodded at the group of reporters, showing an apologetic expression. Sorry, I need to take this call. Please hold on. Chapter 81. Mom doesn't want to be a grandma. Hi, Mom. Do you miss me? On the phone, Lin Wanshu's tone was a bit worried and concerned. Xiaofeng, what? What are you doing now? I am interviewing. Is it about that murder case? Wow, Mom. You have a sixth sense. You know that. You're amazing. It was Aunt Xing who told me. I hope I didn't disturb you. Never mind. I'll call back later. Lin Wanshu hesitated, afraid of interrupting Chu Liufeng's work. But Chu Liufeng hurriedly said, No, Mom, how could it be? Your calls can never be a disturbance. Don't be naughty. With a shift in tone, Lin Wanshu's voice suddenly became serious. Yet it remained gentle and elegant. Chu Liufeng, do you think you're grown up now and no longer need to listen to your mom? If Aunt Xing hadn't told me about this, were you planning to keep it from me for a lifetime? Chu Liufeng was taken aback. Then he chuckled awkwardly. Oh, Mom, I just didn't want to worry you. Lin Wanshu sighed heavily on the other end, her voice filled with concern. You need to tell me honestly. What happened in the past 2 days? I'm really worried about you. Knowing that his mom cared for him, Chu Liufeng smiled even brighter. Mom, a lot has happened. Then, amidst a group of reporters frowning and showing dissatisfaction, he described the events of that day in a long-winded manner, of course, omitting the subsequent car accident and only mentioning the events at Su Jinyan's house, while avoiding the more serious details that would worry his mom. Seeing him behave so obediently, Su Jinyan couldn't help but chuckle. You little rascal, you're still manageable. However, she was also a bit nervous, her small hands constantly fidgeting under the table. She didn't know what this yet-to-be-met mother-in-law would be like, but she must be a very gentle mom to have raised such a brave, kind, and outstanding son like Chu Liufeng. That's how it is, Mom. Don't worry, I'm fine. Your son is tougher than a cockroach. Mom, haven't you rested yet? On the other side of the ocean, Lin Wanshu held her phone, leaning against the window, listening to Chu Liufeng's mischievous voice. Although she knew he was omitting a lot, as long as he was okay, her worried heart could relax a little. I'm about to sleep. I just miss you too much and couldn't help but call. Then, Lin Wanshu paused and gently said, Xiaofeng, you've grown up. I know there are some things you won't listen to anymore, but you're my son. I don't want to see you get hurt. I've been worried about you all day. Even though Aunt Xing had called her and assured her repeatedly that Chu Liufeng was absolutely fine, urging her not to worry, as a mother, Lin Wanshu couldn't help but feel uneasy. If it weren't for an important project she was discussing abroad, she would really want to fly back immediately to see if her precious son was okay. The concern from a loved one made Chu Liufeng's eyes soften. His voice unconsciously became serious as he said, Mom, I'm really fine. Please don't worry. When you come back next week, I'll go see you right away, okay? Let you see how lively your good son is now. Mom, I can punch a cow to death right now. Do you believe me? I believe. You little rascal, always being mischievous. Lin Wanshu laughed lightly, then hesitated for a moment before saying seriously, Also, Aunt Xing told me something. I thought about it carefully and agreed with her. What is it, Mom? It's about the rule regarding your dating. After reflecting on it, I realized it was indeed not well thought out, so I've abolished it. Are you happy now? Lin Wanshu said slowly, her fingertips gliding over the glass as if she were caressing Chu Liufeng's face across the ocean. However, you listen to me carefully. You can date, but you must keep in moderation. If you dare to make me a grandma early, Chu Liufeng, I won't let you off. Yes. Mom is right. Mom is wise. Long live Mom. Chu Liufeng hurriedly nodded, grinning as he agreed. At least you understand. That's it. I'm hanging up. Mom is going to rest now. Okay, love you, Mom. See you next week. Okay, Mom loves you too. Lin Wanshu responded gently and hung up the phone. Putting away her phone, Chu Liufeng nodded to a group of reporters and apologized. Sorry, I'll make up for the time I wasted. Where were we in the interview? Just then, a small mutter suddenly rang out. What a big shot. The voice was soft, but it was crystal clear to the ears. Chu Liufeng frowned, sensing a resentful gaze. When he looked up, he saw a reporter in the crowd who resembled the Yang siblings. What do you mean by that look? Answer me. Chu Liufeng's voice turned cold as he questioned without courtesy. The reporter had been glaring at him fiercely since the interview began. If someone didn't know better, They would think he had a grudge against him. Chu Liufeng believed he hadn't offended him in any way. But upon seeing that face, he somewhat understood. As everyone's eyes focused on him, the reporter's face instantly turned as dark as frost, and he coldly questioned with a hint of sarcasm. How rude. We're all here interviewing you, and you take a phone call now? Talking for so long, do you have any manners? Knowing it's your mom calling, and still acting like this. Chu Liufeng's gaze instantly turned icy. What did you say? I said you. I refuse this media interview now. Get out. You. The reporter was so angry he laughed. If he was driven away in public like this, how would he hold his head high in the industry afterward? How could he continue working? What right do you have to make me leave? I was officially invited by Xing Yishan. I'm not going anywhere. Let's see what you can do. The reporter puffed out his chest, his face flushed, looking defiant. If you all think like this, then the interview is over. Xiaofeng, let's go. Su Jingyan's expression also turned cold. She stood up, ready to pull Chu Liufeng away. Hey, Teacher Su, classmate Chu, please wait a moment. A staff member hurriedly called out, looking at the reporter with reproach. Mr. Yang, although you were a media outlet invited by the official, it's normal for Chu to receive a call from his family. What's wrong with chatting a bit longer to ease their worries? Your words are a bit too harsh. Please leave now. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this reporter was making a big fuss over nothing, trying to create a story. After all, Chu Liufeng had already said he would make up for the interview time, and this was a call from his mother. For a hero of Qinsheng, there was no need to be so harsh. As the atmosphere grew tense, suddenly, a clear yet authoritative voice rang out. What is happening? Chapter 82. Why Qin Yin favored him. Everyone looked up, and there was Qin Yin, walking over with a cold and fierce expression, her strides powerful. Her sharp gaze swept over the crowd, and just a glance brought an invisible sense of pressure to those present. Behind her were several serious-looking police officers, marching in perfect unison, making the atmosphere even more tense. The reporter named Yang felt uneasy upon seeing Qin Yin approach, but he gritted his teeth and said, Team Leader Qin, we were invited here, but you don't even show us a bit of respect. He glared at Chu Liufeng, already thinking about how to write today's interview article. Heroic image shattered? Arrogant attitude, dismissing the media. Is someone like Chu Liufeng really a hero under his heroic halo? Shocking. In the name of a hero, he actually did this. But Qin Yin raised a hand, interrupting him. I didn't ask you. She walked over to Chu Liufeng, first looking at him with concern to confirm that he was fine, then turning her gaze to the staff beside her. Team Leader Qin. It's like this. The staff hurriedly reported everything that had happened. After hearing it, Qin Yan's eyes suddenly darkened, and her expression turned icy as she pointed at the reporter Yang, speaking in a flat tone. Leave. Don't stay here to disrupt order. Reporter Yang was taken aback, jumping up like a cat with its tail stepped on, pointing at Chu Liufeng and shouting loudly. Team Leader Qin, you can't be so biased towards him. It's Chu Liufeng who casually answered a call, seriously disrupting the interview order, not me. If everyone acted like him, showing us no respect, how could we? He rambled on, getting more agitated, his expression becoming increasingly exaggerated. But Qin Yin frowned, her voice cold and impatient. Can't you understand what I'm saying? The reporter Yang, in disbelief, pointed at himself. Team Leader Qin, you really want me to leave? Are you joking? I'm just answering a call from a relative. What's the big deal? Moreover, as a local media outlet in Qin City, you're using this as an excuse to make it difficult for us. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Qin Yin sneered, her eyes filled with disdain, her voice thick with a threatening tone. Your disrespect towards our hero in Qin City is disrespectful to millions of us in Qin City. We don't welcome media like you. I'll say it one last time. Leave here, and you'll still have a bit of dignity if you go now. You. If I have to go, then so be it. It's my bad luck. The reporter Yang's face turned from white to red as Qin Yin spoke, and he could only leave angrily. There was no way around it. Qin Yin's status was far beyond what he could challenge. If he insisted on staying, he might really be thrown out, and that would be undignified. But merely losing face was a minor issue. What Qin Yin said next left him thunderstruck, his anger instantly replaced by fear. Unconvinced, then I'll permanently blacklist this media outlet and stop all related cooperation. Upon hearing this, Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. He turned sharply, and upon seeing Qin Yin Yin's cold expression, he realized she wasn't joking. His previously flushed face turned as pale as a sheet, and he hurriedly pleaded, "Team Leader Qin, no, I'm not unconvinced. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. I. Team Leader Qin." His voice trembled, almost breaking into tears, his legs going weak as he nearly knelt on the ground. Being blacklisted by the Qin City authorities was a matter of life and death. It could almost be described as a catastrophic disaster. In the future, not only would they be unable to access official information, but the public's trust in them would plummet, and they might even face strict special regulations. This was a devastating blow for any media company. Although local media outlets have some background, it depends on whose background is larger. Currently, Qin Yin, who is under important directives from the provincial committee, is a significant figure in Qin City. In front of her, their backgrounds were insignificant. What she said was like an iron law. No one dared to provoke her or defy her. Team Leader Qin, I was wrong. I'm willing to apologize to Liufeng. I'm willing to compensate. The reporter Yang's legs trembled, and he swayed unsteadily. His lips quivered, but he couldn't utter a complete sentence. All that remained was fear and regret. If his boss found out that his foolish actions jeopardized the company's future, the boss might even consider skinning him alive, or worse, swallow him whole. Team Leader Qin, please no. He wanted to say something else to beg for mercy, but he was already being forcibly escorted out of the interview room. His desperate cries faded into the distance until they completely disappeared. At that moment, the surrounding reporters were stunned by the scene. They whispered among themselves, not expecting Qin Yin to be so decisive. They had thought that even if Qin Yin favored Liufeng, she would only verbally reprimand the reporter Yang a few times and then let the interview continue. But who would have thought that she would directly issue a death warrant to a media outlet? This was no mere joke. One should not underestimate the power and influence of a high-ranking deputy department-level official, especially since this media outlet was local to Qin City. Qin Yin had countless ways to deal with it. Now all that awaited that media outlet was a dead end. It was clear to anyone watching that Qin Yin was fiercely protecting Liufeng, not allowing him to suffer even a bit of grievance. Yet, her actions left no room for criticism. She had escalated the issue to a level of disrespect towards millions of people in Qin City, indicating that the local media's stance was fundamentally problematic, committing a serious and fundamental error. What use was there for such blind media, giving them the guts? Did they dare to expose the murder case across the lake bridge? But it turned out they were indeed writing that article, preparing to send it out. It had an air of determination to create panic until the end. And who exactly is Liufeng? Suddenly, the media reporters' gazes towards him underwent a dramatic change. They retracted their previous contempt and became serious. They instantly realized that this person was far from an ordinary grassroots hero. The network of connections and power behind him likely exceeded imagination. After all, just looking at his relationship with Qin Yin, there were countless intricate ties. Being favored and protected like this was no small matter. One must know that Qin Yin, a well-known figure in the police force, was a name that resonated loudly for them. It was difficult for an ordinary person to catch her eye, let alone be defended by her like this. The reporters began to speculate in their hearts, reassessing Liufeng. Of course, Qin Yin didn't care how they thought. Defending Liufeng was merely one reason. The fundamental reason was that this media outlet had deep-rooted connections with the Yang family. It can even be said to be the Yang family's family business. When old Mr. Yang was still in charge, the media was dedicated to praising him. But now, the Yang brothers have been severely beaten by Liufeng. And unable to vent their anger, the Yang family is naturally trying every means to find trouble with Liufeng. Today's farce seemed to come out of nowhere. But in reality, there are already signs. Unfortunately for him, he ran into his own trap. Qin Yan's gaze was sharp as she scanned the crowd and said coldly, "We have always valued our cooperation with the media. But this reporter has no tolerance for the heroes of Qin City. Such behavior is absolutely unacceptable. We cannot allow our heroes to bleed and weep. Can we? You all continue. Liufeng, I'll be waiting for you outside. After the interview, come find me." With that, Qin Yin strode away with a tall and graceful posture. However, the tense atmosphere on site lingered for a long time without easing. Chapter 83. taking action against Qin Yin. Chu Liufeng blinked in surprise, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. All right, Team Qin. To be honest, Qin Yan's biased handling of the situation was quite unexpected for him. It seemed like Qin Yin had a good impression of him. He wasn't sure what she wanted from him. Soon, the interview continued. However, the atmosphere on site became more serious than before, and the interview delved deeper and more meticulously. When the interview concluded smoothly, Chu Liufeng turned to Su Jinyan, gently squeezing her palm, and said softly, "Teacher Su, you should head back first. I'll come to see you when I have time." Su Jinyan's cheeks flushed slightly as she softly responded with an Taking advantage of the others not paying attention, she gave Chu Liufeng a peck on the cheek. "I'll leave now. Remember to contact me when you have time." A playful smile curled at the corners of her mouth as she raised her new phone, the same model as Chu Liufeng's, and waved her fist in the air, warning him with a fierce expression, "If you dare to ignore me, be careful, or I'll hit you." Okay, I definitely won't forget you, Teacher Su." Chu Liufeng's eyes were filled with affection. He admired her graceful figure as she departed. Her long, shapely legs were simply stunning and truly pleasing to the eye. Retracting his gaze, he strolled to a corner and saw Qin Yin standing there, her brows slightly furrowed, seemingly lost in thought. Chu Liufeng walked over with a cheerful smile. "Team Qin, what brings you here?" Qin Yan's originally serious and stern face softened into a gentle smile upon seeing Chu Liufeng, making one feel like they were basking in spring sunshine. Even her voice turned melodious and soft. "I came to see if you were hurt." As they chatted face to face, Chu Liufeng noticed a hint of fatigue hidden in Qin Yan's eyes, a mark left by prolonged high-pressure situations, as if she hadn't rested properly for a long time. Chu Liufeng waved his hand dismissively. "No, come on, who could hurt me?" Qin Yin paused slightly, a trace of guilt flashing across her expression. Her voice dipping a bit. "I saw the attack you suffered on the lake bridge. I'm sorry we couldn't protect you well. If it weren't for your outstanding skills, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Chu Liufeng shook his head. "Team Qin, it's not your fault. Who could have predicted this would happen? You didn't come all this way just to say that, did you?" Qin Yin nodded seriously. "That's true. Chu Liufeng, I came to tell you that you must not go out in the near future. Special operations in Qin City have fully commenced, and in no more than 10 days, I can give Qin City a thorough cleansing. During this time, I hope you can stay at home and avoid going out. Those people, if their first retaliation fails, may very well resort to other means. I know you're skilled, but you can't always turn danger into safety." Looking at Qin Yan's serious expression, the concern she felt was evident. Chu Liufeng furrowed his brow, thinking of the two people wielding golden and silver dragon-headed canes. Who exactly wanted to take revenge on him? The Yang family. Do they have such power? Or is it someone else? Qin Yan's gaze was fixed on Chu Liufeng, her eyes gentle yet resolute. And she said softly, "It's not just the Yang family. They're only one of many suspects. I can't reveal too much right now. But one thing is certain. The enemy is far more dangerous than you think. Not just you. Even I might be. But you don't need to worry. I will handle it completely, and it won't take long." She didn't finish that sentence, but from her serious expression, Chu Liufeng could infer a lot. This made his eyes narrow slightly. Even Qin Yin dared to take action? This group of people certainly had some capabilities. Just as Chu Liufeng was about to speak, Qin Yan's phone suddenly vibrated. She answered the call, and her expression instantly turned extremely grim. The voice on the other end was urgent, indicating the situation was serious. "Team Qin, there are armed criminals taking hostages on Qingxi Road." Hearing this, Qin Yan's brows shot up, her eyes instantly turning as cold as frost. Each word seemed to be spat out through clenched teeth. "Where's the negotiation expert? Hurry and send someone over. Snipers, get into position and be ready to take out the criminals. Keep the hostage takers calm. Wait for me, I'll be there shortly." Despite Qin Yan's voice being low, Chu Liufeng's hearing had been enhanced by the system, so he could clearly hear the contents of the call. Another kidnapping? And armed? No less. Goodness, is this really Qin City? Are we sure it's not Gotham? However, amidst his astonishment, Chu Liufeng's eyes flickered. Could this mean he could kill the criminals without any responsibility? Moreover, could this potentially earn him some credit? After hanging up, Qin Yin said with a serious and icy expression, "Chu Liufeng, I have an emergency situation here. We can talk later. Remember what I said. Stay at home during this time. Before she could finish, she turned to leave quickly. But at that moment, Liufeng reacted quickly and grabbed her arm. Team Qin, I'm going too. Qin Yin paused, surprised, and turned to look at Liufeng, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of barely noticeable astonishment. At that moment, Liufeng seemed like a different person. The originally sunny and energetic college student now exuded a cold and fierce aura, his demeanor undergoing a dramatic transformation. Especially his bright eyes, which even hinted at a bloodthirsty desire. This sudden change made Qin Yan's heart skip a beat, and instinctively, she nodded. All right. In the blink of an eye, an armored police car sped out of the hospital, racing towards Qingxi Road. Along the way, several traffic lights were controlled, all turning green to ensure the police car could pass through smoothly. When the police car arrived at the scene, Qin Yan felt a heaviness in her heart. This was a large entertainment venue, one of the key targets of her special operations from last night. During the operation, over 100 people had been arrested, and unexpectedly, such a turn of events had occurred. The police had completely sealed off the surrounding area. The negotiation expert had already arrived and was struggling to communicate with the criminals using a megaphone. What is the situation now? Director Wang Jun had arrived early. Upon seeing Qin Yan, he quickly ran over. His eyes widened in surprise when he noticed Liufeng following her. When did this kid get involved with Director Qin? However, given the urgent situation, it wasn't the time for such thoughts. Director Wang quickly handed over a pair of binoculars, his expression serious as he said, Team Qin, here's the situation. During our search, an unidentified foreigner suddenly appeared. Without saying a word, he shot one of our men and took 6 hostages. Given his demeanor, he is likely a professional mercenary, very cunning, and knows how to find angles. Our snipers can't find a chance to take him out. The negotiation expert is currently negotiating with him, but his demands are for a fully fueled armored vehicle, which must be prepared within half an hour. Also, spit it out. Director Wang hesitated slightly. He also demands you, Team Qin, to go in exchange for the hostages, or he'll kill everyone. Chapter 84. How about I give it a try? Upon hearing this, Qin Yan's brows furrowed instantly, her gaze sharp as an eagle's. Targeting her? Liufeng was also slightly surprised. He knew the situation was serious, but didn't expect it to be this severe. They were even playing their cards openly, blatantly targeting Qin Yan. However, Qin Yan had experienced similar situations many times before. Her mood remained unaffected. Many wanted her dead, yet she was the one who survived until the end. Who were the hostages? What was the current situation? Director Wang replied quickly. Those hostages are all staff from the entertainment center. Currently, they are not in life-threatening danger, but they're all severely frightened, and their emotions are extremely unstable. This mercenary is very cunning. He has been hiding inside the building, using one hostage as a shield for cover, making it difficult for us to approach. As he spoke, Director Wang raised his hand and pointed sharply. Following his direction, in the corner of the second floor of the entertainment center, a vague figure flickered. Liufeng activated his perspective and instantly saw that it was a foreign man with a sinister expression, slender in build, hiding behind a terrified woman. Using her body in the corner for cover, he had one hand tightly gripping the woman's neck and the other holding a gun against her lower back. The man was observing the outside movements cautiously through the narrow gap of the woman's delicate neck. His face wore a ferocious grin as he excitedly discussed terms with the negotiation expert. In the innermost part of the second floor, 5 people were tied together, looking desperately at the robber. Take me to the sniper's position, Qin Yan said sharply, putting down her binoculars, her tone crisp and decisive. Soon, the group quickly made their way to the sniper position in the adjacent building. There, several snipers were focused intently on their targets, sweat beading on their foreheads. Their expressions tense, indicating the immense pressure. How is it? Do you have confidence? Qin Yan looked at the snipers, her brows knitted. Several snipers shook their heads helplessly, their faces filled with frustration. We can't shoot. That guy is too cunning. He hardly shows his face, always observing from the hostage's neck, hiding himself tightly, making it impossible to find a shooting angle. Let me see. Qin Yan took the sniper rifle from one of the snipers. Her movements skilled and swift as she lay down, pressing her eyes close to the scope to carefully observe the situation. Indeed, as the sniper said, the criminal was exceptionally clever, hardly revealing himself, merely pushing the woman out while hiding behind her, completely concealed. However, Xing Yan's keen eyes quickly spotted a flaw. It was not entirely impossible to take a shot. There was one way, and that was to shoot through the narrow gap of the woman's delicate neck, which could hit the mercenary's eye and possibly kill him. But Xing Yan observed the wind direction and speed, her brain racing at high speed, predicting the probability of hitting. After a while, her brows involuntarily furrowed slightly. At such a distance, trying to hit the criminal with one shot was not entirely without a chance, but it was like a fantasy, with less than a 5 centimeters gap and at this distance. If it were a stationary target, Xing Yan had confidence she could do it. But this mercenary knew there were snipers aiming at him. So he was very careful, retreating to the corner every time he spoke, waiting a while before carelessly extending an eye through the neck gap to cautiously observe the outside situation. This made the difficulty of the shot increase exponentially. In this situation, it was impossible for anyone to hit him, unless she had some sort of cheat. But there were no cheats in reality. How is it, Team Xing? Can you do it? Director Wang's voice trembled slightly, filled with urgency and concern. Xing Yan squinted her eyes, unwilling to shake her head. I can't hit him. These 3 short words fell like a heavy hammer on everyone's hearts. Then, what should we do now? We absolutely cannot agree to his terms. How about I lead a team to make a rear assault? Director Wang's voice was extremely grave, with the other side targeting Xing Yan so directly. If the hostages were exchanged, Xing Yan would almost certainly face death. This was not even worth thinking about. Not only would her life be lost, but the operation that the Qin City Police had painstakingly prepared would also fail. Xing Yan bore a heavy responsibility leading this special operation. Kidnapping her was equivalent to kidnapping the entire Qin City, which was absolutely unacceptable. But if they didn't change, the hostages would die. Those behind the scenes would take the opportunity to launch a public opinion attack, shaping Xing Yan's image as someone who feared for her life. This would trigger a series of negative chain reactions, and the public would be extremely disappointed in the police. Even if the truth was clarified in the end, it would still be a massive blow to Xing Yan's reputation. It was a blatant scheme, and the people behind it were extremely ruthless. Xing Yan furrowed her brows, lost in thought, and said in a deep voice, "Let the negotiation expert satisfy his terms first, closely monitor the robber's movements, and then give me a handgun." Xing Yan's face was cold. There was no trace of fear in her eyes. Instead, she appeared even more determined. Since she put on this uniform, she had never feared death. "No, Team Xing, you absolutely cannot go." Director Wang's face changed rapidly. "We can find someone with a similar build to you to disguise. And then I, along with a few agile officers, can escort you in secret." Liufeng also grabbed Xing Yan's arm and said solemnly, "Calm down, Team Xing. If you go like this, you're falling right into their trap. You can't get into trouble." Seeing the serious expressions on everyone's faces, Xing Yan smiled slightly, her smile carrying a hint of confidence and composure. "What are you all thinking? I'm not that foolish. I definitely have confidence in doing this. During the hostage exchange, I will shoot and kill him." She had absolute confidence in her shooting skills. If it was within 50 meters, if the criminal wanted to face her in a gunfight, he would definitely be the one to die. Moreover, if I go out, I can attract all of the robbers' attention, creating more opportunities for you. Once an opportunity arises, just shoot. Director Wang's brows were tightly locked, his eyes filled with worry. "Still not possible. Team Xing, this is too dangerous. The moment you appear, the other side might shoot." The other officers in the police department also advised, "Yes, Team Xing, this isn't just your matter. Even if there are consequences later, we'll bear it together. Even in the worst-case scenario, if those 6 hostages are sacrificed, we absolutely cannot let anything happen to Xing Yan." Liufeng also blocked Xing Yan, saying solemnly, "Team Xing, the risk is too great. It's really inappropriate. You are the backbone of Qin City. You absolutely cannot have any issues." Seeing this, Xing Yan pressed her lips together and also gave up the idea. Then the group began to think of various tactics. But no matter how they thought about it, in the best-case scenario, at least one hostage would die, and the probability of that was very low. The robber was a professional mercenary, and if he really fought back, it would be a massacre for the unarmed hostages. The best-case scenario was still to shoot the robber from a distance, but that was also the hardest to achieve. Just when everyone was at a loss, finally, Liufeng could not hold back any longer and said, "Team Qin, how about I give it a try?" Liufeng, everyone step back. I'm about to start acting. Chapter 85, Defying Heaven. Half a child, Liufeng. Liufeng was getting impatient. What was the hold-up? It was just a matter of shooting a robber in the head from a few hundred meters away. Was it really that difficult? He had a gun in hand. Although it sounded unbelievable, sorry, but that was just my daily routine. Plus, after playing with guns so many times these past few days, sometimes when facing the evil abyss, careful aiming was necessary. So, Liufeng appeared confident. But upon hearing this, Qin Yin was taken aback, as were Director Wang and the others. Even the sniper was stunned. They all looked at Liufeng with surprise. "You want to try?" Qin Yin's gaze shifted, fixating intently on Liufeng. Liufeng confidently replied, "Yeah, trust me. This distance is no problem." After all, others wanting to master sniping needed innate talent and years of hard work. There was no other way. But he had relied on the system to instantly enhance his skills. The difference was clear. My achievements today are all thanks to my willingness to help others. Right, Dad? Who says the sharpshooter skills given by the system are useless? Isn't it time to use them? Someone frowned, sizing Liufeng up, their expression revealing displeasure. Bombarding him with questions. "Who are you? How did you end up here? Why should we trust you?" He was the hero of Qin Sheng, the Liufeng who had killed 10 robbers just days ago, who had come with Team Qin. Someone explained, emphasizing the name Team Qin. Upon hearing this, the person's expression changed, scratching their head awkwardly. "Oh, it's you, my apologies. But Mr. Chu, I know you're impressive, but this is different from fighting robbers." Qin Yin raised her hand, stopping the person from speaking. Then, with sharp, cold eyes, she stared hard at Liufeng, as if trying to see through him. At that moment, she couldn't help but recall the scene on the Quahu Bridge, where Liufeng dodged bullets with incredible speed and threw a steel rod that struck a robber's head directly. In terms of martial arts, even 7 or 8 people would not be a match for Liufeng. However, Qin Yin said seriously, "Liufeng, this is not like your previous life and death struggles. The opponent is a professional mercenary. Any slight mistake could cost a hostage their life." Liufeng shrugged, nonchalantly replied, "I know, Team Qin, but you don't have a better option right now. I've observed carefully. Each time the robber senses movement outside, at the moment their eyes peek out from the gap in the hostage's neck, though brief, if I catch that opportunity, I can hit him instantly." Qin Yan's eyes widened in shock, and the others stared at him incredulously. "You can see that far? Even they need binoculars or sniper scopes to see such details." Liufeng, with just his naked eyes, was able to see so clearly. Liufeng grinned. "I forgot to mention, my vision is better than many pilots." That wasn't the point. A sniper beside him couldn't help but speak up. "That's true, but that gap is less than 5 centimeters, and the distance is so great. His movements are erratic, and the chance of hitting the hostage is nearly 100%. It's impossible to hit the robber. A bullet from a sniper rifle to the throat, let alone hitting, even grazing it would cause enough force to instantly crush the trachea, killing the hostage immediately. One could say that long-range sniping meant dealing with both the hostage and the robber at once. This contradicted the very intention of rescuing the hostage. Liufeng did not refute. Instead, he stared intently at Qin Yin. In the past, he would use such a gaze to intimidate others. He never expected that one day someone would look at him this way. Qin Yin felt a strange, tingling sensation for being stared at. She bit her silver teeth and said in a deep voice, "How confident are you?" 50%. He originally wanted to say 90%, but that was too absolute and others would definitely not believe it. But even just 50% was a terrifying probability. Even if Qin Yin took action herself, she would only have a 1 or 2% chance. Qin Yin took a deep breath, her eyes fixed on Liufeng, and after a moment, she finally spoke. "All right, give him the sniper rifle." Team Qin. Wang Jun immediately panicked, and the others showed anxious expressions. Isn't this too risky? Chu Liufeng hasn't undergone professional sniper training. Let me lead a team to storm in. But Chu Liufeng had already taken the sniper rifle, lying down completely. The moment he touched the sniper rifle, all information about the weapon automatically surfaced in his mind, as if he had trained with it countless times before. CSLR-4 high-precision sniper rifle, range up to 1,000 meters, effective distance 600 meters, using 7.62mm caliber bullets. This was also the gun used by the renowned director Qi. As Chu Liufeng silently recited in his mind, his fingers moved swiftly, quickly checking the state of the weapon. He transformed, expertly cycling the bolt, confirming that there were no obstructions in the chamber, and carefully inspecting the magazine, which was full of bullets glinting in the sunlight. Seeing this, Qin Yan's beautiful eyes lit up, and Wang Jun's widened eyes were also stunned. What the hell is this proficiency? Like you've trained 1,000 or 800 times. The sniper beside him was also dumbfounded. Having practiced sniping for over a decade, he could tell at a glance whether someone was a veteran or a novice. He was certain that just moments ago, Chu Liufeng was a complete novice. Not to mention sniping, he probably hadn't even touched a sniper rifle before. This was also why he questioned Chu Liufeng. But now that he had the gun, it was as if a god had possessed him, even more skilled than someone who made a living off sniping. What the hell was this? Did you pray to the gods of the Hall of Heroes and get an Uzi in response? Did you actually summon a god? He was dumbfounded. Regardless of their emotional ups and downs, Chu Liufeng slightly adjusted his position, gently resting his cheek against the stock, bringing his eyes close to the scope. This sniper rifle featured a high-precision white light scope with a variable magnification of up to 32 times. He gently turned the adjustment knob, setting the magnification to the most suitable value for the current distance. Through the scope, the distant robber holding the hostage was instantly magnified. The hostage's eyes were filled with fear, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face, her body trembling slightly due to extreme fear. On her slender neck, the robber's menacing eye was clearly visible to Chu Liufeng. Who? He exhaled softly. At this distance, hitting the robber without harming the hostage was indeed very difficult for an ordinary person, almost impossible. Even if the top snipers were called in, the risks would still be extremely high. It was too easy to accidentally harm the hostage. It could easily lead to the hostage's death. This contradicted the very intention of rescuing the hostage. Of course, if this were in the country of the bears, they would have probably opened fire by now. After all this delay, the robber would have likely been shot to pieces. Hostage? What hostage? Just a body of an unfortunate victim and the corpse of a vicious robber. The hostage didn't matter. Eliminating terrorists was the primary goal. But for Chu Liufeng, with the system at hand, he had everything. The robber had to die, and the hostage had to live. What? Impossible? The challenge is the impossible. Under the effect of the conceptual level sharpshooter skill, there's no need to aim intentionally. The bullets will automatically adhere to the target. How can this miss? Chapter 86. 1 shot to the chest, 2 shots to the head. Even the gods would shake their heads, seeing Chu Liufeng operate so skillfully. It was as if he had experienced countless battles. Qin Yan's eyes once again revealed a complex look of shock. Her brows furrowed slightly as she instinctively clenched her fists. Chu Liufeng, Director Wang, witnessing this, felt a bit surprised but was more worried. He said in a deep voice, "Team Qin, this is really too risky. I still think we should have the assault team flank from behind." Even professional snipers and Qin Yan couldn't do anything. You're just an ordinary person, yet you say you have a 50% chance? Isn't this child's play? However, Qin Yan narrowed her eyes slightly and replied coldly, "If the sky falls, I will take responsibility. I trust him." There was a tone in her voice that brooked no dissent. For some reason, perhaps the deep impression left by Chu Liufeng's 2 previous life-and-death battles, she felt an inexplicable sense of trust in him. This little man seemed to always be able to unleash incredible strength in dire situations. Moreover, he was so skilled that it seemed he was truly confident. Though she herself found it hard to believe, there was an inexplicable sense of trust in Qin Yan's heart, especially with the sudden change in Chu Liufeng's demeanor and his deep, fierce gaze. It was so familiar, too familiar. In Chu Liufeng, Qin Yan saw a shadow of her former self, But this man displayed an even greater confidence and composure than her once fearless self. It was as if everything was within his grasp. She didn't know if it was the naive bravery of a calf that knows no fear or if he truly had incredible skills. Because of this, she was willing to give Chu Liufeng a chance to prove himself. Even if the worst situation occurred, she would take responsibility. At the scene, the negotiation expert continued to negotiate, but the robber had already lost patience. "Stop the nonsense. I know your sniper is aiming at me. Does he dare to shoot? If I die, she dies. They all die." The woman was terrified, uncontrollably shedding tears of fear, her body shaking violently. Seeing this, the robber laughed disdainfully. "There are 5 minutes left. If I don't see the armor car or Xing Yishan come over, then she dies first." Ha ha! Upon hearing this, the woman's face turned pale with fear. If it weren't for the robber gripping her neck, she might not have been able to stand. But at that moment, as the robber's rebellious eyes peeked through the gap in the woman's neck, a cold glint flashed in Chu Liufeng's eyes, and he unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Bang! A dull gunshot rang out. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the second floor of the entertainment center. Ha ha ha! The next moment, the robber's laughter abruptly ceased. A 7.62mm sniper bullet shot in from outside, shattering the window glass and piercing through the gap in the woman's neck, accurately hitting his menacing eye. The immense power even penetrated directly into his head. In an instant, his eyeball exploded and all sorts of red, black, and white liquids splattered out. The airflow from the bullet made the woman's skin sting. The robber's head jerked back violently, and the gun in his hand fell to the ground. Ah! The woman let out a piercing scream, her legs giving way as she squatted down, tightly closing her eyes and clutching her head. As she crouched down, it exposed most of the robber's body. Bang! Bang! 2 more gunshots rang out. Then, the center of the robber's forehead burst into a spray of blood. His head blown apart. Combined with the previously exploded left eye, half of his head was completely shattered. Blood also erupted from his chest. 1 shot to the chest. 2 shots to the head. Even the gods would shake their heads. Quick, Team 1, Team 2, rush in and rescue the hostages. The moment Chu Liufeng fired, Xing Yishan immediately gave the order. Regardless of whether he hit or not, they had to force their way in. After all, if he hit, it would be fine. But if he missed, the robber would become enraged and several hostages would die. Yet, she felt a weight in her heart. Because the CSLR-4 high-precision sniper rifle could kill the robber with a single shot, but Chu Liufeng had fired 3 shots. She raised her binoculars, unblinking as she watched the second floor of the bathing center. Everything had happened too quickly, and with the interference of shattered glass. She couldn't tell if the robber had been killed or had hidden away. Upon hearing the order, the 2 teams of special police ambushed at the bathing center quickly rushed upstairs. As everyone anxiously awaited news, soon, the walkie-talkie transmitted an exhilarating voice. Team Xing, the robber has been successfully killed, and no hostages were injured. The voice from the walkie-talkie was clear. The scene first fell into a dead silence. Then shock surged like a tidal wave, instantly flooding everyone's hearts. Holy crap, they actually succeeded. Everyone looked at Chu Liufeng in disbelief, especially Director Wang, who had previously doubted him. At this moment, he widened his eyes instinctively, filled with disbelief. "I'm sorry, I admit I spoke too loudly just now." Xing Yishan was no exception. She quickly raised her binoculars, watching the robber's body being carried out from the bathing center. 1 shot to the chest, 2 shots to the head. The death was exceedingly tragic. She abruptly turned to look at Chu Liufeng, her red lips instinctively parting in disbelief. Her originally cool and stern beautiful eyes now filled with deep shock. 3 shots. All 3 shots hit. Moreover, it was 1 shot to the chest and 2 shots to the head. Such marksmanship. Even someone as confident and proud as she couldn't achieve that. Not to mention her, even the top snipers of the world's elite special forces couldn't do it. Yet it was accomplished by an ordinary university student. Wait, you call this an ordinary male university student? How is this possible? She finally murmured, her voice trembling with a realization she hadn't even noticed herself. A storm surged in her heart. She considered herself well-versed in people, but had never encountered someone as mysterious as Chu Liufeng. At first glance, he seemed like just a handsome, youthful university student. But the strength he displayed was terrifying, and his shooting skills were incredible. What on earth is Chu Liufeng's background? In fact, she had already investigated his background. His family had a bit of money, but not much. He was very diligent and eager to learn, always helping others. He had performed well in his studies throughout his life, and from all angles, he seemed to be an exceptionally outstanding child, definitely among the top of his peers. The kind of child that some parents would refer to as the other family's child. But no matter how outstanding he shouldn't be this extraordinary. Whether it was his displayed skills or marksmanship, he was even better than some top special forces elite soldiers. This was not normal for an ordinary university student. You actually know how to shoot? She trembled with excitement, grabbing Chu Liufeng's large hand and asking a rather silly question. The robber has been killed. What do you say? But this also showed that Xing Yan's mind was currently in a state of confusion from the shock. Others were also staring at Chu Liufeng in shock, as if they were trying to see through him completely. Chu Liufeng forced a shy smile and said, I practiced during military training. You learned this in military training? A few snipers blinked in surprise, looking at each other and seeing the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Is university now so intense? Teaching students to the extreme? Are they treating college students like new recruits in an elite special forces unit? But still, what is the purpose of teaching this kind of thing? Summer Country University. Your political stance is very dangerous. Chapter 87. Anti-stalking seems to have a hole. We learned how to suppress the gun during military training. Chu Liufeng scratched his head innocently. Especially the gun suppression technique. It had been extremely useful, saving him from many awkward situations. Military training again. Xing Yan's beautiful eyes were fixed on Chu Liufeng, unable to help but chuckle, playfully rolling her eyes at him. Just that one glance left Wang Jun and the others dumbfounded, feeling like their brains had gone blank. What the hell? When did the usually serious Xing Yin show such a stunningly beautiful side? They had never seen Xing Yin smile like this before. In their perception, Xing Yin had always been the decisive and cold iron lady, exuding an awe-inspiring aura that commanded deep respect. But the playful look before them was so vivid and lively, such a stark contrast, resembling a little woman, making it impossible for them to reconcile the image with the cold Qin team they remembered. Everyone exchanged glances, as if confirming whether this was their own illusion. Is this really the usually serious and aloof Qin team? Answer me. They stood frozen, the image of Xing Yan's playful expression echoing in their minds, unable to regain their senses for a long time. However, Xing Yan didn't care about their reactions. She crouched down to help Chu Liufeng up, looking at his innocent expression, feeling both amused and exasperated. Was the skill learned during military training, or was it just for show? Could it be that summer university was the selection ground for elite troops? Although everyone had their secrets, this was a bit too much to take for granted. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. She took a deep look at Chu Liufeng, cleared her throat, and her voice returned to its cool tone. All right, Chu Liufeng, you've done a great job this time. Let us go handle the aftermath. Soon, a group of people hurriedly ran down. When they saw the horrific state of the bandit's body, it sent chills down their spines. A shot to the chest, 2 shots to the head, 3 shots, all hitting vital spots. The face was unrecognizable, blood splattered everywhere. Their gazes towards Chu Liufeng changed again, especially the snipers exchanging glances, almost wishing they could immediately take him as their master. At this distance, hitting 1 shot would be considered excellent in regular training. But hitting 3 consecutive shots in vital areas was almost unbelievable, as if he were cheating. Especially the woman hostage, who was extremely frightened, although she collapsed on the ground, crying loudly. There were no visible injuries on her neck, just a bit of redness on the skin. This is getting a bit scary, brother. While Xing Yin was calmly directing the situation. In the villa, Xing Yishan let out a soft moan, finally waking up. She opened her sleepy eyes, then quickly squinted to adapt to the dazzling light, stretching her hands around, feeling unfamiliar surroundings. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide and realized it was already bright outside, and the sunlight was glaring. How long has it been? Where's Xiaofeng? Slowly sitting up, She felt like her body was falling apart. Sigh. I'm getting old. Can't compare to the young ones. Recalling last night's scene. He was simply not human, more like a bull. A wild bull. Bad Liufeng. I said not to play anymore. She pouted her pink lips, murmuring with a hint of grievance, but the affection in her eyes was almost overflowing. Glancing around on the floor, she didn't see her pajamas. She casually put on some clothes, exposing her smooth, fair long legs, and stepped out of the room with her delicate feet. Liufeng, where are you? After calling a few times, the villa was empty and no one responded. Strange, where did this little rascal run off to? She wondered, her expression a bit gloomy. After a few intimate encounters, she couldn't help but feel a desire to be close to Liufeng. Waking up in the morning without seeing his familiar figure left her feeling a little empty and lost. Pouting her lips, a bit unhappy, she was about to go make breakfast. Only then did she notice a lovingly prepared breakfast on the dining table. Looking at the beautifully fried egg and slices of bread, with a cup of milk and oatmeal beside it, it was clear that Liufeng had put an effort. This warmed Xing Yishan's heart a little, and her lips curled into a smile again. At least you're thoughtful, kid. I didn't spoil you for nothing. As she bit into a piece of bread, she suddenly noticed a few notes underneath. Auntie, I have something to do, love you. This little rascal, what is he doing out so early? She drank the milk and oatmeal in one go, letting out a satisfied burp before humming, Auntie loves you too, just as she was about to clean up the table. Wait a minute. The sun's shining. Xing Yishan's eyes suddenly widened as she picked up the second note. My little treasure, eat a slice of bread for you. Liufeng is here too? She frowned, a hint of panic appearing on her face. Why is this silly Cece in her house again? Is the villa's door locked just for decoration? Oh. She slapped her forehead, remembering that the door lock had been broken yesterday, and she hadn't replaced it. But why was this silly Cece looking for her? Normally, she was the one drunk, making her go find her. Why has she been so persistent these past 2 days? Xing Yishan blinked. It seemed this silly Cece wasn't looking for her at all, but rather for Liufeng. Remembering how Liufeng clung to Liufeng, almost like a koala, wanting to be with him all the time, Xing Yishan felt a bit uncomfortable. This drunkard always crossed boundaries with Liufeng. She hugs him when she wants, kisses him when she wants, says whatever she pleases, her eyes full of the desire to devour Liufeng, while she had to maintain a secret relationship with him. Thinking this way, Xing Yishan felt a knot in her heart, a feeling of jealousy rising within her. After all, they had shared everything, and although she claimed not to care, she had an instinctual possessiveness towards Liufeng. Instinctively, she didn't want Liufeng to interact with other women, wanting him to only pamper her. But rationality told her that due to various factors in reality, Liufeng couldn't belong to her. Thus, whatever Liufeng did with Liufeng had nothing to do with her. As long as no one would emotionally hurt him, she shouldn't feel such strong possessiveness. Although she tried to convince herself, she still pouted, feeling a bit gloomy. Suddenly, looking at the 2 notes, Xing Yishan furrowed her brows. Liufeng. They wouldn't have gone out together, would they? With Liufeng's proactive nature, they might even be at it again while she was sleeping. Now, they might be in their 3rd or 4th round. She couldn't help but pull out her phone, wanting to call Liufeng. Meanwhile, on the other side, in an office, Liufeng was casually resting her long, tight legs, wrapped in black stockings on the desk, with red high heels dangling from her toes. Swaying back and forth, she was lazily leaning back in her chair, constantly taking pictures with her phone. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, displaying a mischievous and cute smile with a hint of pride. Oh, dear nephew, come quickly and take a look. It seems like there's a hole in my stockings. Chapter 88. Don't drink and drive. Don't drive after drinking. Looking at the panicked and terrified hostages being rescued, Liufeng furrowed his brows, especially when he glanced at the body of the mercenary he had just shot. It wasn't that he felt any particular emotion from killing him. It was mainly because, through his perspective ability, he saw the body was covered with various bullet marks and gunshot wounds, clearly indicating that he was a seasoned soldier. There was no difference between this group and the ones that attacked him yesterday. This group was so audacious that they even dared to target Qin, which was somewhat shocking, especially considering their special identity. Perhaps Qin City should be renamed Gotham. He could transform into a vigilante and protect this city from now on. He also wondered if Qin Yan could handle it. Chu Liufeng raised his head and stared at Qin Yan's cold, determined face. Her eyes showed no fluctuation. She had clearly experienced a lot. Moreover, if it weren't difficult, the provincial committee wouldn't have sent her here. Of course, greater danger often comes with greater opportunities. If she could handle the situation in Qin City well, her future career would be smooth sailing. And judging by her confident demeanor, she might already have a plan in mind. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Chu Liufeng's mind. Ding! Detected that the host has killed a fierce bandit and successfully rescued the hostages. Reward: Danger Perception skill upgraded to Danger Range Perception. Danger Range Perception. While the original Danger Perception skill remains unchanged, the host can freely add subjects for Danger Perception. When the added subjects are about to face danger, whether from physical attacks, environmental crises, or other potential threats, the host will sense it synchronously and receive early warnings. Danger Range Perception. After hearing the system's prompt, Chu Liufeng's eyes narrowed. Wow, this system is quite considerate. Such a thoughtful feature is rare these days. Joy surged in his heart. This came just in time and was incredibly useful. Just now, he was somewhat worried. This group dared to target Qin Yan, so they definitely viewed him as a thorn in their side. If one attack failed, they would certainly be brewing a larger crisis. Although he was unbothered, with the system's help, he could fear no one. However, if those people avoided him and targeted those around him instead, that would be like Aunt Xing, Li Mengxi, Teacher Su, etc. Each woman was precious to him. He didn't want to see them in danger, nor would he allow it to happen. Now that he had this danger perception, it would be even more useful. In case of an emergency, he could rush to save them the fastest. The system being so considerate lifted Chu Liufeng's spirits. He thought for a moment and decided to first add his mother, Lin Wanshu. His mother had always been the most important person in his heart, no doubt. Next, he added Xing Yishan, Li Mengxi, Su Jinyan, and after some thought, he added Qin Yan as well. Although she seemed clever and bold, with impressive intelligence and an impressive resume, he couldn't shake the feeling that she was somewhat naive. Of course, this could be due to his own strength rather than her weakness. Moreover, she had to lead the upcoming special operation. That group would definitely retaliate if one attack failed, willing to pay any price for a slim chance of survival. The danger level for Qin Yan was almost maxed out. He thought again and added Simping and Song Yujie as well. The situation of this mother-daughter pair was also concerning. Song Yujie's illness was not life-threatening, but he worried that Simping might not be able to handle it. If she fell ill, Song Yujie would also be doomed. Both mother and daughter urgently needed his help. Soon, the names of the 7 women appeared in the system. This way, he could check each person's safety status at any time to see if they needed his help. After checking, he quickly got results. Everyone was safe for now, with no immediate crises. However, what surprised Chu Liufeng was that Li Mengxi's name was slightly red, indicating that she would soon encounter a bit of danger. But the level of danger was not severe. But what was going on? Why was it Li Mengxi? Chu Liufeng was puzzled. He had considered the possibility of danger for others, like Teacher Su being retaliated against or Qin Yan encountering danger. But he never thought it would be this drunken aunt. What kind of danger could occur with her? Wait, Chu Liufeng's eyes shifted. She wouldn't be drinking and driving, would she? Given her personality, it was very likely. No way. He had to find Li Mengxi to investigate the matter thoroughly. He needed to find out the reason. No matter what, he absolutely could not let her continue her heavy drinking. She had to understand the importance of not drinking and driving, and not driving after drinking. While Chu Liufeng was lost in thought, Qin Yan had finished making arrangements and walked over to him with her long legs. Chu Liufeng, I've had your contributions recorded. At the commendation meeting after the special operation, you'll receive special recognition. Qin Yan's voice was gentle, and her expression was not serious, giving a sense of camaraderie. After all, Chu Liufeng had helped her greatly these past few days. Today, thanks to him being there, a bloodshed incident might have been avoided, which she did not want to see. Chu Liufeng, you've helped me so much. Is there anything you need my help with? You keep helping me, and I feel bad about it. Qin Yan said with a playful smile, her tone light. Her friendly demeanor caught the attention of passing officers, who cast admiring glances. Wow, who's this guy? Even Team Qin is this amiable. He must be someone special. Just as Chu Liufeng was about to speak, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. What is dad called Dad's dad? Aunt Xing? He flashed an apologetic smile at Qin Yan. She waved her hand dismissively, signaling him to take the call. Aunt Xing, you're awake? In the villa, Xing Yishan bit her lip and spoke hesitantly, I'm awake. Xiaofeng, where have you been? Glancing at the mercenary's body being covered with a cloth, Chu Liufeng blinked. I just sniped someone. If he said this, Xing Yishan would probably be scared out of her wits. Captain Qin from the provincial office needed me for something. I'm with her. What's up? Aunt Xing? Xing Yishan was taken aback and instinctively asked, Qin Yan? Li Mengxi isn't with you? Li Mengxi? I don't know. I didn't see her today. What's wrong? Aunt Xing? And no, it's nothing. I was just asking. You can go back to what you were doing. Not with Silly Cece? When did Silly Cece arrive? Xing Yishan felt inexplicably happy and was about to hang up the phone. Wait, Aunt Xing. Chu Liufeng suddenly said, Captain Qin, I actually have a little trouble and need your help. Qin Yan raised an eyebrow. Oh? Chapter 89. Xing Yishan. Although it hurts a bit, I can endure it by gritting my teeth. Soon, Chu Liufeng briefly recounted Xing Yishan's situation. After listening, Qin Yan nodded and said seriously, good. I will have the economic investigation team send a working group to verify the situation. The person you're speaking with is your Aunt Xing, right? She reached out and took the phone from Chu Liufeng's hand. Hello, Miss Xing, this is Qin Yan. I am aware of your debt situation. Do you have time today? On the other end of the line, Xing Yishan was somewhat stunned. Ido. Okay, please stay at home for a while, and I will have someone from the economic investigation team contact you. Qin Yan spoke in a cold voice, carrying an undeniable tone. Before Xing Yishan could respond, Qin Yan instinctively hung up the phone. Qin Yan blinked her beautiful eyes and offered an apologetic smile. Sorry, I'm used to it. As she took out her personal phone and made a call. Is this the Qin City Economic Investigation Team? I'm Qin Yan, looking for Captain 1. It's like this. Captain 1, I have a special case that may involve economic crime, and I need you to send a working group to verify the situation. Qin Yan's expression was impassive, her voice returning to its coldness as she explained the situation clearly. Soon, the other side responded that they would arrange it immediately. Understood. Captain Qin, you can directly command. Although Chu Liufeng did not quite understand the relationships involved, he knew that Qin Yan was the head of the provincial criminal investigation team and the narcotics team. The economic investigation team in Qin City, although not as high-ranking as her, logically should not be directly commanded by her, right? However, after hanging up the phone, Qin Yan looked up at Chu Liufeng with a charming expression and playfully said, Guess what? Chu Liufeng smiled helplessly. I don't know, Captain Qin. I will be in Qin City for a while, probably for 2 years, as the director of the Qin City Public Security Bureau. As she spoke, a warm smile appeared on her lips. So, how about it? After graduation, do you want to come work under me? You know I've always valued you. A hint of expectation flashed in Qin Yan's eyes. She genuinely wanted to recruit Chu Liufeng. This young man was exceptionally capable and bold. He was even more outstanding than the so-called talents she had seen before. With a bit of training, he could quickly become a strong assistant. Chu Liufeng was slightly taken aback. No wonder she could directly command the Qin City Economic Investigation Team. It turned out she was going to be the director of Qin City. TSK. This is probably a stepping stone. After staying in Qin City for 2 years and adding some experience to his resume, he could directly be promoted to deputy director of the provincial public security department. And in a few years, he could reach the position of Director Qi. Moreover, Qin Yan was so young. She might even aim higher in the future. Her future was limitless. If she were just an ordinary person, being valued by such a big shot as Qin Yan would mean a smooth path ahead in life. Unfortunately, Chu Liufeng's ambitions lay elsewhere. So he smiled and said, Captain Qin, let's talk about that later. I'm just starting college. True. Qin Yan seemed to have anticipated his refusal, gently patted his shoulder and smiled sweetly. It's just that the ability you have shown often makes me overlook your real age. No rush. Whenever you want to come, just let me know. I'll always keep a door open for you. All right, I will have someone take you back now. During this time, you can either travel or stay at home. Just try not to wander around outside. Give me some time, okay? As she spoke, a glint of cold light appeared in her eyes, as if she already had a new plan. No worries. Captain Xing, you don't have to worry about me, Just as Liufeng was about to speak, his phone vibrated again. He picked it up to see a photo that made his blood race and his nose bleed instantly. Ah, big nephew, look quick. It seems Aunt's stockings have a hole. He suddenly felt hot all over. Hiss. Qin Yin furrowed her brows. What's wrong? Did you run into some trouble? It's nothing. Liufeng coughed lightly. Captain Qin, I will head out first. If something comes up, I'll contact you. Don't worry about me. If I have trouble, I'll definitely ask for your help. Watching him leave, a hint of confusion appeared in Qin Yan's eyes. However, she shook her head, her expression returning to its coldness, and continued to command the operation. On the other side, Xing Yishan looked at the hung-up phone, feeling warmth in her heart, her lips slightly curling up into a captivatingly gentle smile. She didn't expect Liufeng to run out early in the morning to solve her troubles. She didn't know how he had gotten in touch with Qin Yin, but from the tone of their conversation, it was clear that Qin Yin held a high position and had considerable power. And for an ordinary college student like Liufeng to have connections with such a big shot, he must have gone through a lot of hardships for this. Xing Yishan thought about how to reward her thoughtful big nephew. How about agreeing to what he has always wanted? Although it might hurt a bit, she could endure it with some grit. Xing Yishan's face turned slightly hot. After all, Liufeng had done so much for her, and she didn't know how to repay him. Just as Xing Yishan was deep in thought, her phone vibrated again. Hello, is this Ms. Xing? We are from the Qin City Economic Investigation Team. Are you available right now? We will be at your home shortly. Xing Yishan's beautiful eyes trembled. Wow, this efficiency is simply amazing. After parting ways with Qin Yin, Liufeng looked at the photo of a pair of long legs on his phone. He had to admit that this shot was definitely taken by Liufeng, who had carefully chosen the angle. Those expensive high-end stockings had an excellent texture, perfectly accentuating a pair of sexy legs. Especially the foot wrapped in black stockings playfully hooking onto a high heel, constantly swaying, subtly revealing a hint of the red bottom of the heel, which made his heart race. Looking at those perfect legs, Liufeng instinctively took a deep breath. His fingers moved to zoom in on the photo, slowly enjoying it. Searching for the hole. A hole? Where's it torn? There's no hole. Is there? Isn't it perfectly fine? Just as he was about to send a message, Liufeng replied instantly. She sent a video that instantly made Liufeng's eyes widen. In the video, Liufeng extended two delicate fingers, gently pinching the stockings, then pulled hard. With a ripping sound, the expensive black stockings were instantly torn, revealing her fair, smooth thigh underneath, the skin so white it was blinding, combined with the tattered black stockings, creating an eye-popping visual effect. What about now? Liufeng holding her phone, had a rosy face, looking extremely cute. Tearing stockings is just for tearing. Her pair of bright, watery eyes blinked continuously. She was genuinely interested in her tempting big nephew. She really enjoys the way Liufeng is fascinated by her, which gives her an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Chapter 90. Investigate Liufeng properly. Who? Looking at the photos, Liufeng felt his blood racing. He couldn't help but feel 22 points of respect. His fingers continued to move. Aunt Li, is this enough for anyone to see? Can you send a few more? Just as he sent the message. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Liufeng seemed to have foreseen it, instantly sending dozens of messages. All were photos taken from various angles. Each one was carefully selected, perfectly showcasing her stunning figure. Moreover, it seemed to cater to some of Liufeng's preferences, as she deliberately found many unique angles for the photos. Sometimes elegantly kneeling, sometimes lazily lying down, sometimes reclining on an office chair, sometimes taken from below, sometimes from above. Most importantly, no matter how she posed, Liufeng's small face always bore a serious expression, exuding the noble aura of a wealthy woman. Looking at the dozens of photos, the extreme contrast gave Liufeng a dreamlike feeling. It must be said that when Liufeng was serious, she was truly captivating. In the past 2 days, he had only seen the drunk, playful, and cute side of Liufeng. But now, her expression was cold, and there was even a sense of noble dignity in her gaze, a kind of indescribable, deadly charm. How is it? Is it beautiful? Liufeng's small face turned red, and her heart couldn't help but pound. In the last photo, she elegantly knelt on the desk, turning her rosy little face to the side, gently biting her luscious red lips, revealing an extremely alluring gaze, while her small shoulder strap slipped down slightly, exposing her fair and delicate collarbone. At the same time, one hand gently tugged at the torn black stockings. The whole scene was filled with extreme beauty. Want to tear at yourself? Who? Liufeng took a deep breath, looking at the blushing Liufeng. I'm a doctor. I say she has a fever. Then she has a fever. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Liufeng quickly typed 3 words. Send the location. Liufeng, holding her phone, was momentarily stunned upon seeing the message. Then a flash of barely concealed joy passed through her eyes, and she excitedly said, Nephew, are you really coming? Why not? Whether to figure out the potential dangers surrounding Liufeng or to give this feverish woman an injection of fever-reducing medicine, he had to go. He needed to investigate her thoroughly. Here, Liufeng hurriedly sent her office building's location. Dream Building. Liufeng took a glance. The building wasn't far from him, just over 10 kilometers away. He quickly hailed a cab and sped off. Half an hour later, he arrived. Half an hour? Liufeng looked at Liufeng's message, and she instantly cheered with joy. Great, I'll wait for you. After replying, Liufeng hurriedly tossed her phone aside and jumped up from her office chair. Then, barefoot, she rushed into the lounge behind her office. Her chairman's office was meticulously transformed from the top floor of Dream Building into a spacious area, equipped with everything: a gym, a lounge, an office area, a swimming pool. And because she liked drinking, she even built a small bar. It's no exaggeration to say that this place is a luxurious, top-tier flat. Moreover, to ensure she wouldn't be seen in an embarrassing state after getting drunk, she was the only one allowed on this floor. No other employees could come up without her permission, including her secretary. The privacy was extremely high. Usually, she often brought Xing Yishan here to drink. In the bathroom, splashing, Liufeng rinsed her mouth, but after smacking her lips, she still felt a strange taste in her mouth. So she hurriedly brushed her teeth thoroughly. She felt a bit regretful. If she had known her nephew was coming, she wouldn't have eaten such spicy food at noon. However, while brushing, Liufeng's eyes curved as she suddenly smiled mischievously. It might not be bad to let her nephew experience a bit of the spicy flavor, right? Hee. But soon, as if she thought of something, she quickly shook her head. Garlic breath, garlic breath. In the beginning, he would suffer, but later it would be her turn to suffer. Better to brush her teeth properly. Soon, she gently exhaled, confirming there was no strange taste in her mouth, and hurried to the makeup area, pulling out a drawer full of cosmetics and meticulously reapplying her makeup. After about 10 minutes, she finally put away her cosmetics with satisfaction, looking at herself in the mirror. Her delicate skin was whiter than snow, and her high nose bridge complemented her smooth forehead, making her features appear exquisite and three-dimensional. Hee nephew, let us see if I can charm you to death. Liufeng revealed a happy smile, playfully making a peace sign, exuding a confident vibe. Satisfied, she sprayed herself with perfume and carefully chose a fitted dark blue dress. The fabric of the dress was of excellent quality, outlining her graceful figure, especially with the V-neck design, which perfectly highlighted her exquisite neckline. It appeared elegant and noble, yet stylishly sexy. Moreover, due to Liufeng's unique figure, this outfit was very attractive. Around her waist, she wore a red belt, giving a just-right feeling. On the surface, she looked extremely proper, like an ordinary urban fashion woman. But underneath, it was a bit. Liufeng slightly pursed her full red lips, thought for a moment, and then changed into a pair of gradient black stockings that felt great. After carefully putting them on, she stepped into a pair of red-soled high heels. How to say it? Since she wanted to embody the contrast, she would go all out, just by looking at the surface. She appeared to be the most proper person possible, who would know what she was wearing underneath. Thinking of this, an indescribable shyness arose in her heart. She had never dressed like this before. Liufeng's face instantly turned a tempting red, looking extremely beautiful. She was quite confident in her figure, especially her stunning bust, which was sure to be liked by Xiaofeng. She wondered if he would like this version of herself. He should, right? After all, even Yi, the darling, liked it that way. Liufeng leaned against the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the bustling street below, eagerly waiting to catch a glimpse of that familiar figure. Finally, after just a few minutes, a taxi stopped at the foot of Dream Building. Chu Liufeng slowly stepped out. As soon as Li Mengxi saw Chu Liufeng's figure, her eyes lit up, just like seeing a treasure. With sparkling eyes, she turned and headed toward the exclusive elevator. Outside Dream Building, Chu Liufeng looked up at the 55-story office building, feeling a stir in his heart. Although he knew that Li Mengxi was a little rich woman, he didn't realize she was this wealthy. It seemed she had several such office buildings. TSK. No wonder they don't even blink when a few million worth of Porsche gets damaged. In comparison, my Aunt Xing seems much poorer. Even if I give her tens of billions every day, it's still not enough. I need to find time to help Aunt Xing earn more money. Chapter 91. Men should be positive and not whine, big nephew. Liufeng. Here. While Chu Liufeng was deep in thought, Li Mengxi had already reached the entrance on the first floor, her face full of excitement as she waved a delicate, white arm. Looking at Li Mengxi, who was dressed in a dark blue V-neck fitted dress, Chu Liufeng blinked. After seeing her without clothes for the past few days, he didn't expect that such a proper outfit would actually give her an aura of noble intellectual beauty, making his heart race slightly. However, Li Mengxi's seriousness never lasted more than 3 seconds. As Chu Liufeng walked over, Li Mengxi suddenly affectionately hugged his arm, rubbing against him excitedly with sparkling eyes, saying, "Big nephew, you finally came. I missed you so much." The two were closely pressed together. A fragrance reminiscent of orchids filled Chu Liufeng's senses, causing him to smile and say, "Aunt Li, you smell wonderful, and why do you look so beautiful today?" This wasn't a deliberate compliment from Chu Liufeng. It was simply that Li Mengxi indeed looked different today. The makeup on her small face was particularly exquisite, and this fitted azure dress perfectly accentuated her fantastic figure, giving her a mature charm that was quite captivating. Every smile and frown was enough to enchant him. Of course. When am I not beautiful? Big nephew looked down quickly. Li Mengxi couldn't help but let out a playful hum, whispering mysteriously in Chu Liufeng's ear, "I'll give you a big surprise later, and I guarantee you'll be shocked." A surprise? Looking at Li Mengxi's mischievous gaze, Chu Liufeng scanned her from head to toe, vaguely sensing what the surprise might be. This little rich woman wouldn't play again, but he still resisted the impulse to see through her. After all, he would soon find out. As they walked into the Dream Building, it was indeed as Aunt Xing said. In Li Mengxi's company, Chu Liufeng did not see a single male employee. The entire building was filled with female staff. Each of them was dressed in professional OL skirts, all stunning beauties. When they saw Li Mengxi, they would stand up respectfully and nod in greeting. "Hello, Director Li." Unlike the enthusiasm shown in front of him, Li Mengxi merely responded lightly while greeting her employees, exuding an aura of aloofness that suggested keep your distance. To those who didn't know her, she might seem quite intimidating. Seeing Li Mengxi affectionately linking arms with Chu Liufeng, everyone's eyes widened in excitement, and they frantically sent messages in their small company group. "Wow, who is that handsome guy following Director Li? Breaking news. Breaking news. Director Li brought a little puppy. No, a little wolf dog. Oh my, he is so handsome. So tall and manly. Oh my, has Director Li finally opened her heart? Oh, I also want to enjoy this. He looks so big. He must be at least 20. Will Director Li be okay? What a sunshine. A man should be positive and not whine. Oh, so handsome. I'm going to practice judo today. Hey, pay attention. If you keep talking like this, the group will be gone." Instantly, there were 99 messages in the company group. Those who received the messages poked their heads out from their workstations. Although there weren't many people on this floor, the sight of heads popping out created quite a commotion. It felt to Chu Liufeng like Tang Sung had entered the kingdom of women. Chu Liufeng glanced at Li Mengxi, who appeared expressionless, her demeanor unchanged, her eyes fixed ahead as if she hadn't seen this scene. However, it was evident that she was holding onto his arm a bit tighter, even squeezing his clothes out of shape. One could tell that this little rich woman was actually quite happy inside. They walked straight to their exclusive elevator, and just as the doors closed, hidden from the outside, Li Mengxi couldn't wait any longer. She wrapped her arms around Chu Liufeng's neck, her eyes glistening and breathed softly. "Hold me." Chu Lufeng gently lifted Li Mengxi, his hands supporting her petite figure, ensuring she wouldn't fall. Her legs tightly wrapped around him, giving off a feeling of being entwined forever. Her small nose sniffed greedily at his scent. This snug embrace made Li Mengxi particularly enamored, feeling a deep sense of comfort. Li Mengxi pressed her forehead against Chu Liufeng's, her small hands affectionately wrapping around his neck, leaning in to plant kisses on his face, leaving a trail of lip prints like a chick pecking at rice. While kissing, her voice was soft and a bit playful. "Little sweetheart, do you like my outfit today?" "I like it very much." Li Mengxi's eyes sparkled, her face flushed with a smile. "Don't like it too much yet. You'll like what comes next even more." Upon hearing this, Chu Lufeng couldn't help but feel excited. The exclusive elevator for Li Mengxi, the chairman, was very fast, and before he knew it, they had reached the top floor. The elevator doors silently opened, leading directly to the reception area. Li Mengxi stepped down from Chu Lufeng, playfully tugging at his collar and pushing him back onto the sofa, then knelt with her legs apart, straddling his lap. "Oomph." She let out a soft hum, holding Chu Liufeng's big hand and slowly pressing it towards the waist of her dress. The red belt fell to the floor, along with the fitted dress, tossed aside. "How does it look?" Li Mengxi lowered her head, a hint of playful annoyance in her voice. A blush quickly spread across her small face. As expected, this little rich woman really. This surprise truly took his breath away. Looking at the stark contrast of Li Mengxi before him, Chu Lufeng felt his blood boiling. He truly had no resistance to such a Li Mengxi. His heart was filled with 120 fondness. No need to respond. Li Mengxi could feel Chu Liufeng's excitement. This further confirmed to her that this little rascal liked contrasts. "Oomph." As Chu Lufeng stared intently at her, Li Mengxi felt a peak of shyness. Her voice trembled slightly. Close your eyes." She quickly took out a black and white nun's outfit from a nearby bag, changed into it swiftly, and slowly approached Chu Lufeng. Looking down at him from above, she shyly yet expectantly said, "You can open your eyes now." As soon as Chu Lufeng opened his eyes, a dark figure approached. Li Mengxi kicked off her high heels, raised her jade-like leg, and stepped onto Chu Lufeng. He inhaled deeply, slowly looking up at Li Mengxi. "Are you cosplaying as a battle nun? Also, this nun's outfit isn't very proper." The black long skirt was slit all the way up to her slim waist, exposing one side of her plump, fair skin. She also wore half-leg black stockings with lace edges, and as Li Mengxi moved, that long, beautiful leg appeared and disappeared through the slit of the skirt. Chu Lufeng was momentarily mesmerized. At this moment, Li Mengxi seemed like a different person, her small face carrying a hint of solemn divinity. Her eyes were slightly lowered, gazing passionately at Chu Lufeng, with a look that held a sacred authority, yet concealed an uncontrollable shyness and anticipation. "I, the great nun, will accept the sincere confession of the naughty little Feng." A proud smile curved at the corner of Li Mengxi's mouth as she gently leaned down, her face slowly approaching Chu Lufeng, one hand gently lifting his chin, her voice soft and slightly seductive. "Sinner, confess your sins to me. Let the fountain of the nun's mercy cleanse the filth of your soul." Chapter 92. You speak a bit childishly soon. In the quiet and empty reception room, an intense battle erupted between the sinner and the nun. The fighting was fierce. The sinner grabbed the nun by the throat, constantly cursing, veins bulging, emotions running high. The nun was beaten to exhaustion, letting out a weak whimper, her knees giving way, collapsing onto the ground. This battle lasted for a long time. The flames of conflict even spread to the soft sofa, the huge bright floor-to-ceiling windows, and the serious office desk, until the nun finally, utterly fatigued, knelt down and begged the sinner to let her go. The fighting finally came to a halt. Clearly, the nun couldn't hold on any longer. She was too weak. The sinner's confession remained incomplete, to the extent that a brand new ghost costume nearby hadn't even been unpacked. After a while, the chaos of the battle gradually subsided. On the messy floor, the nun's outfit lay scattered, indicating just how intense the battle between the sinner and the nun had been. In the innermost lounge of this floor, on a luxurious big bed, Li Mengxi, with a flushed face, lay on Chu Lufeng, her small hands gently drawing circles on his chest, playfully saying, Big bad guy, you're doomed. Even a nun can't save you. Liufeng leaned against the headboard, gently stroking her long hair, a hint of indulgent smile on his lips. It must be that the nun was too weak. Li Mengxi's body trembled, and she quickly shrank her head back, weakly saying, I'm not weak, it's just that your sins are too great. By the way, big bad guy are you? Li Mengxi suddenly lifted her small head, looking at Liufeng, her small hands pinching his cheeks. Come clean. What happened to my treasure? Liufeng blinked in confusion. Earlier, when Xing Yishan called and asked if he was with Li Mengxi, now Li Mengxi was asking what happened with Xing Yishan. Was there something going on between these two ladies that he didn't know about? Oh dear, big fool. I came to find you this morning. But you weren't there. I saw the breakfast you made for in the note, and I even saw the stockings in the laundry basket. Quickly tell me, how did you get to wear stockings? She is always so conservative. I can't even imagine how beautiful she'd look in them. Li Mengxi's eyes sparkled, excited as if she had discovered some earth-shattering secret. Oh, so that is how it is. The little rich girl came to look for him this morning and was then discovered by Aunt Xing, mistakenly thinking he went out with Li Mengxi. Moreover, it seemed she had also found out their little secret, the fatal question, not answering. Liufeng could only wrap his arms around Li Mengxi's waist, gently massaging her, restoring the nun's energy. Seeing Liufeng's helpless expression, Li Mengxi's bright, playful eyes kept blinking. First, she showed a look of realization. Then the corners of her mouth curled into a mischievous smile, her eyes squinting into crescent shapes. You two must have been secretly playing all night. When I went to find you, the sun was already up, and treasure was still not awake. As she spoke, Li Mengxi suddenly reached out both hands to pinch his ears, her face turning red, playfully scolding. You two are definitely hiding something from me. Big bad guy, do you know your sins have deepened even more? Li Mengxi paused, her eyes glistening, combined with her flushed face, making her look even more charming. Knowing this question couldn't be avoided, Liufeng spread his hands and directly replied, So what? So what? Li Mengxi widened her eyes in surprise, playfully scolding, Wow, you. Liufeng looked at her enchanting appearance, feeling a stir in his heart. He wrapped his arms around Li Mengxi's waist, pulling her closer, leaning near her ear, softly saying, What is wrong with me? His warm breath brushed against Li Mengxi's delicate ear, causing her body to shudder slightly. The blush on her face quickly spreading to her neck. Her skin turned a lovely pink, extremely captivating. You, asking on purpose. Li Mengxi bowed, lightly hitting Liufeng's chest. Be a little gentler. I said you're a bull, and you don't believe it. Even he can't take it, and I definitely can't. Liufeng wore a mischievous smile, teasing. Gentle? That is not right. Just a moment ago, someone seemed to have asked me to use. Oh no, don't say that. Li Mengxi hurriedly covered his mouth in embarrassment, pretending to be angry. Not now. Be gentle. Don't worry. You and I'm not jealous. Life is short, and being happy every day is better than anything. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, her bright eyes kept blinking, her little head leaning closer to Liufeng's lips, seductively saying, Do you want me and to? If you beg me, I might consider helping you. Liufeng's eyes lit up at the thought of that scene. The gentle and dignified Aunt Xing and the beautiful and sexy Aunt Li. He couldn't help but feel a deep respect. Li Mengxi naturally sensed the change. Her eyes were charming, and she twisted her body, her expression a bit restless. Bad boy Xiaofeng. I knew you liked it. Come on, hurry up and beg me, and I'll help you. She wobbled like a spoiled child. Liufeng couldn't help but laugh. Aunt Li, you speak a bit childishly. Li Mengxi's expression stiffened, quickly sitting up straight, playfully glaring at him. So annoying, big bad guy. It's all your fault you made me. All right. It's all my fault. Liufeng smiled, gently kissing her forehead, softly saying, Aunt Li, this matter is just between us. You mustn't tell Aunt Xing anything. She can't accept it yet. We have to take it slow. Aunt Xing is very slow to warm up. Li Mange biotid, breathing a bit hurriedly. After thinking about it, she agreed. Given Xing Yishan's shyness and conservativeness, she definitely couldn't accept it for now. Fine. I know, I'm not stupid. Let's not talk about anymore. She, with dreamy eyes, wrapped her arms around Chu Liufeng's neck and directly kissed him. Kiss me. The nun had already recovered. The battle with the sinner continued. Time quickly passed. By 4 in the afternoon, the urgent ringing of an office phone broke the peaceful and beautiful moment. Chapter 93. No hierarchy. Everyone's calling each other wrongly. A crisp voice suddenly rang out. Mr. Li, the people from Jinyang International Real Estate have arrived downstairs. Do you have time now? Li Mengxi, who was originally asleep in Chu Liufeng's arms, suddenly straightened up as if reacting to a stimulus. The drowsiness in her eyes vanished instantly, and she regained her usual cool and capable demeanor. She pressed the intercom at the head of the bed and quickly cleared her throat, saying, "Okay, I'll be down right away." After finishing her sentence, she glanced back at Chu Liufeng, her eyes revealing a hint of flirtation. "Big nephew, what time is it now?" "It's 4 o'clock. Wow, it's already this late?" she said with a pout. "You little darling, keep sleeping for a while. I'll go sign a contract and come back to take you out for dinner." Li Mengxi kissed Chu Liufeng and then quickly got up, dressing with swift, efficient movements. Chu Liufeng watched her busy figure, frowning. At that moment, he felt the dangerous warning about Li Mengxi suddenly intensify. Signing a contract could increase danger levels? It seemed the reason lay in the contract itself. His thorough investigation into Li Mengxi finally bore some fruit. Chu Liufeng gently hugged her from behind and whispered in her ear, "Aunt Li, I'll go with you." Li Mengxi turned her head, her eyes brightening, playfully saying, "Oh, so ambitious? Big nephew, how about you call me godmother? After you learn management experience from me for a few years, I'll give you all my properties." Chu Liufeng's expression darkened. "You want me to call you godmother? Will you call me godfather then?" Smack! A slap landed on the drum, and the hierarchy was all mixed up. Li Mengxi bit her lip, letting out a delicate protest as she continued to get dressed. This time, she didn't wear anything strange, as she had already enjoyed herself. She would go out to tempt anyone else. So, she simply wore a gray women's business suit, paired with a pair of small heels, looking very capable and serious. Just after taking a couple of steps, Li Mengxi suddenly frowned, her expression showing signs of pain. She wobbled slightly and leaned against the wall. Looking at Chu Liufeng with a shy gaze, she pouted, "Ouch, big nephew, come here, hold me." Chu Liufeng found it both amusing and exasperating. "All right." He walked over and gently wrapped his arm around her as they entered the elevator. "You bad guy." Li Mengxi pouted, playfully biting Chu Liufeng's arm, leaving a faint bite mark. "I told you to be a bit gentler." Chu Liufeng smiled without saying a word, simply wrapping his arm around her waist and using his gentle touch to alleviate her fatigue. Li Mengxi felt his hand was exceptionally warm, which indeed reduced her discomfort. Soon, when the elevator reached the first floor, her expression had relaxed considerably. At the elevator door, over a dozen employees were already waiting. When they saw Li Mengxi come out with a rosy face, they exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a hint of unusual interest. "Mr. Li really is well taken care of." With 2 handsome men and beautiful women alone in a room, the flames of passion ignited. Looking at Li Mengxi's satisfied expression, they couldn't help but speculate about what had happened. Feeling the envious gazes all around, Li Mengxi slightly curled her lips, holding onto Chu Liufeng's arm a little tighter. "Mr. Li, they are arriving soon." The secretary approached, handing Li Mengxi the contract documents. But Li Mengxi just waved her hand. Her voice cool, "Let us go." Then she linked her arm with Chu Liufeng's, walking intimately. This was her territory, and there was no need to hide anything. Moreover, she truly enjoyed the envious looks from others. Chu Liufeng turned to look at the contract in the secretary's hand, his eyes narrowing slightly. Just a casual glance, and a series of data appeared in his mind. The eye of value could even evaluate contracts. Evaluated item. Commercial investment contract. Description. This contract involves Dream Building Real Estate intending to purchase commercial apartment buildings A1, A7 from Jinyang International Real Estate. These commercial apartment buildings are located in the new economic zone on the outskirts of Qin City. Proposed transaction price, 550 million. Total market value of commercial apartment buildings, 900 million. Return rate, -90. Summary. Dangerous project. Invest with caution. What's going on? A project worth 900 million is being acquired for 550 million. Shouldn't this be a huge profit? But the return rate is as high as -90? This is clearly not buying an apartment building. It's like buying a landmine. Mr. Li, what kind of contract is this? Li Mengxi was taken aback, then shyly glanced at Liufeng, not understanding why he called her that, but still gently explained. It's a big project I've been busy with for a long time. Didn't I mention it to you, Andy? I'm planning to buy several apartment buildings. This project will cost me a lot of money, leaving no spare cash in my company's accounts. That's why when he asked to borrow money from me the other day, I couldn't take it out. At this point, Li Mengxi's eyes suddenly lit up, and she leaned close to Liufeng, whispering in his ear, big bad guy, if you call me godmother once, how about I give you these buildings? Seeing her affectionate demeanor made the group of followers behind them shift their gazes slightly. TSK. Who would have thought that one day they would see Li Mengxi showing such a love-struck side? Of course, if they knew that the respected Mr. Li had even more contrasting sides in front of Liufeng, they would probably be stunned. Liufeng found it amusing. Do you really want me to call you godmother that much? Of course. Li Mengxi's expression showed a hint of eagerness. She seemed genuinely interested in Liufeng calling her godmother. Liufeng smiled but didn't respond and instead asked, is that apartment building really that good? It's okay. I've been researching it for several months. Once that economic zone is developed, it will have significant commercial value. Anyway, buying it won't be a loss. They initially wanted 780 million, but I negotiated for months and brought it down to 550 million. How about that? I'm impressive, right? She had a beaming smile, seemingly wanting Liufeng to praise her. Just then, several Alfords and a big Land Rover arrived at the foot of the dream building. Before Liufeng could speak, his gaze suddenly sharpened. He saw a man in a suit with a somewhat sinister appearance slowly getting out of the customized Alford. Upon seeing Li Mengxi, he immediately approached with enthusiasm. At first glance, he looked like a seasoned business elite. But Liufeng recognized this person, or more precisely, he recognized the man holding the silver dragon-headed cane. Chapter 94, Do you know how to write the Mang in Mang Village? This person had seen Yang Kai in the VIP room number 1 of the Lani Club. He is the brother of the man holding the golden dragon-headed cane. At the same time, he is also a guest of the Yang family. Liufeng squinted his eyes slightly, activating his perspective ability to look around. He noticed that several cars, including Alfords and Range Rovers, were filled with big men in suits. At first glance, they seemed like ordinary bodyguards. However, Liufeng discovered that they were covered in gunshot marks and bullet holes, and their appearances varied. Some were Korean, others looked Southeast Asian, and a few had the same aura as the group that attacked him yesterday. What was even more alarming was that inside the modified seats of these vehicles, several submachine guns and pistols were hidden. Mercenaries? Liufeng frowned slightly, remaining calm. Li Mengxi had actually gotten involved with this dangerous group. Moreover, they had been finalizing their cooperation months ago. No wonder she was in danger. The group approached him enthusiastically. The leading man wore a beaming smile and strode towards Li Mengxi. When his gaze swept over Liufeng, he frowned slightly. Liufeng keenly caught the flash of coldness and confusion in his eyes when he looked at him. This visitor was not friendly. Mr. Li, this is Mr. Bamo, the head of our Xing International in the Asia-Pacific region. He has come specifically to sign a contract with you. The representative from Xing Real Estate introduced with a smile. At this moment, Bamo was not holding that signature silver dragon-headed cane. He extended his hand, his voice booming, exuding the aura of a business elite. Mr. Li, I have long admired your name. It is my honor to finally discuss matters with you in person today. Li Mengxi politely smiled and shook his hand, replying, Mr. Bamo, you are too kind. I have heard that under your leadership, Xing International Real Estate has gained a great reputation internationally. Meeting you today, it is indeed well-deserved. After a round of business flattery, she gestured for them to proceed. Please. Li Mengxi made a gesture to lead them to the conference room of the dream building. Just as she was about to step forward, she was suddenly pulled back by Liufeng, his finger lightly tapping her palm. Li Mengxi looked at Chu Liufeng in confusion and whispered, "What's wrong, Xiaofeng? This contract cannot be signed. Find an excuse to push it away," Chu Liufeng said seriously in a low voice. "Not signed?" A trace of surprise flashed in Li Mengxi's eyes. Before she could respond, the female secretary beside her hurriedly spoke up, "Mr. Li, we have been following this project for 4 whole months. We finally negotiated a price, and today we agreed to sign the contract. If we don't sign..." The secretary's face showed distress. Although she didn't know the exact relationship between Chu Liufeng and Li Mengxi, if he swayed Li Mengxi's thoughts at such a critical moment, all their efforts over the past few months would be wasted. Most importantly, the price was really quite good. If it were someone else saying this, she would have long mocked and ridiculed them. "Who are you to say we won't sign? What right do you have?" But judging from Li Mengxi's attitude towards him, even if she had 100 times more courage, she wouldn't dare to show a bad attitude towards Chu Liufeng. So she could only anxiously advise, "Xiaofeng, do you think the price is too high? It's fine. 550 million is also profitable. We calculated that we can break even and make a profit in 3 years." Li Mengxi thought Chu Liufeng was concerned about the price and patiently explained. But Chu Liufeng shook his head again and said solemnly, "I'll explain later. But this contract cannot be signed. Trust me." Li Mengxi looked intently at Chu Liufeng. Seeing his serious expression, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. After gently nodding, she smiled and said, "Okay, since Xiaofeng says we won't sign, then we won't sign." Although she didn't know what her nephew was up to, she chose to trust him completely. "Mr. Li, we have prepared for several months, and now to say we won't sign is..." The secretary was suddenly anxious. "How foolish. My boss is love-struck. A love-struck woman is terrifying. When she gets caught up in emotions, she acts without regard for the consequences." They had invested substantial manpower, material resources, and finances into this project, and they were so close to signing. Now, with just a few words from Chu Liufeng, it was all falling apart. The secretary's eyes filled with resentment. But no matter how anxious she was, there was nothing she could do. After all the decision-making power lay with Li Mengxi. So she could only wait anxiously for Li Mengxi's decision. Li Mengxi merely glanced at the secretary, providing a reason that would make her despair. "I trust my nephew. Let us do it this way. Later, I'll find an excuse to decline." "All right." The secretary wanted to cry, but had no tears. But she was just a worker. No matter how unwilling she felt, she couldn't change her boss's mind. Soon, everyone moved to the conference room. Li Mengxi and Mr. Bamo sat across from each other. Behind them stood several secretaries. Piles of contract documents were neatly arranged on the conference table, discussing the relevant contract terms. "Mr. Li, let us sign the contract at the price of 550 million you provided, and just transfer the money to our account within half a month." Mr. Bamo spoke fluently, but a hint of urgency flashed in his eyes. He wore a seemingly sincere smile and continued, 550 million for the A1, A7 commercial apartment buildings is a guaranteed profit. Once that economic zone is developed, property and land prices will more than double. If it weren't for our decision to develop international projects vigorously, making funds tight, we wouldn't want to sell this piece of land. This was indeed the truth. After all, the market price of the asset was 900 million, and they were selling it for almost half. If it weren't for certain special reasons, no one would make such a deal. In Bamo's view, he had already shown sufficient sincerity, but just as he was about to sign, Li Mengxi suddenly frowned and said, "Mr. Bamo, there are some clauses in this contract that I need to discuss with professional lawyers and financial advisors for deeper analysis. I cannot sign today." As her words fell, everyone was taken aback. Even some of their own executives stared wide-eyed in shock, completely unaware of what was happening. Bamo's face instantly turned extremely ugly. He looked at Li Mengxi with a dark expression, and before he could speak, a young man behind him, wearing white socks and with a buzz cut, stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Mr. Li, this is quite unreasonable. We have been negotiating this contract for several months, and we took time out of our busy schedules abroad to come back specifically. Now we're just one step away from signing, and you say we won't sign. Are you treating us like monkeys?" The young man said this while leaning on the conference table, exuding an aggressive aura. His shadowy gaze revealed a hint of threat. Li Mengxi's expression changed slightly, but before she could respond, Chu Liufeng quickly stepped forward, his broad figure firmly blocking her. This action instantly calmed Li Mengxi's anxious heart. Chu Liufeng's voice was cold, laced with deep disdain, as he questioned, "What? Do you want to force a sale?" Chapter 95. Qin Yin, are you capable or not? Looking at Chu Liufeng, Bamo slightly squinted his eyes, regaining his composure first, and scolded with a forced smile. "Chung, what are you doing? Business requires mutual consent. Since Director Li has concerns, it's fine to take a few days to think it over." However, despite saying that, the fleeting shadow of darkness in his eyes did not escape Chu Liufeng's gaze. The young man, named Chung, after being scolded by Bamo, showed reluctance but could only grit his teeth and glare fiercely at Chu Liufeng before stepping back behind Bamo. In his eyes, these few people were already as good as dead. If they were not in Daxia, but abroad, he might have already pulled out an AK and pressed it against Chu Liufeng's head. A pretty boy dares to act so arrogantly. He truly doesn't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. After Bamo finished speaking, he stood up and prepared to leave the conference room with the Chung and the others. "Director Li, I look forward to your good news. But you need to hurry these next couple of days. This project is of interest to more than just your company." Just as they reached the door, Bamo suddenly turned back, wearing a sinister smile, his tone heavy with threat. "Of course, we are not the kind of people who see money and lose all principles, letting others call the shots. We still look forward to cooperating with you. Better be careful." Watching their departing figures, Chu Liufeng's gaze instantly turned cold. He turned to look at Li Mengxi, who was frowning with a worried expression. Simultaneously, some executives nearby gathered around, asking what the reason was for the sudden withdrawal from the cooperation. But Li Mengxi remained silent, only looking at Chu Liufeng in confusion. Seeing this, the secretary who had just overheard everything sighed helplessly and quickly stepped forward to usher everyone out of the conference room. Soon, only Li Mengxi and Chu Liufeng were left inside. "Xiaofeng." Li Mengxi tightly grasped Chu Liufeng's large hand, asking with confusion, "What happened to the contract? I've reviewed this project. It really has no issues." It must be noted that this was